Super Devouring System Chapter 258 to Chapter 341. Young Master Zhao, I know you're here, come out now. When Yixian heard this voice, his body trembled violently. Wasn't this Lin Shuer's voice? No wonder she was able to catch up to me, it's a mortal core Heavenly Thunder Hawk. Yixian glanced at the Heavenly Thunder Hawk in the sky, and he noticed that it was a few times bigger than the one he was riding before. He didn't say anything, and just quietly left. Perhaps, it was the noise he made just now that attracted Lin Shuer's attention. Yixian, all 5 Earth Core warriors from the Heavenly Yuan sect are here, and there are also 10 Divine Core Heavenly Thunder Hawks. You won't be able to escape, come out now. Lin Shuer's voice echoed throughout the sky. So, she really did figure out my identity. Yixian thought to himself. But, he wasn't sure if Lin Shuer had figured out that he was the Yixian who stole the Celestial Stone, or the Yixian from Lianyan City. Seeing that Yixian didn't respond, Lin Shuer continued, Yixian, if you hand over the Celestial Stone, I'll ask my master to spare you since we're from the same place. This girl is pretty smart, looks like she knows that I was tricking her just now. Yixian thought to himself, but he wasn't that stupid. A fist-sized Celestial Stone was worth more than all the other 4 regions combined. Even if he said he didn't have it, the Heavenly Yuan sect would never believe him, and they would only think that he had hidden the Celestial Stone. In simple words, if he was caught, he would die a horrible death. Therefore, the only option was to run. The Heavenly Thunder Hawk that this girl is riding on is a profound beast, it can even catch up with me when I'm running at full speed. I have to kill her. Yixian was still thinking. Right at this moment, a firework suddenly appeared in the sky. Bang! Yixian's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, damn it, there's still a signal. He couldn't hide any longer. If more people came, he would have nowhere to run, and he had to end this as soon as possible. Without hesitation, he took out an Earth Rank bow and arrow and started shooting. Mid-rank Earth Rank martial skill, Fire Dragon Arrow. Huff huff. A long fiery serpent shot out from the ground. In an instant, it crossed 100 meters and hit the Divine Core Heavenly Thunder Hawk. Immediately, 2 figures flew out from the sky. Lin Shuai was a late mortal core warrior, so of course he wouldn't fall to his death. Yixian couldn't be bothered with her. He took out some things from his universe ring. They were human-shaped guardian puppets. Run in all directions, don't stop. Yixian used his Jingdan essence to activate these peak true profound realm guardian puppets. In an instant, they dispersed in a hubbub. These were just his cover. Our whereabouts have already been exposed. They will definitely rush over here and chase after the soaring sky mansion. Since that's the case, I'll use reverse thinking and run back. Yixian's eyes flashed and he abruptly turned around. Relying on his advanced shadow leopard bloodline, he was completely hidden in the shadows. He also had an advanced concealment pearl on him. Even if someone passed by, they wouldn't discover him. TSK, you think you can catch me with just you? Yixian sneered in his mind. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. As long as he could shoot down these Heavenly Thunder Hawks one by one, he would be much safer. Without hesitation, he took out his Earth Rank bow and shot at them. Countless fiery serpents shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the 4 Heavenly Thunder Hawks in the sky were all dead. At the same time, Yixian had exposed his location. But, so what? Cracking sounds kept coming from his surroundings. The guardian puppets he used to distract his enemies were all destroyed. He just stood there quietly, hiding in the darkness. After a while, a few people gathered around him. Strange, where is he? A disciple asked in surprise. But, before he could finish his sentence, a black figure suddenly appeared behind them and knocked them out. At the same time, the black figure also stole their storage rings. Right at this moment, another figure quickly approached him. Yixian, I know you're nearby. This gentle voice entered Yixian's ears. Without a doubt, it was Lin Shuer. Yixian didn't pay any attention to her. He sneaked up to her and slapped her chest. At the same time, he forced a pill into her mouth. The same method he used to kidnap Song Suijing was used again today. But this time, the poison was a bit expensive. It cost 100 billion devour points. Yi Xian felt a huge pain in his heart. This qi-dispersing pill was specially made to deal with the qi-dispersing pill. A late mortal core warrior was able to quickly deplete the enemy's core energy. After injecting the qi-dispersing pill into Lin Shuer's body, Yi Xian immediately grabbed her and asked with a smile, "How did you recognize me?" "I sent someone back to Lianyun City. They said you weren't in the Profound Sun Empire, and there were many peak true Profound Realm puppets. So, I guessed you must have entered the Soaring Heaven Mansion." Lin Shuer told him her guess. After Yi Xian heard what she said, he smiled and said, "You're really smart. But, I didn't expect you to have broken through to the mortal core realm in just 2 years. No wonder you broke off the engagement and embarrassed me. It wasn't my idea to break off the engagement. I also didn't expect you to come to the Heavenly Yuan sect." Lin Shuer continued, "What you fed me just now was a pill that could quickly deplete my core energy, right? You wanted to capture me and use me to escape back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion? I wanted to go back directly, but you guys kept chasing after me. So, I had no choice but to kidnap your ex-fiancé." Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. "Do you think you can do it?" Lin Shuer suddenly said something that didn't make sense. Yi Xian was surprised, but in the next second, his eyes suddenly opened wide. The core energy in Lin Shuer's body should have been completely depleted by the qi-dispersing pill. Why was there still some? Furthermore, it was even denser than before. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed. Although he reacted quickly, he was still hit in the chest by a small hand and was sent flying. How is this possible? Yi Xian shouted out in disbelief. Why was Lin Shuer still able to use her core energy? Could it be that the qi-dispersing pill had expired? I'm sorry to disappoint you. Inside my Dantian, other than a mortal core, there is also an earth core. I broke through the mortal core realm a long time ago and broke through to the earth core realm. But, my teacher said I was advancing too quickly, so she sealed my earth core and told me to continue strengthening my foundation. Lin Shuer slowly explained. Now, Yi Xian finally understood. It wasn't because the devouring system was fake, it was because Lin Shuer was an earth core warrior, damn it, a 17-year-old earth core warrior. Your talent has indeed surprised me. But, do you really think you can defeat me just because you've just broken through to the earth core realm? Yi Xian took out the 8 desolate sword. I never thought you would break through to the initial mortal core realm in less than a day. But, there is still a gap of 2 levels between us. If you want to leave, then we'll have to see what you have. Lin Shuer also took out a weapon. End of chapter. Your master is really good to you, he gave you his only mid-rank earth weapon. Come, let me see what you've got. Right after the words left their mouths, the 2 figures dashed towards each other. Immediately, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard from the forest. Lin Shuer was at the earth core realm, while Yi Xian was at the initial mortal core realm. Their core energies were 2 levels apart. Although Yi Xian had the help of the Sword Emperor bloodline, it would be hard for him to gain the upper hand in a head-on clash. If he wanted to win, there were 2 ways to do it. The first was to fight a battle of attrition, he would exchange his devour points for pills. But, it would be a waste of time and it would cause too much of a commotion. It would be a tragedy if another Earth Core warrior was attracted here. The second was to use his physique. The third was to use the 2 moves of the 8 desolate sword. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and in the end, he decided to use his physique to gain the upper hand. When the battle began, both of them started using their signature moves. Heavenly Star Sword style, falling stars. Heavenly Star Sword style, falling stars. It was unknown when Yi Xian had taken out another sword. It was the mid-grade earth artifact that he obtained from Xianxia's universe ring. He struck out with both hands, and hundreds of stars shot out in an instant. Lin Shuer wasn't someone to be trifled with either. She waved the sword in one hand, and countless sword shadows appeared. Not only did she knock down all the stars, she also took the opportunity to counterattack Yi Xian. Yi Xian's physique was strong, and his attack speed was fast. He was able to make up for the difference in cultivation level. Boom! 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 Loud sounds rang out as both of them continued to attack each other. Luckily, Yi Xian had the help of the Sword Emperor bloodline, or else he would be the one at a disadvantage. He is also using an Earth rank martial skill, Why is he able to tie with me? After 3 rounds, Lin Shuer was very surprised. She could see that the weapon in Yi Xian's hand was extraordinary, but Yi Xian was 2 levels lower than her. She didn't dare to use a mid-rank earth-rank martial skill because she was afraid that she would accidentally kill Yi Xian. But now, it seemed like her worries were unnecessary. Yi Xian was the same. The ancestor of the Lin family was the sister of the ancestor of the Yi family. Both families had some blood ties, and he didn't want to accidentally kill Lin Shuer. The two of them thought of the same thing at the same time, but that was before. Next, it was time to play for real. Lin Shuer suddenly leaped high into the air. With a wave of her right hand, her Dan essence split into 100, transforming into countless icicles that pierced towards Yi Xian. This move was a bit similar to Yi Xian's rain of arrows, but its power was 100 times stronger. But after seeing Yi Xian's ability, she felt that she had underestimated Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian had already condensed a large sword that was 10 meters long. With a casual wave of his hand, he blocked the icicles. Little girl from the Lin family, I'm going to show you how powerful I am. After Yi Xian finished speaking coldly, 3 muffled sounds rang out from his body. Explode technique, explode all 3 orifices. As long as 4 orifices didn't explode, the explode technique wouldn't have too many side effects. In an instant, Yi Xian's Dan essence surged. He held his greatsword and slashed at Lin Shuer. If she couldn't dodge in time, she would be cut in half. Pung! Lin Shuer, who was in the air, twisted her waist and stomped her feet into the air. She quickly descended and dodged the slash. But when her feet touched the ground, she was shocked to see Yi Xian's greatsword slashing down again. This time, it was twice as fast as before. Oh no! Lin Shuer's expression changed. Yi Xian went easy on her earlier slash. But this time, Yi Xian did the same. Pung! The greatsword slashed at Lin Shuer's side. Lin Shuer was shocked. But when she felt the sword vibrate violently, she immediately jumped to the side. But she was still 1 step too late. 8 Desolation Heaven-shaking sword, sonic boom. Boom! The greatsword shattered. His Dan essence instantly spread out. The impact directly hit Lin Shuer and sent her flying. But the impact was child's play. The most important thing was the sound that reverberated through the sky. Lin Shuer had never seen this kind of martial art before. Naturally, she wouldn't focus her Dan essence on her ears. The deafening sound instantly entered her head and shook her consciousness. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I have no choice but to use this trump card. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. He quickly rushed over and caught Lin Shuer. If it weren't for the urgent situation, he wouldn't have used this move. Firstly, it would consume too much energy. Secondly, it would cause too much of a commotion. These were the 2 reasons. Thirdly, after using this move, others would be on guard. If they used their Dan essence to protect their ears, the effect would be greatly reduced. But he had no choice. If he didn't use this move, would he have to use the 8 Desolation Wind formation? Wouldn't that cut Lin Shuer into pieces? Lin Shuer, who was on the verge of fainting from the 8 Desolation Heaven-shaking sword, was pressed to the ground by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian took out 2 ropes and tied Lin Shuer's hands and feet tightly. Elementary Immortal Binding Rope. It can stop the circulation of Dan essence. You haven't refined your body. Let's see how you can break free. Yi Xian said coldly. He put away Lin Shuer's Qian Kuan ring and carried her away. As he ran, he checked and found that there were many good things in Lin Shuer's Qian Kuan ring. What surprised him was that the 100 earth weapons and 100 Luyuan pills were also in it. This was the will of the heavens. It was a pity that these things were refined by him and couldn't be devoured. Otherwise, he would have made a fortune. Half a minute later, Lin Shuer completely woke up. Just now, she had been in a daze and felt like she had been jolted. When she woke up, she realized that she was actually in Yi Xian's embrace. Immediately, a gush of Dan essence gushed out. But in the next moment, she was shocked to find that her Dan essence couldn't flow to her palm. What is this? Lin Shuer asked subconsciously. Cut the crap. Unless you can kill me with your head, you won't be able to escape. Wait here obediently. I'll let you go when I return to the soaring sky mansion. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Lin Shuer. The most important thing now was to escape. Lin Shuer gritted her teeth in anger. She tried to break free from the rope but to no avail. Don't waste your energy. Unless you have the same body type as me, you won't be able to break free. Yi Xian reminded her. You won't be able to escape. My master is nearby. TSK. We'll talk about it when you find me. Yi Xian snorted. Besides, I gave you so many things, but you guys are ungrateful. You having Yuan sect people are all the same. That Wang Chuanshan was also too much. I gave him 20% of the celestial bluestone stone, but he wanted to take it all for himself. In the end, he was killed by that emerald bird. He deserved it. End of chapter. What green bird? That's a green bird, a mystical beast at the initial Earth core realm. Lin Shuer rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. Her eyes were filled with disdain. Initial Earth core realm? Yi Xian shivered. Luckily the green bird didn't turn around, or else he would have been dead. Lin Shuer stared at Yi Xian and thought for a moment, then she asked, Is the celestial blue stone really not with you? If it was with me, I would have just returned to Soaring Heaven Mansion. Why would I need to borrow the Heavenly Yuan Sect's Heavenly Thunderhawk? Yi Xian suddenly felt that Lin Shuer wasn't as smart as she thought. Since the celestial blue stone isn't with you, and you didn't kill Wang Chuanshan, then why are you running? Lin Shuer still tried to convince Yi Xian. Yi Xian was still trying to convince her. He retorted, Are you kidding me? I'm only at the initial mortal core realm, and I can capture you. Do you think your master will let me go? If it wasn't for Uncle, you would have died a few times already. What he said was the truth. If Lin Shuer was really an enemy, Yi Xian would have used the 8 Desolate Wind formation a long time ago. If he used this formation, even he was scared of himself. Just give up, you won't be able to escape, it's impossible. Lin Shuer said seriously. Why are you so sure? From the beginning, Yi Xian felt that something was strange. After hearing what she said, a thought immediately flashed through his mind. He suddenly stopped and felt around. After that, he put his right hand into Lin Shuer's chest. What are you doing? Lin Shuer was furious. Yi Xian didn't take advantage of her. He pulled his hand out and took out a round jade pendant. Crack! The round jade pendant was crushed by Yi Xian. Damn it, there's a tracking device. Damn it. Yi Xian was scared to death. The Heavenly Yuan sect leader definitely had another jade pendant. If he still had the jade pendant, he might have really been caught. Luckily, Yi Xian found out about it early. However, Lin Shuer had developed quite well in the past 2 years. Yi Xian remembered that when he first saw her 2 years ago, she was still like an airport runway. How did you find out? Shuer was very surprised. This jade pendant was her personal item. How could Yi Xian discover it? Could it be that he had peeked at her bathing? That was even more impossible. Little. Nonsense, I'll leave first. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to explain, but in the next moment, he stopped in his tracks. He discovered that a humanoid creature had stepped into his sensing range. Its speed was extremely fast, and by the time he reacted, the other party was already in front of him. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into Lin Shuer's mouth. Then, he struck out with his palm. At the same time, that figure rapidly approached him and sent him flying with a slap. Shuer, spit it out. A low shout was heard. Haha, it's not that easy. Poison melts as soon as it enters the mouth. It's not that easy to detoxify it. Yi Xian stood up while clutching his chest. The person who came was naturally the sect leader of the Heavenly Yuan sect, Mo Ziyun. He was a super expert at the profound Earth core realm. Mo Ziyun untied Lin Shuer's immortal binding rope and fed her 2 antidotes at the same time. Then, he scolded, You little rascal, you actually poisoned her. Hurry up and hand it over. It's useless. There's only 1 antidote for that poison. Do you think I'll give it to you? Yi Xian shook his head. Since you're not giving it to me, I'll take it myself. Mo Ziyun said as he prepared to take action. Yi Xian laughed as he took off the yin and yang ring in his hand and threw it over. He laughed, I know how to make the antidote, but I don't have it on me. If you don't believe me, you can look for it. Then, he threw Lin Shui's yin and yang ring back to Emozian. He had already emptied all the valuable items in it into the devouring system. This was a new skill that allowed him to connect the yin and yang ring to the devouring system. He didn't have to empty the items one by one, which saved him a lot of time. Lin Shui took the yin and yang ring and checked it. There was nothing in Yixian's ring, only some medicinal herbs. As for her own ring, there was only some clothes left. Where are my things? Lin Shui immediately asked. I threw them away as I ran, so of course they're gone. Yixian spread his hands. Little rascal, you think you can fool me with such a small trick? Emozian didn't waste any more words as he directly went up to Yixian and grabbed him behind his back. Yixian didn't resist as he laughed, do as you wish. The poison has probably spread throughout my body. If I don't get the antidote within 10 minutes, I will immediately die. If you don't believe me, you can search and see if there are any more yin and yang rings. You lost your yin and yang ring? Emozian immediately reacted. I, Yixian, am not afraid of death. Let's see if sect leader is brave enough to take the risk. Yixian said in an indifferent tone. Emozian was skeptical, but he still believed that Yixian threw his yin and yang ring to the side of the road. Sect leader, it's been about a minute, what do you think? Yixian pulled his hand out of Emozian's grasp. Although both of them were standing very close to each other, he felt that if he suddenly launched a sneak attack, it would be difficult to succeed. Since he couldn't win, he might as well use a trick. You two were once engaged, why are you so cruel? Emozian asked in surprise. I had no other choice. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. If I really wanted to kill her, she would have died a couple of times already. Yixian turned around and looked at Lin Shui. Emozian followed her gaze and saw Lin Shui lowering her head in shame. She had just broken through to the Earth Core realm, but she was captured by a mere mortal core warrior. How was this possible? I told you, as long as you let me return to the Soaring Heaven Mansion, I'll let her go. But before that, she has to follow me. I'll give her the antidote every once in a while. Sect leader, you can think about it yourself. Yixian said slowly. Emozian hesitated for a moment. He realized that he couldn't see through Yixian's thoughts. He didn't know if Yixian would really fight to the death. He didn't want to take the risk. After all, Lin Shui would definitely break through to the Heavenly Core realm in the future. It had been hundreds of years since a Heavenly Core warrior had appeared in the Heavenly Yuan sect. Although he was at the late Earth Core realm, he didn't have the confidence to break through to the Heavenly Core realm. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on Lin Shui. That heavenly blue stone, did you take it? Emozian asked. If I took it, I would have returned to the Soaring Heaven Mansion or gone into hiding. Why would I visit the Heavenly Yuan sect? Yixian rolled his eyes. That Wang Chuanshan, did you kill him? Emozian asked again. Yixian replied impatiently, I wanted to kill that ungrateful bastard with my own hands. Speaking of which, your Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples aren't that great. Back in the cave, I saw your Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples kill my junior brother with my own eyes. After that, I took my revenge. You killed them? Lin Shui asked in shock. Although it was the Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples who were at fault, she was still a disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect. When she heard that her own fellow disciples were killed, she couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. End of chapter. Do you think I'll let them go? Yixian continued, I'm sure they've already told you that if it wasn't for me, the entire Heavenly Yuan sect would have been annihilated. Furthermore, if I wanted to silence them, everyone, including Wang Chuanshan, would have died in there. What he said was true. However, if he had killed Wang Chuanshan and the others, Jiang Lu and the others wouldn't have been able to survive the stone statue's pursuit. Humph. Hearing that Yixian had killed the Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples, Emozian coldly snorted. He already knew who the two people were. Sect leader, do you have any other questions? It seems that 3 minutes have passed. In another 7 minutes, she will die from the poison. Yixian reminded. Fine, I'll let you go, but I'll follow you. Emozian compromised. He really didn't dare to gamble. Sect leader, you can follow me, but you must maintain a distance of 500 meters from me. Don't try to get close. I can sense it. What happened just now is a good example. Yi Xian reminded again. Mo Ziyun paused. Indeed, Yi Xian's reaction was very fast. It seemed that he had discovered him very early on, which was why he fed Lin Shui a poison pill. Humph. After Mo Ziyun snorted coldly, he disappeared into the night. Yi Xian closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. He shouted, "Sect leader, you're only 200 meters away." Hearing this, Mo Ziyun, who was 200 meters away, retreated a little more. He was now about 500 meters away. At the same time, he thought to himself, how did this brat know my location? This was a question that he couldn't figure out. After Mo Ziyun left, Yi Xian walked over and kept his yin and yang ring. He then said, if you don't want to die, close your eyes. I'll give you a buffer antidote. Thank you. Lin Shui was slightly angry, but she still closed her eyes. Then, Yi Xian took out some medicinal ingredients and fiddled with them for a while before putting them away. He then exchanged them for a pill from the devouring system. Alright, you'll be fine for half an hour. Yi Xian tossed the pill over. You really poisoned me? Lin Shui couldn't believe it. Her ex-fiancé actually poisoned her. You're not my fiancé now. Don't tell me you think I'm just scaring you? Yi Xian coldly snorted, then turned around and left. Lin Shui glared at him and followed him. This time, Yi Xian had perfectly resolved the crisis. Not only that, but he had also earned a lot of good stuff. In Lin Shui's interspatial ring, other than the earthly weapons and Luyuan pills, there were also 2,000 top-grade crystals and a lot of cultivation resources. The disciple of the sect leader was indeed extraordinary. He was definitely a tycoon, but Yi Xian didn't devour them immediately. He knew these things couldn't help him break through to the late mortal core realm, so he might as well keep them. Although the crisis had been resolved, Yi Xian still continued his journey. After all, he had to return to Soaring Heaven Mansion before the Supreme Elder and the others. If he didn't, Song Suijing would definitely be worried. His speed was very fast, and for Mo Ziyun, this wasn't a problem at all. But, Lin Shui couldn't do the same. Her core origin couldn't sustain her movement skill for a long time. Without any other choice, Yi Xian stopped to rest, and detoxified the poison for her every half an hour. In the end, Mo Ziyun started to feel annoyed. Coincidentally, a heavenly thunder hawk was passing by in the sky. Therefore, they rode on the heavenly thunder hawk and flew back to Soaring Heaven Mansion. When they arrived at the Soaring Sky Mansion, 10 days had already passed. In the end, they were still one step behind. The Supreme Elder had already brought Jiang Lu and the others back. When the heavenly thunder hawk landed, the entire Soaring Heaven Mansion was shocked. When the Supreme Elder Zhou Yan and Soaring Heaven Mansion sect leader Lin Shi heard about it, they quickly came out to greet them. Yi Xian? When Song Suijing, who was following behind the Supreme Elder, saw them, she immediately rushed forward and gave Yi Xian a big hug. Silly girl, why are you crying? Yi Xian quickly comforted her with a soft voice. Song Suijing suddenly let go of her hands. She blinked her big eyes and said, I'm not crying. Ugh, Yi Xian felt a little awkward. When Lin Shui saw Song Suijing, she subconsciously frowned. Creak, the bamboo door creaked and slowly opened. Xianxia walked out of the bamboo building. The surrounding crystals were a little dim and emitted a dark red color. In this deep underground space, the crystals simulated the sunrise and sunset of the outside world, which was quite magical. Xianxia walked to the edge of the spring and watched the clear spring flow. Traces of spirit energy mixed with water vapor permeated the surroundings. Xianxia couldn't help but smile bitterly. The outside world fought for the spirit energy and spirit veins. After 1,000 years of turmoil, the 4 major sects of Howling Heaven City came into being. The so-called spirit veins were not even as fertile as this half-foot-wide stream. Apart from the Green Dragon bloodline, the reason why the Long and Bai families were able to stand in the northern border for 1,000 years was also because of the Long and Bai families occupying the Tian-Ke mountain. Just this spirit energy alone and the cultivation experts sent to the 2 families every year, if they couldn't dominate the northern border, then they shouldn't be around anymore. Feeling the spirit energy surging out continuously, Xianxia walked around the fake mountain and came to the back. The back of the fake mountain was covered by a large number of vines. It was obvious that no one had been here for many years. However, Xianxia could clearly feel a special power. He couldn't explain it clearly, but he just felt that this fake mountain should be hiding something. From the moment he came to the third level, he felt this power immediately. However, he was in a hurry to save Xianxia and didn't think too much about it. Now, if he wanted to get close to the dragon vein, he had to continue going down. The Long family had occupied this place for more than 1,000 years. Their development of the dragon vein spirit energy was definitely not limited to this third level. Therefore, Xianxia was almost certain that there was something unknown about this fake mountain. He pushed aside the layers of vines and weeds and indeed found a secret door behind the fake mountain. There was a 2-meter tall and 1-meter wide stone door in the rocks. It was seamlessly integrated with the fake mountain. Even if one looked closely, they might not be able to notice it. If not for the fact that Xianxia could feel the power seeping out from the gap, it would really be difficult to find it. Seems like there's a secret passage in this fake mountain that can connect to the bottom. Tapir, take a look and see if this thing is dangerous. Xianxia asked in a low voice. The tapir sensed it slightly and said, "Are you trying to make things difficult for me? This is just a normal fake mountain." Hiss, Xianxia took a deep breath and frowned. He knew how powerful the tapir's senses were. This fake mountain had such obvious special spiritual power, how could the tapir not sense it? Seems like I can't count on the tapir. Xianxia took a step forward and gently touched the edge of the stone door. Unexpectedly, with just a light touch, the fake mountain suddenly shook, and the stone door quietly and slowly opened. At the same time, a gush of spiritual power tried to rush out of the dark hole, but it was trapped by an invisible force. Xianxia could feel this force even more clearly. He couldn't explain it, but he knew he must go down and find out. Thinking of this, Xianxia walked into the pitch-black cave without saying a word. In the weeds behind the fake mountain, a little light flickered, and then a small jade worm slowly crawled out. In the house in the Heaven Fault Mountain immortal abode, Bai Xiao sat cross-legged in the house. The array around her shone, and everything the jade worm saw was transmitted into her mind. After a long time, the array closed up. She let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Luckily I set up a large array to block the energy emitted by the opening of the passage to the fourth layer. Otherwise, if you alerted those two, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave Heaven Fault Mountain." Bai Xiao got up and took out a white pigeon from the birdcage. She placed a small jade the size of a grain of rice on its ankle, opened the window, and let it fly. As he watched the white pigeon fly off into the distance, a gust of light breeze blew by, and Bai Xiao's veil was removed to reveal his exquisite and moving appearance. Her expression was a little gloomy, and she murmured, "In 7 years, 3 people have died in the dragon vein. Fushir, I hope you won't be the 4th. Thud, with a soft sound, Xianxia landed on the ground. His legs slightly arched, alleviating the impact of landing. Damn, who would have thought that there was a drop of over 1,000 meters deep in this pitch-black hole? He landed directly on the ground. Luckily, Xianxia was in the earth martial arts realm and could fly in the air, or else he would have been smashed into meat paste and died without a whole corpse, but obviously, he was right to come, because the spiritual energy around him was 1,000 times denser than in the third level. Xianxia knew that the dragon vein could be said to be right in front of him, or else there would not be such a strong spiritual power. Needless to say, the thick power almost made Xianxia's body explode. If not for the spirit devouring stone absorbing most of the spiritual power and the tapir protecting his heart meridian, he would have exploded and died. No wonder the cultivation space only opened to the third level. It was indeed too difficult for cultivators to go further. Xianxia was surrounded by thick spiritual power, as if he was walking in a sticky liquid, and his movements became a little slow. In front of him was a long and thin tunnel, the end of which was glowing. Xianxia walked slowly towards the only path. When he walked to the entrance of the cave, a ray of light shone out. Xianxia raised his hand to block the light and squinted his eyes. It took a long time for him to adapt. When he put down his hand, he was instantly stunned by the scene in front of him. In front of him was a huge blue dragon vein. This dragon vein was made of blue crystals. Looking at it, it was hundreds of meters long. It was a real three-clawed divine dragon, except that its head was a little big. Apart from looking mighty, it looked a little cute. Although it was a dragon vein made of crystals, perhaps because of thousands or even tens of thousands of years, this dragon vein was very lifelike and had a little spirit. If he was not sure that this thing was dead, Xianxia would really think that it was a sleeping giant dragon. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that there were two young men standing at the head of the dragon. They looked to be only a few years older than Xianxia, but the energy that they exuded shocked Xianxia. This was the strange energy that he felt from outside the fake mountain. But at this time, the two of them were no longer alive. They were like corpses, standing straight next to the dragon vein with one hand on the dragon vein. The energy that they exuded was not the same as the spiritual power of the dragon vein. To be precise, this was Godhead. At this time, the water god suddenly shouted in Xianxia's mind. This shocked Xianxia and he almost jumped up. But Xianxia did not complain, because he was deeply attracted by these two words. Senior water god, what did you just say? Godhead? A bold guess appeared in Xianxia's mind. Could it be that these two people are also the reincarnations of the god of creation and came to find the dragon vein? Looking at their expressions and actions, it seemed that they came here and grinded the dragon vein like Xianxia. After that, their lives were fixed at this moment, and there was no future. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but take a few steps back. At this moment, the water god said, these two people also inherited the god of creation's godhead, but their minds were taken away by the dragon vein and they died here. Sigh, Xianxia said with a trembling voice, damn. The dragon vein is so powerful? Two cultivators with godheads are dead. Then, isn't it suicide for me to come here? One must know that those who could come to the Heaven Sparrow Mountain immortal abode were basically cultivators who had achieved some level of cultivation. To be able to come here, they must be able to reach the third level. If Xianxia said he was not panicking, he would be lying. Xianxia grinned. Well, I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first. With that, Xianxia turned to leave. At this moment, a blue light suddenly shrouded the surroundings, and the tunnel was directly blocked. Feeling this powerful energy, Xianxia knew that it would not end well to force his way in. After all, this was the dragon vein, and this dragon vein seemed to have a consciousness. Otherwise, why would it stop him? Facing this situation, the only person Xianxia could rely on was none other than the water god. Senior water depth, what should we do? The calamity will come in less than 3 years. You have to help me. Xianxia hurriedly said. However, the water god sighed softly and said, the dragon vein is an object without an owner. Anyone can make use of it. Because of this, you guys can cultivate on the Heaven Sparrow Mountain. However, I have never heard of a dragon vein with a consciousness. It should be because you don't have enough faith, so your consciousness was swallowed by the dragon vein. Kid, calm your mind and fight it. What the heck, is this for real? Xianxia was swaying. Fight it out with the dragon vein? He was probably looking for death by lighting a lantern in the toilet. If you are willing to waste your time here, then stay here forever. If you want to leave alive, you have to fight it out. The water god said in a low voice. He was exasperated with Xianxia for not living up to his expectations. His tone sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. Xianxia still had many years to live. If he was asked to die here, he would definitely not accept it. However, he could either die here for a few decades, or fight it out with the dragon vein and fight for a chance of survival. Thinking of this, Xianxia slowly straightened his back. He clenched his fist and nodded fiercely, damn it, fight it out. Seeing this, the water god nodded in relief. Taper was trying his best to protect Xianxia's heart and could not spare any energy to speak. Xianxia walked to the front of the dragon vein and felt the spiritual power was even more terrifying. He almost could not breathe. He turned to look at the seniors on both sides. If Xianxia could not make it, the two of them would have another friend. Seniors, we are all trying to save the world. Please bless me from heaven. Xianxia rubbed his hands and reached out his right hand to touch the dragon vein. When he was 0. 0.0001 centimeters away from the dragon vein, he suddenly stopped and said to the water god with a sad face, "Is there any other way?" I'm really a little scared at that moment. The water god almost choked to death. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Scared my **s. I'll give you a kick." Then, Xianxia felt a strong force coming from behind him. Before he could scream, his body moved forward slightly and his palm was placed on the dragon vein. Water, Xianxia was about to say something, but his eyes were unfocused. He stood straight on the spot, not in sync with the two seniors. Yes, a family should be neat and tidy. Seeing this, Yi Xian hurriedly walked over and pulled Song Suijing to his side, saying, "It's fine. I think I said this many times when I was trying to avoid being killed. Let's just forget about it." After saying this, he suddenly remembered that Song Suijing was now his fiancée, and Lin Shuer had nothing to do with him anymore. In this kind of situation, he should help his loved one and not help reason. Therefore, he continued, "Also, Miss Shuer, you scolded me in front of my fiancé and embarrassed me. I'll let it go this time, but if there's a next time, don't blame me for being heartless. When the time comes, don't say that I was lenient on account of uncle. Do you think that move of yours will still work?" Lin Shuer retorted. "The 8 Desolation Heaven-Shaking Sword can only be used once against a person, but my trump card is used to kill people, not to capture people. If you really want to fight, you can try it now. When the time comes, don't blame me if you lose any part of your body." Yi Xian said calmly. The sonic boom of the 8 Desolation Heaven-Shaking Sword could only be used once. The second time, the opponent would be on guard. However, with his extraordinary speed, he could cut Lin Shuer in half several times. If he added the 8 Desolation Wind-Killing Formation, Lin Shuer would have died several times. "Humph, come out quickly. I'm just waiting for you too." Lin Shuer's face darkened as she turned around and left. "Don't you think you've gone too far with your words?" Song Suijing looked at Lin Shuer's back as she left and couldn't help but ask. "When I was a good-for-nothing, she beat me up when I was down. I'm very vengeful. Most importantly, she ignored you. Now that you're my fiancé, I definitely can't tolerate this," Yi Xian explained. After hearing this, Song Suijing was very happy. She smugly pecked Yi Xian's face. "Alright, we should settle our women's matters ourselves. When there are people around, you should leave her some face." After Song Suijing finished speaking, she held Yi Xian's arm and left. Previously, she was too shy to announce it, but now, she was afraid that the whole world wouldn't know that Yi Xian was her fiancé. Yi Xian thought to himself, jealous women are too scary. Luckily, Lin Shuer and I have nothing to do with each other, otherwise, we would really have a fight. At this moment, to find a place, the heavenly abode, there was a large black mass. Sect Master Lin Shi of Soaring Heaven Mansion, Grand Elder Zhou Yan, Sect Master Mo of Sky Yuan Sect. Seeing 3 figures slowly walking over, the Supreme Elder hurriedly said, "You brat, you are always the slowest. Hurry up and come over. And. To be. Hee hee." Songju raised his eyebrows at Yi Xian. The two of them smiled without saying a word. "Rise." At this moment, the Grand Elder shouted, and the soaring sky rocks soared into the sky. This time, in order to find the celestial blue stone, the soaring sky mansion had mobilized all of their forces. Although the soaring sky mansion was empty, there was still a super expert guarding it, so Zhou Yan and Lin Shi were not afraid. Yesterday, they had already discussed with Mo Ziyun that the soaring sky mansion would send out 60 soaring sky rocks. Since the Heavenly Yuan sect had few Heavenly Thunder Eagles, it was enough to send out more disciples. The two sides complemented each other, so this was not bad. The soaring sky rocks began to fly towards the southern city. Such a large group caused the spirit beasts along the way to retreat. Previously, the Grand Elder Zhou Yan brought Yi Xian and a dozen people to Huiyang's abode, which took half a month. This time, they were traveling at full speed, so they arrived early. When the disciples and elders of the Heavenly Yuan sect saw the hundreds of soaring sky rocks, they immediately panicked, thinking that the soaring sky mansion had come to attack. Luckily, Emoziyun had arrived in time, or else, things would have become much more serious. In less than an hour, Emoziyun had summoned many divine core warriors. There were more than 100 of them. The Heavenly Yuan sect was indeed worthy of its name. Its overall strength was much stronger than the soaring sky mansion. You're all of the Earth Core realm, why did you ask me, a mere mortal core warrior, to come here? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Cut the crap. You were able to capture Miss Schwerer, that proves that you have the strength of an Earth Core warrior. This trip to the Green Serene Land is very dangerous, there are some things you need to know. The Supreme Elder said. Yi Xian was startled, then he said, isn't it just a comprehensive search of the Green Serene Land? What else is there? Listen carefully. The Supreme Elder boasted, the Green Serene Land is a forbidden area within the Heavenly Yuan sect. There are many mortal core Xian beasts there, and there are also Earth core Xian beasts there as well. Most importantly, there is a Heavenly core overlord there. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Not only could he absorb natural treasures to level up, he could also absorb Xian beasts' corpses and maidens. This was a great place for him to level up. What is that Heavenly core overlord? Yi Xian asked curiously. Even if they couldn't find the celestial green stone this time, it would still be great if they could find a Xian beast's corpse. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of another problem. The Heavenly core Xian beast's Naiden, there were 4 Earth core warriors here, and if they killed the Heavenly core Xian beast, who would get the Naiden? If they were to fight, the Soaring Heaven Mansion would definitely be at a disadvantage. After all, the Soaring Heaven Mansion only had 4 Earth core warriors, and they had fewer disciples than the Heavenly Yuan sect. However, what Yi Xian didn't understand was that the Supreme Elder and sect leader's eyes were filled with confidence. Why was that? That Heavenly core overlord is a strange Xian beast, it is called the Green Source Giant. It is dozens of meters tall, and its defense is extremely strong. Even if the 4 of us work together, I don't think we can break its defense. A Heavenly core warrior was killed by it before. That's why we'll split up and search for it. If we see it, we'll retreat immediately, and don't provoke it. The Supreme Elder said in a serious tone. So that's why, we can't beat it? Yi Xian thought to himself, then he nodded his head. As long as they didn't provoke this Green Source Giant, those Earth core profound beasts would be easy to deal with. This time, the 3 of us will form a team. You'll bring the Supreme Judge and the Supreme Judge, the Supreme Elder said. I understand. Yi Xian nodded again. Under such circumstances, it was naturally best to have the person closest to him by his side. The Grand Elder glanced at Emoziyun and Lin Schwer and said, also, there was a misunderstanding before. You can return Miss Schwerer's things to her. When Yi Xian heard this, he felt very helpless. He had guessed that this would happen, so he had already poured the items into an interspatial ring. Take it. Yi Xian threw it over. Lin Schwer took a look and saw that everything was still there. Even the middle-grade earth weapon that Emoziyun gave her was still there. She snorted coldly and gave Yi Xian a look. At least you know your place. She immediately took out the earthly artifacts and distributed them to the rest of the people. Long before this, Zhou Yan had already distributed the earth artifacts he had forged. Therefore, this time, their strength was extremely strong. These disciples and elders could practically challenge higher-level profound beasts. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something and said, Supreme Elder, I have something to say to you in private. Hearing this, Zhou Yan was startled and immediately followed Yi Xian to the side. Stinking brat, what do you have to say? Zhou Yan said in astonishment. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly took out an interspatial ring and said, there are 4 middle-grade earth weapons in here. Supreme Elder, do you want them? What? 4 middle-grade earth weapons? You obtained them in Huiyang's cave? The Supreme Elder was shocked. No, I obtained some forging materials in there, so I forged 4 of them. Supreme Elder, 1 for 5 million middle-grade earth crystals, do you want them? Yi Xian said softly. You're the one who forged them? Zhou Yan's eyes widened. He received the interspatial ring and had a look. Indeed, there were 4 weapons, and the name of the person who forged them was Yi Xian. 5 million for one, that's cheap. Yi Xian suddenly revealed an evil smile. However, these 4 middle-grade Earth weapons were exchanged from the Devouring system, and they cost him 50 billion Devouring points. Alright, I'll take them. The Supreme Elder immediately agreed and took out 2,000 top-grade Earth crystals. 200 billion Devouring points in exchange for 2,000 top-grade Earth crystals. This was definitely a good deal. After all, if he devoured these 2,000 top-grade Earth crystals, he would be able to obtain another 200 billion Devouring points, and he would be able to improve his cultivation. Oh right, I actually have more in my interspatial ring. Supreme Elder, do you want to give them to the Heavenly Yuan sect? I'm just worried that after they take them, they will try to kill the Green Source Giant. At that time, all of you will be fighting for the Heavenly Core Profound Beast's core. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Yi Xian said softly. Don't worry, just do as you wish. The Soaring Heaven Mansion is no longer afraid of the Heavenly Yuan sect. The Supreme Elder said firmly. Why? Yi Xian was surprised. I won't tell you now, but if that Green Source Giant really appears, you'll know. The Supreme Elder purposely kept Yi Xian in suspense, then he continued, oh right, as for the rest of the middle-grade Earth weapons, give them 8 million each. Damn it, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. What a black-hearted bastard. Master, what did that guy say to you? Seeing that the Supreme Elder and Yi Xian had returned, the Soaring Heaven Mansion's sect leader, Lin Shi, asked curiously. Zhou Yan replied, nothing, he just gave me a few middle-grade Earth weapons. Middle-grade Earth weapons. When Zhou Yan's words left his mouth, everyone was shocked. A single middle-grade Earth weapon was already very precious, how could he give them a few more? Haha, don't be nervous, everyone. Elder Hu, Elder Lian, take these 2 middle-grade Earth weapons. Zhou Yan directly handed over 2 middle-grade Earth weapons, then gave one to Lin Shi. Mo Ziyan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A middle-grade Earth weapon was not expensive to him, but he did not have the means to get it. The factions in the Middle State hated the 4 major sects, so it was very difficult to get a middle-grade Earth weapon. However, Zhou Yan was actually distributing the middle-grade Earth weapons in front of everyone. This was attracting hatred. Sect leader Mo, what's wrong? The Supreme Elder, Zhou Yan, asked deliberately. Elder Zhou, these middle-grade Earth weapons are all the same, where did they come from? As Mo Ziyan spoke, his gaze fell on Yi Xian. Naturally, they were made by Yi Xian. Zhou Yan grinned, then said, don't worry, sect leader Mo, Yi Xian still has a few middle-grade Earth weapons, it's up to you whether you want them or not. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present trembled again. What the F***ck, Yi Xian was actually able to forge middle-grade Earth weapons, how was this possible? At this time, Lin Shuer suddenly remembered that Yi Xian had said that he might send more middle-grade Earth weapons to the Heavenly Yuan sect in the future. It turned out that this was not a joke. End of chapter. Northern Borderline Imperial Capital. Early morning roosters crowed in every corner of the streets. All the clans sent their clansmen to the Tian-K mountain, preparing to bring back the people who went to cultivate half a year ago. After cultivating in the Dragon's Vein for half a year, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Now that they returned, they would definitely be able to repay the imperial capital and bring honor to their ancestors. Outside the soul-perching forest, a crowd surged. Some came to bring back people, some came to stop the powerhouses from exiting their seclusion. In everyone's eyes, they were filled with longing. Tian-K Mountain, divine abode. An old woman slowly walked out of the house. Bai Xiao walked beside her. The old woman wore a dark red robe and held a large cane. She said to Bai Xiao, it's been hard on you for the past half a year. We 2 old things haven't broken through for a long time and can't do anything. Bai Xiao smiled faintly and shook his head. Granny Long Xing, please don't say that. It's my honor to help you and Senior Long Chu in this divine abode. Long Xing smiled meaningfully. Then, he said to Bai Xiao, among the cultivators who came to the divine abode this time, is there anyone with good potential? There isn't anyone this time either, Bai Xiao replied softly. Forget it, forget it. Divine Palace City has disappeared and all the martial emperors on this mainland have fallen. No matter how strong they are now, they are still at the same realm as us old bones. Long Jian sighed softly and stood outside the wooden house. Bai Xiao smiled and said, but among the people who came this time, Princess Xianxia is also among them. What? Why did she come to Heaven K Mountain? Isn't her body? Longxing didn't continue. As Long Tian's mother, how could she not understand her obedient grandson? But she didn't continue and waited for Bai Xiao's reply. Looking at those slightly cloudy eyes, Bai Xiao said, a year ago, there was an alchemy genius in Heaven K City. His attainments in alchemy were extraordinary. More than half a year ago, he came to the imperial capital and had a cure for Princess Longxi's chronic illness. That was why he opened the divine abode in advance and let them come here to treat her illness. Longxing looked a little anxious. She asked Bai Xiao, how is the situation now? Bai Xiao nodded. Princess Longxi has already entered the ranks of cultivators. A few days ago, I went to the 3rd floor to sense her. She is now at the 2nd level of the Heaven Martial Realm. Actually, Bai Xiao also felt that Xianxia Fan's medical skills were unbelievable. Longxi's chronic illness had taken the entire Long family's power and they had recruited many talented doctors, but there was no progress even after more than 10 years. Xianxia Fan, a mere 17-year-old youth, was actually able to completely cure it in a short month. Moreover, he was able to make his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. This kind of ability was completely unreasonable, but she could understand it. After all, Xianxia Fan was the reincarnation of the creation divinity. The creation divinity created all things in the world, so it was not completely impossible for his reincarnation to cure an illness. At this moment, the door of the wooden house opened. Seeing Longxing and Bai Xiao, he bowed towards them, then turned and said, half a year has passed. You can go down the mountain. The 50 people on the 1st floor started to walk out of the house. At this time, the 3 brothers also walked out side by side. They came to the outside of the house and stood at the side, quietly waiting for Xianxia Fan to come out. After everyone gathered, they would be led away from the Heavenly K Mountain by the royal guards. The reason why they were brought away was naturally because they were afraid that someone would stay on the Heavenly K Mountain and secretly cultivate, breaking the rules. After that, the 2nd floor's disciples also walked out of the wooden house under the lead of Longxing. On the 3rd floor, the bamboo door opened slowly. Longxi took a deep breath of the fragrant air and walked out of the house. She found Bai Yichen and Wei Qing already standing outside the house, waiting for them. When she saw Longxi walking out of the bamboo house in high spirits, her face lit up with joy. It seemed like Xianxia Fan had succeeded. Longxi quickly walked forward and hugged Bai Yichen. Bai Yichen congratulated her. Sister Shi, you succeeded. That's great. Longxi nodded repeatedly. I knew Master would definitely cure me. Oh, right. Where did Big Bastard go? Bai Yichen looked around but did not see Xianxia Fan. Longxi smiled embarrassedly. This, swoosh, a faint white light flashed. Then, the light gradually dissipated. A young man stood in this illusory space. Bingyi stood beside Xianxia Fan and looked at him. Xiao Fan, what did you give me today? Right now, Xianxia Fan had a 10th level immortal physique, the same as Hen Zhu. He had reached the threshold of becoming a martial emperor. Not only that, his physique had also risen to the Saraira level, then to the immortal physique. These 2 levels of rewards gave him 2 lottery chances. These were absolutely good stuff. Then let's go out. But I don't think I can. Bingyi smiled awkwardly but politely. What? Xianxia Fan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In fact, Bingyi had wanted to leave this dragon vein for a long time. After all, with her ability, she did not need a weakling like Xianxia Fan to bring her away. However, she had tried before but she could not leave this space. Because of this, she had been trapped here for an unknown period of time. Xianxia Fan pondered for a moment and remembered that Bingyi was a spirit formed by the dragon vein. She did not have her own body and her consciousness did not have a physical body to rely on, so she could not leave this place. These were all some of the knowledge that the old demon Hen Zhu, who had lived for hundreds of years, often imparted to him. It was very difficult for a consciousness without a physical body to exist on its own. This was also what Hen Zhu taught him. This is the space of consciousness of the dragon vein. You can't leave this place. You can come to my EC space. There should be no problem. Jiang Xiaofan said and reached out his hand towards Bing Yi. Bing Yi looked at Jiang Xiaofan and then looked at his hand. Then, she pursed her lips and smiled. She took a step forward and grabbed this warm hand. She felt good, but this made Jiang Xiaofan suffer. This Bing Yi girl's strength was too strong. It was not an existence that he could easily endure. The moment Bing Yi grabbed his hand, Jiang Xiaofan's vision still turned black and he almost fainted. Bing Yi was about to leave with Jiang Xiaofan, but Jiang Xiaofan stopped in his tracks. He pointed at the two bodies not far away. Only then did Bing Yi smile. I almost forgot. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and the two of them flew into his sleeves. Looking at the two seniors who had been reincarnated with divine personas turned into puppets, Jiang Xiaofan felt strange in his heart. But the weak were prey to the strong. The two of them were either too weak or too stupid, so they were turned into this by Bing Yi. Following a wave of dizziness, Jiang Xiaofan took a few steps back and sat on the ground. A pain came from his buttocks. He looked forward and found that in front of him was no longer the empty space, but the gigantic dragon vein. The dragon vein was still the same as before, but there was a lack of spirituality in the spiritual energy. Bing Yi? Jiang Xiaofan called out tentatively, but Bing Yi did not give him the slightest response. He called out 2 more times, but there was still no movement. At this time, Henzhu could not stand it anymore and said, "Stop calling, this little girl has fallen asleep in your Yi. The people outside have already started to evacuate, you should hurry up and go up." Jiang Xiaofan pinched his fingers and calculated, and he immediately cursed in his heart. He calculated the date wrong. He thought they would evacuate tomorrow. He hurriedly rushed towards the entrance of the tunnel. At this time, the spiritual energy that prevented him from leaving that day was still blocking the entrance, but now he felt that the spiritual energy seemed to be afraid of him. Jiang Xiaofan did not hesitate in the slightest as he rushed over. The thick wall of spiritual energy collapsed the moment it came into contact with Jiang Xiaofan. Jiang Xiaofan looked pensive. He was afraid that the so-called 4 great dragon veins would be brought out of the frozen end, allowing the consciousness of the dragon veins to stay in his Yi. It was the same for the consciousness of the 9 gods, and it was the same for the 81 divine cores. Jiang Xiaofan could not help but wonder if his tiny Yi could hold so many things. Walking out of the tunnel, Jiang Xiaofan suddenly stomped on the ground. Using this force, he flew straight up into the sky. Rustle rustle, just as long she did not know how to explain, the bushes behind the fake mountain rustled, and then Jiang Xiaofan walked out. Long Shi and Bai Yichen looked over at the same time. The corner of Bai Yichen's mouth twitched. "Big bastard, why did you go there?" Jiang Xiaofan scratched the back of his head and explained, this. Bai Yichen rolled her eyes at him. As expected of master and disciple, the two of them behaved the same way. She said unhappily, "Let's go. The dandelion is already rushing us." "Wait, I need to get something." After saying that, Jiang Xiaofan directly rushed into the bamboo building. At this moment, Henzhu was sitting on a rattan chair, waiting for him to return. After seeing Jiang Xiaofan, Henzhu smiled amiably. "You're finally back." Then, Henzhu turned into a ray of white light and flew into Jiang Xiaofan's chest. In Yi, Henzhu, who had been away for several months, finally returned. When he returned to Yi, he saw a girl sleeping inside and 2 men standing beside her. He was instantly shocked. "Kid, where did you kidnap these 3 people from?" The surrounding spiritual energy was normal, and Chan Mo finally let out a long sigh of relief. He leaned to the side and said weakly, "This girl is called Bing Yi. You should know what she is, right?" Henzhu was an immortal rank artificer, how could he not know what Bing Yi was? One of the 4 great ancient divine dragons, he quickly walked to Bing Yi's side and carefully examined her chubby and cute little face. "You mean this thing is the dragon vein?" "That's not it," Chan Mo said with a grin. Henzhu raised his hand and poked the girl's face. Seeing this, Chan Mo hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. "Oh my god!" Henzhu cried out in alarm. Then, his body froze for a moment before he fell straight to the ground. How could he easily resist the power of the dragon vein? He had already killed 2 of the creation god's reincarnations. At this time, outside the wooden house, Bai Xiao saw Jiang Xiaofan's figure in her mind. and her body trembled. Longxing noticed Bai Xiao's strange behavior and asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Xiao realized that she had lost her composure and hurriedly smiled at Longxing apologetically. "It's nothing." Her expression had regained its tranquility, but her heart was already in a perilous state. Xianxia, he really did it, he obtained the Northern Dragon Vein, the Supreme Lord's prophecy is coming true. Watching Xianxia walk out of the bamboo building slowly, Bai Yichen and Long Shi stood outside the building and raised their heads slightly. They were both stunned. After not seeing Xianxia for half a year, he was very different from before. He had the same appearance, the same personality, and the same clothes, but they always felt that Xianxia had an extraordinary temperament, as if he was an unattainable immortal. His delicate appearance, the strength of the earth martial arts realm, coupled with that temperament, it was simply amazing. No one knew what Xianxia had experienced in the past half a year, only he knew. At the body relic stage, Xianxia's body shrank, gradually changing from tangible to intangible. His body shrank to the size of a pellet, then became intangible, becoming an immortal. Under the gazes of the two girls, Xianxia walked in front of them. Xianxia tilted his head and said, "Let's go." Bai Yichen and Long Shi suppressed the surprise in their hearts, held hands, and walked towards the stairs, while Xianxia and Wei Qing walked side by side behind them. "Elder Wei, your body has improved a lot in the past half a year, it seems that you are not far from breaking through." Xianxia saw that Wei Qing had already reached the realm of rank 9 spirit body, the elixir seemed to be very effective for him. Wei Qing smiled. "Far from it. However, I'm afraid your body is already an immortal physique, right?" Wei Qing's words hit the nail on the head, causing Xianxia to feel a little awkward. Indeed, the older, the wiser. Wei Qing had lived for more than 100 years, he could tell that Xianxia's body had improved a lot. The two of them were chatting about various methods to improve their cultivation and physical bodies. At this moment, Long Shi's shout pulled the two of them back from their pleasant conversation. "Grandma!" Long Shi walked quickly to Long Shi, who was overjoyed to see her obedient grandson coming out of the dragon vein unscathed. She grabbed Long Shi's arm and looked at her up and down. "My Shi'er has finally grown up." Facing her grandma's praise, Long Shi was also very happy. At this moment, she suddenly thought of something and said to Long Jian, "Grandma, this is my master, he was the one who cured me." Long Shi looked at Xianxia from head to toe, then nodded, "Good, good, good." Since ancient times, heroes have always been born from the young. To be able to become an iron-armored royal guard at such a young age, you are also extraordinary. This old man will write a letter to Long Tian to promote you. Senior, please wait, forget about promoting me. Since Shi'er is my master and trusts me so much, these are what I should do. Xianxia smiled at Long Shi. Looking at this young man who had no desire for fame or fortune, Long Shi'er's eyes were full of praise. She nodded, "Fine, this old man can't be bothered with the matters of the imperial court. If there's anything you want, just tell Shi'er, the Long family will naturally help you achieve it." "Thank you very much." Xianxia bowed to Long Shi and after exchanging a few pleasantries, he met up with the three brothers and they directly walked out of the immortal abode. To everyone, this cultivation session was not a small improvement, not to mention the three brothers. With the help of the elixirs given by Xianxia, the efficiency of their cultivation was more than 10 times that of the others. Naturally, they improved by leaps and bounds. Now, Iron Hammer had already reached the Sky Martial Arts realm, while Iron Shovel and Iron Plow were already at the peak of the Earth Martial Arts realm, only one step away from the Sky Martial Arts realm. Bai Yichen was now only a thought away from the Martial King realm. Because breaking through to the Martial King realm was a major event, it could not be carried out in the Dragon Vein. She had to be brought to the Kunlun Mystery Land by the Bai family's elders and focus on the test of the Kunlun Snow Fox to help her break through. The next cultivation session would be 3 years later, but Bai Yichen was probably here to break through to the Martial King realm. However, the premise was that 3 years later, Xianxia could carry out the plan and help the spiritual brilliance realm survive the catastrophe. Walking out of the door, Long Shi clenched her fists, then a wave of martial arts chi slowly rose and lifted her body into the air. With a face full of excitement, she turned her head and said to Xianxia, "Master, I can fly in the air." "Yeah, flying in the air for the first time." Long Shi was too excited. Her body tilted and was about to fall. Fortunately, Xianxia noticed it in time and rushed forward to support her. "Be careful, don't be afraid. Master is by my side." She revealed a mischievous smile, making Xianxia feel helpless. Bai Yichen and Wei Qing flew to their side and said to Yi Hao, who came to guide them, "Yi Hao, we'll be leaving first." "Yes." When Yi Hao arrived and saw Longxi hovering in the air, he knew that Xianxia had succeeded. He secretly congratulated him, but he did not get carried away. He still counted the people carefully and led them away. As Jiang Xiaofan followed Longxi to the palace to meet Long Tian, the three brothers did not follow. After all, they had stayed in the mountains for half a year and relied on their spiritual power to survive. Now that they were out, they would be letting down their fat bodies if they did not eat and drink to their heart's content in the capital. Watching the few of them leave happily, Bai Xiao stood in the courtyard and watched Jiang Xiaofan's back view gradually disappear into the distance. He turned and returned to the house. Ridiculous. At this moment, Long Tian sat in the court and threw the memorial in his hands on the ground angrily. He reprimanded, "The dragon vein is the root of the northern border, and the spirit vein is the source of cultivation. The spirit vein is gone? What is the city lord's abode doing?" Chu Heng took a step forward and said respectfully to Long Tian, "Your Majesty, I don't know if this news is true or false, but I heard that the seven-planet sect is mining the spirit vein. I think we need to send an army to investigate." At this moment, Mi Yan, who was standing at the side, slowly walked forward. Long Tianjin had made a breakthrough in his martial arts and had reorganized the imperial court, causing his authority to be greatly reduced. He was very unhappy and expressed his opinion on this matter. "Your Majesty, the Seven Luminaries sect is indeed unfathomable. At this moment, the relationship between this and the Seven Luminaries sect is definitely not small. This is a serious matter and we should send elite troops. General Bai or General Zhu should lead elite troops to investigate." Bai Moxing stood at the side in armor. At this moment, he frowned and sneered in his heart. Old fox, there had been news of the spirit vein moving 2 months ago, but Mei Yan had suppressed it again and again until today. Now, he definitely had something to do with it. Yet, he actually wanted Bai Moxing or Chu Heng, who held military power, to go out. There was most likely a trap. Mei Yan had ruled the court for many years and the people had no way to live. Now, he actually had an interest in military power. Faced with such ambition, Bai Moxing was about to step forward and say something when there was a commotion outside. Then, 4 people landed outside the hall. Everyone looked over and saw Bai Yichen and Longxi bringing Wei Qing and Jiang Xiaofan over. When Long Tian saw Longxi, his gloomy expression instantly disappeared. He looked at Longxi with joy in his eyes. "Father." Longxi quickly walked up and came to his side. Long Tian grasped Longxi's hand and immediately felt the power of Sky Martial Qi. "Shi'er is already in the Sky Martial realm." "Not bad, not bad," Long Tian said sincerely. His tone was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. This sore point that had been pressing on him for more than 10 years was finally eradicated. Longxi nodded fiercely and said, "It's all thanks to Master. There were many times when I almost couldn't hold on anymore. Master stayed by my side and encouraged me, making me stand up again and again. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to see Shi'er again." The first thing the eccentric Longxi did was put in a good word for Jiang Xiaofan. This little girl was really quite thoughtful. Long Tian looked at Jiang Xiaofan who was standing in the hall and nodded. He said loudly, "Jiang Xiaofan, listen up." Hearing that this guy was going to reward him, Jiang Xiaofan hurriedly straightened his body. However, he did not kneel down to pay his respects. Seeing this, Mi Yan wanted to scold him. Half a year ago, Jiang Xiaofan's limelight had faintly overshadowed his. He even told Long Tian that a lowly commoner like Jiang Xiaofan would harm the princess. Long Tian went to warn Jiang Xiaofan, and he even said some harsh words. Now, his face was slapped loudly. At this time, he had wanted to use the emperor's prestige to take Jiang Xiaofan down a notch. However, Long Tian did not seem to care, so he forcefully swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Long Tian said loudly, "Jiang Xiaofan is young and promising. He cultivates both alchemy and weaponry, and his martial arts attainments are quite deep. He has done a meritorious service in treating the princess's chronic illness. We have decided to grant him the title of Golden Armor Imperial Guard, and reward him with a mansion in the imperial capital, 100 servants, and 1,000 gold ingots." When he finished, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A 17-year-old youth was granted the title of Golden Armor Imperial Guard. There had never been such a young Golden Armor Imperial Guard in the northern border. The youngest one was at least 40 years old. Not only that, 1,000 gold ingots. That was too much, as everyone knew, the currency of the Spirit Brilliance boundary was copper coins and silver coins. 1,000,000 copper coins equals 1 silver coin, and 1 gold coin was 1,000,000 silver coins, 1 trillion copper coins. This was a huge sum of money that was enough for a family to squander for decades. It could be seen that this time, Long Tian was really happy. The reward and recognition for Xianxia was absolutely high. Xianxia was also quite surprised, but he knew one thing. The tallest tree in the forest was the first to be destroyed by the wind. Moreover, he was only a newcomer in the imperial capital. Such a generous reward would definitely attract covetous eyes. Thinking of this, Xianxia made a prompt decision. "Reporting to your majesty, this Golden Armor Imperial Guard is quite awe-inspiring, and it is also what I want. But forget about this ding and gold ingots. I only have one request." Long Tian was also surprised that Xianxia was so calm in the face of wealth and even directly rejected it. But on second thought, Xianxia was a genius in both alchemy and weapon cultivation, so it was reasonable that money had no temptation to him. He was suddenly a little curious about Xianxia's request, so he said, "Speak." Xianxia cupped his hands and said, "My Jiang clan has been away from the imperial capital for hundreds of years. Who doesn't want to bring honor to their ancestors? I want the Jiang clan to move to the imperial capital. Can your majesty agree?" Hearing this, Long Tian immediately understood Xianxia's intentions. No wonder he didn't refuse money, but an official position and a mansion. It turned out that he already had this plan, but this was not a big deal. The Jiang clan only had a few hundred people, so moving to the imperial capital was not a problem. So he waved his hand and said, "Approved. Thank you for your grace, your majesty." Xianxia bowed slightly. He was extremely happy in his heart. The Jiang clan could move to the imperial capital. With such abundant spiritual energy and the help of Xianxia's elixirs, they would quickly rise. Although they might not be powerful, they would at least be many times stronger than the 3 great clans of Howling Sky City. At this moment, Mi Yan's eyes turned and he said to Long Tian, "General Jiang must return to Howling Sky City now. Why don't we let him investigate the spirit vein along the way? Wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone?" Chu Heng and Bai Moxing suddenly frowned. "This is bad. Too scary." For the first time, Yi Xian felt powerless. This green giant was probably at least a minor earth core Xian beast. However, this was also a challenge for him. 8 Desolate Sword, come back. Yi Xian's feet landed on the ground. He summoned the 8 Desolate Sword back and condensed it into a huge sword. 8 Desolate Heaven-shaking sword, I'll chop. The huge sword, which was 10 meters long, slashed at the head of the green giant and immediately embedded itself in it. The power of the 8 Desolate Heaven-shaking sword and Yi Xian's strength could only cause such a small amount of damage. This green giant's defense was already so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. However, as long as it was effective, Yi Xian had a chance of winning. "I'll chop again." Taking advantage of the opportunity when the green giant's feet were knocked into the ground, Yi Xian slashed again, and the cut was deeper. At this time, the green giant crawled out from the ground and rushed towards Yi Xian. Although its speed was very fast, Yi Xian had already expected it. He'd already slashed his sword at its stomach. The little green giant was still sent flying. Just as it got up, it was struck in the head by Yi Xian's sword. Although it's very hard and strong, it's also very stupid. Yi Xian shook his head. Using this method, he kept slashing at the giant's head. After slashing at it for nearly 10 times, Yi Xian finally cut the giant's head to its chest. At this time, the 8 Desolate Heaven-shaking sword could not bear it anymore and was about to collapse. Coincidentally, the huge sword was still in the giant's body. Yi Xian looked at the giant and chanted in his heart, "Sonic boom." Immediately, a surge of Dan essence was transmitted into the 8 desolate sword. This was like a fuse, and in the next moment, the entire energy sword exploded with a loud bang. An extremely strong shockwave spread out, and an earth-shattering boom resounded through the sky, startling countless birds, beasts, and humans. Boom! What? What's going on? Could it be that the green giant has appeared? Quick, everyone quickly returned to the soaring firmament rock. This loud rumbling sound also scared the others half to death, one after another calling over the soaring sky great rocks. However, Xian didn't care about that. He looked at the small giant that was blasted into two by the 8 desolation heavenly sword. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he strode forward and pinched a golden inner core. At that moment, Xian directly swallowed the inner core. In an instant, his aura skyrocketed. What? He has just broken through to the mortal core realm? How is that possible? Xian was shocked. Such a strong Xian beast, but it had just broken through to the mortal core realm. This was a waste of his efforts. The celestial beast's inner core had only increased his devouring points by 310 billion. If he were to include the corpse, it would only be around 400 billion. Damn it, if only I was at the early Earth core stage, then I would definitely be able to break through. Xian shook his head helplessly, then he swallowed the corpse as well. However, the 1 trillion devouring points in his body had been converted into a devouring crystal. Although he was a little disappointed, his harvest was still pretty good. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Xian sensed it, it was a human. Soon, a middle-aged man walked out from the forest. He was the sect chief of the Soaring Sky Mansion, Lin Shi. That commotion, did you cause it? When Lin Shi saw the small green stones on the ground, he couldn't help but ask. Yes, I met a small green stone man. It had just broken through to the Earth core realm, but it had the destructive strength and defensive strength of an early Earth core warrior. Xian told Lin Shi what happened just now. Lin Shi was surprised, I met one as well. This stone man was really hard to deal with, I never expected an early mortal core warrior to be able to deal with it. Sect chief, are you complimenting me? Xian asked. He felt that Lin Shi had always been hostile towards him. In fact, his father, Yi Chong, could be considered as Lin Shi's junior disciple. He had just stolen the heart of Lin Shi's daughter, why would he keep thinking about him for so long? Be careful. After saying that, Lin Shi left. Xian was too lazy to think too much about it. He had almost reached the peak of the early mortal core realm, and he only needed 1 or 2 more small green stone men to break through. Even if he couldn't find any, he could just kill some small ones. But, what he found strange was, with so many people rushing into the green serene land, they should have alerted the green stone giant. Why hadn't it done anything yet? But right at this moment. Rumble. A loud noise suddenly sounded out from the sky. Then, someone shouted, everyone, be careful. The green source giant has appeared. What, greenstone giant? Xian's heart trembled. He quickly climbed up a big tree and looked around. Sure enough, he found a huge stone man. At this moment, Xian finally understood why no one had been able to find this greenstone giant. It was in the middle of a lake. This greenstone giant was even bigger than the stone statue in Huiyang's cave. It was a giant version of the small greenstone giant. Judging from its height, it was at least 60 meters tall. When it appeared, all the rocks in the sky immediately flew up to 400 meters into the sky. They were all scared out of their wits. Xian. Right at this moment, a rock suddenly descended from the sky. It was Zhou Yan and the others. Xian quickly jumped onto the rocks and flew up into the sky. Before they entered the green serene land, both sects had already made a plan. If the greenstone giant appeared, they would immediately fly up into the sky. They couldn't provoke it at all costs. What a terrifying body. Could its punch be comparable to a flying dragon's? On top of the rocks, Judge Song couldn't help but ask. He was 2 meters tall, which was considered very tall for a human. But, compared to this greenstone giant, he was like an ant. Master, is this greenstone giant at the early heavenly core realm, or is it at the initial heavenly core realm? Song Suijing couldn't help but turn around and ask Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan thought for a moment, then he said, I'm not sure. According to Sect Chief Mo, this green stone giant has existed for a few hundred years. I think it should be at least at the initial heavenly core realm. Yi Xian, what do you think? Yi Xian stared at the green mountain in front of him from 100 meters up in the sky, then he shook his head and said, no, it should be at the mid-heavenly core realm. Why do you think so? Zhou Yan was surprised. I have a feeling. Also, the green stone giant mentioned by Sect Chief Mo is emerald green, but this green stone giant's color is a bit darker. Yi Xian said slowly. But, his blood was boiling. This greenstone giant was very similar to the flying dragon he saw in the Great Tang Dynasty's capital city. You mean, Zhou Yan's eyes widened. That celestial green stone, I think it was swallowed by it. Look, it's the green sparrow. Yi Xian pointed his finger. Everyone followed his finger and looked over. They saw a petite figure flying towards the greenstone giant. End of chapter. It really is the green spirit bird. It seems that the celestial blue stone has been eaten by the green source giant. Damn it. Zhou Yan cursed. It seemed that they had wasted their efforts this time. However, after the green source giant came out, there was no movement at all, which made everyone feel a little strange. At this time almost everyone was flying on their mounts. Even if the green source giant wanted to attack, there was no way it could do so. On the other side, the people from the Heavenly Yuan sect had also flown high. They did not dare to act rashly and could only watch quietly. If they angered the green source giant and caused it to leave the green remote land, then the Heavenly Yuan sect and the southern region would be in trouble. Damn it, this green source giant must have swallowed the celestial blue stone. This is troublesome. Mo Ziyan looked at the green source giant below and could not help but curse. It had been more than half a month since the celestial blue stone was snatched away by the green spirit bird. The situation had become a little troublesome. Supreme Elder, what should we do now? Mo Ziyan could not help but turn his head and ask Yi Tianlang. We have stepped into the green remote land, which is the green source giant's territory. Logically speaking, it should be very angry, but this green source giant is unusually calm, which is really strange. Yi Tianlang shook his head. He also did not know what was going on. Then, Mo Ziyan wanted to ask more, but at this time, the green source giant suddenly roared. Then, it headed in a certain direction. Where is it going? Everyone asked puzzledly. At the same time, they followed behind it. Yi Xian, who was on the back of the soaring sky rock, was also confused. This green source giant was probably the overlord-level Xian beast in the entire Tianshui continent. Did it just wake up and want to take a walk? The green source giant left a big footprint with each step. With every step it took, the ground trembled violently. Soon, he walked out of the green serene land. Now, Mo Ziyan's face had already sunk to the bottom. Perhaps, he knew where the green source giant was going. Everyone, listen up, stop it from going to the Heavenly Yuan sect. Mo Ziyan immediately yelled. When the others in the air heard this, they immediately reacted. Wasn't this the direction to the Heavenly Yuan sect? In an instant, the disciples of the Heavenly Yuan sect all cried out in alarm. They all circled around the green source giant and began to attack. So it's in the direction of the Sky Yuan sect. This is going to be troublesome. As the Supreme Elder spoke, he also shouted, everyone in the soaring sky mansion, listen up. Assist the Heavenly Yuan sect. The green source giant was most likely a late Heavenly Core warrior. If it ran to the Heavenly Yuan sect, the entire Heavenly Yuan sect would be destroyed. After hearing Zhou Yan's order, the great rocks in the sky all flew in front of the green source giant, attacking together with the Heavenly Yuan sect experts. In an instant, tens of thousands of attacks were unleashed and bombarded the green source giant. However, the green source giant remained unscathed and did not react at all. It continued to advance forward. The Heavenly Yuan sect was not far from the green serene land. If one were to ride a mount, it would take at most 2 days to arrive. What was even more frustrating was that this green source giant's speed was even faster than the great rocks. Only those higher-ranked great rocks and heavenly thunderhawks could catch up with it. In other words, in less than 2 days, the green source giant would arrive at the Heavenly Yuan sect. Mo Ziyan and the others were burning with anxiety. However, even with the strength of a late earthly core warrior and a mid-ranked earthly weapon, they still couldn't do anything to this green source giant. This green source giant's defense had reached its limit. Perhaps not many people in the heavenly water continent could break through it. What should we do? What should we do? Emozian's heart was burning with anxiety. The heavenly Yuan sect had been passed down for thousands of years. Was it going to be destroyed in his generation? The green source giant's speed was very stable, it was neither fast nor slow. The tens of thousands of attacks had no effect on it, it was like a moving mountain. Soon, half a day had passed. Emozian racked his brains, but he still couldn't come up with a solution. During this period of time, he wanted to talk to the green source giant, but he didn't get any response. At this time, the Grand Elder of the Soaring Sky Mansion rode a great rocks over and shouted, "Sect Master Mo, quickly return to the Heavenly Yuan sect and evacuate the disciples." Only half a day had passed. If they still didn't take action, the Heavenly Yuan sect would really be destroyed. Emozian gritted his teeth and said, "Grand Elder, I'll leave this place to you." After saying that, the others on the Heavenly Thunder Hawk jumped onto their other mounts. Then, Emozian sat on the Xian beast Heavenly Thunder Hawk and returned to the Heavenly Yuan sect. As for the others, they moved around the green source giant. On a great rocks. "Master, is the Heavenly Yuan sect really going to be destroyed?" Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. Although the green source giant didn't go to the Soaring Sky Mansion, the Heavenly Yuan sect was still a great sect with thousands of years of history. It would be a pity if it was destroyed like this. There's no other way. Zhou Yan shook his head. Every step the green source giant took shook the hearts of the Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples. However, this was something that couldn't be stopped unless the experts from the central state came together. Yi Xian glanced at a nearby Heavenly Thunder Hawk. There was a delicate figure standing on the Heavenly Thunder Hawk. This figure stood still in the cold wind, looking very sad. Although Lin Shuer had only been in the Heavenly Yuan sect for 2 years, her feelings for the sect were not any less than the other disciples. Now that she saw that her sect was about to be destroyed, her eyes became wet. For cultivators, the sect was another home. Now that their home was about to be destroyed, many of the Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples cried. "Sigh, who asked you to be greedy?" Yi Xian sighed in his heart. If they didn't come to this green serene land, wouldn't everything be fine? At this time, a figure suddenly jumped over. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that Song Suijing had run to Lin Shuer's side. This girl, I don't think she's here to gloat, Yi Xian thought to himself. He didn't just like Song Suijing's appearance. Although she was a little delicate before, she was no longer like that after joining the Soaring Heaven Mansion. He didn't think she would do something like adding insult to injury. Sure enough, his worries were unnecessary. Song Suijing had gone to comfort Lin Shuer. Is there really no other way? Is our Heavenly Yuan sect really going to be trampled by this dark beast? What can we do? This green source giant is immovable, unless there's a heavenly core warrior, there's no other way. My sister is still in the sect, damn it. Don't worry, the sect chief has brought a few sect elders back, I'm sure they can evacuate everyone before the green source giant reaches the Heavenly Yuan sect. All the Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples had ugly expressions on their faces. This was the most torturous day they had ever had. End of chapter. The green source giant continued to move forward. After a day, it finally stepped into the territory of the Heavenly Yuan sect. At this time, there was no one in the Heavenly Yuan sect. However, there was a Heavenly Thunder Eagle in the sky. It was the sect master of the Heavenly Yuan sect, Emozian. It's finally here. Emozian stood on the Heavenly Thunder Eagle and revealed a self-deprecating smile. Previously, when he agreed to enter the green serene land with the Soaring Sky Mansion, he had thought of many outcomes. For example, he could successfully find the celestial blue stone or suffer heavy casualties. However, he never thought that the end would be the destruction of the sect. Although the disciples of the Heavenly Yuan sect had already left and gathered in a safe place, and Emozian had already kept all the important items in the sect, the Heavenly Yuan sect was the foundation of the sect. If it was gone, where would they go? Rumble. The green source giant's target was indeed the Heavenly Yuan sect. It quickly walked over and fiercely stomped on the ground. The entire mountain shook violently as if it was going to collapse. The disciples in the sky could only watch helplessly. They could not do anything to stop it. At this time, the green source giant had already stepped into the heavenly Yuan sect and destroyed countless houses and walls. That's strange. Is this green source giant looking for something? Could it be that it's not just for revenge? Many people had such a guess in their hearts. They thought that the green source giant must be here for revenge because they had invaded the green serene land. However, the truth was not that simple. However, they were overthinking. The green source giant stepped into a huge square in the center of the heavenly Yuan sect and suddenly let out a loud roar. This roar was even louder than Xianxia's 8 desolation heaven-shaking sword. Look, the stone on the green source giant's body is moving. Everyone focused their eyes and found that it was indeed so. The green source giant was 60 meters tall. Each of its feet was bigger than a courtyard. At this time, its entire body was trembling. Was it quivering? When Xianxia saw this, he also felt that something was wrong. He guessed that something big was about to happen. Not good. Everyone, retreat. Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened as he shouted. Everyone at the side was shocked. Zhou Yan hurriedly asked, Xianxia. What's going on? Let's go, we're going to die if we're any slower. As Xianxia spoke, the soaring sky rock beneath his feet quickly rose into the air. The others were skeptical, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Even if Xianxia's intuition was wrong, the losses had already been fixed, right? Immediately, everyone rode their mounts into the sky. Some turned around and flew away. However, just as they retreated from the surroundings of the heavenly Yuan sect, the green source giant roared again. Then, its body suddenly exploded. Rumble. The green source giant's body suddenly exploded, shooting out countless rocks like an erupting volcano. These large rocks were extremely fast and flew in all directions. Some of the soaring sky rocks and sky thunder eagles were unable to dodge in time and were directly smashed. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 soaring sky rocks and sky thunder eagles fell to the ground. Not good. Xianxia's expression changed because he saw a huge rock coming towards them. Damn it, let's attack together. Grand Elder Zhou Yan hurriedly walked to the edge and condensed his thick Jingdan essence. He directly slashed at the huge rock. He did not say this to the others, but to Xianxia because the others present had not reacted at all. Xianxia directly condensed the 8 desolation heaven-shaking sword and used it to perform the mid-grade earth tier martial art, sky-splitting slash. 2 powerful slashes broke through the air. Zhou Yan's slash directly embedded itself into the huge rock and only slightly reduced its speed. Meanwhile, Xianxia's attack was completely useless. Seeing that the huge rock was about to hit the soaring sky rock, if Zhou Yan and Xianxia wanted to, they could jump onto the nearby soaring sky rock. But what about the others? They could not carry everyone. Damn it! A thought flashed through Xianxia's mind. He leaped up and suddenly blasted a palm at the soaring sky rock. The huge palm print hit the soaring sky rock's back and forcefully knocked the soaring sky rock down. This displacement just happened to allow it to escape from the huge rock's trajectory. However, Xianxia was also hit by the huge rock because of this. Bang! Xianxia was ruthless. He slammed into the boulder and almost fainted. There were many bones all over his body that were broken. Most importantly, he was also pushed by the huge rock and flew hundreds of thousands of meters into the air. At this moment, Song Suijing finally reacted and immediately cried out, Xianxia. Grand Elder gritted his teeth. The huge rock speed was not something that the soaring sky rock could catch up to. Moreover, there were still many huge rocks in the air. They had to dodge them. Land! Grand Elder shouted to the soaring sky rock at his feet. He realized that the huge rocks that were ejected from this huge explosion were very powerful and very dangerous in the air. On the contrary, it was safer to be near the ground. They quickly descended, and with good luck, they managed to survive the crisis. Looking at the thousands of huge rocks erupting in the sky, Song Suijing thought of the giant lava tortoise that day. However, now was not the time to think about this. Master, Xianxia, Song Suijing was about to cry. That huge rock was already beyond her ability to react, and Xianxia was most likely going to die after being hit by the huge rock. Don't worry, that little guy's life is tough. He definitely won't die. Grand Elder comforted her in a very firm tone. Although that was what Song Suijing said, she was still looking at the sky. Although Yi Xian might not die on the huge rock, jumping from 1,000 meters in the air would definitely cause him to fall to pieces. At this moment, Yi Xian was sticking close to the huge rock. He had already risen more than 1,000 meters in the air. This huge rock was too fast, and it was difficult for him to escape. However, if he did not escape, he would definitely be crushed to death when the huge rock fell. I can only wait for it to reach the highest point before I jump away. Yi Xian quickly took out a healing pill and swallowed it. He quickly thought about it in his mind, looking for something that could help him survive or martial arts. Found it. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He found a mid-grade martial arts that could condense Jingdan essence into wings. Although it could not allow him to fly, it could allow him to glide. The boulder was still rising, and Yi Xian's mood was terrible. From the beginning, he knew that something was going to happen, but he didn't expect it to be like a volcano erupting, and there was even a boulder that smashed towards them. What was even worse was that this boulder was extremely powerful, and it was probably the one that erupted the furthest. Finally, after the huge rock rose to a height of 1,500 meters, it began to fall. End of chapter. Now's the time. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he flipped over and jumped onto the boulder. Then, he stomped on it with all his might. Instantly, a pair of Jingdan essence wings grew out of his back. Then, he flew in the direction he came from. When Yi Xian turned around, he realized that the place behind him was a mess. Craters could be seen everywhere. However, what shocked him the most was not the destructive power of the boulders. He saw that the boulders on the ground began to shake. Then, they suddenly broke apart. Then, small green giants crawled out of the boulders one by one. It's that kind of Xian beast. Yi Xian's eyes widened. As far as the eye could see, there were already hundreds and thousands of small green giants. Oh no, Kai Jing and the others, his heart trembled. He hurriedly flew in the direction he estimated. However, when he was only 200 meters above the ground, a green figure suddenly swept over. What's that? He squinted and realized that it was the green spirit bird that stole the celestial stone that day. There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. There was no door to hell, but you barged in. Yi Xian was furious. If it wasn't for the green spirit bird that day, how could such a thing have happened? The Heaven Branch's foundation was destroyed, and the two sects suffered countless casualties. This grudge must be avenged. At that moment, Yi Xian took out a mid-grade earth-grade bow and arrow. He raised his hand and shot. Soul-severing arrow. The soul-severing arrow pierced through the air. However, the green spirit bird was small and agile. It dodged the arrow directly. Fire dragon arrow. Yi Xian shot another arrow. It was dodged again. At that moment, the green spirit bird was already close to Yi Xian. It opened its sharp beak and let out a piercing shriek. I fell here that day. How can I fall for it twice? After seeing the green spirit bird, Yi Xian instinctively used his Jingdan essence to protect his ears. The shriek was mostly blocked by his Jingdan essence. Yi Xian's body was extremely strong, so it didn't have much effect on him. In the next moment, Yi Xian condensed a core essence sword. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Explode all 3 orifices. After 3 muffled sounds, the huge sword suddenly chopped down. It was easily dodged by the green nether bird, but the 8 desolation heaven-shaking sword slash had a second effect. Sonic boom. Buzz. The Danyuan greatsword instantly exploded. The explosion point was only a few meters away from the green nether bird. In an instant, the extremely strong impact shook the green nether bird's body. At the same time, the rumbling sound of the explosion also entered the green nether bird's ears. The green serene bird was petite and extremely fast. Its claws could easily penetrate rocks. It also had a special chirp. It was an extremely difficult Xian beast to deal with. Unfortunately, it had walked right into the trap and wanted to cause trouble for Yi Xian. After the 8 desolation heaven-shaking sword exploded, the green nether bird's eyes turned white and fell down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian twisted his body and quickly swept towards it. Crack! The 8 Desolation sword suddenly cracked open. 8 Desolation wind-killing formation, sky break, a horizontal whirlwind swept past the green netherbird's body and pierced through its body. Its heart was also crushed into pieces, and it died instantly. Yi Xian flew over and placed his hand on the green netherbird's body, then he immediately devoured it. Ding, the host has devoured a Xian beast's corpse. The reward is 300 billion devour points. Ding, the host has devoured a Xian beast's inner core. The reward is 2 devour crystals. Ding, the host has broken through to the late mortal core realm. After hearing the notification in his mind, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a fierce light. When he was at the early mortal core realm, he was able to kill the green nether giant. Now that he was at the late mortal core realm, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to deal with the green nether giant. But, he still needed to find Song Suijing and the others first. He was circling in the air. His Danyuan wings couldn't be flapped, so he could only glide. Right now, there were no more boulders in the air within 2,000 meters of the Heavenly Yuan sect, but there were many craters on the ground. Suddenly, a huge body blocked Yi Xian's line of sight. He focused his eyes and saw that it was a heavenly thunderhawk. Yi Xian! A familiar voice sounded out. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw that it was Zhou Yan. Not only that, Song Suijing and the others were here as well. Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. Without saying anything, he shattered his Danyuan wings and landed on the heavenly thunderhawk. When Zhou Yan saw that Yi Xian was safe and sound, he was shocked as well. Just now, he saw Yi Xian being hit by a huge boulder with his own eyes. He saw that Yi Xian was hit by a boulder. But what he didn't know was that Yi Xian was still severely injured. Many of his bones were broken, but he was still holding on. Right after Yi Xian landed on the ground, a beautiful figure immediately rushed into his arms. I'm glad you're all right. Yi Xian patted Song Suijing's back and carefully checked. No one was injured, except for the soaring sky rock he just slapped. I knew you're tough, you won't die. Grand Elder Zhou Yan walked over and said, Stop talking nonsense, that green source giant might unleash a second round of attacks, you guys better stay away from it. Hearing this, Yi Xian turned around and looked. He saw that the green source giant was indeed accumulating energy, and it might unleash another round of attacks. Master, what about you? Judge Song asked in shock. 2/3 of us fell down from the boulder just now. There are so many disciples here, I can't just leave them to die. You guys, retreat to a distance of 10,000 meters away. After saying that, Zhou Yan leapt down from the boulder. Originally, there were more than 100 flying mounts, but now, there were only 30 left. With so many divine core warriors on the ground, even if Zhou Yan had to die, he had to protect them. Yi Xian was hesitating as well. After the green source giant swallowed the celestial rock, it seemed like it had undergone some sort of mutation, and so many little Xian beasts had suddenly appeared. This was really frightening. He didn't know if there were any heavenly core little giants down there. But, he couldn't just leave with Song Suijing and the others. You guys go first, I'll go down and help as well. Yi Xian turned around and looked at the others. I want to go as well. Song Suijing hastily said. We're also disciples of Soaring Sky Mansion, we can't just leave like this. Judge Song took a step forward as well. Jianglu walked over as well and asked, if the Soaring Sky Rock flew away, how are you going to leave? This Soaring Sky Rock is too slow, we need to be at least a Xian beast in order to save the others. If we are hit by the boulder, it will only add to the pressure. Yi Xian shook his head. Although this sentence was harsh, it was indeed the truth. Right now, there were a total of 7 people on the Soaring Sky Rock's back. Excluding Yi Xian, the strongest was Jianglu, who was at the late mortal core realm. The next strongest were Song Suijing, Judge Song, Jiang Yu, and 2 other disciples who had just broken through to the mortal core realm. With all these people gathered together, they could even fight an earth core warrior. But, there were too many green source giants down there, and if they all went down together, it would only add more pressure to Yi Xian and the others. End of chapter. Okay, then be careful. Jianglu nodded. Senior brother, you. Song Suijing hurriedly turned her head to look at Jianglu. Yi Xian comforted her, don't worry, those green source giants can't fly. I have wings, I can still escape if I can't beat them. But, Song Suijing was still worried. No buts. If you guys stay here a little longer, we'll be late to evacuate. Hurry up and leave, I'll go down first. Yi Xian lightly patted Song Suijing's head, then jumped down. Song Suijing looked at his back as he left, feeling bad. If she was a little stronger, perhaps she could be with Yi Xian. When Jianglu saw Yi Xian jump down, he immediately ordered the soaring sky rock to escape. As long as they escaped the range of the eruption, they would be safe. Although there was a lot of danger below, Yi Xian still jumped down without a care for his own safety. Firstly, he wanted to save his fellow disciples, and secondly, he wanted to hunt those green source giants. Killing hundreds and thousands of Xian beasts was a huge amount of experience points. A single small earth core green nether bird had given him 2 devour crystals. If he could kill more of them, he might be able to break through to the earth core realm. Not to mention, his physique was so strong that he could jump 100 meters in the air. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could still escape. As long as his luck wasn't too bad, there shouldn't be any problems. Experience points, here I come. Thinking about this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately dove down. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Lin Shui'er? I didn't expect that even she would be knocked down. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw that Lin Shui'er was injured, and she was fighting a green source giant. He immediately turned around and rushed towards Lin Shui'er. On the ground, Lin Shui'er was holding a mid-rank earth weapon and fighting a green source giant that had just entered the earth core realm. No, it should be said that it was a waste of energy, because Lin Shui'er's attack couldn't cause any damage to her opponent. Why is its defense so strong? Lin Shui'er suddenly felt powerless. She had just broken through to the earth core realm, and she also had a mid-rank earth weapon and a mid-rank earth martial skill. However, she still couldn't cause any damage to the stone golem. How strong was its defense? Most importantly, if they continued to delay and were surrounded by the other green source giants, they would be in danger. Right at this moment. Do you need help? Suddenly, a voice entered her ears. She turned her head and saw a figure descending from the sky. Ka! Yi Xian crashed down, and the Danyuan greatsword in his hand directly hacked into the head of the green source giant. You're still short? His brows furrowed slightly, and he quickly drew his sword and slashed down again. The greatsword cut into the small green giant's body, and then there was a rumbling sound, and the small green giant was split into 2. It had been shaken into 2 halves. This time, the green source giant's defense seems to be even higher than before. Could it be the effect of the celestial limestone? Yi Xian murmured in his heart. He turned his head and asked, "Are you okay?" Lin Shui'er was stunned. Even she couldn't do anything to this green source giant, but Yi Xian only used 2 moves to kill it. Why was the gap between them so big again? Why are you here? Lin Shui'er reacted and asked in shock. Can you ask something more interesting? Yi Xian shook his head. When he saw Lin Shui'er's left arm hanging by her side, he threw her a powerful healing pill and continued, "Follow me, don't run around." He put away the corpse beside his feet, and then ran in a certain direction. Lin Shui'er was stunned for a moment, but she ate the pill and followed him. The first round of eruption hit dozens of soaring sky rocks and sky thunder eagles, which meant that hundreds of people fell to the ground. After a few steps, Yi Xian ran into a disciple from the Heavenly Yuan sect. Right now, he was fighting a green source giant. Luckily, this green source giant was small, and at most, it had just broken through to the mortal core realm. If not, he would have been dead. After Yi Xian appeared, he cut the green source giant in half with a swing of his sword. After that, he quickly devoured the corpse and threw the Xian beast core into his devouring space. The disciple was startled. He turned around and saw Lin Shui'er coming out from the forest. He immediately shouted, "Seen your sister. Follow him, don't fall behind," Lin Shui'er said as she started chasing after Yi Xian. The disciple didn't dare stay any longer, he quickly followed her. Yi Xian's feeling the range of his detection had exceeded 1,000 meters, and this gave him a lot of convenience. First, he could sense the size of the green source giants within range, and second, he could find his own people. If he ran into those big green source giants, Yi Xian would deliberately avoid them, because those green source giants were at least at the late Earth core realm. Luckily, there weren't many green source giants at this level, so Yi Xian was always successful. Soon, he had gathered a group of 10 people. Of course, along the way, they mostly saw corpses, soaring sky rocks, sky thunder eagles, and humans. Not only that, they also ran into another group, and the leader of this group was the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Yuan sect, Yi Tianlang. Shui'er, I'm glad you're okay. When Yi Tianlang saw Lin Shui'er, he let out a sigh of relief. Grand Elder, where's Master? Lin Shui'er couldn't help but ask. I don't know, there's no time to think about that. You guys follow me, we'll talk after we get to a safe place. Yi Tianlang shook his head, then he led the group of 20 people and prepared to leave. He was the strongest person in the two sects, so it wasn't a problem for him to lead a group of people away, as long as the green source giant didn't explode again. There were disciples of the Heavenly Yuan sect and disciples of the Soaring Sky Mansion in this group. With Yi Tianlang around, Yi Xian was relieved. He paused for a moment before quietly turning around. However, at this moment. Where are you going? Lin Shui'er saw Yi Xian's figure from the corner of her eyes, so she quickly asked. When the others heard this, they also stopped in their tracks. Of course I'm going back to continue hunting Xian beasts. Yi Xian casually replied. Are you crazy? What if we run into a giant? Lin Shui'er asked in disbelief. Yi Tianlang also tried to dissuade him. Kid, I've seen people who don't care about their lives, but I've never seen someone as reckless as you. In this situation even I might die, so you should follow us and lead this place first. Senior, I'm not a kid, I know what I'm doing. I'll leave first. Yi Xian was too lazy to explain, so he directly turned around and left. With a roar, Yi Hao led the crowd and quickly rushed to the mound on the right. At this time, the enemies realized that they had been exposed. They quickly took off the branches and leaves and camouflage on their bodies and began to fight back. TMD. We have been lying down for so long in vain. Archers. Shoot. An expert at the early stage of the Sky Martial Arts realm standing at the back quickly ordered at this time. A group of people who were shot by the archers raised their hands and pulled the bowstrings. Arrows with dark green liquid rained down on the crowd like raindrops. Yi Hao shouted in a deep voice. He raised his hand and waved twice, signaling everyone to gather. Then, he shouted and opened his hands. A huge green light shield directly appeared in front of him. Xianxia still remembered that Yi Hao resisted the attack of the roasting fire bulls by himself and stopped tens of thousands of powerful bulls to buy time for the guards to retreat. Blocking the arrows was nothing to him. Xianxia was clear about this, so he asked Yi Hao to face the enemy on the right. A black figure instantly rushed out and directly rushed into the crowd. The enemy at the early stage of the Sky Martial Arts realm held a long sword and shouted, "How dare you block the attack of my team's archers? I think you are tired of living. I will break your shield." After saying that, he was about to step forward. At this time a chuckle sounded behind the man. I say, where are you looking? What? The man turned his head in surprise, but the moment he turned his head, a palm directly penetrated his chest, pinched his heart, and came out from his back. Taper killed this so-called master of the Sky Martial Arts realm with one blow. In front of the peak of the Martial King realm, he could only be pressed to the ground and ravaged. This attack was silent, and even the group of enemies in the Earth Martial Arts realm who had begun to regroup in front of them did not notice it at all. Shoot! When the enemies in the Earth Martial Arts realm approached Yi Hao, their arrows also stopped. At this time, Yi Hao withdrew his shield, and the Imperial Guards shot sharp arrows. They directly killed more than a dozen enemies in the Earth Martial Arts realm, and they were directly shot into hedgehogs in midair. They should not have thought that they had reached the Earth Martial Arts realm, but could not escape the arrows of the Xian Martial Arts realm. At this time, Yi Hao led the Imperial Guards and really collided with these people. Taper began to kill these people wantonly at the back of the team, and Xianxia's experience bar was also slowly wriggling. It was so F***king awesome, it had been a long time since he saw the experience bar increase. Although it only wriggled a little after killing so many people, it was already very exciting for Xianxia. Of course, at this time, the mound on the left was not for nothing. There were more people, and there were also more experts in the earth martial arts realm, so Xianxia left them for himself. Because he knew that these people could not do anything to him. After all, when Xianxia was ruthless, he was not afraid of them at all. However, the imperial guards behind him were different. After all, they had spirit stones to help them cultivate, but these imperial guards had not even entered the spiritual vein to cultivate, let alone the dragon vein. They could not compete at all. It was because Xianxia knew this that he let the imperial guards go to the main battlefield on the right. When the battle started, Xianxia quickly let the 4th and 5th teams directly change direction to support the battlefield on the right, and he led the 3rd team to intercept. 1,000 imperial guards were enough. Humph. Xianxia. I must avenge my son today. At the front of the crowd, an expert in the late stage of the sky martial arts realm walked forward quickly with 2 long swords. Avenge your son? Xianxia murmured. He then looked at the man, 7 luminaries sect, holding 2 swords. This is the dual sword style. Xianxia then remembered the young man who questioned and provoked him on the stage during the selection of the martial arts competition, and was eventually killed by him. That person seemed to be called Mu Feng. The reason why Xianxia could remember was that the dual sword style was too useful. Mu Feng, the son of the 7 luminaries sect master, so this man was the sect master of 7 luminaries sect? You are Mu Yuan? Xianxia looked at the man and asked in a deep voice. The man was very surprised that Xianxia could actually know his identity, so he said, "It seems that you know a lot, but it's useless. Today, all of you will die here, no one will leave alive." After saying that, he raised his hand, and the archers drew their bows and arrows. In an instant, thousands of arrows were shot towards him. Among these people, there were 700 to 800 experts in the earth martial arts realm, and half of them were in the Xian martial arts realm. Compared to the battlefield on the right, there were 100 to 200 more experts in the earth martial arts realm. 3 rounds of arrows were shot. At this time, Mu Yuan had already led the experts in the earth martial arts realm to rush towards Xianxia. Xianxia was not afraid at all. He opened his hands, and suddenly, an invisible energy wrapped around him. He just stood in front of the 1,000 people. Yihao had the bloodline shield of the spirit turtle in the deep pool. This Xianxia could not compare, but his spirit turtle armor was not to be trifled with. Although the spirit turtle armor could only protect himself, it could still be adjusted to size. As long as he adjusted it big enough, the arrows would not be able to hit them. Whoosh! Xianxia, who was blessed with the spirit turtle armor, blocked in front of everyone with a ball-shaped barrier. 3 rounds of arrows actually did not break it. This also surprised Mu Feng a little. Xianxia had been cultivating in the dragon vein for half a year, and now his cultivation had reached the peak of the earth martial arts realm. However, he had not heard of any bloodline power from him. To be able to block so many arrows in one breath, he really had some ability. However, seeing that Xianxia's face was a little pale at this time, the corners of his mouth rose. He knew that Xianxia's martial qi had also been consumed a lot, which meant that he was one step closer to death. At this time, Mu Yuan had already come in front of Xianxia with both swords. Xianxia shouted, "Behind me, I tell you to rush, then come up." After saying that, Xianxia instantly activated the absolute divine steps. The Tai Huang sword appeared in his left hand, and he directly rushed forward. Wind blade. Xianxia raised the long sword in his hand. The Tai Huang sword mixed with powerful wind elements instantly raged out, and 3 sword qi directly blasted towards Mu Yuan and the experts of the earth martial arts realm. Xianxia was an expert at the peak of the earth martial arts realm, and he was a real expert at the peak of the earth martial arts realm. Different from them who had used spirit stones to quickly reach the earth martial arts realm, Xianxia's martial qi was more vigorous and pure, not as unstable as theirs. Mu Yuan was not afraid of Xianxia's attack because he was an expert of the sky martial arts realm, but the others could not. Therefore, these experts of the earth martial arts realm all slowed down, ready to dodge the wind blade. Mu Yuan rushed forward, with the anger of revenge, crossed the 2 swords in his hands, and suddenly slashed forward. Fierce martial qi lingered on the blades of the 2 swords. The 2 earth-level weapons, together with Mu Yuan's realm, actually blocked Xianxia's powerful attack. He dispersed the middle of Xianxia's 3 wind blades, and instantly rushed toward Xianxia. The 2 sides moved forward, leaving a gap in the middle, and they all gathered in the middle to dodge. At this time, Jiang Xiaofan's martial qi had been consumed by more than half, and the spirit tortoise shell just now was really a bit too much for him. Mu Yuan rushed forward, the blade of his sword shining with cold light, ready to launch a fatal blow to Jiang Xiaofan. Die! Following Mu Yuan's shout, the blade of his sword was already stabbing toward Jiang Xiaofan's chest at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Jiang Xiaofan's eyes flashed with thousands of thoughts. The moment the tip of the sword collided with his chest, he disappeared in the next second. Mu Yuan missed, and he hurriedly stopped. His Yi almost instantly extended, and locked onto Jiang Xiaofan's position. He quickly turned around and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Seeing the order from the faction leader, everyone reacted at this time. At this time, Jiang Xiaofan brandished his long sword, and 3 rays of sword qi blasted from behind them. The 2 rays of sword qi just now happened to merge together, and when they turned around and saw the attack, they quickly retreated to dodge. Blocking on both sides and blocking the way back, he could only move towards the gap in Mu Yuan's defense. Everyone gathered together and retreated towards the gap together. "That's all you've got?" Speaking of this, Jiang Xiaofan's right hand flashed, and instantly a long sword appeared in his hand. He was standing at the position of the gap. What he held in his hand was the Celestial Destroyer sword. The burning flame in the blade of the sword shone on Jiang Xiaofan's cold-side face. He smiled contemptuously at the crowd. With this little ability, they wanted to kill his imperial guards. Everyone felt the powerful power exuded by Jiang Xiaofan, and they were all frightened. The combat martial body was activated. Jiang Xiaofan's strength was already at the peak of the earth martial arts realm. When the combat martial body was activated, his strength doubled, and he directly reached the strength of an expert of the sky martial arts realm, fire. Sickle, this was the strongest attack that Jiang Xiaofan could make. Just now, he swallowed the moon cooling pill in an instant, and his martial qi had recovered a lot. This move of fire sickle gathered about 70% of his martial qi, and it could be said that the power was quite amazing. The powerful power of a 10th grade immortal grade weapon, the support of the fire element of the bright bird, and Jiang Xiaofan's current strength, the power of this attack was self-evident. Boom! The blade swept across, and the flame instantly filled the small space surrounded by the wind blades. There were bursts of wailing in the sea of fire, but in just a few seconds, they were turned into ashes in this flame. The fire sickle raged in a super-large range with a radius of about 150 meters, instantly killing 500 or 600 experts of the earth martial arts realm who were tied up by the wind blades. Jiang Xiaofan's experience bar moved slightly. At this time, Mu Yuan was standing behind Jiang Xiaofan, and his face was green. This was not King human. One person directly killed more than 80% of his strongest combat power, and it was just a face-to-face encounter. How could he fight like this? He only had a few subordinates of the Xin martial arts realm left. Looking at the hill on the right, Yi Hao led the people to rush to the sand, and the taper shuttled through the crowd. In the face of the experts of the martial king realm, these people had no power to fight back at all. It was like cutting melons and vegetables. In a short while, the area around the taper was cleared. Mu Yuan saw that the ambush had failed, and the situation was lost. It could be said that the mission had completely failed. His eyes were red, and he stared fiercely at Jiang Xiaofan. Then, holding the 2 swords, he suddenly turned around and rushed toward the 1,000 imperial guards. F***ck. Jiang Xiaofan was shocked. There was such a move. He couldn't beat him, but he actually attacked his people. Uncle could tolerate it, but Aunt couldn't attack him. Yi Tianlang didn't even turn his head as he replied, "That kid from the Soaring Heaven Mansion was besieged by more than 20 green source giants. Among them, there were even 4 early Earth Core Realm warriors. I never thought that he would be able to kill them all." As soon as these words were spoken, the rest of the people on the Heavenly Thunder Eagle were extremely shocked. Even a small Earth Core stage martial artist would find it extremely difficult to kill a small Earth Core stage green source giant. However, Yi Xian was able to do it by himself. Furthermore, he was fighting 1 against 20. This was simply monstrous. Lin Shuer was also looking into the distance. Although she couldn't see clearly, she could see a lot of green source giants heading towards a certain direction. Presumably, that was where Yi Xian was. Back then, when Yi Xian fought with him, his strength seemed to be only slightly stronger than hers. However, in less than half a month, the gap between her and Yi Xian had been rapidly widened. This caused her to be unable to figure it out. Sect Master is over there. Not good, there is a green source giant at the late Earth core realm. You guys stay here, I'll go and help. Tian Lang suddenly said. He then jumped off the heavenly thunder eagle and rushed over. He saw a figure suddenly appear on Yi Xian's side. It was the sect master of the heavenly Yuan sect, Mo Ziyun. More importantly, he was being chased by a green source giant that was around 6 to 7 meters tall. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was using his gliding wings to kill the green source giants, also saw a huge figure. Fuck, I lured a big guy over. Yi Xian's body trembled as he cursed in his heart. A late Earth core realm green source giant. Even if he ate an energetic pill, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. Kid, let's deal with it together. Mo Ziyun attracted the attention of the green source giant and shouted loudly. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had just finished cleaning up the green source giants. He sighed helplessly and rushed over. Sect Master Mo, you should have just run away. Why did you lure it over to me? Yi Xian said helplessly. It's not easy to find a profound beast. When Mo Ziyun saw Yi Xian approaching, he immediately stopped in his tracks and dodged to the side. Then, he sent out a palm strike. Bang! The green origin giant beast that was chasing after them was hit head-on. It lost its footing and fell to the ground. The inner core of a profound beast that has reached the profound earth core realm. This time, our two sects can use this opportunity to grow stronger. You hold him back. Mo Ziyun shouted as he rushed forward and started attacking crazily. He had already discovered that these green source giants had very strong defenses, but their insides were actually very weak. Therefore, when he used his palm technique, the effect was very good. You want to break through to the heavenly core realm with a profound beast's core? I don't think it's that easy. If a late earth core warrior wants to break through to the heavenly core realm, it's best to use a profound beast's core. Yi Xian thought to himself, but he still rushed forward. He estimated that the remaining effects of the Great Vigor Pill would most likely end here. But, what Mo Ziyun said was right. A profound beast's core could help him break through, all he needed to do was collect more. But, this 6 to 7 meter tall green source giant wasn't easy to deal with. With the help of his 8 Desolation Greatsword, Yi Xian helped Mo Ziyun block the giant's fist attack. Originally, Mo Ziyun didn't have the confidence to fight this giant alone, but with Yi Xian holding it back, he could now attack with all his strength. In less than 10 seconds, the green source giant's speed had obviously decreased, and its left leg had been slapped more than 10 times by Mo Ziyun. Chop off its left leg. Right at this moment, Mo Ziyun pushed the green source giant away, then he shouted at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He held the 8 Desolation Greatsword and chopped at the giant's leg. Crack, although he had the help of the Great Vigor Pill, his strength was still not enough, and he only managed to chop off half of the leg. But, the 8 Desolation Greatsword still had a second attack. Buzz! The 8 Desolation Greatsword suddenly exploded, and the leg was directly blown off by him. After losing a leg, the green source giant's threat was reduced by at least half. If it wanted to move, it could only use its hands. Meat tank, you're already missing a leg. Let's see how you're going to continue reloading. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. As long as the green source giant tried to get up, he would chop it down with his sword. As for Mo Ziyun, he jumped onto the green source giant's body and continuously attacked. In less than half a minute, the green source giant was beaten to death. It's dead? Yi Xian blinked and said, Sect Master Mo, how do we take out the Shan beast's inner core? Keep it first, we'll talk about it when we get back. Mo Ziyun replied. Then I'll help you. Give me the corpse, and I'll give you the Shan beast's inner core. Yi Xian took a big step forward and directly kept the corpse. Then, he used the devour space to devour the corpse. After that, only the Shan beast's inner core was left. Then, he took out the Shan beast's inner core and threw it to Mo Ziyun with a smile, Sect Master Mo, from the looks of it, you don't seem to be able to do it. Do you still want to continue? If the two of us work together, we can destroy them. However, I've used up a lot of my Dan essence, so I need to recover for a while. Mo Ziyun said with a pale face. I have a pill that can quickly recover Dan essence. Sect Master Mo and I will work together, and we'll split the loot 50-50. What do you think? Yi Xian said directly. Pill? Mo Ziyun narrowed his eyes. He knew that Yi Xian was not only a weapon refiner, but also a pill refiner. He immediately became interested in his pills. Yi Xian did not say anything and threw 10 pills over. All of them were divine pills that could instantly recover Dan essence. Mo Ziyun ate one pill and found that it directly recovered 10% of his Dan essence. If he ate 10 pills, then he would recover all of his Dan essence. Okay, 50-50. Mo Ziyun immediately agreed. He had just seen Yi Xian's abilities. Now that he had these pills, it was not a loss. Following that, Yi Xian leaped high into the air and checked. He discovered that this area had already been cleaned up by them. However, there were still many other areas. After all, they had only killed less than 50 of them. As for the huge rocks that the green source giant exploded, there were probably more than 1,000 of them. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed in. Grand Elder, you're here too. Mo Ziyun was slightly stunned when he saw the person. I saw you being chased by a big guy just now, so I came to help. I didn't expect that the two of you would deal with it yourselves. Yi Tianlang said helplessly. Grand Elder, how is the evacuation of the others? Mo Ziyun asked again. Yi Tianlang sighed, most of the survivors have been sent out. If there are still people who haven't left, they should be corpses. Let's not talk about this first. That green source giant did not seem to be affected. That's right, if we can get so many inner cores, the Heavenly Yuan sect will definitely be stronger than before. But, I'm afraid there might be some Heavenly Core inner cores. Mo Ziyun nodded his head. With their current strength, it was already difficult for them to deal with a late Earth Core warrior, let alone a Heavenly Core warrior. Yi Tianlang said, don't worry, we can find Zhou Yan and Lin Shi. With the four of us working together, we should be able to fight a Heavenly Core warrior. When Yi Xian heard this, he felt a little helpless. 4 people? Did they exclude him? But, before they met a Heavenly Core warrior, he could still do something. So, the 3 of them decided to work together and split the loot. Yi Xian would get 30%, and the Heavenly Yuan sect would get 70%. Of course, this was how the late Earth Core warriors would split the loot. As for the initial Earth Core warriors and below, they would split the loot. Soon, Soaring Heaven Mansion's Supreme Elder and sect leader Zhou Yan escorted all the survivors out of the cave and came back. The 5 of them worked together, and they were very efficient. In less than half an hour, they had cleaned up the entire area, and split the loot equally. Yi Xian got quite a lot of loot as well. After deducting the expenses, they had earned 10 Devour crystals, and most of them were from pills and corpses. In the past half an hour, they had also killed a dozen late Earth Core warriors. It was a pretty good loot. If they gave all these inner cores to a single person, they would definitely be able to break through to the Heavenly Core realm. But too bad, they had all been divided up. If we can clean up the rest of the inner cores, all 4 of us might be able to break through to the Heavenly Core realm. All 4 of them had the same thought in their minds. Yi Xian had the same thought, but he was thinking about breaking through to the Earth Core realm. However, they did not dare to continue. The reason for that was because the green source giant suddenly let out a roar. Boom! This roar shook the entire area. After that, Yi Xian and the other 4 men saw huge rocks erupt one after another. It's the 3rd eruption, be careful. Zhou Yan immediately shouted. No, this is not an ordinary eruption, I think it's a Heavenly Core warrior. Let's go, let's go. Heavenly Core realm, hearing this, everyone immediately turned around, not daring to mess with them. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Although there were only a few dozen boulders this time, these boulders were much bigger than the previous ones. They were definitely Heavenly Core profound beasts, and if they were surrounded by them, even the 5 of them wouldn't be able to escape death. Fortunately, the power of this explosion was not very strong, and it only landed near the green source giant. When it landed, it was still 3,000 to 4,000 meters away from Yi Xian and the others. Yi Xian leaped high into the air. Looking at the green source giants that were over 10 meters tall, he revealed a fearful expression. He calculated for a moment, and found out that there were more than 30 heavenly core warriors coming out, and all of them were heavenly core warriors. Thus, they could no longer continue to clean up. No, we can't go in anymore. If we are targeted by 2 at the same time, things will be troublesome. Yi Tianlong's forehead was covered in cold sweat. What a pity, what a pity. Mo Ziyun shook his head. Just as he finished speaking, the green source giant roared at the sky again. Then, the smaller green source giant started to move out. Not good, let's go. Zhou Yan's expression changed, and he immediately turned around and left. They couldn't stay in this place any longer. This time, they retreated to a distance of 10,000 meters away and regrouped with the rest of the group. Right at this moment, on top of a cliff, 2 sects were doing a head count. 100 men from the Heavenly Yuan sect came, but only 30 were left. As for the Soaring Heaven Mansion, 60 men came, but less than 20 survived. As for the Flying Mounts, many of them were killed, and a few profound beasts were killed as well. Only 20 of them were left. The number of casualties was really high. Rumble, loud noises kept coming from afar. Everyone turned around, and they saw that the green source giant was finally moving. But, it was tearing apart the Heavenly Yuan sect. That green source giant, how did it do it? How can it give birth to so many profound beasts? It must have swallowed that fist-sized celestial blue rock, and that caused it to mutate. If not, how could it become like this? There are already heavenly core giants now, will there be some minor heavenly core giants next? If these giants come out, the entire heavenly water continent will be in chaos. We can only blame ourselves for being too weak. All we can do is watch our fellow disciples die. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, die in there. All the surviving disciples were whispering to each other. On the other side, the higher-ups of both sects were having a discussion. The Heavenly Yuan sect has been destroyed, and that green source giant is taking revenge on us. I'm afraid we can't go back, we can only find another place to settle the rest of the disciples. Mo Ziyun shook his head and said. How about this, the Soaring Heaven Mansion can open up a place for all of you to live in. Zhou Yan said generously. Yi Tianlang was overjoyed when he heard this, thank you, Elder Zhou. The relationship between both sects was very normal, and they didn't have any contact with each other. The reason why Zhou Yan was willing to give up the place was because of Yi Xian. They also knew that Yi Xian and Lin Shui's ancestors were from the same family, and both of them held important positions in their respective sections. Therefore, unknowingly, both sects had a special relationship. Alright, I'm afraid we can't take back the disciples' corpses. Let's fix them up and plan for the long term. Then, the 2 sects built a temporary camp nearby. However, the atmosphere was very strange. After the green source giant exploded 3 times, it didn't explode again. However, it had already destroyed the entire Heavenly Yuan sect and occupied the mountain as its king. Over at the Heavenly Yuan sect, the atmosphere was foul because of the green source giant. Although the buildings could be rebuilt if they were damaged, the Heavenly Yuan sect still had the formations left behind by their ancestors. These formations were also destroyed by the green source giant. Both sects left some people to guard and prevent the Xian beasts from charging over. As for the others, they rested in their respective camps. Yi Xian took out all the corpses he found in the forest and handed them over to the people in charge of burying them. Then, he returned to the cave he set up. Song Suijing was the only one in the cave. When she saw Yi Xian come in, she revealed a strange expression. What's wrong? Why do you have such an expression? Yi Xian asked in surprise. I feel so weak. I can't help at all. Song Suijing frowned. Yi Xian knew that she must be worried about what happened before. He quickly said, who said that? It's because the enemy is too strong, that's why you feel weak. As he spoke, he walked to Song Suijing's side and took out a few Xian beasts' cores. He said, these Xian beasts' cores are all yours. As long as you refine these cores, you will be able to break through to the initial Earth core realm. At that time, you will be stronger than me. End of chapter. But, it took you so much effort to get these, why are you giving them all to me? Song Suijing quickly pushed the inner cores back to him. Yi Xian let out an indifferent laugh and said, "The amount of inner cores in my storage ring is more than you can imagine. Not only that, I've also prepared a set for your brother." He then took out another set of inner cores. If these inner cores were sold, they would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Really? Song Suijing still couldn't believe it. Yi Xian helplessly pinched her cheeks and said, "They're just inner cores, I'll go get some more later." Song Suijing was shocked when she heard this. "You're going back there again? There's a heavenly core warrior there." "Don't worry, I'm not going to the heavenly Yuan sect, I'm going to the Green Serene Land. Now that the Green Source Giant has left, there's nothing there that can threaten me." Yi Xian quickly shook his head. "I'm going too," Song Suijing said with a firm expression. "Just stay here and refine the profound beast's inner core. This pill is the same as before, it can greatly increase the speed at which you refine the inner core. I'll only be gone for a few days. When I come back, you guys might be able to break through to the Earth Core stage." Yi Xian took out a few more pills. Earth Core realm. After hearing this, Song Suijing's eyes lit up. She was only at the initial mortal core realm, and she was still one step away from breaking through to the Earth Core realm. Was it really possible to break through to the Earth Core realm in a few days? Right at this moment, she subconsciously lowered her head and looked around. She realized that all the inner cores were at the Earth Core realm, not a single one was at the mortal core realm. "Be careful then, I'll wait for you here." Song Suijing thought for a moment, then she decided not to follow him. Just now, the Supreme Elder said that he might bring everyone back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion first. "You guys can go back first, I'll go straight to the Soaring Heaven Mansion later," Yi Xian said. "N." Song Suijing nodded her head obediently. Before this, she didn't have much confidence in Yi Xian, but this time, she was full of confidence. Yi Xian was probably the only person who could easily kill a small Earth Core Green Source Giant with a cultivation base at the late mortal core realm. The two of them quietly waited in the cave for a while. Soon after, the Supreme Elder sent someone over to ask them to return to the Soaring Firmament Mansion. As for Yi Xian, he rode on a rock and headed straight to the Green Serene Land. The Green Source Giant Green Source Giant Green Source Giant. If one were to refine a high-grade one, one's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Note, this chapter is not finished yet. Please turn the page. Although the cultivation obtained through this method wasn't stable, if it was used with the refining pill that Yi Xian exchanged for, not only would the refining speed be greatly increased, there wouldn't be any side effects. Therefore, this time, Yi Xian wanted to hunt a huge amount of inner cores, then sell them together with the refining pill. The profit would definitely be more than what he could get from consuming the inner cores. However, there were a few competitors for this precious land. 2 Earth Core sect elders from the Soaring Heaven Mansion came. They were the chief weapon craftsman, Elder Hu, and the chief alchemist, Elder Lian. As for the Heavenly Yuan sect, they sent 2 initial Earth Core sect elders. The competition was quite fierce. The 5 of them rode on a rock and headed to the Green Serene Land. They traveled through the night, and it only took them 1 day to arrive. After that, they asked the rock to rest in a safe place, then they all entered the Green Serene Land. TSK, I can feel it. My efficiency is definitely higher than all 4 of them combined." Yi Xian sneered. The reason why there were so few divine core warriors in the 4 big regions was because of the lack of profound beasts. Without profound beast cores to help them cultivate, they could only rely on time. If they could obtain a huge amount of profound beast cores, then the Soaring Heaven Mansion would definitely surpass the Heavenly Yuan sect. But, Yi Xian didn't dare be careless. After all, there were still profound Earth Core profound beasts here. 3 o'clock, 600 meters. Yi Xian closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, then he immediately dashed out. The slaughter had begun. The Green Serene Land wasn't a big place. Since the 5 of them entered from different directions, it would probably only take them 2 days to kill all the profound beasts here. Yi Xian's efficiency was extremely fast. In just half a day, he'd already killed over 100 profound beasts and obtained over 100 profound beast inner cores of different ranks. Among them, there were even 7 Earth Core inner cores, 3 of which were at the initial Earth Core stage. In total, there were more than 100 profound beast cores. However, when night fell, Yi Xian suddenly saw a corpse. It was a human corpse that shocked him. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and realized that he had seen the corpse before. He immediately murmured in shock, "Isn't this the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Yuan sect? How did he die here?" He subconsciously checked the surroundings, and after confirming that there weren't any living things around, he walked over to the corpse. The corpse was indeed the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Yuan sect. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Yuan sect was an initial Earth Core Realm expert. With the addition of a mid-Earth Core Realm Profound Beast that he bought from Yi Xian, he should have been able to fight against a Profound Earth Core Profound Beast. Yet, he had died there. Yi Xian carefully checked the corpse and found that the Grand Elder had a lifeless expression when he died. There were no wounds on his body, so he didn't know how he died. The Yin and Yang ring and the mid-Earth tool are still here. Looks like it wasn't done by someone. What could have killed him? Yi Xian was extremely surprised. He immediately put away the Yin and Yang ring and the mid-Earth tool. However, just as he was about to put the corpse away, he was shocked to find that the corpse couldn't be put into the Yin and Yang ring. Why was that? Yi Xian was very surprised. The devouring system couldn't store corpses, but the Yin and Yang ring could. However, in the next moment, he knew why. There seemed to be something swimming in the corpse's stomach. At this moment, the thing suddenly swam to the corpse's throat, then suddenly jumped out. Not good. Yi Xian reacted. He quickly disassembled the 8 Desolate sword and condensed it into an 8 Desolate shield, blocking in front of him. Bang, something hit the 8 Desolate shield, but it was blocked by the shield. Yi Xian couldn't see it. His eyes flashed, and as soon as his voice rang out, a surge of Dan essence gushed out. "I don't care what you are, I'll cut you into 8 pieces first." 8 Desolate wind formation. In an instant, the shield was torn to pieces, and began to move in a complicated pattern. However, as the 8 sharp blades were moving at high speed, Yi Xian saw a green light flash into the bushes. Trying to run? Yi Xian took out his mid-earth tool bow and shot a fire dragon arrow in that direction. The extremely high temperature instantly burned the trees in the way to ashes. However, the thing still managed to escape. What is that thing? How can it be so fast? Yi Xian revealed an expression of shock. Even his eyes couldn't see what that thing was. Moreover, he could sense it when it was moving, but he couldn't sense it after it entered the bushes. This meant that it was still around. End of chapter. What the hell is this thing? How could it drill into my throat? Luckily I have the 8 Desolate shield, or else my internal organs would have been eaten by it. Thinking about this, Yi Xian subconsciously swallowed his saliva. He quickly raised his hand and shot out a fire dragon arrow, burning the surrounding area and forcing the thing to reveal its true form. However, just as he raised his hand and shot out the third arrow, a green light appeared. It's finally out. I'll keep my mouth shut. Let's see how you're going to get in. Yi Xian thought to himself and once again used the 8 Desolate wind formation. At the same time, he raised the longbow in his hand and shot towards the sky. Rain of arrows, countless starlights shot out and pierced through the surrounding trees. The green light was frightened and quickly fled into the distance. Yi Xian caught sight of its figure and his eyes flickered. Mid-rank Earthrealm martial art, soul-breaking arrow. Swoosh! The arrow pierced through the sky, but it didn't hit the thing. Such fast speed, it has already surpassed me. Yi Xian was shocked once again. His speed was already considered fast, even a small Earth Core warrior wouldn't be able to catch up with him. But this thing was even faster than Yi Xian, it should be at the peak of the Earth Core realm. This thing looks like a small snake, but it's much faster than me. I'll give up. Although the profound core of a profound beast at the late Earth Core realm was very precious and could allow a martial artist who had just entered the Earth Core realm to break through to the initial Earth Core realm, this little snake wasn't even afraid of the 8 Desolate wind killing array. Yi Xian wasn't confident in killing it. If it accidentally entered his stomach, it would be troublesome. It was fine if his heart was eaten, but what if his kidney was eaten? How was he going to play then? Therefore, Yi Xian decided to be a coward this time. After putting away the corpse of the Great Elder of the Heavenly Yuan sect, Yi Xian directly left in the opposite direction. After that, he found a place and emptied the Great Elder's storage ring into his devouring space. Not bad, not bad. The wealth of a small Earth Core warrior is indeed not bad. Yi Xian was grinning from ear to ear. Not counting the Niden, he had about 1 trillion devouring points, which was equivalent to 1 devouring crystal. He carefully calculated. There were 33 mortal core inner cores, 3 early Earth Core inner cores, and 2 initial Earth Core inner cores. In total, there were about 5 devour crystals. Next, he began to kill again. However, he did not dare to be careless now. If he was not careful, his kidneys could be eaten. The green land at night is not dark, and many plants will emit a faint light. The green light that stretched as far as the eye could see allowed those green-skinned Xian beasts to hide very well within it. However, Yi Xian could easily find these mystical beasts with the help of his bloodline. Right at this moment. Hiss! A faint sound entered Yi Xian's ears. It wasn't the sound of the grass rustling in the wind, but something moving on the ground. It's that damn thing. Yi Xian immediately sensed it. It was that little snake. But this time, the situation was a bit special. The little snake had just drilled into a person's mouth. Who is it? Yi Xian's heart trembled. Right now, besides him, there were only 3 people left in the green land. He wondered who this dead person was. Yi Xian stood a few hundred meters away. He took out a mid-rank Earth tier bow and arrows and waited. The figure a few hundred meters away was crazily twitching. In the end, it fell limp on the ground, dead. Since he's dead, then I'll offend you. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He quickly drew his bow and shot a few soul-breaking arrows. Swoosh, the soul-breaking arrows pierced through the air and hit the corpse. Did I hit it? Yi Xian frowned. He shot a few more arrows, just in case. A total of 7 arrows, all of which hit the corpse's stomach. After that, Yi Xian did not sense anything coming out of the corpse's mouth. Then, he rushed over to the corpse. The corpse was none other than Elder Hu, the chief weapon craftsman of Soaring Heaven Mansion. However, Elder Hu's corpse was already riddled with holes. The soul-breaking arrows had pierced through 7 times. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to whip the corpse. Yi Xian mourned for 2 seconds in his heart. Then, he quietly walked over. At this moment, a ball of green light suddenly shot out of the green-bearded elder's stomach and headed straight for Yi Xian. He's not dead yet? Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. He suddenly disassembled the 8 desolate sword. 8 desolate shield, clang, the 8 desolate shield formed in an instant. Coincidentally, it happened to clamp the little snake's head. Yi Xian did not care about anything else. He immediately raised his hand and shot a soul-breaking arrow. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Whoosh, a cold light flashed and shot into the small head in the middle of the 8 desolate shield. Clang, the 8 desolate shield opened up and the little snake's corpse fell to the ground. At this moment, Yi Xian finally saw the little snake's appearance. This little snake was no different from an ordinary snake. It was green all over and there was a circle symbol on its head. Such an ordinary little snake. How could it be so fast? What is it? Yi Xian squatted down and placed his hand on the dead snake's body. He muttered in his heart, "Devour." However, in the next moment, he heard a system notification that was different from the others. It was a system notification that he had never heard before. Ding! The host has devoured a devouring beast's corpse. The reward is 1 advancement point. What? Yi Xian was surprised. He immersed his consciousness into the devouring system. At this moment, other than the devouring crystals and devouring points, there was an additional advancement point in the devouring system. Just as he was wondering what the advancement point was for, another notification sounded. Ding! Activating the high-grade bloodline advancement system. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. High-grade bloodline advancement system? He quickly checked the high-grade bloodlines that he had fused with and realized that there were many more branches. 1000 Beast Bloodline, can be advanced. Advancement Path 1, Strength. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the strength of both hands by 10%. Advancement Path 2, Agility. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the speed of movement by 10%. Thunderbolt Leopard Bloodline, can be advanced. Advancement Path 1, Agility. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the speed of movement by 10%. Advancement Path 2, Jumping Power. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the speed of movement by 10%. Thousand Flower Bloodline, can be advanced. Advancement Path 1, Recovery Speed. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the speed of recovery by 10%. Advancement Path 2, Detoxification Ability. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the detoxification ability by 10%. Sword Emperor Bloodline, can be advanced. Advancement Path 1, Sword Skill Power. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the power of sword skills by 10%. Advancement Path 2, Perception. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the perception of sword skills by 10%. Yi Xian had fused with more than 10 bloodlines. Each bloodline could be advanced. He took a look and realized that this advancement point was too overpowered. The 10,000 Beasts bloodline's 2 advancement paths were very useful. One was to increase the strength of his hands, while the other was to increase the speed of his legs. If he obtained 10 advancement points and advanced the 10,000 Beasts bloodline's agility 10 times, wouldn't his speed double? He looked through all the bloodline advancement paths and realized that movement speed was the best choice. Among all the martial arts in the world, only speed was invincible. As long as one's speed was fast enough, one could even stab a person to death with a tree branch. If one's movement speed was fast enough, one could even smash a person's head with a kick. He did not have violent tendencies, and strength was not his favorite, so naturally, he would choose movement speed. A 10% increase in movement speed could very well be the difference between victory and defeat in a battle. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of another problem. Both the 10,000 Beasts bloodline and the Thunder Leopard bloodline had movement speed advancement paths. Moreover, the 10,000 Beasts bloodline and the Thunder Leopard bloodline were both physique bloodlines. In the future, he could only upgrade one bloodline to the top level. He could only upgrade the second bloodline by exchanging for the top-level bloodline expansion. After the 10,000 Beasts bloodline advanced, it would be the Beast King bloodline. After the Thunder Leopard bloodline advanced, it would be called the Lightning Leopard. The Beast King bloodline had both strength and speed, while the Lightning Leopard bloodline was purely speed with an additional jumping ability. If he chose the Lightning Leopard bloodline, it would definitely be faster than the Beast King bloodline. The problem was, which bloodline should he upgrade to the top level in the future? There would be a difference in speed. Moreover, if he upgraded the 10,000 Beasts bloodline to the Beast King bloodline, would the advancement effect be reset to 0? Would the advancement points disappear or be returned? These two questions made Yi Xian very conflicted. He stood in place and thought for a while before making a decision. Who cares if it's reset to 0? Let's upgrade the current one first. The Beast King bloodline is yours. At that moment, Yi Xian chose to upgrade the 10,000 Beasts bloodline speed. Ding! Upgrade successful. The host's movement speed is increased by 10%. After hearing the prompt, Yi Xian's figure flashed and began to run. Sure enough, my movement speed is increased by 10%. Moreover, there is also an effect when I use martial arts. With this boost, my combat power is at least 30% to 30%. Yi Xian laughed out loud in his heart as he quickly wandered around the forest, looking extremely pleased. He had already made up his mind. He would first upgrade the 1,000 Beasts bloodline to the highest level, as it would enhance his entire physique. He didn't want to save the advancement points for when he had a top-notch bloodline. He wanted to live in the present. As for the Thunder Leopard bloodline, he would have to wait until he could afford a top-notch bloodline expansion. This time, Yi Xian really didn't make a mistake in coming. Not only was there a profit of mystical beast inner cores, there was also an advancement point. That little snake is called the Devouring Beast. No wonder it's still as thick as a finger even after eating so many innards. Let me look around and see if there are any more. When he thought of this, Yi Xian didn't stay any longer and continued to search this piece of green land. He hoped that there would be another 8 or 10 devouring beasts. That way, his strength would increase exponentially. However, encountering a devouring beast was already an extremely difficult matter. He searched the entire green serene land but did not see a second devouring beast. It seemed that the devouring beast that had escaped the first time was the one that he had killed. What a pity, what a pity. I wonder if this devouring beast looks like a little snake or something else. I hope I can meet it again. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. While searching for the devouring beast, he had killed many mystical beasts. Although his movement speed had only increased by 10%, his efficiency had increased by a lot. 2 days later, he had almost killed all the mystical beasts in the green serene land. The entire green serene land was quiet, not even the chirping of birds could be heard. All living creatures had been killed. Yi Xian's harvest was also great. Excluding the Heavenly Yuan Sect's Supreme Elder and the Soaring Heaven Mansion's Chief Weapon Refiner, Elder Hu, he had over 270 mortal core inner cores. He had 17 inner cores that had just entered the Earth Core realm, 10 initial Earth Core inner cores, and even 2 advanced Earth Core inner cores. Not only that, he had also obtained more than 10 devouring crystals by devouring corpses and natural treasures. He now had a total of 35 devouring crystals. And this didn't include the other 2 mystical beast cores. He estimated that if he could devour all the mystical beast cores, he wouldn't be too far away from breaking through to the Earth Core realm. Right now, he was rushing towards Soaring Heaven's location. Before he arrived, the Heavenly Yuan Sect's Supreme Elder and the Soaring Heaven Mansion's Chief Alchemist, Elder Lian, had arrived. Yi Xian, you're finally here. When Elder Lian saw Yi Xian, he couldn't help but say, Elder Lian. Yi Xian greeted respectfully. When he was still in the green serene land, he had met Elder Lian and told him about Elder Hu's death. That was why Elder Lian already knew about it. As for the Heavenly Yuan Sect's Great Elder, he also told him the truth. That Great Elder's corpse was handed over to the Heavenly Yuan Sect's Enforcement Elder, the old man next to Elder Hu. Sigh, I didn't expect the Great Elder to die so miserably. His stomach was emptied. The Heavenly Yuan Sect's Enforcement Elder shook his head and kept the corpse. Other than the corpse, Yi Xian also took the Heavenly Yuan Sect's Great Elder's belongings, including the mystical beast cores. He didn't lack these crystals now. Senior, please restrain your grief. Yi Xian said calmly. On the path of martial arts, life and death are up to fate. Sigh. The Enforcement Elder sighed again. Elder Lian was also a little sad because Elder Hu was his good friend. The two of them had joined the Soaring Heaven Mansion together for a few decades. Who would have thought that Elder Hu would die here? Elder Lian quickly recovered. After all, he was used to seeing big waves. He turned his head and asked, forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Yi Xian, how's your harvest? Hearing this question, Yi Xian only smiled and didn't say anything. When Elder Lian and the Enforcement Elder of the Heavenly Yuan Sect saw his smile, they immediately understood that Yi Xian's harvest had reached a level that they didn't dare to imagine. The Enforcement Elder sighed again and again. It was really like the Yangtze River pushing the waves ahead. Each wave was stronger than the previous one. Right, what was the Yangtze River? Now that the 3 of them had arrived, they directly rode on the Soaring Heaven Rock and rushed back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Taking advantage of the opportunity to go back, the 2 elders also started to refine their mystical beast cores. One of them was at the initial Earth Core realm, while the other had just entered the Earth Core realm. Their cultivation was already on the verge of a breakthrough. As long as they refined the corresponding mystical beast cores, they might be able to break through. 10 days later, they also returned to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. At this time, the Soaring Heaven Mansion had already opened up an area near the heavenly abode for the disciples of the Heavenly Yuan Sect to live and cultivate. After Yi Xian returned to his residence, he found that Song Suijing wasn't there, so he went to the Firmament Peak to find the Supreme Elder. You're back, how was the harvest this time? Zhou Yan couldn't help but ask. Not bad, but Elder Hu is dead, and I have handed his body to Elder Lian, Yi Xian sighed. Zhou Yan showed a sad expression when he heard this, but he quickly recovered and said, alas, life and death have their own destiny. Supreme Elder, where is Sui Jing? Yi Xian asked again. He had been away for more than half a month, so he didn't know how Song Suijing was refining the inner core. This, Zhou Yan paused. This made Yi Xian's heart tremble. Could it be that something happened? Don't worry, she's fine. She just entered a very strange state with Judge. Come with me. Zhou Yan stood up. A very strange state, Yi Xian frowned slightly when he heard this. What kind of strange state? He followed Zhou Yan and finally arrived in front of a cultivation room. Then, Zhou Yan quietly opened the door and walked in. Yi Xian followed in and found that Song Suijing and Judge Song were sitting cross-legged on two stone chairs with their eyes closed. To his horror, Song Suijing's body was covered with a layer of ice crystals that emitted frost from time to time. As for Judge Song, his whole body was red and sweaty. As soon as he entered, he felt two different auras. Supreme Elder, this is... Yi Xian turned his head and asked. After they came back, they went into seclusion, and then this happened. This is already the third day, and in these 3 days, they haven't woken up even once. Supreme Elder shook his head helplessly. I have lived for decades, and this is the first time I have seen such a situation. When you came to see once, and he said that the two have a special physique called the Yin-Yang twin physique. Supreme Elder? Yin and Yang twin body? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before asking, what is this? Scripture cutting is Yin, and judgment is Yang. As long as two people cultivate together, they will enter this special state, and their cultivation speed will increase. Their speed would be 10 times, or even 100 times higher than normal people's. They didn't have this kind of situation before, so I guess it should be the cultivation technique I passed on to them that activated this bloodline. The Grand Elder replied. After Yi Xian heard this, he suddenly remembered that other than him, ordinary people could also possess bloodlines. There were 2 types of bloodlines. There was a legend in the heavenly water continent. It was said that some almighty people would condense their lifetime's lost knowledge into a bloodline seed before passing it on to others. As long as that person successfully refined the bloodline seed, they would be able to obtain the divine ability of that almighty being. Under normal circumstances, it would be a martial art. As for the other type of bloodline, it would randomly appear in a person's body. Some people were born with divine strength, some were immune to poison, and some were not afraid of the cold. These were all bloodlines, and some people's perception of the sword was far superior. Without a doubt, Judge Song and Song Suijing belonged to the second type of bloodline. Then this bloodline won't be harmful? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. When you said that this Yin-Yang twin physique is very rare. It usually appears between siblings. This was mentioned in a book left by your father. The Grand Elder explained. My father? Yi Xian was startled, but he immediately understood that it should be Yi Chong who gave it to Lin Wenyue. So you don't have to worry. Take a look again, what is their current realm? The Grand Elder suddenly said. Hearing this, Yi Xian carefully sensed and was shocked to find that Song Suijing and Judge Song were already in the Earth Core realm. Heavens, even with the help of the refined pill, they shouldn't be able to break through to the Earth Core realm so quickly. Yi Xian was shocked. He was just casually saying this. Back then, Song Suijing spent an entire day to break through from the half-step origin core realm to the divine core realm. But, that was only the inner core of a profound beast that had just broken through to the mortal core realm. The inner cores he gave Song Suijing before he left were all inner cores of profound beasts at the Earth Core realm. Inner cores of profound beasts at the Earth Core realm and the Yin-Yang twin physique allowed them to break through to the Earth Core realm. Perhaps when they wake up, they will have broken through to the late Earth Core realm. The Grand Elder nodded his head in satisfaction. Late Earth Core realm, which was his current realm. Is that so? Yi Xian was also quietly watching them. The Grand Elder's physique was indeed not bad. If this continued, Song Suijing and Judge Song might be able to break through to the next realm faster than him. Alright, let's not stay here, let's talk outside. The Grand Elder closed the door behind him and left with Yi Xian. Seeing that not only was Song Suijing fine, but he had also received a great fortune, Yi Xian was in a good mood. After that, the Grand Elder brought Yi Xian to the courtyard and sat down. Tell me, how much did you get this time? The Grand Elder asked in a somewhat impatient manner. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then he said, inner cores of profound beasts at the mortal core realm, a total of 270. This is more than enough for all the disciples in the sect. What? 270? Are you sure? When the Grand Elder heard the number, he immediately stood up and shouted out in surprise. If you want to know clearly, it's 160 inner cores at the early mortal core realm, 79 inner cores at the early mortal core realm, and 31 inner cores at the late mortal core realm. Yi Xian continued. This time, the Grand Elder was convinced. Although Yi Xian's cultivation level wasn't high, his strength was so strong that it shocked the Grand Elder. There are only about 20 divine core warriors in the Soaring Heaven Mansion right now. Wait, these are just mortal core warriors, how many earth core warriors do you have? The Supreme Elder suddenly remembered something halfway through his sentence. 17 inner cores at the early mortal core realm, 10 inner cores at the early mortal core realm, and 2 inner cores at the late mortal core realm. Yi Xian answered honestly. Originally, he wanted to leave some for Song Suijing, but it seemed like he didn't need to anymore. Perhaps when Song Suijing woke up, she would already be at the mid-mortal core realm. So many? The Grand Elder was shocked once again. Just now, when the 5 of them cleaned up an area, the total amount of inner cores they got was less than what Yi Xian got. Grand Elder Lien, will hand over 3/4 of the inner cores to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. That should be enough, right? Yi Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's face darkened. You little rascal, name a price. Grand Elder, these inner cores are not a small amount. Yi Xian continued. Stop talking nonsense, just name a price, we don't lack money right now. The Grand Elder said in a domineering manner. What the Grand Elder said shocked Yi Xian. So many inner cores, could the Soaring Heaven Mansion really handle all of them? End of chapter. Just a single great success Earth Core inner core would allow Yi Xian to obtain 8 Devour crystals. If it was exchanged for crystal stones, then it would be equivalent to 80,000 high-grade crystal stones, which was equivalent to 100 mid-grade earth artifacts. Wait, the First Elder came to read the Scripture of Judgment before, which means that she has already walked out. Could it be that Father left behind a lot of good things when he came to visit her? Yi Xian suddenly had this thought, but he didn't think too much about it. Since the Grand Supreme Elder had said so, then he would do as he pleased. Alright, then I'll tell you. Yi Xian thought for a while, then he said, 100,000 high-rank Earth Core Realm for 1 profound Earth Core Realm, 30,000 for small-rank Earth Core Realm, and 5,000 for initial rank Earth Core Realm. 2,000 profound Mortal Core Warriors, 300 initial Mortal Core Warriors, and those at the initial Mortal Core Realm. Those who have just broken through to the Mortal Core Realm will be given away for free. The Supreme Elder's face darkened. In his mind, he thought that Yi Xian was really asking for too much. Okay, I'll give it to you for free. Yi Xian generously nodded in agreement and said, do you want to trade now? Wait for me for a moment. The Supreme Elder said and left. Looking at the direction he left in, Yi Xian's guess was confirmed. The Grand Elder was probably going to look for the First Elder, Lin Wenyue. It seems that Father still has some feelings for the Great Elder. He left behind a lot of good things. But, why didn't he take them out earlier and go to the Central State to buy some weapons and martial arts? Yi Xian was very puzzled. 8 years ago, when Yi Chong left the Profound Sun Empire, he was already at the Spirit Stage 4. Thus, when he came to the Soaring Heaven Mansion, it was naturally the same. For a Divine Core warrior, these inner cores were extremely precious, but for Yi Chong who had a 4th realm Divine Soul, these inner cores were just a drop in the ocean. Great Elder has been in seclusion for more than 10 years. It should be because he doesn't want to break the balance between the 4 regions. Wait, seclusion. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly widened. Perhaps the Great Sect Elder has already broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm or the 4th stage of the Spirit Realm. Yi Xian murmured in his mind, then he remembered something else. Previously, when he was heading to the Green Serene Land, he had given the Great Elder a mid-grade earthly artifact. At that time, the Great Elder had been very confident. He was not afraid that the people from the Sky Yuan sect would attack them after obtaining the mid-grade earthly artifact. Now that he thought about it, the Great Elder must have been following him in secret. I see, I too. Of course, it was also possible that the first elder didn't think highly of him. Very soon, the Supreme Elder returned. Yi Xian had already calculated that it would be around 670,000 top-grade crystals, and this was excluding the 700 top-grade crystals. Waha, I've absorbed more than 100 crystals. This is great. The moment Yi Xian received the crystal, he felt as if he was going to heaven. 670,000 crystals. If he absorbed all of them, he would have 67 Devour crystals. Including the 35 Devour crystals he already had, he now had 102 Devour crystals. Right now, he had enough money to level up his physique bloodline, combat bloodline, and support bloodline to the highest level. But, his realm was still far from enough. What about the pill that can increase the refinement speed of a core by 100 times? The Supreme Elder asked curiously. Eh? That's another one. Yi Xian said with a cunning smile. This was a great opportunity to extort money, how could he miss it? You black-hearted brat, name a price. The Supreme Elder scolded angrily. 500 crystals for one. Yi Xian said casually. The refined pill that could increase the refinement speed of a core by 100 times only required 5 billion Devour points. However, 500 crystals were equivalent to 50 billion Devour points. To put it simply, the price had increased by 10 times. You brat. The Supreme Elder scolded again and said, 1,000 crystals. Yi Xian was almost scared to death when he heard that. 1,000 crystals? Luckily, he had enough Devour points. Otherwise, he would have lost face. He spent 5 Devour crystals in exchange for 1,000 refining pills. TSK, 5 Devour crystals increased by 10 times. Now, it's 50 crystals. This is great. Yi Xian accepted the top-grade crystals. At this moment, he already had more than 1 million top-grade crystals in his devouring space. All in all, he had 147 Devour crystals. These were enough for him to break through to the Earth Core realm. With these, the overall strength of the Soaring Heaven Mansion will increase by 2 or 3 levels. We won't be any weaker than the main city in the central province. The Supreme Elder mumbled. Oh right, Supreme Elder, I'm sure you still have a lot of crystals. Can you lend me some? Yi Xian smiled cunningly. The Supreme Elder frowned, you already have so many crystals. It's enough to buy the 4 regions. You won't be able to spend them all. Why do you still need crystals? How many do you need? 3,000, 30 million. Yi Xian smiled. Get lost. Yi Xian was chased out by Zhou Yan. The former was puzzled. It was his father's money. Why did he have to take it back? Forget it. These crystals are enough for me to break through to the Earth Core realm. Let's go back first. Yi Xian shook his head. He then left the Soaring Heaven Peak and returned to his residence. Then, he started to devour the crystals bit by bit. When the number of crystals in the devour space was close to 100, he finally heard the system notification. Ding. Host has broken through to the Earth Core realm. Ding. Unlocked high-grade Earth Tool Exchange. Ding. Unlocked high-grade Earth Level Martial Art Exchange. Ding. Unlocked 3rd-grade Heaven Tool Forging. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He could finally buy a high-grade Earth tool. This meant that he could earn some top-grade crystals again. He quickly checked and found that a high-grade Earth tool required 5 Devour crystals. It was extremely expensive. He then looked at the 3rd-grade Heaven tool. Sure enough, the material required was celestial bluestone. Moreover, the blueprint was not something he could buy now. However, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Because there was no better Heaven tool than a high-grade Earth tool, in other words, he had to forge it himself. In addition, there was no Heaven-level martial art exchange. After hearing this news, Yi Xian almost cried. He heard that the materials for Heaven tools were extremely rare and difficult to gather. This meant that it would be difficult for him to forge them in batches in the future. Moreover, there was no Heaven-level martial art exchange. This meant that he had to obtain it himself and use his Devour points to learn it. Forget it. I'll ask the Supreme Elder tomorrow if he wants a high-grade Earth tool. As Yi Xian thought about it, he fell head first onto the bed. He hadn't closed his eyes for the past few days and was tired. End of chapter. The next day, Yi Xian woke up early in the morning and went to Soaring Firmament Peak once again. Sure enough, Song Suijing and Judge Song were still in their secluded cultivation, and they were still in that strange state. But, their core energies were much denser than before, and their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Feeling helpless, Yi Xian had no choice but to look for the Grand Supreme Elder. Within a mansion. Why are you here again? When the Grand Supreme Elder saw Yi Xian, he asked in surprise. Sure enough, there is something good for you, Yi Xian laughed and said, I wonder if Grand Supreme Elder is interested in a high-ranked earth item? What? A high-ranked earth item? The Grand Supreme Elder felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He immediately stood up and cried out in surprise. That's right, a high-ranked earth item. I know Grand Supreme Elder doesn't have the materials to craft it, but I found some when I was in Huiyang's cave, and since I had a breakthrough in my forging technique, I was able to craft a few high-ranked earth items. I wonder if Grand Supreme Elder wants them. Yi Xian nodded his head. The Grand Supreme Elder was shocked. Yes, of course I want them. Although the Soaring Firmament Mansion is focusing on construction, our overall strength is still not as strong as those main cities in the central province. How about this? I'll give this high-ranked earth item to Grand Supreme Elder for 100,000 high-ranked crystal stones. Yi Xian spent 5 Devour crystals and exchanged them for a high-ranked earth item. The Grand Supreme Elder received the item and gave it a look. Sure enough, the boost to his core energy was much greater than a mid-ranked earth item. With this high-ranked earth item, he was confident that he could fight a heavenly core warrior. You really are as monstrous as your father, you can actually craft a high-ranked earth item. You know, there aren't many people in the entire central province who can craft one. Without saying anything, the Grand Supreme Elder took out 100,000 high-ranked crystal stones. Do you want more? Yi Xian continued to ask. The Heavenly Yuan sect doesn't have enough resources, but if you want to exchange them with your core, you should be able to afford one. Can you give me 2 more? The Grand Supreme Elder replied. No problem. Yi Xian exchanged for 2 more, earning another 200,000 top-grade crystals. 15 Devour crystals were exchanged for 300,000 top-grade crystals. After devouring them, not only did his cultivation base increase significantly, but he also obtained an additional 15 Devour crystals. This method of earning money made Yi Xian extremely satisfied. By the way, don't spread the fact that you can forge high-grade earth-grade artifacts, especially in the Central Plains. The high-grade earthly tool blacksmith over there has already been decided. If you appear out of nowhere, you'll definitely cause a lot of trouble. After the transaction was completed, the Supreme Elder also reminded them. Yi Xian was a little surprised. Grand Supreme Elder, you knew I was going to Central State? Previously, he had already made up his mind to go to the Central Continent. After all, it would be difficult for him to improve much if he stayed in the Eastern region. Unless he could get his hands on the Celestial Blue Rock, but that Celestial Blue Rock had been devoured by the Green Source Giant, and he still had dozens of Heavenly Core Little Giants under his command. It was impossible for him to get his hands on it for now. Therefore, he had no choice but to go to the Central State. The Supreme Elder was startled for a moment, then he said, since you want to go, that's great. I have a mission for you in the Central State. Yi Xian's face darkened. He suddenly had a bad premonition. The Heavenly Yuan sect has been destroyed, and Sect Chief Mo had a discussion with me last night. If we want to take back the Heavenly Yuan sect, it's impossible for us 2 sects to do it alone. Therefore, I want you to go to the Central State and ask for help. The Supreme Elder said slowly. Ask for help? Who? The founder of the Divine Lands Alliance, Xing Miao, is in the Central State right now. He knows many people. I hope you can bring the news of the Green Source Giant and the Celestial Blue Rock to him. Ask all the powerful warriors in the Central State to come here and eliminate the Green Source Giant. We've already discussed this, and the Celestial Blue Rock is not something we can devour. Therefore, our target is those Heavenly Core Xian beasts. The Supreme Elder explained the plan. After listening to the plan, Yi Xian immediately understood what was going on. The Soaring Heaven Mansion and the Heavenly Yuan sect were going to ask those powers in the central state to lead the way and attract the Green Source Giant's attention. After that, they would work together and kill the Heavenly Core Giant. Alright, I'll bring the news to them. Yi Xian nodded his head. It was just bringing the news, it was simple and easy. Perhaps when he returned, he would be able to kill those Heavenly Core Xian beasts. Oh right, one more thing, Sect Chief Mo's eldest disciple is in the central state as well. Therefore, this time, Lin Shuer will be traveling with you. You can take care of each other if you travel together. The Supreme Elder added. Yi Xian was startled for a moment, then he refused, that's too troublesome, I can travel faster by myself. Lin Shuer is at the critical moment of her breakthrough. You can leave after she breaks through, it will take at most 10 days. The Supreme Elder didn't give Yi Xian any chance to refuse, he stood up and left. Yi Xian felt a little helpless, but when he looked at the direction where the Supreme Elder left, he thought to himself, he's going to look for the Great Elder again. Could it be that the Great Elder is helping me absorb those Xian beasts' inner cores? It looked like the Soaring Heaven Mansion was going to have 2 more Heavenly Core warriors joining their ranks. 10 days, Yi Xian could afford to wait, and he could also wait for Song Suijing. Perhaps she would come out in a few days, and at that time, they could go to the central state together. During these 10 days, the Soaring Heaven Mansion had returned to normal. On the 6th day, Yi Xian found out that Lin Shuer had broken through to the initial Earth Core realm. On the 8th day, the Soaring Heaven Mansion sect Chief Lin Shi had broken through to the Heavenly Core realm. But, on the 10th day, Song Suijing still hadn't come out from her closed-door cultivation. Without any other choice, Yi Xian had no choice but to accept his fate. Right at this moment, a Heavenly Yuan sect's Heavenly Thunder Hawk was parked in front of the Heavenly Abode's entrance. On top of this Heavenly Thunder Hawk stood a white figure, it was Lin Shuer. When Yi Xian approached, Lin Shuer couldn't help but ask, you could have gone first, why did you wait for me? Yi Xian walked over and coldly harumphed, if it wasn't because your master asked me to, I would have left long ago. 10 days is more than enough for me to make a round trip. Lin Shuer instinctively sensed Yi Xian's cultivation base, and her expression changed when she found out that he was only at the initial mortal core realm. Her expression changed. She knew that Yi Xian had obtained a huge amount of Xian beast's inner cores, and he knew how to concoct refined pills. During the last battle, Yi Xian was already at the late mortal core realm, so why was he still at the initial mortal core realm? What's your current cultivation base? Lin Shuer couldn't help but ask. I'm not telling you, let's go. Yi Xian jumped onto the Heavenly Thunder Hawk. Lin Shuer's heart trembled, she asked, you've broken through to the Earth Core realm? I'm stronger than you, that's all. Yi Xian sat down straight away. This answer made Lin Shuer even more certain that Yi Xian had broken through to the Earth Core realm. Before this, Yi Xian was already stronger than her when they were 2 realms apart. Now, with only 1 realm difference between them, the gap between her and Yi Xian had widened once again. This made her, the number 1 genius of the Heavenly Yuan sect, feel a huge amount of pressure. But, she didn't say anything, she just rode the Heavenly Thunder Hawk and flew towards the central province. If you have extra phones, please help me download the entire chapter. This is very important, it's related to Yu Luo's fate, it's related to the writing process. Thank you. End of chapter. The Tianshui continent could be divided into 5 regions, namely the north, south, east, west, and the central region. However, the central region's area was comparable to the sum of the 4 regions. During these few days, Yi Xian went to the central region to study. The central region could also be divided into 7 regions, each controlled by 7 main cities. This time, he was going to find the alliance leader of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, Jing Miao, in a main city called the Divine Prefecture City. It was said that Jing Miao was originally from the Divine Prefecture City. However, the Divine Prefecture City was a bit far from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Even with the Heavenly Thunder Eagle, it would still take half a month. Therefore, Yi Xian had to go to another place first, which was the Grand Senior Brother of the Sky Yuan sect, Guangjin City. This Guangjin City was also a main city. At this time, the Heavenly Thunder Eagle that Yi Xian and Lin Shuer were riding had already entered the central region. They only needed 2 more days to reach Guangjin City. On the back of the Heavenly Thunder Eagle, Yi Xian and Lin Shui'er were each resting with their eyes closed. In these few days, they did not speak a word, and the atmosphere was very awkward. When Yi Xian was still a good-for-nothing, Lin Shui'er chose to break off the engagement, which made Yi Xian lose face. Although Yi Xian did not care about this matter, Lin Shui'er felt a little sorry for him. She thought, if she did not break off the engagement that day, what kind of scene would it be today? This question made her unable to calm down and cultivate for the past few days. At this time, Yi Xian. Lin Shui'er finally could not help but speak. Yi Xian, who was resting with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes when he heard this. He was a little surprised and said, "What? You went back to Lianyan City before, right?" Lin Shui'er asked. "Yes, why?" Yi Xian nodded. Lin Shui'er continued to ask, "How are my father and the others?" "Very good. Speaking of which, you did not go back even once in these 2 years. Isn't that a little too heartless?" Yi Xian said. "I wanted to, but master did not let me. I want to go back after a while." "What about you?" Lin Shui'er asked. "We'll see when the time comes," Yi Xian replied casually. With his current realm, it would only take him 3 days to return to the profound Sun Empire. Lin Shui'er didn't ask any more questions and just waited quietly. The atmosphere became very strange again. However, at this moment, a group of black figures suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Yi Xian seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look. "A group of spirit beasts?" Yi Xian muttered. Now, he couldn't even be bothered to attack spirit beasts. Lin Shui'er also turned her head to look, but in the next moment, her expression froze as she exclaimed, "Black winged bird." Hearing this strange tone, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "These black wind birds are Xian beasts. They hate other birds and will attack them on sight." Lin Shui'er hurriedly explained. "What?" Yi Xian's eyes widened. He turned around and realized that there were at least a few hundred black shadows. "Xian beasts? Then why are we still running? Kill them all." Yi Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. "No, the heavenly thunder eagle will be killed by them." Lin Shui'er turned around and said. "But can you escape?" Yi Xian asked back. Among the group of black wind birds behind them, there were late mortal core warriors, and the heavenly thunder eagle below them was only at the early mortal core realm. There was no way it could escape. Lin Shui'er was stunned for a moment, then she ordered the heavenly thunder eagle to land. At the same time, Yi Xian took out a mid-ranked earth tier bow. Mid-ranked earth tier martial skill, fire dragon arrow. He shot out a powerful fire dragon arrow from over 1,000 meters away, but only a few black wind birds were hit. Besides, the group of black wind birds were very scattered, and they were so far away. After shooting out a few arrows, Yi Xian only managed to kill 30 of them. Coincidentally, when the group of black wind birds approached, the heavenly thunder eagle also landed on the ground. But, it was frightened by the black wind birds. After sending Yi Xian and Lin Shui'er down, it began to flee. Not good. Lin Shui'er's expression changed. She didn't expect the heavenly thunder eagle to run away. It was simply courting death. Sure enough, the group of black wind birds immediately split up and chased after the heavenly thunder eagle. As for the rest, they had surrounded Yi Xian and Lin Shui'er. "Haha, over 100 Xian beast cores, our luck is really good." After landing on the ground, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Shui'er rolled her eyes. What kind of situation was this? How could he still laugh out loud? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly formed a great sword of desolation. When she saw the great sword of desolation, Lin Shui'er subconsciously used her Dan energy to protect her ears. Just as she expected, the great sword of desolation was in her ears. In the next moment, Yi Xian jumped high into the air and slashed out with the great sword of desolation. Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion sounded out. In an instant, half of the black wind birds were blown away and fell to the ground. Hunting time, Great Wind Formation of Desolation, activate. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The Dan energy in his body instantly decreased by a large amount. At this moment, he had already broken through to the Earth core realm. The Great Wind Formation of Desolation had also increased in range, reaching 50 meters. Furthermore, it had a radius of 50 meters. Looking at the black wind birds being cut into pieces one by one, Lin Shui'er was completely dumbfounded. In less than 2 seconds, Yi Xian had killed over 10 black wind birds. 5 seconds later, all of the black wind birds were turned into corpses. The entire area was dyed black with blood. Out of the hundreds of black wind birds, Lin Shui'er only managed to kill less than 10. The rest were all killed by Yi Xian. Is this his true strength? Lin Shui'er thought to herself. She was thinking, if she entered Yi Xian's 50-meter attack range, would she also be cut into pieces like these black wind birds? What are you waiting for? Go and help the heavenly thunder eagles. Yi Xian suddenly shouted out. Lin Shui'er immediately reacted and chased after him. As for Yi Xian, he stayed behind and cleaned up the battlefield by himself. The leader of this flock of black wind birds was a late mortal core warrior, but it had already been cut into pieces by Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't worried about Lin Shui'er. He spent some time to devour all of the black wind birds' corpses. As for the beast cores, he put them into his devouring space. Not bad, there is one devouring crystal from the corpses alone. If it is the beast cores, there will be at least 5. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Although he had used up all of his Dan energy, the beast cores that could restore his Dan energy weren't expensive. They didn't even cost 10% of the original cost. Therefore, this was a free meal. Right at this moment, he suddenly looked into the distance. He murmured in surprise, that girl has been gone for so long, why isn't she back yet? According to his estimation, Lin Shui'er would be able to kill all of these black wind birds in less than a minute. But now, a few minutes had passed, and Lin Shui'er still hadn't returned. Just to be safe, he quickly followed her. In front of him was a mountain forest. Right after Yi Xian stepped into the forest, he immediately found Lin Shui'er's location. But, what made him feel strange was that there were a few other figures beside Lin Shui'er. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed over. End of chapter. What's going on? Yi Xian flew to Lin Shui'er's side and asked curiously. At the same time, he glanced at the people around him. In the next moment, his expression changed as well. Early Earth Core Realm, among the 5 people around them, there was one Early Earth Core Realm warrior. The other 4 had just entered the Early Earth Core Realm. Oh, so you have companions. A young man with a wretched smile said. At the same time, he was also the Early Earth Core Realm warrior among the 5. However, he looked like he was 35 years old, twice as old as Lin Shui'er. Lin Shui'er ignored him and said to Yi Xian with a serious expression, I was chasing after the black wind bird when they suddenly intercepted me. Little girl, you're wrong. We were resting here, you were the one who barged in, okay? The wretched young man said with a smile. Then why didn't you move aside? Lin Shui'er asked back. Why should we? The wretched young man blurted out. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly stepped forward and said, Everyone, just tell me what you want. Brother, you're really straightforward. I feel like old friends with you at first sight. Why don't we sit down and talk about life? The wretched young man said with a smile. After hearing this, Yi Xian immediately understood. What do you mean by feeling like old friends at first sight? He must have taken a fancy to Lin Shui'er, right? Lin Shui'er wasn't stupid and naturally understood. She immediately said angrily, if you don't want to die, then move aside. Oh, what a temper. The wretched young man coldly snorted, I won't move aside. Little girl, why don't you try? As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 of them took out their weapons at the same time. Some of them were even imagining a certain scene. The middle-aged man among the 5 suddenly said, Big brother, can you give me this brat? Haha, okay, I know you like pretty boys with soft skin. I'll give this brat to you. The wretched young man laughed loudly. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Lin Shui'er shuddered at the same time. The former even subconsciously took a step back. They didn't expect to meet a virgin here, and an old man at that. This was intolerable. So you're saying that you won't move aside? Lin Shui'er narrowed her eyes and asked one last time. Little girl, what do you think we want to do now that we've said so much? If you surrender obediently, we will only teach you how to be a woman. If you resist, Before the wretched young man could finish his words, Shuer couldn't help but make a move. A great battle instantly broke out. As for Yixian, he stood quietly to the side. This time, he decided to let Lin Shuer take the spot. TSK, TSK, TSK. Kid, you're quite sensible. The middle-aged man walked out with a sinister smile. Yixian shivered again. This middle-aged man gave him goosebumps all over his body. If you don't like women, go and like men. Don't mess with me, or you'll die a horrible death, Yixian reminded him. Unexpectedly, not only did the middle-aged man not shrink back, he instead took a step forward and said, "Fierce enough, I like it. You seem to have refined your body as well." "Coincidentally, I do as well, we can, swish." Poof. A cold light flashed and penetrated the middle-aged man's forehead. Then, he fell backwards onto the floor. Blood gushed out from the hole between his eyebrows and he died in an instant. "Sorry, I only like women." Yixian shook his head helplessly. On the other side, Shuer had already fought a few rounds with the four men. The former was indeed the #1 genius of the Skyuan sect, she was quite strong. But what surprised Yixian was that these people were all Earth Core warriors, and they all had mid-rank Earth tools. It seemed like they were from some big family in the central state. However, this was of no use. Although Shuer was only at the initial Earth Core realm, her strength was still above the wretched young man. Even if she was attacked by 4 people, she could still handle it. Swish! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. An arm was thrown into the air. It was the arm of one of the 4 men. The 4 men were stunned. One of them looked down and found that his arm was cut off. So strong, that kid's strength is unfathomable. Retreat! The wretched young man knew that he had kicked an iron plate. He immediately shouted, "Let's go." Hearing this, the other 3 men also quickly retreated. "You want to leave?" Shuer quickly chased after them. As for Yixian, he also took the ring from the middle-aged man and followed them. Shuer chased with all her strength. In less than half a minute, she had killed the 3 Earth Core warriors. Moreover, she did not even take the ring. She directly chased after the wretched young man. This chapter does not end, please turn the page. As a result, those 3 universe rings were cheap for Yixian. However, the wretched young man was very fast. He was even faster than Shuer. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them had increased. Yixian saw that the distance between them had increased, so he followed up and asked, "Do you need help?" "No." Shuer answered firmly. At this moment, the distance between the 2 groups had increased by 200 meters, and it was still increasing. Even if Shuer was given a day, she would not be able to catch up. "Are you sure you don't want to help? There seems to be a big city in front of us. If he escapes there, it will be troublesome." Yixian asked again. "I want to kill him with my own hands." Shuer still said firmly. "That's where you are wrong. If you can't kill him, then let me do it. An initial Earth Core warrior is still very rich." Yixian said as if he was lecturing her. "No, I want to kill him with my own hands." "Don't do it." Shuer did not care. On the surface, she was very angry, but in reality, she just wanted to prove her strength in front of Yixian. However, Yixian did not know. He helplessly shrugged and said, all right, as you wish." Anyway, he had already obtained 4 rings, so it was not like he did not gain anything. Soon, the wretched young man had fled 1,000 meters away and disappeared from their sight. "You still have one more chance. I can help you catch him." In the end, Yixian could not help but ask. "No." Shuer still gave the same answer. Yixian also gave up. Shuer had a temper and was willful. He could not do anything about it. "All right, 4 rings. These 3 are yours." Yixian directly threw the spoils of war to her. This time, Shuer did not refuse and kept them. Yixian checked his ring. After seeing the things inside, he could not help but shudder. What the hell was inside? Whips, candles, shackles, and even a mold of some organ. That middle-aged man was really good at everything. He was good at both offense and defense. He was truly a god. Yi Xian hurriedly poured the useful things into the devouring space, then swallowed the entire universe ring. End of chapter. That person might have escaped to the big city, but that direction doesn't seem to be in the same direction. Do you want to go? Yi Xian asked again. Let's go. Lin Shuer said solemnly. Yi Xian didn't mind. After all, he was only here to explore the middle state. He didn't plan to stay here for long. They didn't know where the heavenly Thunder Eagle had flown to, so the two could only walk to the big city. Lin Shuer's speed was slower, so the two spent more than half a day to reach the big city. Bramble City. Yi Xian raised his head to take a look, then walked in. However, what they didn't know was that when they entered the city, they were already being watched. After entering the city, they found an inn to stay for the night, then they went out again. This is the middle state. We're not familiar with this place. How do you want to find that person? After leaving the inn, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Lin Shuer glanced at him and said, there's a force in the middle state. They know everything and are omnipotent. As long as they can afford it, they can do anything. Oh? There's such a force? Yi Xian was very interested. If they could afford it, would they be able to find someone to assassinate the city lord of the Middle State's #1 city? Then, he quietly followed behind Lin Shuer. After a while, they arrived in front of a building. There were only 3 words on the signboard at the entrance, everything. Lin Shuer took the lead and walked in. Yi Xian followed closely behind. Immediately, a waiter walked over. He looked at Yi Xian and said, is there anything you need? I want to investigate a person. Lin Shuer said directly. Okay, this way please. The waiter directly led the two into a side room, then took out a form for Lin Shuer to fill in. Name, age, gender, appearance, cultivation level, weapon used, martial arts skills. Lin Shuer casually wrote a few words and handed it to the waiter. Unknown name, a man between 30 to 40 years old. Initial Earth Core Realm. Uses a 4-foot-long sword with the word hole carved on it. Looks wretched. Has a middle-aged man friend. Hobbies. The waiter read out the information. After Yi Xian heard this, he couldn't help but shudder. F***ck, why did he even mention that awesome person's information? However, with such confidence, he should be able to lock onto a person. He just didn't know which city that person was in. Please pay 100 top-grade crystals as a deposit first and leave your address. It will take you at most 4 hours to find out where he lives. Then you will pay another 400 top-grade crystals, the attendant replied. Yi Xian was shocked again. Damn, it actually cost 500 top-grade crystals to investigate a person. That was enough to buy a mid-grade spirit weapon. Lin Shuer was very generous. She took out 100 high-grade crystal stones and handed them over. Then, she told him the name of the inn and the number of the courtyard. Then, the two of them returned to the inn. Shuer, aren't you being a little too generous? You should have just looked for me then. Why do you have to spend 500 top-grade crystal stones to investigate this person now? After returning to the inn, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. It's none of your business. I will kill him myself, Lin Shuer replied indifferently. Cough, even if you find him, he is coincidentally in the city. How are you going to kill him? Are you going to kill him in the city? Yi Xian asked back. Humph, Lin Shuer snorted and didn't say anything. Yi Xian felt helpless. Why did he feel that the Lin Shuer recently was different from the Lin Shuer in the Heavenly Yuan sect? The waiter from before had said that it would take at most 4 hours to find out the information. 4 hours was equivalent to 4 hours. Therefore, Yi Xian and Lin Shuer waited in the inn. After about an hour, someone finally came. When Lin Shuer heard the knocking sound, she opened the door. Both of you, I have found the person you are looking for. However, you will have to pay the remaining 400 top-grade crystals first. The person who came was a young man around 25 years old. He had just entered the Earth Core realm and his talent was not bad. Lin Shuer didn't say anything and passed the remaining top-grade crystals to him. Then, the young man passed a sheepskin scroll to him. Kong Rong, the eldest son of the Kong family in Thorn City. Initial Earth Core realm, 33 years old. Kong family is located in the north of Thorn City. The sheepskin scroll was very detailed. It was the information of the wretched young man. I knew it. That person appeared near Thorn City. It is very likely that he is from Thorn City. Man, why don't you go and inquire about the Kong family first? Wasting 500 top-grade crystals for nothing, you still don't have enough experience. Yi Xian said after the horse had left. Lin Shuai rolled her eyes. Indeed, she was too impatient. However, she didn't want Yi Xian to be stronger than her. Forget it. Now that you have found out about that person, what are you going to do next? Sneak into the Kong family? Yi Xian turned around and asked. Yes. Lin Shuai nodded. Yi Xian continued, then let's go. It's about time. However, at this time, Lin Shuai suddenly stopped him. I will go alone. Are you sure? Yi Xian was in disbelief. You stay here. I will settle this myself. Lin Shuai said and left. Yi Xian looked at her leaving figure and muttered, this girl is so stubborn today. Forget it, I will go alone. Otherwise, I will be annoyed. He said and went back into the house. However, a few minutes later, he came out again. No, Sect Master Mo and Grand Elder asked me to take care of her. If something happens, how am I going to answer to them? Yi Xian thought about it and decided to follow. However, there was another problem. He didn't know where the Kong family was. It was late at night. Although there were many people on the streets, it was easy to alert the enemy. Therefore, he could only go to Wanshur. A place like Wanshur kept their customers' information confidential. Moreover, it was very efficient to find out about the Kong family. Not long after, he came to Wanshur again and spent 100 high-quality crystals to find out where the Kong family was. However, when he arrived at the Kong family, his whole body trembled. He knew that something bad was going to happen. At this time, the Kong family was in an uproar. He could clearly hear someone shouting assassin. This girl's stealth skills are too bad. Don't tell me she didn't even change her clothes? A vein popped out on Yi Xian's forehead. When Lin Shuai was in Lianyun City, she was a well-bred girl. She had always been cultivating in the Lin family and rarely left home. After entering the Heavenly Yuan sect, he would still remain in the Heavenly Yuan sect. At most, he would have some management skills, but he would be lacking in other aspects. Yi Xian finally understood why Mo Ziyun asked the Grand Elder to let him come to Zhong province with Lin Shuai. End of chapter. Without wasting any time, Yi Xian immediately snuck into the Kong family. With his dark shadow leopard bloodline, even a heavenly core warrior wouldn't be able to find him. Using his tracking ability, he soon found Lin Shuai. Right at this moment, Lin Shuai was surrounded by all the warriors from the Kong family. There were 2 pools of blood on her white dress. She was injured. Little girl, which family are you from? How dare you sneak into the Kong family? You sure have guts. A middle-aged man said with a sneer on his face. Lin Shuai ignored his question and asked directly, where is Kong Rong? Kong Rong? So you're here for him. TSK, 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 I didn't expect Kong Rong to find a good woman, and now you're here. I'm sorry, we thought you were an assassin, but we didn't expect you to be here for Kong Rong. The middle-aged man said with a wretched smile. Lin Shuai's face darkened. Did all these people from the Kong family think with their lower bodies? Men, go get the eldest young master. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and a guard from the Kong family immediately left. Both parties were in a deadlock, while Yi Xian was carefully observing this situation from the rooftop. That middle-aged man should be a late Earth Core warrior. There are 3 initial Earth Core warriors around him, and the rest are either early Earth Core warriors or late Mortal Core warriors. This Kong family is pretty strong. Yi Xian immediately saw through these men's cultivation. He estimated that if he went down there, he would be able to kill all of them within 10 seconds, including that late Earth Core warrior. But, he didn't want to go down there right now, because he knew that if he suddenly attacked, he would definitely make Lin Shuai angry. He decided to take a look first. Soon, the wretched young man from before appeared. Kong Rong quickly walked over and said, "It really is you, you bastard. You killed a few of my friends, and you still dare to come to my Kong family? You really don't know what's good for you." Oh? Kong Rong, this girl, is she one of your friends? The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Second uncle, I haven't enjoyed her yet. We can capture her, then. Kong Rong suddenly revealed a wretched smile. Previously, when he returned to Thorn City, he had already sent people to watch the city gates. When Yi Xian and Yi Xian entered the city, he already knew. Originally, he had wanted to lead a group of experts to launch a sneak attack on Yi Xian and Yi Xian, but he hadn't expected the other party to take the initiative to attack him. Alright, Earth Core stage, alright, I haven't tried it yet. Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, a sharp sword beam swept over. Frightened, the middle-aged man hastily raised his hand to block it. However, in the next instant, he was sent flying. Kong Rong was shocked. His second uncle was a profound Earth Core warrior, and Lin Shuer was only slightly stronger than him. It was impossible for her to hurt his second uncle with a sneak attack. What? That weapon? Could it be a high-grade Earth-tier artifact? Kong Rong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. A high-grade Earth tool, this was extremely rare in the Central State. Go, kill this woman, together. Kong Rong immediately shouted. When the surrounding guards heard him, they immediately launched an attack. On the roof. I never thought that the Soaring Heaven sword that the Grand Elder gave to Clan Master Mo would be in her hands. No wonder she had the guts to charge in. I really don't understand. If she had directly used the Soaring Heaven sword that day, Kong Rong would have been dead by now. Why bother? Yi Xian was slightly helpless. However, Lin Shuer's method was the same as his. Kill, revenge must be exacted. The Kong family was able to stand tall in such a big city in the Central State, they must have a very strong foundation. Thinking of this, Yi Xian quietly moved closer. If he found that Lin Shuer couldn't handle it, he would make a move. In the courtyard, after Lin Shuer took out the high-grade Earth-tier Soaring Heaven sword, her strength increased greatly. She was invincible, and no one could block her sword. Soon, those guards were either dead or crippled. In less than half a minute, all of them fell to the ground. Tisk, tisk. At this time, the Kong family's second master, Kong Quan, who was sent flying by Lin Shuer's sword, walked out with a lewd smile. On his shoulder, there was a long bloodstain that was caused by Lin Shuer. He greedily looked at the Soaring Heaven sword in Lin Shuer's hand and said, I never thought that a little girl would actually have a high-grade Earth-tier weapon. It seems like your identity is not ordinary. However, since you have intruded into my Kong family, even if you are the city lord of Thorn City, you will not be able to walk out of my Kong family today. Humph. Lin Shuer coldly snorted and did not speak. At this time, other than her, only Kong Rong and Kong Quan were left standing here. 2. Uncle, cripple him. The sword is yours, give me the person. Kong Rong also wished for the world to be in chaos. He did not think that Lin Shuer could win against Kong Quan. Alright, wait until I cripple her and play with her again. I will give her to you. Kong Quan walked towards Lin Shuer as Ling Yi sneered. Lin Shuer was at the small success Earth Core realm, holding a high-grade Earth-tier weapon. Kong Quan had reached the Earth Core realm and was holding a mid-grade Earth-tier weapon. Both of them were not ordinary people. No one knew who was stronger. Yi Xian was also curious. Boom. After a muffled sound, the two people in the courtyard started to fight. Lin Shuer was dressed in white. Her body was strong and healthy as she continuously attacked Kong Quan. However, she could not even catch Kong Rong, let alone Kong Quan, who was stronger. In less than 3 seconds, Lin Shuer's shoulder was hit by a palm. The Soaring Heaven sword in her hand was uncontrollably snatched away by Kong Quan. Not good. Lin Shuer's face darkened. The high-grade Earth-tier weapon, Soaring Heaven sword, was her trump card. Now that it was snatched away by her opponent, she was in trouble. At this time, she was already regretting her actions. Why did she have to show off? Ha ha ha, little girl, now that your trump card is gone, you should obediently surrender. As long as you cripple your own cultivation, you will not suffer any physical pain. Then, obediently serve my uncle and niece. Maybe we will let you live. Kong Quan laughed. Lin Shuer's face darkened. As soon as Kong Quan finished speaking, she turned around and left. You still want to run in front of me? Kong Quan's eyes widened. He quickly rushed in front of Lin Shuer and struck out with his palm. This palm was aimed 3 inches below Lin Shuer's navel. That was her dantian. Lin Shuer's face was ashen. At this time, the first thing she thought of was Yixian. However, she knew that she was done for. In another second, her dantian would be shattered and she would become a cripple. Then, she would be captured by the Kong family and suffer a fate worse than death. However, at this critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Whoosh! A cold light flashed in the night sky. It was like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it pierced through Kong Quan's wrist and destroyed his dantian energy. Kong Quan felt the pain. He reflexively retracted his arm and shouted, "Who is it?" His reaction was very fast. He turned his head and saw a figure walking out from the dark corner of the courtyard. End of chapter. What? There's someone in the corner? Kong Quan was shocked. With his profound Earth Core realm cultivation, he didn't notice anyone. How was that possible? Lin Shuer was also stunned. She immediately rushed towards the intruder. At this moment, her eyes were shining with hope. The person who attacked just now was Yixian. He slowly walked out from the corner. The moonlight shone on his face, allowing Lin Shuer to recognize him. You're amazing. You infiltrated a family without wearing night clothes. Yixian looked at Lin Shuer helplessly. The latter subconsciously glanced at Yixian and saw that he was also wearing white clothes. She immediately rolled her eyes. Kid, where did you come from? Kong Quan looked at Yixian with fear. It's you? Kong Rong, who was standing at the side, recognized him. However, Yixian didn't want to waste time. He quickly drew his mid-grade earth tool bow and shot an arrow. Swoosh, the arrow was as fast as lightning and entered between Kong Rong's eyebrows. What? Kong Quan was shocked. He quickly ran towards Yixian and stabbed with the sword in his left hand. 8 Barren Wind Formation, Sky Break. Bang! Lin Shuer only saw a flash in front of her. Kong Quan's body slowed down and then fell in front of Yixian. There was a big bloody hole in Kong Quan's back. Yixian quickly cleaned up the mess and put everything away. He then pulled Lin Shuer and left. Didn't I tell you not to follow me? After leaving the Kong family, Lin Shuer couldn't help but ask. Yixian said helplessly, if I didn't follow you, you should be able to imagine what would happen to you. Do you want to end up like that? Lin Shuer didn't say anything. After a while, she said, thank you. We can't stay in Thorn City any longer. Let's go. Yixian said directly. But the city gate is closed. Lin Shuer frowned. How can a city wall that's only a few dozen meters be a problem for me? Furthermore, with your current cultivation level, you can even tear down the entire city wall. Your thinking is too limited. Yixian had a lecturing look on his face. Lin Shuer didn't. She retorted. Her time in the world was still too short, and she needed more experience. The two of them quickly arrived at the foot of the city wall. They had already killed the higher-ups of the Kong family. At this time, the Kong family would definitely be furious, so they could not act rashly and alert the enemy. Yixian did not even greet Lin Shuer. He directly grabbed her by the waist and leaped. The 60-meter-high city wall was a piece of cake for him. He easily jumped onto the city wall and ran a few steps forward before jumping off. Suddenly, a pair of wings appeared on Yixian's back. He held Shuer in his arms and glided through the air. Lin Shuer felt the night wind caressing her face. Her feelings were very complicated. Firstly, she had already broken off her engagement with Yixian. Secondly, Yixian already had a fiancé. Thirdly, she had been saved by Yixian several times. The two of them flew in the air for a while before landing in a forest. You should treat it first. Don't leave any scars. Yixian put Lin Shuer down and said. Okay. Lin Shuer nodded. She then walked behind a tree and undid her clothes to treat her injuries. Yixian also felt that the 2 sword wounds on Lin Shuer were small wounds that did not affect her movement. Therefore, they had to continue their journey tonight. They had to leave Thorn City first to avoid being wanted. Lin Shuer treated her wounds and then left with Xian. With their speed, they would reach Guangjin City in 1 or 2 days. 2 days later, outside Guangjin City. We're finally here. Xian let out a sigh of relief. He had been rushing for 2 days, but it felt like he had been rushing for half a month. He had to admit that a warrior without a body refiner was very weak. He would need to rest after a few hours of rushing. With his own speed, he would be able to reach Guangjin City in half a day. It was already late at night, and the city gates were about to close. They had just caught the last bus. Alright, where is your senior disciple? After entering the city, Xian couldn't help but ask. As long as he sent Lin Shuer to his senior disciple, he would be able to find the alliance chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, Xianxia. He has a house in the west of the city. Lin Shuer said. After that, she left with Xian. Guangjin City was the main city in this area. The city lord was equivalent to the emperor of an empire. It was said that he was a super strong warrior at the initial heavenly core realm. Guangjin City was huge. It had already surpassed the size of the heavenly Yuan sect, and there were millions of people living there. It took them some time to find the residence of the heavenly Yuan sect's senior disciple. Lin Shuer knocked on the door, but there was no response. Are you sure it's here? Xian asked. It's here. Lin Shuer pointed at the plaque on top of the door. Pang Mansion. It's the right place, but it's empty, there's not a single servant here. Xian said in an indifferent tone. Lin Shuer was shocked. She immediately jumped over the wall and walked around. Just like what Xian said, there was no one here. How did you know? After coming out, Lin Shuer couldn't help but ask. How can I tell you a secret? Xian rolled his eyes and said, let's go, I think he moved somewhere else. Let's go look for him. Xianxia was a special force in the central state. You could find people, buy things, and even kill people there, as long as you had the money, they could do it. Xian and Lin Shuer went to Xianxia again. Then, Lin Shuer filled in a form. But this time, Xian noticed that the attendant's face twitched. We have this person's information in Xianxia right now, it only costs 100 high-grade crystal stones. The attendant said. Lin Shuer paid the money directly. Then, the waiter went out for a while and came back in less than a minute with a parchment scroll in his hand. Pang Xing, adopted by the mayor of Guangjin City a month ago. He is now the young mayor of Guangjin City. His strength has reached the profound earth core realm. When Xian and Lin Shuer finished reading, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. The senior disciple of the heavenly Yuan sect was adopted by the mayor of Guangjin City, and his strength had even reached the profound earth core realm. This was something that they never expected. Young mayor, that means he's living in the mayor's mansion in Guangjin City. Xian said slowly. The mayor of Guangjin City was a super warrior at the early heavenly core realm. Pang Xing had reached the heavens in a single bound. If that was the case, as long as Pang Xing recommended them, they would be able to join forces with the other forces. They should be able to return to the heavenly Yuan sect and kill that peak heavenly core green source giant. Without hesitation, Xian and Lin Shuer started walking towards the mayor's mansion. End of chapter. Stop right there, who are you? When the captain of the guard saw someone walking towards them, he immediately shouted out. This is the junior apprentice sister of your young mayor, please inform him. Xian directly replied. At the same time, he was very surprised in his heart. There were a total of 10 guards in this group, and the captain had just broken through to the earth core realm. The rest of them were all at the late mortal core realm. The central province was indeed the central province. Junior apprentice sister? The captain furrowed his brows and said, are you kidding me? Our mayor doesn't belong to any sect, how could he have a junior apprentice sister? How dare you impersonate her? Capture them. Don't belong to any sect? Could it be that you're mistaken? Xian was slightly startled, but he still believed in the ability to do anything. If this was the case, then Pang Xing must have lied about not belonging to any sect. Right at this moment, all the guards were on the move, preparing to capture Xian and Shui. Let me do it. Just as Xian was about to teach these snobbish guards a lesson, Lin Shuer whispered and dashed forward. In less than half a minute, all the guards were lying on the ground, unable to get up after being beaten by Lin Shuer. How dare you resist? Do you know where you are? The captain of the guards said fiercely. You can choose not to believe us, but if we are really your young mayor's friends, then you'll have offended him. Are you sure you don't want to inform him? Yi Xian kindly reminded. The captain of the guard stayed silent for a while, then he said, What are your names? Lin Shuer, you just need to tell the young mayor our names, then he'll know. Yi Xian replied. Alright, then you just wait here. If you aren't, then you'll be wanted. The captain of the guards believed them this time, then he turned around and entered the mayor's mansion. Just now, he didn't pay much attention to Yi Xian and Shuer because they were so young. But after being defeated by Lin Shuer, he realized that Yi Xian and Shuer were not ordinary people. Soon, the captain of the guards came back. How was it? Yi Xian asked with a smile. Excuse me, this way please. When the guard captain appeared again, he endured the pain in his body and smiled. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, welcome. It seemed that Pang Xing was the first senior brother of the Heavenly Yuan sect. Then, Yi Xian and Lin Shuer entered the city lord's mansion under the lead of this guard. The two of you, the young city lord is currently busy, so he asked me to arrange a place for you to stay. The young city lord will be here shortly. After the captain finished speaking, he arranged a courtyard for Yi Xian and Lin Shuer respectively and left. After traveling for 2 days, Lin Shuer was also tired, so Yi Xian returned to the courtyard next door to rest first. Now, his mission was almost complete, which was to escort Lin Shuer to Guangjin City. Next, he was going to the Divine Prefecture main city to look for Xing Miao, the leader of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, who was ranked first on the heaven roll. He had decided to rest for the night and set off the next day. Guangjin City's mayor is at the initial heavenly core realm, so he must have a high-grade earth tool with him. He should be able to deal with the green source giant. But, if the Soaring Heaven Mansion and Heavenly Yuan sect want to take advantage of the situation, they can't be monopolized by one faction. I need to get more people. Yi Xian was planning something in his own room. Currently, he liked to plan for the future. But, right at this moment, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps. Light footsteps, it's an expert. I think it's the first senior brother of the Heavenly Yuan sect. Pang Xing. Yi Xian only sensed the footsteps for a moment, but he didn't pay much attention to it. However, a few minutes later, he could not help but frown again. He actually heard the sound of an argument. His courtyard was right next to Lin Shuer's, so no sound could escape his ears. Shuer, don't you know my heart? I love you from the bottom of my heart. Now, I've been adopted by the city lord as his foster son. Follow me, and when I become the city lord, you'll be the city lord's wife. It was an unfamiliar man's voice, and without a doubt, it was Pang Xing, senior brother. How can you do this? Now that the Heavenly Yuan sect has been destroyed, everyone is temporarily staying in the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Do you want us to stay like this for the rest of our lives? Lin Shuer's voice rang out. The Heavenly Yuan sect, it's just a small sect. My foster father can destroy it with a single order. Now that I'm the young city lord of Guangjin City, why should I return to the Heavenly Yuan sect? Shuer, don't go back either, just stay here with me from now on. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, Pang Xing continued. Hearing this, Yi Xian's brows furrowed tightly. He felt that something was amiss. The Heavenly Yuan sect had nurtured Pang Xing, but Pang Xing was ungrateful and did not respect the Heavenly Yuan sect at all. What an ingrate. No, I'm indebted to Master, so how can I abandon the Heavenly Yuan sect? Senior brother, just tell me if you'll help me or not. I can help, but you have to agree to marry me first. Otherwise, why should I help? Senior brother, my foster father's son was killed by a disciple from a sect, that's why he hates sects the most. Also, because of this, there isn't a single sect in the Guangjin city. If I want him to send a powerful warrior to help, it won't be easy. Of course, as long as you agree, I'll help you convince my foster father. I can't promise you. Lin Shuer answered without thinking. This was her personality, she hated being forced or threatened by others. Junior sister, the moment you arrived at the Heavenly Yuan sect, I've fallen in love with you. For the past 2 years I've been paying attention to you all the time. You have great talent, and I'm sure you'll surpass me in the future. That's why I took the risk to leave the Heavenly Yuan sect and come to the Central Province to train. I wanted to become stronger, so that I can be a good match for you. Now, I've done it. My foster father is a mid-heavenly core warrior, and he stands at the pinnacle of the heavenly water continent. As long as you follow me, I'm sure you'll become a heavenly core warrior in the future, and you might even surpass my foster father. You might even reach the 4th realm of the spirit realm. You. Peng Xing started talking at length, trying to convince Lin Shui'er. Stop talking, I won't agree to it. Senior brother, since you're not going to help me, then I'll take my leave. After saying that, Lin Shui'er turned around and left. Right at this moment, Peng Xing suddenly grabbed onto her wrist and said, Shui'er, if you don't agree to it, I won't let you go. Senior brother, don't force me to do it. Lin Shui'er suddenly took out the Soaring Heavens sword. Peng Xing's eyes became serious, and a greedy look appeared in his eyes. Shui'er, even if you have a high-ranked earth weapon, I don't think you're my match. Just follow my orders. Swoosh. Before he could finish his words, a piercing sound could be heard. Lin Shui'er couldn't take it anymore, and she took action. End of chapter. Kill. Peng Xing dodged the sword and retreated. Even though he reacted quickly, his shoulder was grazed by the sword. However, he ignored it and said, Shui'er, you actually attacked me. I know, you must have fallen in love with someone else. I heard from the guards that a pretty boy came with you. Who is he? Senior brother, don't talk nonsense. Lin Shui'er's face darkened. I see, you two are already together. You bitch, I wanted to find time to return to the Sky Yuan sect to marry you. How dare you have an affair behind my back? Now, I'll capture you and strip you naked in front of him. I'll let him watch me do. Before Peng Xing could finish, Lin Shui'er took a step forward and stabbed him with her sword. She was extremely disappointed. She did not expect her dignified senior brother to be such a beast. However, in the next moment, she saw Peng Xing take out a weapon and block her attack. Clang, Lin Shui'er's soaring cloud sword was knocked away. Then, Peng Xing slapped her chest, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backward. I have a high-grade earthly weapon too. You bitch, how dare you try to kill me? I'll *CK you up. Peng Xing said viciously as he walked toward Lin Shui'er. However, at this moment, swish, a cold light flashed. Peng Xing was shocked. He quickly waved his right hand and destroyed the cold light. However, he felt a chill in front of his chest. When he looked down, he saw that there was a large hole in his chest. Once he lowered his head, he could no longer raise it. He fell backward, blood spurting out and drenching his clothes. Lin Shui'er turned around and saw Yi Xian flip over the wall and land on the ground. He then put away Peng Xing's universe ring and high-grade earthly weapon. You killed him? Lin Shui'er asked in surprise. You silly girl, didn't you hear what he just said? Do you still think he's your senior brother? Yi Xian helplessly walked over and checked Lin Shui'er's injuries. He sighed and said, he really hit you hard. If you had just broken through to the Earth Core realm, you would have been killed by that palm strike. After he finished speaking, he picked Lin Shui'er up and jumped out of the courtyard. Lin Shui'er stared at Yi Xian with her eyes wide open. What? You? A young mayor of the Central Province is killed? Guangjin City is going to fall into chaos? Are you going to stay here and wait to be caught? Yi shook his head, then he quickly. However, not long after he left the courtyard, a figure flashed out and slammed a palm toward him. Bang! Xianxian's, Yi, Xianshui's god. Damn it, it must be a heavenly core warrior. He shui's Xian, how dare you assassinate the young mayor? I'll kill you. A deep voice sounded out in Yi Xian's ears, scaring him so much that he quickly stood up. Bang! A large crater had been blasted out of the place where he had been lying just now, and thick smoke was still rising from it. Yi Xian couldn't help but shiver. If he had been a little slower, he would have been seriously injured. Who are you? Yi Xian stood up and asked in fear. A dead man doesn't need to know my name. A middle-aged man slowly walked out. He was the one who sneak attacked Yi Xian just now, causing Yi Xian to throw away the beauty in his arms. Heavenly Core Realm, he really is a Heavenly Core warrior. Luckily he's just a young Heavenly Core warrior, or else I would have been dead by now. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although he was just a young Heavenly Core warrior, this time, he would need to exchange for a high-ranked Earth-rank martial skill in order to fight against this man. Lin Shuer also stood up from the ground. She knew the cultivation level of this middle-aged man in front of her. With a pale face, she said, I'm the one who killed Pang Xing, not him. Shut up, you little bitch. You're going to die soon. The middle-aged man didn't want to waste any more time. He took a big step forward and threw out a punch. He wanted to take Yi Xian's life. His speed was so fast that it was beyond Lin Shuer's reaction. But before this, Yi Xian had already swallowed a pill. Great strength pill. At the same time, he spent 50 Devour crystals to exchange for a high-ranked Earth-rank martial skill. Poof. 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 Explode technique, explode all 3 orifices. Heavenly Tyrant Fist. A thick Dan energy gushed out from his body. As Yi Xian threw out a punch, the Dan energy poured into his other fist. Bang! A loud explosion sounded out. It was as if a bomb had just exploded. The shockwave sent Lin Shuer, who was a small Heavenly Core warrior, flying backwards. At the same time, another figure was sent flying in the opposite direction. It wasn't Yi Xian, it was the middle-aged Heavenly Core warrior. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe what just happened. His punch just now was powerful enough to kill a late Earthly Core warrior, but he was still sent flying by Yi Xian. How was this possible? High-ranked Earth-rank gloves, high-ranked Earth-rank martial skill? In an instant, the middle-aged man realized what was going on. Not only did he have a high-ranked Earth-rank weapon, but Yi Xian also had a high-ranked Earth-rank martial skill. This was out of his expectations. But, before he could land on the ground, he saw Yi Xian suddenly appear in front of Lin Shuer. He carried her in his arms and left the place in an instant. Plop! The moment the middle-aged man landed on the ground, he quickly jumped up and chased after Yi Xian. But, in the next second, he was shocked to find out that Yi Xian was gone. So fast, who is this guy? The middle-aged man was shocked. He looked around again, but didn't find anything strange. It looked like Yi Xian had left. I need to report this to the mayor as soon as possible. The middle-aged man turned around and left. In his mind, he was imagining how the mayor of Guangjin would be enraged. The mayor of Guangjin was old, his only son was killed by a disciple from a sect. He had been listening to the news all these years, and when he finally found a suitable adopted son, he was killed by someone else. Perhaps, the entire Zhong province would be shaken. But, what the middle-aged man didn't know was that after he left, 2 figures walked out from a corner of the courtyard. Hugh, luckily my dark shadow leopard bloodline has been upgraded to a high rank, and I can move things I touch. If not, I would have been discovered. Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief, then he said, we can't stay here any longer, let's leave the city now. Last time, he killed Kong Rong and Kong Quan, and was forced to leave Thorn City. This time, he killed the young mayor of Thorn City, Pang Xing, and was forced to leave again. It was really bitter. The hunt both of them quickly left the mayor's mansion, then they chose the nearest city gate and left. The attack just now had depleted all of Yi Xian's core energy, and he couldn't even unleash the 8 desolate wind formation, so he had no choice but to run. If he didn't, he could have used the heavenly break formation again, and perhaps he could have killed that middle-aged man. A heavenly core warrior definitely had a lot of wealth. But too bad, he had missed the opportunity. If there was a next time, the middle-aged man would definitely use all of his strength and wouldn't underestimate Yi Xian anymore. At that time, Yi Xian's chances of survival would be less than 20%. After leaving the city, Yi Xian quickly healed Lin Shuer as well as himself. After that, they started heading in the same direction. Originally, they thought this would be a simple task, they just needed to spread the news about the green source giant. But now, it looked like they couldn't let the mayor know about this. If they did, the Sky Yuan sect and Soaring Heaven Mansion wouldn't have anything to do with the Green Source Giant. After killing Peng Xing, Yi Xian brought Lin Shuer and ran for the entire night before they finally stopped. Lin Shuer spent the entire night in Yi Xian's arms. When Yi Xian put her down, she still had the same shocked expression on her face. You ran for the entire night, aren't you tired? Lin Shuer asked in shock. I'm fine, I'm a body-refining cultivator, my recovery speed is very fast. Yi Xian slowly explained. This was all thanks to the myriad flower bloodline, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to run for the entire night. Lin Shuer stared at him in shock. Yi Xian's speed last night was incredibly fast, and she reckoned he had already surpassed Mo Ziyun. But in the next second, her expression turned gloomy, because the gap between her and Yi Xian had widened once again. What's wrong? Yi Xian looked at Lin Shuer and asked curiously. Lin Shuer shook her head. She hesitated for a moment, then said, I just have a question for you. What is it? Yi Xian furrowed his brows and asked. This time, Lin Shuer hesitated again, then she asked, Do you hate me? Hearing this question, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then he asked in shock, Why would I hate you? You don't hate me? Lin Shuer blinked her eyes. Are you talking about the engagement? Why would I hate you? Moreover, it's all thanks to Elder Yu Jin's 2 spirit-gathering pills. Otherwise, I would still be a piece of trash. Yi Xian smiled. Indeed, it was the soul-gathering pill that allowed him to activate the devouring system. Otherwise, he might still be in Lianyun City. No, he might be living a peaceful life in some town. Really? Shuer couldn't believe it. Nonsense, if I hated you, I would have slapped you the first time I saw you. Yi Xian nodded seriously. Lin Shuer was choked by this sentence. Although it was a bit harsh, it also untied a knot in her heart. She originally wanted to return to Lianyun City and put on a high and mighty attitude. She wanted Yi Xian to hate her. That way, Yi Xian would feel better. However, she didn't expect that Yi Xian would actually come to the Heavenly Yuan sect. Even she was shocked by his methods. After that, Yi Xian grew little by little. Now, Yi Xian had left her in the dust. She thought Yi Xian would mock her, but Yi Xian never mentioned the engagement. Now, this knot was finally untied. I'll rest for a while. We'll continue on our way to Divine Land City. Yi Xian said. He sat down and closed his eyes to rest. Although they were far away from Thorn City, he still felt a little uneasy. Just in case, he decided to rush to Divine Land City. Okay. Lin Shuer nodded. Yi Xian slept for about 15 minutes. When he woke up, it was about time to start on the road. Aren't you going to sleep more? Lin Shuer saw this and asked. No, I feel like something is going to happen. Let's talk about it when we reach Divine Land City. Yi Xian shook his head and walked over. Lin Shuer didn't refuse. She let Yi Xian carry her. However, at this moment. Beep. A shrill cry suddenly rang out in the dark night. When Yi Xian and Lin Shuer heard it, they couldn't help but pause. Yi Xian sensed a bird entering his range. This wasn't important. What was important was that there were 2 figures on the bird's back. One was a human, while the other looked like a dog. Lin Shuer, and the guy who killed the young city lord, I know you're here. Come out. A loud roar entered Yi Xian's ears. He was startled for a moment, but he immediately reacted. Wasn't this the voice of the middle-aged man he met at the mayor's mansion in Guangjin City? Impossible, how did he catch up with us? Yi Xian cried out in shock. He carefully checked his clothes, and he found out that there was a trace of his opponent's Dan energy left on his clothes. Damn it, why didn't I notice it? I'm such a pig. He scolded himself in his mind, then he said to Lin Shuer, You hide here, I'll lure him away and see if I can kill his mount. I'll meet up with you later. He had checked Lin Shuer's clothes, there was no trace of a heavenly core Dan energy, so he didn't have to worry. If he wanted to avoid this, he would have to erase his opponent's Dan energy, and kill his mount. However, Yi Xian was thinking of the third option, kill his opponent. Be careful. Lin Shuer said with a worried expression. She knew there was nothing she could do to help right now. You stay here and watch. If anyone else comes, go to the Divine Land City yourself and post a notice on the entrance. As for me, I have many ways to escape, remember that. After saying that, Yi Xian disappeared into the darkness. The forest wasn't big, Yi Xian could cross it in 10 seconds. If he wanted to kill this heavenly core warrior here, he couldn't fight him head-on, he had to outsmart him. If we fight head-on, I won't be able to defeat you, but my methods are definitely beyond your imagination. Fog formation, activate. Yi Xian quickly formed hand seals. In the blink of an eye, a thick fog covered the entire forest. Fog? The middle-aged man in the sky frowned, then he shouted out loudly, young man, surrender now, or else, I'll burn this entire forest down. But, before he could finish his words, a cold beam shot up into the sky. Bam! The middle-aged man threw out a punch and shattered the arrow beam. At the same time, he found Yi Xian's approximate location. So you're here, die now. Killing a heavenly core warrior. Bang! An area that was about 10 meters wide was cleared out, and all the trees in the area were shattered into pieces. You're not here? Again. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he continuously struck out with both hands, attacking crazily. The trees in the forest were destroyed one by one, and after more than 10 palm strikes, he still couldn't find Yi Xian. Right at this moment, the middle-aged man was about to land on the ground. But right at this moment, 2 cold beams suddenly shot up into the sky about 100 meters away from the middle-aged man. Swoosh! The arrows flew through the air and hit the head of the other Xian beast, instantly killing them. Right now, Yi Xian could have run away, but he didn't, because he had his eyes on the middle-aged man's storage ring. The central province is rich, they don't care about the 4 big cities at all. Let me see how much wealth a heavenly core warrior has. Yi Xian thought to himself. At the same time, the middle-aged man had also found out Yi Xian's approximate location based on the cold beam he saw just now. Without hesitation, he used his palm strike to open up a path, knocking away all the trees in front of him. You little brat, you have the potential to be an assassin. You've just broken through to the Earth Core realm, but you're already strong enough to fight me. Yesterday, you escaped and caused me to be scolded by the city lord. Today, I must kill you and atone for my crime. After the middle-aged man finished talking to himself, he started attacking crazily again. There were trees and fog in the forest, so he had to clear all the obstacles around him. But right at this moment, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the dark, had a confident smile on his face. Tap, tap. Suddenly, the sound of grass rustling in the wind entered the middle-aged man's ears. He immediately turned around and threw out a punch. Now! Right at the moment when the middle-aged man attacked, Yi Xian, who was hiding 10 meters away from him, suddenly poured out a huge amount of core energy and gathered it on the Bahuang sword. In an instant, a huge sword was formed, and Yi Xian swung it towards the middle-aged man. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. He suddenly remembered that there were 2 people and immediately turned around. At this time, the 8 Desolation Great Sword had already slashed over. Fortunately, the middle-aged man had also refined his body, and his speed was extremely fast. He actually used both hands to slap the 8 Desolation Great Sword in the center of his palm. You do have some ability, but can you take this move? Yi Xian snorted coldly in his heart. In the next moment, the 8 Desolation Greatsword suddenly shattered. Following that, the middle-aged man felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. He was completely stunned. Not only that, but the loud noise was still reverberating in his ears, constantly stimulating his brain. 2 seconds later, he fell limply to the ground, his eyes turning white. Seeing this, Yi Xian directly threw out the Bahuang sword in his hand. With a kacha sound, the Bahuang sword split into 8 pieces, then formed a sharp awl that suddenly pierced down. 8 desolate wind-killing array, Tianchong broke through. Hiss! The middle-aged man's chest was pierced through, and he died in an instant. He never thought that he would die in the hands of a brat who had just entered the Earth Core realm. There was a difference of 3 whole realms between them. After he died, Yi Xian walked out from the darkness and sneered, "What a pity, you died because of your carelessness." Don't think that I am 3 realms lower than you. If I had the chance, I would have killed you without leaving a single piece of armor behind. However, the combination of the echo formation and the 8 desolation heaven-shaking sword almost made me deaf. Fortunately, there was the echo formation, or else it would have been difficult for me to kill you. After muttering to himself, Yi Xian kept the middle-aged man's remains and corpse. Back in the Lingxiao Peak's bamboo forest, Great Elder Lin Wenyue had set up a sound isolation formation. However, this time, Yi Xian had set up an echo formation. If someone spoke inside, it would be like shouting in the valley, creating a continuous echo. This formation was extremely complicated. Fortunately, Yi Xian had set it up in advance. If it was during a battle, he definitely wouldn't have been able to set it up. Moreover, this middle-aged man seemed to have refined his body, and his physique was much stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, this man was very experienced in battle. He would always use some of his Dan essence to protect his ears. If it wasn't for the echo formation, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't have been able to kill him with just the 8 desolation heaven-shaking sword. As for what attracted the middle-aged man's attention, it wasn't Lin Shuer, but some of the puppets that Yi Xian had hidden in the surroundings. The central province might have some sound techniques, so he was used to protecting his ears. Yi Xian thought for a while, and then checked the contents of the ring. A high-grade earth tool, and a bunch of miscellaneous items. He had devoured everything and obtained 50 devouring crystals. The central province was indeed rich. The items in this Qian Kuan ring had probably surpassed the entire Soaring Heaven mansion. Of course, that was the former Soaring Heaven mansion. Previously, he had used 50 devour crystals to exchange for a high-grade earth-level martial art. Now that he had obtained another 50 devour crystals, it was a good return. Then, he left immediately. Lin Shuer was very anxious when she saw the middle-aged man jump into the forest. After the middle-aged man landed, she didn't hear a single sound, which made her even more anxious. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. She was so frightened that she hurriedly drew her sword. However, when she saw who it was, her tense nerves suddenly relaxed. "That's great, you're fine," Lin Shuer exclaimed. Then, she quickly covered her mouth. After all, there were other people in the forest. "It's fine. That person is already dead," Yi Xian said with a relaxed expression. "What? Dead? You killed him?" Lin Shuer exclaimed again when she heard this. Yi Xian nodded. "He's dead. However, we can't stay here for long. We have to leave quickly. If the middle-aged man could chase after them, there might be other people chasing after them." Although the middle-aged man said that he wanted to redeem himself, it was better to be careful. If the city lord of Guangjin City were to chase after them, they would be dead meat. After he finished speaking, he directly carried Lin Shuer and rushed towards the Divine Land City. Yi Xian's worries were unnecessary. When dawn arrived, they finally arrived at the Divine Land City. At this moment, the city gates were just opened. The two of them immediately walked in. Previously, when they went to Guangjin City, they were looking for the eldest senior brother of the Heavenly Yuan sect, Peng Xing. This time, they were looking for the eldest senior brother of the Soaring Heaven mansion, Xing Miao. Yi Xian had a copy of Xing Miao's address, so they immediately went to look for him. In front of a residence in the southern part of the Divine Land City, a servant was cleaning outside the Xing residence. When he saw Yi Xian and Xing Miao, he asked curiously, Who are you looking for?" This location was relatively remote, and there was only one courtyard nearby that had people living there. That was why he asked this question. "Excuse me, does Xing Miao live here? You're looking for the young master?" "The young master went out a few days ago and hasn't returned yet," the servant replied. "Alliance Chief of Divine Land Alliance not here?" Yi Xian continued asking, "Do you know where he went? When will he be back?" "I don't know." The servant shook his head. Yi Xian was puzzled. He had found the place, but he couldn't find the person. Could it be that he had to look for the Myriad Pavilion again? "Thank you." He nodded his head and left. He wondered if the Myriad Pavilion could find Xing Miao's exact location. After a while, Yi Xian and Lin Shuer once again arrived at the Myriad Pavilion. Yi Xian didn't know much about Jing Miao, but the Myriad Pavilion was still able to find out Jing Miao's location. Jing Miao is currently in the Heavenly Shaking Mountain? Yi Xian looked at the parchment and was startled. The Heavenly Shaking Mountain was a dangerous place in the Divine Land. It was said that there were heavenly core Xian beasts there. It looked like Jing Miao was training there. After leaving the Myriad Pavilion, Yi Xian said to Lin Shui'er, "Let's find a place to stay first, then I'll go look for him. You wait for him in the Divine Land City, be careful." Lin Shui'er nodded her head. She knew that if she followed him, it would be very inconvenient for Yi Xian, and she would only be a burden to Yi Xian. Without further ado, both of them found a place to stay, then Yi Xian left the Divine Land City. The Heavenly Shaking Mountain was located at the north of the Divine Land City. Yi Xian estimated that with his speed, it would take him about 1 day to reach there. Jing Miao is currently in a cave in the Heavenly Shaking Mountain, he should be cultivating. This Myriad Pavilion is really resourceful, isn't it? Yi Xian was very surprised. This Myriad Pavilion could really do anything, they even knew the exact location of a person who was training outside. He had no idea how they did it. 1 day later, Yi Xian entered the Heavenly Shaking Mountain. The Heavenly Shaking Mountain was huge, it seemed to be even bigger than the entire Soaring Heaven Mansion. It was impossible to find a person here. However, the location given by the All Affairs Pavilion was very precise. It was in a cave in the western part of the Heavenly Shaking Mountain. After entering the Heaven Shaking Mountain, Yi Xian immediately rushed out. This was a very suitable place for leveling up. There were many birds and beasts, and all of them were at least at the Earth Core realm. Therefore, Yi Xian was in a very good mood. He had the urge to level this Heaven-Shaking Mountain. But at the moment, it was better to find Jing Miao first. After all, the exact location given by the All Affairs Pavilion was a day ago. Very soon, Yi Xian found the cave according to the location given by the All Affairs Pavilion. However, there was no one in the cave. Bonfire, still warm, and leftover meat. Looks like they just left. Yi Xian frowned and looked around. Sure enough, he found a small footprint. He followed the footprints and began to sense his surroundings to see if he could find someone. However, at this moment, a huge roar suddenly rang out from the mountain, as well as all sorts of rumbling sounds. Someone is fighting with those Xian beasts. It should be Jing Miao. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Those who were able to train in the Heavenly Shaking Mountain were definitely not ordinary people. Previously, he only asked the All Affairs Pavilion to find Jing Miao's location, they didn't look for any other information. Therefore, he estimated that Jing Miao might be a mid-Earth Core warrior, or even a late Earth Core warrior. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the source of the sound. When he walked out of the forest, he saw 4 figures moving around in an open space in front of him. 3 Heavenly Core Golden Heavy Apes? When Yi Xian saw the figures of the 3 figures, he was startled. Right now, the 3 golden heavy apes were attacking a young man who was holding a long sword. The battle was very intense. Jing Miao? No way. A single man fighting 3 heavenly core Xian beasts? Is he really from the Soaring Heaven Mansion? Yi Xian couldn't believe it. The reward for being ranked second on the heavenly ranking was only a late mortal core warrior, and he had just broken through to the Earth Core realm after absorbing a Xian beast's inner core. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was the Alliance Chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, Jing Miao. However, when he saw that the young man seemed to be struggling, he immediately shouted, "Mister, do you need help?" Hearing this, the young man replied, "These 3 are Heavenly Core Xian beasts. They are extremely strong, and their defense is amazing. Please be careful." It looked like he needed help. So what if their defense is amazing? Yi Xian smiled, then he took out an Earth Tool longbow and released an arrow. Mid-rank Earth rank martial skill, soul-breaking arrow, swoosh, the arrow pierced through the air and hit the back of one of the golden heavy apes. However, this golden heavy ape's defense was amazing, and the arrow only managed to make a small hole on its back. When the golden heavy ape was suddenly injured, it turned around and glared at Yi Xian, then it turned around and continued attacking the young man. Its defense is amazing, let's try this bow. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he took out a new bow and arrow. It was a high-rank earth tool. Swoosh, just now, the golden heavy ape didn't take the arrow seriously, so it was shot in the head. This time, its head was pierced through, and it died in an instant. A high-rank earth tool, a mid-rank earth martial skill, and the bloodline of the overlord arrow, killing you is as easy as pie. Xian let out a cold snort in his mind. When the golden heavy ape fell to the ground, he shot another arrow. Bam! Soul-breaking arrow, a single arrow could break a soul. The second golden heavy ape didn't even have time to react before its head exploded. When the third golden heavy ape saw that its two companions were killed, its eyes immediately lit up, and it prepared to charge towards Xian. But right at this moment, the young man suddenly leapt into the air and slashed at its head with his sword. A head was sent flying and fell to the ground. Blood splashed everywhere. A high-rank earth tool, a high-rank earth martial skill? Xian immediately realized what was going on. This young man seemed to have an extraordinary background. A heavenly core warrior is still a heavenly core warrior, he's much easier to deal with than a human. The young man murmured to himself, then he turned to Xian and said, "My name is Jing Miao, thank you for your help." Xian had killed 2 heavenly core golden heavy apes with just 3 arrows. This was more than enough to prove his strength. Jing Miao? When Xian heard this name, his eyes lit up. He had found the right person. But, although his name matched, his strength didn't match. "My name is Xian." Xian cupped his fist and said respectfully. "These 2 golden heavy apes were killed by Brother Yi, so their corpses should be yours." Jing Miao put away the golden heavy ape he killed, then he said to Xian. Xian walked over cautiously. Although this Jing Miao might be the person he was looking for, there were 3 golden heavy apes' corpses in front of him, and 3 heavenly cores. Who knew if this guy would suddenly attack him? Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually very cautious. After that, he put away the 2 golden heavy apes' corpses. He turned around and saw that Jing Miao was still standing a few meters away, quietly looking at him. "Divine Land City, this golden ape, I've been looking for it for a long time. With this inner core, I can break through to the heavenly core realm. Thank you, Brother Yi." Jing Miao once again expressed his gratitude. "I'm just trying to help when I see injustice," Xian said with a smile on his face. The value of 2 heavenly core corpses had definitely surpassed the middle-aged man's wealth. This was a great deal. "Brother Yi, you're so young, but you're already so strong. May I know which city you're from?" Jing Miao subconsciously asked. "I'm not from the Zhong province, I'm from the eastern region's Soaring Heaven Mansion," Xian replied slowly. When the 3 words Soaring Sky Mansion entered Jing Miao's ears, he was shocked as well. How could a disciple from the Soaring Heaven Mansion have the ability to kill a heavenly core profound beast with just 1 strike? Even the Supreme Elder couldn't do that. "Since you're a disciple from the Soaring Heaven Mansion, do you know which 5 superpowers are in the Soaring Heaven Mansion?" Jing Miao asked suspiciously. But at the same time, he was curious, because there was no reason for him to pretend to be a disciple from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. In the Zhong province, any city could fight with the Soaring Heaven Mansion. The 4 great dynasties and the Divine Land Alliance. "Senior Disciple Zheng, I'm also a member of the Divine Land Alliance, and I'm here because of Senior Disciple Jiang Yu." Xian went straight to the point. Jing Miao was even more surprised. He quickly thought for a moment, then he smiled and said, "So you've recognized me a long time ago. You must have gone to the Myriad Pavilion and come here specifically to find me. I never expected that the Soaring Heaven Mansion would be able to produce such a genius. Senior Disciple is overpraising me. Junior Disciple is here because of something important." Xian told Jing Miao about what had happened recently. "What? A fist-sized celestial blue rock was swallowed by that green source giant?" Jing Miao was shocked when he heard what Xian said. "The Supreme Elder and Sect Chief asked me to come here because they want Senior Disciple to spread the news, then we can work together and kill that peak heavenly core green source giant." Xian nodded his head. Jing Miao paused for a moment and said, "This matter is of great importance. Even if the entire central continent is gathered together, its value would probably still be unable to compare to that single piece of celestial limestone. However, that piece of celestial limestone was swallowed by the green source giant, so I wonder how much remains of it." After he finished speaking, he turned around and asked, Junior brother, other than the soaring sky mansion and the heavenly Yuan sect, do any other forces know about this? No. Yi Xian shook his head. Previously, Lin Shuer had told the first senior brother of the Sky Yuan sect, Pang Xing. However, Pang Xing had already been killed by him. Therefore, there should only be 3 people in the central state who knew about this matter. If that's the case, we only need to mobilize the strength of a main city to destroy that green source giant, Xing Miao said slowly. Does senior brother know the city lord of Divine Land? Yi Xian asked curiously. Xing Miao nodded and said, that's right. I know him, and I'm even very familiar with him. To be honest, the city master of Divine Land City is my grandfather. The reason why I joined the Soaring Sky Mansion and formed the Divine Land Alliance was to unearth geniuses. If you want to come to the Central Province in the future, you can join my Divine Land City. What? This answer was once again out of Yi Xian's expectation. The Pang Xing he met before was only the adopted son of the city lord of Guangjin City. However, this first senior brother of the Soaring Sky Mansion was actually the grandson of the city lord of Divine Land City. Damn it, was this a rich second generation who went to the countryside to experience life? Let's not delay any longer, we need to return to Divine Land City now. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to stay in the heaven-shaking mountain for a while, but since Xing Miao placed so much importance on this matter, Yi Xian had no choice but to follow them back. After all, there were more heavenly core profound beasts in the heavenly Yuan sect. With his current strength, he could easily kill heavenly core profound beasts. At that time, he would be able to level up. 2 days later, Yi Xian followed Xing Miao back to Divine Land City. After finding Lin Shuer, Yi Xian followed Xing Miao to the city lord's mansion. In a study room within the city lord's mansion, the city lord of Divine Land City, Xianxia, was discussing something with his son, the vice city lord, Xingyu. The adopted son of the city lord of Guangjin City is dead, and that old fogey actually sent an arrest warrant to us? What a joke. Last time, he stole a black sun steel mine from my Divine Land City, and now he wants me to post an arrest warrant for him? City Lord Xianxia coldly harumphed. Father, I've heard about this as well. But, I just received news that the old fogey is secretly gathering some strong warriors. I wonder what he's up to. Xingyu asked curiously. Xianxia coldly harumphed, that old fogey is really something, he actually sneaked to another territory to do some shady business. He must be crazy about money. Should we inform Laikong City about this? Xingyu asked again. No, let's let that old fox provoke the city lord first. After that, we'll spread the news and let the 2 main cities fight to the death. Xianxia shook his head. Right at this moment, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly entered their ears. Grandfather, father. It was Xing Miao's voice. You little brat, don't you know your manners? I'm talking to your grandfather about something important. Xingyu quickly stepped forward and stopped Xing Miao. At the same time, he glanced at Yi Xian and Lin Shuer who were standing behind Xing Miao, then he was startled. He felt a bit strange, as he felt Yi Xian and Lin Shuer looked familiar. Father, I have something important to tell you as well. Xing Miao quickly said. Let him in. Xianxua's voice came from inside the room. Xing Miao brought Yi Xian and Lin Shuer into the study room. Didn't you go to the heavenly shaking mountain? What happened? Did you find the golden ape? Xianxia looked at Xing Miao. Yes, I found it, and I've also obtained its inner core. Xing Miao nodded and answered. Haha, good, I'll help you absorb it when the time comes. It won't be long before you break through to the heavenly core realm. Xianxia stroked his beard and smiled. Right at this moment, he turned his attention to Yi Xian and Lin Shuer who were standing behind Xing Miao. In the next moment, his expression changed, and he took out 2 portraits. An? A wanted criminal from Guangjin City? Xianxia said in shock. Yi Xian glanced at the portrait in Xianxua's hand with a surprised expression. He noticed that one of the portraits in Xianxua's hand looked 80% like him, and the other one looked almost the same as Lin Shuer. Xing Miao was surprised as well. She asked, Grandfather, why do you have Yi Xian's portrait? A few days ago, the adopted son of the Guangjin City city lord was killed. The city lord sent an arrest warrant here, and asked us to keep an eye out for him. After saying that, Xianxia turned his attention back to Yixian. Don't tell me, it was you two who killed Peng Xing? Heavenly Yuan sect returned. Don't worry, the Divine Land City and Guangjin City don't have a good relationship. Even if you killed the city lord, I won't do anything to you. But, since you killed that old man's adopted son in the governor's mansion, even I have to admit that I admire your courage. Xianxia praised. Yixian let out a sigh of relief and said, Senior, you flatter me. Alright, Xing Miao, the reason you came to me is because of them, right? You can rest assured now, I won't tell that old man about what happened in the Divine Land City. Xianxia waved his hand and shattered the two portraits in his hand. When Xing Miao heard that Yixian had killed the young city lord of Guangjin City, he was shocked as well. But, the reason he came to Xianxia was not because of this. Grandfather, you misunderstood me, listen to me. Xing Miao started telling his grandfather everything that happened in the Heavenly Yuan sect. After hearing what he said, both Xianxia and Jing Yu were stunned. A fist-sized celestial green stone, and a profound beast? Xianxia widened his eyes and said, Huiyang, I remember this Huiyang was from the Divine Land City, I never thought she would find a celestial green stone. Little brother Yi, is that why you came here? Jing Yu turned around and asked. Yes, she is a disciple from the Heavenly Yuan sect. That's why we came to the Central Province this time. We want to spread the news and ask the warriors of the Central Province to eliminate those green source giants. Yixian nodded his head. Jing Yu suddenly thought of something and asked, You went to the governor's mansion in Guangjin City before this, what were you doing there? This, Yixian actually wanted to keep it a secret, but now, it seemed like there was no need to. Therefore, he just told him. That old man's adopted son, Peng Xing, is actually from the Heavenly Yuan sect. Not good, that old man is not gathering his men in Lai Sky City, he is going to the southern region. Xianxia immediately reacted and shouted, Xing Yu, go gather all profound Earth Core warriors now. Yes, father. Xing Yu replied and quickly left. After pondering for a moment, Yixian finally understood. It was no wonder that Guangjin City's city lord did not personally come to arrest him. It should be because he knew about the celestial blue stone. It was likely that when Lin Shuer told Peng Xing, the middle-aged man heard it and reported it to Guangjin City's city lord. Soon, all the warriors from the city lord's mansion had gathered. Aside from Xianxia, who was an initial Heavenly Core warrior, there were also 4 early Heavenly Core warriors, including Jing Yu, and a dozen late Earth Core warriors. This was the strength of the City Lord Office of Divine Land City. Not only that, Xianxia also had a Heavenly Core cloud-soaring bird. It would only take him 1 day to arrive at the Heavenly Yuan sect. Immediately, the group of people set off. Perhaps the Guangjin City had set off a long time ago. If they were any slower, all the Heavenly Core Xian Beasts' cores would have been taken away by the Guangjin City. Not only that, but even that green source giant could be killed. Therefore, they must arrive before the city lord of Guangjin. Due to the urgency of the situation, they didn't have time to return to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Instead, they set off straight for the Heavenly Yuan sect. Heavenly Core Xian Beasts were extremely fast. Yixian and the rest only spent 1 day to arrive at the Heavenly Yuan sect's territory. High up in the sky, a big gray bird was flapping its wings. On its back, there were a dozen men standing. So those are the green source giants? Good, looks like the men from Guangjin City haven't arrived yet. The city lord, Xianxia, looked into the distance and saw those small green source giants. When we left, there were only a few hundred of those small green source giants left. But now, there are even more of them. Furthermore, there are even early Heavenly Core Xian Beasts, Yixian said with a frown on his face. Xianxia didn't mind. Don't worry, we arrived earlier than the Guangjin City. As long as we gather together, it won't take long for us to kill all these small green source giants. With so many Xian beasts, just their inner cores alone would be a huge number. When they looked into the distance, they could see more than 110-meter-tall green source giants. They were all at least at the Heavenly Core realm. Right at this moment, another bird beast suddenly appeared in the sky. Xianxia subconsciously looked into the sky, but he didn't know who it was. grandfather, they are from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. When Xianxia saw them, he hastily said. Right at this moment, there were a total of 4 men riding on Soaring Heaven rocks. They were the 4 higher-ups from the Soaring Heaven Mansion and Heavenly Yuan sect. When the 2 birds met, Yi Xian and Lin Shuai jumped onto the back of the Soaring Heaven rocks. Yi Xian, you're finally back. When the Grand Elder, Zhou Yan, saw Yi Xian, he couldn't help but say. Grand Elder, did you know that senior disciple Xing is the grandson of the city lord? Yi Xian asked in a straightforward manner. What? Hearing this, all 4 men were shocked. Yi Xian was too lazy to explain, he just went to introduce them. Alright, I got it. Since you're the ones who brought me the news, I can promise you that after this is done, I'll give you 10% of the inner cores, but you have to help me. Zheng Shuahai didn't mind at all. He could tell that Zhou Yan and the other 3 men had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. 10% was more than enough. Thank you, City Lord. Zhou Yan quickly expressed his gratitude. There were so many heavenly core Xian beasts here, 10% of the inner cores would give them at least a dozen inner cores. As for the celestial green rock, they wouldn't ask for it. There's no time to lose, we'll do as we've planned. Let's clear out an area first. Little brother Yi, the 5 of you can go together, the inner cores will belong to you. After saying that, Zheng Shuahai jumped off the Soaring Heaven rocks. Belong to us? Zhou Yan and the other 3 men looked at each other, they were all thinking that the Divine Land City was really generous. Shuai, you stay on the Soaring Heaven rocks, don't go down. Mo Ziyun said to Lin Shuai. Yes, master. Lin Shuai replied. She knew that she was too weak, and if she went down, she would only put more pressure on the others. After that, the 4 of them jumped off the Soaring Heaven rocks. Be careful. Yi Xian said as he jumped off the Soaring Heaven rocks as well. However, he was going in a different direction than the other 4 men, he was going to do it alone. In fact, when he broke through to the Earth Core realm, he wanted to come here alone to kill monsters and level up. A high-rank Earth weapon, a high-rank Earth martial skill, and a 10% increase in movement speed. His combat strength was probably even higher than the Heavenly Yuan sect's Grand Elder, Yi Tianlang. Tisk, TSK, so many Xian beasts, let the hunt begin. Yi Xian laughed out loud in his mind. He took out a high-rank Earth weapon longbow and exchanged it for a high-rank Earth martial skill. High-rank Earth martial skill, chain of 7 stars. Arriving at Guangjin City, 7 arrows pierced through the air and pierced through the stomach of a late Earth Core warrior a few hundred meters away. After killing so many green source giants, Yi Xian had found a weakness that wasn't really a weakness. The green source giant's weakness was similar to a human's weakness. It was located in the Dantian, and there was a small space there. As long as this space was destroyed, the green source giant would be dead. Yi Xian's 8 Desolation Heavenly Quake Sword had destroyed this small space, and that was why he was able to kill the green source giant. A high-ranked Earth rank martial skill is really something, it can kill with just 1 strike. Yi Xian felt really proud of himself. Perhaps, besides those Heavenly Core warriors, no one else in this place could do this. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the corpse and stored it away. In just an instant, he had gained a lot of core energy and 10 devouring crystals. Right now, he still had 150 devouring crystals. He had exchanged for the sky-shaking fist and 7 meteor chain arrows, both of which were high-ranked Earth-rank martial skills. A green source giant at the Great Success Earth Core realm could get about 10 devour crystals. He was thinking that he might be able to break through to the early Earth Core realm this time. At the same time, the warriors from the Divine Land City had split into a few groups. The city lord Zheng Shuahai was killing the green source giants by himself, and so were Jing Yu and the other 4 Heavenly Core warriors. If they really wanted to compare their efficiency, Jing Miao and the dozen late Earthly Core warriors were the slowest, followed by Zhou Yan's group of 4, followed by Jing Yu's group of 4, followed by Yi Xian's group of 4, and finally, the initial Heavenly Core warrior, Zheng Shuahai. In simple terms, Yi Xian's efficiency was second only to Zheng Shuahai. Lin Shuai, who was watching from the sky, had been focusing all her attention on Yi Xian. She was so impressed that she had nothing to say. Yi Xian was 4 stages lower than Zheng Shuahai, but his efficiency was second only to Xianxia. He was indeed a monster. In just a few minutes, Xian had killed more than 100 profound beasts, and most of them were at the Earth Core realm. In total, he had earned more than 150 Devour crystals. Right at this moment, a huge figure suddenly dashed towards him. A heavenly core green giant? Xian was taken aback. He quickly retreated while continuing to attack. The green source giant who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm was 20 meters tall, and its speed was at least a few times faster than a peak Earth Core warrior. However, with a 10% increase in movement speed, he was able to increase the distance between them. 7-star chain. 7-star chain. 7-star chain. This green source giant was very fast. It was like a war chariot as it ran over Xian. However, it had almost no intelligence. All it knew was to kill. Xian retreated as he attacked, hitting 100% of his shots. There was already a hole in the dantian of this green source giant. Just a little more and its dantian would be pierced through. 7-star chain. Xian used up all the Jindan essence in his body and shot one last arrow. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the heavenly core green source giant fell backwards. Xian took a big step forward and retrieved the beast core. After that, he swallowed the beast core. Previously, he had swallowed a beast core that had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, and each beast core only contained 25 Jindan. Therefore, he decided to give it to Song Suijing. During the time I wasn't here, this green source giant had created many more smaller giants. This must be the energy from the celestial blue stone. If I can devour all these heavenly core green source giants, I can at least break through to the peak Earth Core realm. At that time, I can beat that stupid city lord of Guangjin City. Xian was still killing the green source giants while fantasizing about his future. After killing for a while, a few flying mounts suddenly appeared in the sky. Beep. These flying mounts let out a few cries, attracting everyone's attention. Not good, that old man is here. Xianxia turned around and looked. His expression immediately changed. He called the soaring cloud bird and jumped onto its back. When the flying mounts arrived, a white-haired old man shouted out in surprise, "Xianxia, why are you here?" "Yuan Bo, what a coincidence." Xianxia smiled. This white-haired old man was the city lord of Guangjin City, Yuan Bo. Just like Xianxia, he was a mid-heavenly core warrior. Right at this moment, Yuan Bo suddenly turned around and saw Lin Shui'er. He immediately unleashed a killing intent and said, "Since you're here, I think high official he must have been killed." "Xianxia, how dare you kill my men?" "High official he?" Xianxia was surprised. "I don't know what you're talking about, but this little girl is my guest. If you want to touch her, you'll have to go through me first." "Humph." Yuan Bo let out a cold snort. Although he was resentful of Pang Xing's death, he still prioritized his own benefits. He then turned around and looked at Xianxia. "Xianxia, since you're here, I'm sure you know what's going on. If we fight, none of us will get any benefits. Why don't we talk?" "I have the same idea." Xianxia said with a smile. "Yuan Bo, how do you want to cooperate?" "Cooperate? No, I don't need to cooperate." Yuan Bo shook his head and said, "There are so many Xian beasts here, we can hunt freely without interfering with each other. What do you think? Don't interfere with each other?" "Good idea, but what about the green source giant?" Xianxia's eyes lit up. "Let's talk about it after we kill all of them." Yuan Bo replied. "Alright, let's do that then." Xianxia agreed. After that, Yuan Bo and the other men landed far away from Xianxia. After they landed, a young man walked up to them and said, "City Lord Yuan, you mean, young Master Yang Ling, I'm sorry I didn't introduce you to them just now." Yuan Bo hurriedly said. "It's fine. It's fine. City Lord Yuan, you should be thinking of secretly getting rid of those people, right?" The young man called young Master Yang Ling by Yuan Bo said. "That's right, there are so many Xian beasts here, of course we can't just let them kill them. Besides, I'm sure young Master Yang Ling is interested in this as well, right?" Yuan Bo asked with a smile on his face. I'm afraid there's no one who isn't interested in this. I've taken a look just now, besides the city lord, the rest of them are nothing to be afraid of. As long as we work together, we can kill all of them secretly. Young Master Yang Ling said in an indifferent tone. All right. Yuan Yibo's eyes lit up, he was filled with killing intent. Right at the same time, on the other side, Xianxia had gathered all the other men. This old fox is extremely greedy, and his methods are cruel. You guys need to be careful, those who haven't broken through to the Earth Core realm, stay away from them. Xianxia reminded. We will. Xingyu nodded his head. He was ready to work together with another Heavenly Core warrior. If that's the case, let's begin. It's better to be safe than sorry, this guy will definitely take action. When the time comes, don't show any mercy, we can strike first. He was courting death, however, only the people from Divine Land City were gathered. As for Zhou Yan's side, Yi Xian had called them over. Even Lin Shuer had come. Shuer, what's going on? Mo Ziyun asked, puzzled. Master, Lin Shuer hesitated, not knowing what to say. Let me explain. Your Heavenly Yuan sect's eldest senior brother, Pang Xing, is an ingrate. After he was adopted by that old man, he was ungrateful. Not only did he not help, he even wanted to force Shuer to marry him. In the end, he even turned into a pervert and said some nasty things. He even tried to touch Shuer. I accidentally killed him. Yi Xian explained briefly. What? You killed Pang Xing? Mo Ziyun was shocked. Pang Xing was his disciple. Sect Master Mo, aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? Yi Xian turned and asked, if I didn't do it, the two of us would have ended up in a horrible state. Shuer, is this true? Mo Ziyun asked in disbelief. Lin Shuer nodded, Master, it's true. Mo Ziyun and Yi Tianlang might not believe what Yi Xian said, but since Lin Shuer nodded, it had to be the truth. What an ingrate. To think that I nurtured him. Mo Ziyun was so angry that he was trembling. Alright, let's not talk about this now. You killed Pang Xing, so Yuan Yibo will probably seek you out for revenge. Shuer, I'll escort you to find a place to hide. Don't show yourself. Yi Tianlang said. I'll go. I'll open up a cave and set up a formation. It'll be safer that way. Yi Xian took the initiative. Lin Shuer was the weakest person present. Any one of them could kill her. This place was very dangerous, so she couldn't stay here. She had to hide. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Yi Tianlang nodded. Next, Yi Xian directly brought Lin Shuer to the bottom of a cliff, opened up a cave, and set up a formation for the Xinglu. Stay here and wait quietly. Don't make a sound. After setting up the array formation, Yi Xian said to Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer was also considered his relative. He didn't want Lin Shuer to die just like that. After all, the two of them were once considered to be engaged. Be careful, Shuer reminded him. Yes. Yi Xian nodded and left the room. Then, he quickly returned and continued his hunt. At the same time, he was even more vigilant than before. Although Guangjin City's city lord Yuan Yibo didn't say anything, if he encountered him, he would definitely kill him. Previously, he had killed a Heavenly Core warrior, but it was at night, and with the help of the Dark Shadow Leopard's bloodline, he was able to hide in the dark. He had also set up an echo formation to lure the enemy in. If he was asked to fight a Heavenly Core warrior alone right now, Zhou Yan and the others wouldn't have much of a problem, but those Heavenly Core warriors from the Central Province, he couldn't do anything about them. This was because he could feel that all these Heavenly Core warriors from the Central Province were all body-refining warriors. If he were to fight them head-on, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. After all, there was a gap of 3 levels between them, and they might also have a high-ranked Earth-rank martial skill. After returning, Yi Xian continued his hunt. With his innate skill of locating, he could scan the surrounding 1,500 meters. As long as someone stepped into the area, he would be able to react immediately. After the arrival of the Guangjin City's men, the rest of the men began to conserve their strength. They didn't want to use their full strength, as it would quickly deplete their strength and core energies. Because there might be a big battle coming soon. This was actually a good thing for Yi Xian. So you guys aren't looking for heavenly core Xian beasts anymore? Great, I'm the one who's lucky. Yi Xian had just killed a green source giant that had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, then he swallowed a recovery pill that was worth 1 Devour crystal. In an instant, the core energy in his body was fully recovered. 1 Devour crystal was equivalent to 1 trillion Devour points, which was equivalent to 10,000 high-ranked crystal stones. With 5 Devour crystals, one could get a high-ranked soul item under special circumstances. The rest of the men also had their own recovery pills, but Yi Xian's method of recovering all the core energies of an earthly core warrior was something that no one had ever seen before. For Yi Xian to kill a heavenly core Xian beast, he only needed to use the high-ranked Earth rank 7 meteor chain arrows a few times, and that would consume almost all of his core energies. Simply put, this was a win-win situation. The 5th one, the 6th one, the 7th one, Yi Xian continued his crazy slaughter. More green source giants fell one after another, causing the surrounding men to be stunned. That young man, how can he be so strong? I think he's even younger than Jing Miao. A heavenly core warrior said with mixed feelings. Jingyu nodded his head upon hearing this. His talent is comparable to the 3 princes of the upper 3 cities. After this, father will definitely try to rope him in. In the future, perhaps our divine land city will be able to get rid of the lower 3 cities and become one of the upper 3 cities. Both men paused for a moment, then they continued their slaughter. However, Yi Xian's high-profile slaughter had attracted the attention of the men from Guangjin City. That young man's archery skill is amazing, he has killed so many heavenly core Xian beasts. If I can get my hands on those core, I'm sure I can break through to the minor heavenly core realm. A revered elder from the mayor's mansion thought for a moment, then he quietly walked towards Yi Xian. Right at this moment, Yi Xian was fighting the 9th heavenly core green source giant. A few seconds later, the green source giant fell to the ground. Yi Xian swallowed a pill, then he put away the corpse and its core. But right at this moment, he suddenly sensed that someone had stepped into his sensing range. Who is it? Yi Xian's expression changed. Normally, the men from Guangjin City and Divine Land City shouldn't have come into contact with each other. But, he felt that this man was a stranger. He was sure that this man was from Guangjin City. It looked like this man had come here specifically for him. Fog formation, activate. Echo formation, activate. The 2 formations were stacked together, and in an instant, they had surrounded an area of a few hundred meters. However, the fog formation had a large range, and the echo formation only had a range of a few hundred meters. Therefore, Yi Xian had to wait for this man to come in. N? Why is there fog here? What a young man, he even knows how to use a spirit formation. When the old man who was trying to approach Yi Xian saw the white fog, he stopped in his tracks. Could it be that he knows I'm here? He thought for a moment, but he felt that it was impossible. Therefore, he stepped into the fog. Although he couldn't see Yi Xian, he could still hear what was going on around him. Of course, he couldn't compare with Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian couldn't see, he could still sense where this man was, and how far away he was. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 600 meters. The war between the 2 cities. This guy must have created a foggy area to recover his core energy and stamina. The old man thought to himself. But right at this moment, a sonic boom suddenly sounded out. Swoosh! The old man's expression changed. When he heard the sonic boom coming from his surroundings, he immediately dodged to the side. Pop! 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 7 arrow beams connected into a single line and pierced through the old man's shoulder, causing blood to splash out from his wound. How is this possible? The old man was extremely shocked. He assumed that Yi Xian must have missed his target, and he accidentally rushed forward. Luckily, it was only his left shoulder that was injured, and it didn't affect his combat strength much. The old man immediately started running forward, trying to find Yi Xian based on the direction of the attack. But, after running for a while, he still couldn't hear anything. This meant that Yi Xian didn't move, or he had run away long ago. Damn it, he really found me and ran away? The old man was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. He couldn't kill Yi Xian, and he was injured instead. But, just as he was thinking about this, he finally sensed some movement around him. Hiss, over there. The old man thrust his sword forward, and a sharp sword beam was unleashed. It hit something in an instant, and after that, the old man heard a plop sound. Haha, is he dead? The old man was overjoyed, and he quickly rushed over. But, when he got closer, he was shocked to find that it wasn't a human corpse, but a puppet that he had destroyed. Not good. He immediately reacted, but right at this moment, a huge sword was already slashing towards him. Clang! The old man reacted quickly and blocked the 8 Desolation Heavenly Quake sword. But, he couldn't block the second attack of the 8 Desolation Heavenly Quake sword. Buzz! The huge sword suddenly trembled violently, then it shattered into pieces, producing a loud noise that shook the heavens. The old man felt a pain in his head, and the core energy he had gathered was instantly dispersed. Although the loud noise was echoing in the echo formation, he was still able to maintain his consciousness. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swish! While he was in a trance, 8 sharp blades suddenly swept out from different directions. You want to kill me? You're still too inexperienced. The old man shouted. He gathered all his strength and condensed a Jingdan essence. Then, it exploded. Bang! The 8 sharp blades were instantly repelled by this Jingdan essence. This old man was much stronger than the middle-aged man Yi Xian had killed before, but he still couldn't escape death. Pa! Just as the old man was sighing in relief that he had dodged a calamity, a figure suddenly appeared beside him and threw out a punch. High-grade Earth-level martial art, Exploding Heaven Fist. 10,000 Beasts Bloodline, King of Fighters Bloodline, High-grade Earth-ranked martial arts, and high-grade Earth-ranked gloves. All of these factors had greatly increased the power of this punch. This scene happened so suddenly that the old man had no time to condense his Jingdan essence. He could only stab forward with his sword. However, he suddenly saw the figure in front of him flash, and then he felt a pain in his chest. Gotcha! The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and the old man was sent flying away. Luckily, he had tempered his body for dozens of years, so he wasn't killed by this punch. Right at this moment, he had regained his consciousness. But, right at this moment, he felt a chill on his back again. In his eyes, he saw a sharp awl piercing through his chest, and there was blood and flesh mixed in it. He opened his eyes wide, he never expected to die in this place. Plop! The old man's corpse fell onto the ground. There was a big hole in his chest, and his flesh was badly mutilated. There was no sign of life. After the old man died, Yi Xian walked over to the old man's corpse and collected the storage ring and weapons. After that, he threw the old man's corpse into a storage ring. Trying to kill me, you really don't know what death is. Yi Xian murmured in his mind, then he started checking the old man's storage ring. 2 corpses of heavenly core Xian beasts, 4 inner cores of heavenly core Xian beasts, a high-ranked earth weapon, there's even a high-ranked earth movement skill. Yi Xian laughed, then he threw all these things into his devouring space. After that, he immediately devoured all the corpses and inner cores. His cultivation base immediately soared by a large margin. At this rate, I should be able to break through to the minor earth core realm after consuming another 10 inner cores of heavenly core Xian beasts. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he left the place. He was about to break through, he didn't want to stay here any longer. Since the people of Guangjin City dared to cause him trouble, of course he would have to take revenge. He had already planned it out, once he broke through, he would go find them and make sure they wouldn't be able to return alive. Time passed by slowly, and all the green source giants in the vicinity were slowly being cleared out. In less than half an hour, half of the thousands of green source giants were cleared out. In another half an hour, all the green source giants would be cleared out. At that point of time, he would be able to deal with the green source giant sitting quietly in the heavenly Yuan sect. At this time, it had already been a long time since Yi Xian killed that Guangjin City consecrator. During this period of time, he had killed another 5 to 6 heavenly core green source giants, as well as a bunch of earth core giants. His cultivation was about to reach the peak of the earth core realm, just a little bit more and he would be able to break through to the minor earth core realm. Right at this moment, a huge figure suddenly entered his vision. The fuck, a 40-meter-tall green source giant, a minor heavenly core warrior? Yi Xian was startled, then he quickly backed off. A minor heavenly core giant was not something he could handle with his current strength, he had to back off. But, right when he backed off, someone was fighting the green source giant. It was the city lord of Divine Province, Xianxia, and the city lord of Guangjin City, Yuan Bo. There were only 3 minor heavenly core green source giants, and if all their inner cores fell into Xianxia's hands, he would be able to break through to the late heavenly core realm. Yuan Bo was the same. Therefore, they had to fight for it. Yuan Bo, what are you trying to do? When Xianxia saw Yuan Bo suddenly jumping out, he shouted out loudly. Xianxia, do you think this is a matter of first come, first served? Yuan Bo said with a grin on his face. Although Xianxia had attacked first, this was still a matter of great importance, and Yuan Bo would never give up so easily. You want to fight now? Fine, I, Xianxia, will accompany you. Xianxia shouted out loudly, then he immediately dashed towards Yuan Bo. In an instant, both men started fighting. Furthermore, they were fighting right in front of the minor heavenly core green source giant. Worthy of being the city lords of the 2 main cities, you have guts. Yi Xian, who was flying in the air not far away, shook his head. In the next moment, he saw quite a few people approaching the green source giant. Breakthrough TSK, killing monsters is better than killing people, I'll go as well. Yi Xian sneered, then he landed on the ground and dashed towards the direction of the attack. His speed was extremely fast, and he was the first one to arrive 1,000 meters away from the 2 city lords, then he waited quietly. As expected, 3 silhouettes entered his perception range. He went around the 3 men and laid an ambush. When the 3 men approached him, he struck. 8 Desolation Wind Formation. 8 sharp blades were unleashed in an instant, slicing the 3 late Earth Core warriors into pieces. Yi Xian quickly picked up the storage rings and weapons from the 3 men, then he left the scene. These 3 men's loot was not bad, their loot was equivalent to 2 late Heavenly Core Xian beasts. And? Here they come again, a Heavenly Core warrior? Yi Xian was startled, then he immediately set up the Fog Formation and Echo Formation. He could kill a late Earth Core warrior in an instant, but he had to take a Heavenly Core warrior seriously. Right at this moment, the man who was rushing towards the green source giant furrowed his brows and asked, Spirit Formation, who set it up? Although he was surprised, he didn't think too much about it and stepped into the formation. In this place, there were only 2 men he was afraid of. One was the city lord of Guangjin City, Yuan Bo, and the other was the city lord of Divine Province, Xianxia. Besides these 2, he wasn't afraid of anyone. He increased his speed, thinking that if anyone dared to cause trouble for him, he would just kill them. This man was the young man who was called Young Master Yang Ling by Yuan Bo Slap. Young Master Yang Ling stepped into the Echo Formation, and in the next moment, a crisp sound came from the side. Someone was here. I don't care who you are, die. To be safe, Young Master Yang Ling swung his sword and cut his target in half. But, this was still a puppet used by Yi Xian to create a diversion. Swoosh swoosh. At the same time, Yi Xian took out the 8 Desolation Greatsword and swung it horizontally. Young Master Yang Ling immediately reacted, he raised both of his hands and blocked the 8 Desolation Greatsword. And? This is... Young Master Yang Ling's eyes widened, he quickly used his core to protect his ears. Buzz. An enormous sound resounded as Young Master Yang Ling's entire body was blasted flying. Subsequently, a sharp awl assaulted him. High-grade Earth-level martial art, cross-heavenly light slash. Young Master Yang Ling's right hand quickly chopped and swept. A cross-shaped attack instantly struck out, scattering Tian Chongpa. So strong. This person's strength isn't something I can fight against right now. Retreat. Not far away, Yi Xian sensed it and immediately withdrew his Bahuang sword before fleeing. Since his attack failed, he immediately fled. Yi Xian did not expect that he would kick an iron plate this time. His opponent reacted quickly and used his Jindan essence to protect his ears, rendering the 8 Desolation Heaven-shaking sword useless. Then, he dispersed the Sky Rush attack. This level of strength was definitely not something he could handle at the moment. Therefore, he could only run. Young Master Yang Ling flipped backwards and landed steadily on the ground. Then, he quickly rushed towards the place where the Bahuang sword was assembled. However, after chasing for a while, he did not find anyone. Humph, you do have some ability. If I catch you, I'll skin you alive. Young Master Yang Ling let out a cold snort, then he turned around and left. He wanted to help Yuan Ba deal with Xianxia first. After he left, Yi Xian walked out from under the shade of a dark tree. This guy is so strong, and he's so young. I'm sure he's not from Guangjin City. Looks like things aren't going well. Yi Xian thought to himself, then he disappeared again. He had to break through as soon as possible so he could go and help Yuan Ba. After that, he encountered another group of 3 men from Guangjin City. After that, he killed a heavenly core green source giant. After devouring the core of the heavenly core Xian beast, he finally heard the system's notification in his mind. Ding, the host has broken through to the initial Earth core realm. I finally broke through. Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. After breaking through, the strength of his core energy had skyrocketed, and his physique had improved as well. Right now, the number of core crystals he had devoured had reached 800. With so many core crystals, if it was anyone else, they would have no problem breaking through to the initial heavenly core realm, but he was only at the initial Earth core realm. Rumble. Just as he was breaking through, the battle not far from him had become even more intense. From a one-on-one fight between 2 men, it had turned into a chaotic battle between more than 10 men. Besides, judging from the sounds, it seemed like the Divine Land City was at a disadvantage. Looks like Guangjin City has a secret weapon. No, I need to go help now. Yi Xian didn't dare think too much about it. He quickly turned around and ran towards the battlefield. If all the men from Divine Land City were killed, then he wouldn't be able to get 10% of the core crystals. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, why are you running away? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Guangjin City Lord, Yuan Bo laughed out loud. Right now, the city lord, Xianxia was being beaten back by Yuan Bo. It wasn't because he was weaker than Yuan Bo, it was because of another powerful warrior, a warrior at the initial heavenly core realm. Back off, everyone back off. Xianxia shouted with a serious expression. Although they had the advantage in terms of numbers, the nascent heavenly core warrior who had appeared out of nowhere was stronger than Xianxia. Therefore, there was no suspense in this battle. Haha, you want to leave? It's not that easy. If I let you run away, you might come back later. I'm not that stupid. Young Master Yang Ling, please help me. Yuan Bo shouted out loudly. When he heard what Yuan Bo said, Xianxia's face sank. Young Master Yang Ling? Wasn't he the young city lord of Yangling City, one of the 3 upper cities in the central province? Alright, Senior Xia, help City Lord Yuan kill them. I'll handle this initial heavenly core green source giant. A young man's voice sounded out. Immediately after that, another figure dashed out from the side. Not good. Xianxia gritted his teeth and ran away with all his strength. 2 initial heavenly core warriors, one was as strong as him, and the other was stronger than him. If he was surrounded by them, his life would be in danger. All the warriors who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm and earth core realm had their morale boosted, and they started charging towards Xingyu and the other men. On the other side, Yi Xian had a serious expression on his face as well. Looking at the backs of those men, he thought to himself, if I go there now, I might not make it in time. Why don't I find that young Master Yang Ling? He knew that Senior Xia was young Master Yang Ling's bodyguard. As long as young Master Yang Ling was threatened, he would definitely come back. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately dashed out. Just now, he couldn't defeat young Master Yang Ling, and even his sneak attack failed. But now, he had broken through, and it was still uncertain who would win. Right now, young Master Yang Ling was fighting with the initial heavenly core green source giant, and he had no idea that Yi Xian was approaching him. Young Master Yang Ling was dead. Bang! Bang! Young Master Yang Ling kept attacking. His physique was stronger than the old man Yi Xian had killed earlier. His strength was considered to be very strong amongst those who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. But, when compared to Yi Xian, his physique was still much weaker. Swoosh! Yi Xian instantly crossed 100 meters and arrived next to young Master Yang Ling. Coincidentally, the green source giant was helping Yi Xian as well. Two attacks from two different directions brought great pressure to young Master Yang Ling. It's you again, you scum. This time, young Master Yang Ling finally saw Yi Xian's face. Without hesitating, he unleashed a huge amount of core energy, and after dodging the green source giant's attack, he used his longsword to block in front of him, blocking Yi Xian's 8 Desolation greatsword. But, before he left, Yi Xian had consumed a type of pill, the Great Strength Pill. When he was still in the mortal core realm, Yi Xian had consumed one before. That pill was only effective for mortal core warriors. This time it was an Earth Core Great Strength Pill, and it was worth 30 Devour crystals. With double the strength, Yi Xian's attack was extremely powerful. With a single sweep, he knocked young Master Yang Ling into the air. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately changed his weapon. 7 Meteor Chain Arrows. 7 Meteor Chain Arrows. 7 Meteor Chain Arrows. Before young Master Yang Ling had flown more than 100 meters away, Yi Xian had already shot out 3 predictive attacks. 21 arrow beams flew towards young Master Yang Ling like lightning. Damn it! Young Master Yang Ling's hands were trembling from the attack. Looking at the 21 arrow beams, he unleashed a few core energy palms with all his strength. He tried to block these arrow beams, and at the same time increase his speed and get away from the arrow beams. These palms were very powerful, but they were easily pierced through. They only managed to block 3 arrow beams. As for the remaining 18 arrow beams, they quickly flew past his body. Pooh! 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 Even though young Master Yang Ling intended to dodge, 4 arrows still hit him. His thighs, shoulders, stomach, and arms were all pierced through. Blood instantly dyed his snow-white clothes red. Damn it! Young Master Yang Ling gritted his teeth and cursed. Although he had dodged the fatal blow, his expression instantly stiffened in the next moment. He did not know when Yi Xian had caught up to him, but the Bahuang greatsword in his hand slashed down at him from top to bottom. Bang! Young Master Yang Ling propped up the longsword with both hands and held it above his head. His entire body was instantly chopped to the ground, and half of his body was embedded in the mud. Yi Xian's unparalleled strength made his hands tremble violently. Fortunately, his body was strong, otherwise, he would have been cut in half by this sword. However, at this moment, he suddenly noticed something. Yi Xian, who was more than 10 meters away, was actually holding a sword with one hand. Not good. His eyes widened as he watched Yi Xian throw a punch through the air. The speed of this punch was even faster than his, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him. Bang! Young Master Yang Ling's chest was hit, and the aura in his body instantly became chaotic. His hands no longer had the strength to support the Bahuang greatsword. Rip! The Bahuang greatsword slashed down, cutting off young Master Yang Ling's left arm and half of his shoulder. The cut was very neat, and the white bone could be seen at the wound. With his left shoulder cut off, young Master Yang Ling was in so much pain that he almost fainted. However, at this moment, the Bahuang greatsword suddenly exploded again. Bang! Young Master Yang Ling was completely stunned. Just now, he used all his strength to block the Bahuang greatsword, so he could not protect his ears. This time, although there was no echo array, it was still able to knock him out for 2 seconds. 2 seconds was enough for Yi Xian to kill him 100 times over. You're dead. Tens of meters away, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He suddenly took a step forward with his left foot and arrived in front of young Master Yang Ling in an instant. After that, he stabbed the Bahuang greatsword into young Master Yang Ling's chest. Rip! The sound of the chest being pierced through was very interesting. Young Master Yang Ling spat out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Yi Xian. His eyes were filled with viciousness, but right at this moment, his consciousness was slowly fading away, and he collapsed onto the ground weakly. After young Master Yang Ling's life force was completely gone, Yi Xian put away all of his belongings and body. After that, Yi Xian quickly checked young Master Yang Ling's storage ring. Damn it, I'm rich. Right at this moment, the small heavenly core giant stomped its foot on the ground. Yi Xian nimbly dodged the attack, then he quickly ran into the distance, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Right now, he was using a high-ranked Earth rank movement skill he obtained from the old man. When the small heavenly core giant couldn't find Xian, it immediately turned around and dashed towards Yuan Yibo and the other men. What? Yuan Yibo and old Xia, who were chasing after Xianxia and the other men, couldn't help but turn around when they heard the loud noise behind them. What? Why is it coming towards us? Where's young master? Old Xia was shocked, and he immediately stopped running. He knew about young master Yang Ling's strength. He was confident that he could hold off the green source giant. But now, the green source giant was dashing towards them. This meant that young master Yang Ling must have met with some accident. Without hesitation, old Xia quickly turned around and ran back to check on the situation. He was young master Yang Ling's bodyguard. If something happened to young master Yang Ling, he would be in big trouble. Old Xia, you. When Yuan Yibo saw old Xia turn around, he hastily shouted out. The reason why the men from Divine Land City had retreated was because they were afraid that he would join forces with old Xia. Now that old Xia had turned around, if he stayed here, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Right now, on the side of Guangjin City, there were only 2 men who had just broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm, and less than 10 men who had reached the Profound Earth Core Realm. On the side of Divine Land City, besides Xianxia, there were still 4 Heavenly Core Warriors, and a dozen Earth Core Warriors. No, there were more than 4 Heavenly Core Warriors. Yuan Yibo sensed his surroundings, and he found out that there were 4 more hurried footsteps. Another 4 Heavenly Core Warriors. Right now, his expression had changed from Xianxia's. Xianxia was waiting for old Xia to leave, then he would turn around and attack. Retreat! Yuan Yibo was the first to shout out. You want to leave? Chase after them. Xianxia stopped running and immediately shouted out. Originally, it was the Guangjin City who was chasing after the Divine Land City, but now, it was the Divine Land City who was chasing after them. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly charged out. Ah! A miserable scream entered Yuan Yibo's ears. He recognized this voice. It was the voice of a Heavenly Core Warrior in his mansion. Impossible, with consecrated Su's strength, even if he encountered those 4 men from Soaring Heaven Mansion and Heavenly Yuan Sect, he shouldn't have been killed in an instant. Who could it be? The tragic city lord of Guangjin. Could it be that revered elder? He wasn't killed by the Divine Land City, but by that young man? When he thought of this, Yuan Yibo's body trembled violently. How could someone who had just broken through to the Earth Core Realm kill a Heavenly Core Warrior who was 3 levels higher than him? But this wasn't the time to think about this. He had to run for his life. But right at this moment, another scream sounded out. It was the last Heavenly Core Warrior from Guangjin City. He had died. Right now, there were only 2 initial Heavenly Core Warriors left in Guangjin City, but none of them had just broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm. After all, young Master Yang Ling seemed to be in trouble as well. But the screams didn't stop. While Yuan Yibo was running for his life, the rest of the men were all killed by the same man. This man was Xian. All the small fries have been killed. Now it's your turn, old man. Xian, who was secretly following Yuan Yibo in the forest, said with his eyes glowing. Senior Xia, come and help me. Yuan Yibo shouted out loudly. But Senior Xia had disappeared without a trace. He didn't care about Yuan Yibo at all. Yuan Yibo was so angry that his face turned pale. What he was going to face next was a huge problem. He was being chased by men from the Divine Land City, and in front of him was a green source giant at the early Heavenly Core Realm. Not only that, there was also a mysterious man staring at him. Although there was still a direction for him to run in, that direction was extremely dangerous. That was a group of dark beasts that hadn't been killed yet. If he just ran in recklessly, he would be doomed. Therefore, Yuan Yibo waved his hand and summoned the golden armored eagle down from the sky. Although this golden armored eagle wasn't as strong as the soaring cloud bird in the Divine Land City, it was still a late Earth Core Warrior. If he could ride on it, he might be able to return to Guangjin City. But, when the golden armored eagle was about 400 to 500 meters away from the ground, a series of arrows suddenly shot into the sky and pierced through its head. Looking at his mount falling down from the sky, Yuan Yibo couldn't help but curse out loud, damn it. He knew that this must be Xian's work. It looked like he only had one method. and that was to charge into the group of dark beasts and use these green source giants to obstruct the path of Xianxia and the others. Xianxia and the others also understood his intentions and hurriedly changed directions, wanting to stop him. But, no matter what, Yuan Yibo was still a mid-heavenly core warrior. Besides Xianxia, who else here could match his speed? No, there was one more person, Yi Xian. You want to run? Stay here. Yi Xian suddenly rushed out and swung his 8 Desolations greatsword. In an instant, he cut down more than 10 trees and slashed at Yuan Yibo. Yuan Yibo had already expected Yi Xian to make a move, so he hurriedly blocked the attack with his broadsword. However, he would never have expected that there would be a formation beneath his feet at that moment. Echo array. Buzz. The great desolate sword instantly exploded, and the loud sound reverberated throughout the entire echo array, continuously stimulating Yuan Yibo's mind, making him dizzy for a full second. 1 second, although it didn't seem to be long, for a warrior at his level, 1 second was enough for him to fight a few rounds of attacks. This second allowed Yi Xian to form another 8 Desolations greatsword. Buzz. The second 8 Desolations greatsword immediately exploded, and the sound once again entered Yuan Yibo's ears. This time, the effect wasn't as good, it only made him dizzy for 0.5 seconds. But, Yi Xian had achieved his goal, this 0.5 second delay allowed Xianxia to catch up to him. Not good. After Yuan Yibo woke up, he cursed in his mind. He immediately unleashed a huge slash towards Yi Xian, and arrived in front of Yi Xian in an instant. 8 Desolations shield. Yi Xian hastily unsheathed the 8 Desolations sword and blocked it in front of him. Bang! The huge slash collided with the 8 Wastelands shield, instantly reducing the impact by a large amount. However, the 8 Wastelands wind-killing array wasn't enough to block this slash, so Yi Xian also punched the back of the 8 Wastelands shield and forcefully withstood it. How is this possible? He blocked it? Yuan Yibo was shocked. His blade strike was his best high-ranked martial skill, and it was more than enough to instantly kill a heavenly core warrior. But, Yi Xian was just an earth core warrior. Yuan Yibo, die. Xianxia caught up to Yuan Yibo and thrust his sword forward. The sword beam flashed past like lightning, but it didn't hit Yuan Yibo, it only grazed his shoulder. You old fool, I'll kill you. Yuan Yibo knew he couldn't escape, so he immediately turned around and charged towards Yi Xian. In an instant, both men engaged in a fierce battle. Leave this old fox to me, you guys go and stop that green source giant. Xianxia shouted at Jingyu who had just arrived. Yes, father. Jingyu nodded his head, then he immediately led a few men to stop the green source giant. As for Yi Xian, he disappeared again and hid in the woods. He was looking for a chance to kill Yuan Yibo, because he didn't know when old Xia would come back. If old Xia came back, perhaps they would have to fight a battle to the death. Although both men were conserving their strength, they had used up a lot of their core energies. Now, Yuan Yibo and Xianxia were fighting to the death, and they were both using high-ranked Earth Realm martial skills, so their core energies were quickly being depleted. Yi Xian was waiting for Yuan Yibo's core energies to run out. That way, Yuan Yibo's threat would be greatly reduced, and he would be able to strike suddenly and kill Yuan Yibo. Of course, before that, he could help Xianxia distract Yuan Yibo. Who knows, he might be able to get a surprise. Chain of 7 stars. Chain of 7 stars. Chain of 7 stars. Arrows kept shooting towards Yuan Yibo. Although Yuan Yibo was guarding against Yi Xian, these attacks were extremely fast. Combined with the fact that Xianxia was a nascent heavenly core warrior, there was no way he could dodge all of these arrows. Just the first round of attacks had hit his calf, causing it to bleed profusely, and his ability to move was greatly reduced. While fighting to the death, Yuan Yibo couldn't find the time to take any healing pills. Because of that, his wounds kept bleeding, and every step he took left behind a bloody footprint. A single wound wasn't a big deal, but Yi Xian was attacking like a mad dog. Yuan Yibo couldn't defend himself against so many attacks, and soon, his body was covered in blood. No matter if it was his core energies or his physical strength, both had been greatly depleted. It's about time. Yi Xian focused his mind, and once again formed the 8 Desolation greatsword. This time, he used the greatsword to attack. Bang! 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 Xianxia kept attacking, and Yuan Yibo was forced to retreat again and again. But now, Yi Xian was blocking Yuan Yibo's path of retreat with his greatsword. Soon, Yuan Yibo was at the end of his strength. Most of the core energies in his body had been used up by his movement skill. Not good. Yuan Yibo's heart sank. Right now, he could only use 2 more high-ranked Earthrealm martial skills. He was filled with hatred. If he had fought with the Divine Land City from the beginning, perhaps the result would have been different. Poison? Stinking brat, even if I, Yuan Yibo, die, I'll drag you down with me. Yuan Yibo suddenly shouted. He used the last of his Jingdan essence to execute a movement technique and rushed toward Yi Xian. His resentment toward Yi Xian was much greater than Xianxia's. This time, it could be said that he had lost to Yi Xian. Die, brat! Yuan Yibo shouted and slashed down with his broadsword. But before that, Yi Xian had already formed the Octoterra shield above his head and supported it with his left hand. Clang, the high-grade earth-level broadsword slammed into the Octoterra shield. Yuan Yibo's physique was slightly weaker than Yi Xian's, so the broadsword was useless. However, Yuan Yibo's killing move was yet to come. Whoosh, Yuan Yibo suddenly pulled out a small knife from the hilt and flung it out, stabbing Yi Xian in the shoulder. What? Yi Xian was also stunned. He punched out angrily and sent Yuan Yibo flying. Ding! The host is immune to the poison. When Yuan Yibo pulled out the knife, Yi Xian thought that he was going to shoot his head, but Yuan Yibo didn't. He just flung it casually. He definitely didn't expect that Yi Xian was immune to all poisons. Ha ha ha, you've been poisoned with the muscle-severing powder. In one day, your meridians will break and you'll die. Brat, do you feel that your meridians are starting to break? Yuan Yibo, who was sent flying, laughed loudly. But Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with him. He pulled out his high-grade earth-level longbow and shot an arrow. 7 stars chain, 7 arrows were shot in succession. All 7 arrows hit their mark. One of them even pierced through Yuan Yibo's heart. Plop, Yuan Yibo's body fell to the ground. Xianxia also let out a sigh of relief. Guangjin City Lord Yuan Yibo was finally dead. I didn't expect little brother Yi to be so secretive. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable, Xianxia said, then said again, little brother Yi, hurry up and cure the poison. That day, senior, don't worry. I've already taken an antidote beforehand. In addition, the biggest contribution this time is Senior Gue. I'm just helping you from the side. Yi Xian said modestly. This was the truth. If he were to face Yuan Yibo alone, he would definitely be beaten until half of his body was paralyzed or even impotent. Yuan Yibo is only the city lord of the lower 3 cities. It's one thing for him to die. But that young master Yangling can't die. Could it be that you killed him as well? Xianxia frowned as he asked. Yi Xian paused in his heart and said, could it be that young master Yangling is the junior city governor of Yangling? That's right. Yangling City is ranked 4th in the central province, one of the upper 3 cities. The city governor is a late heavenly core warrior. If you killed him, you would be in big trouble. Xianxia said. Late heavenly core warrior, Yi Xian murmured. Late heavenly core realm, if he broke through again, he would be able to break through to the strength realm of the spirit realm. At that time, his physique would be greatly improved, and he would be comparable to an adult wyvern. But, the late heavenly core realm was still within the divine core realm. Yi Xian felt that if he broke through 1 or 2 more realms, he would be able to fight with the city governor. I know that young master Yangling is the junior city governor of Yangling City, that's why I let him go. Yi Xian shook his head. He was only at the early Earth Core realm. What if the mayor came for him? What if he was attacked by the mayor? That's good. Xianxia nodded his head. After that, he walked in front of Yuan Yibo's corpse and took out the storage ring. That old fox Yuan Yibo is the greediest man in the lower 3 cities, but at the same time, he is also the richest. I'm sure there are a lot of good things in his storage ring. But, if it wasn't for little brother Yi, I wouldn't have been able to kill him, and I would have died a horrible death. Therefore, this storage ring should be yours. Xianxia threw the storage ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so generous. Yuan Yibo was the city governor of Guanjin City, and he had to collect taxes from all the big cities under his control every year. When Yi Xian touched the storage ring, he immediately immersed his divine sense into the storage ring. In the next moment, he was stunned. Oh my god, this Yuan Yibo is the same as that young master Yang Ling, they are both filthy rich. Yi Xian cried out in his mind. In the storage ring, he saw a mountain of crystals, all of which were supreme-grade crystals, 10 million, a total of 10 million supreme-grade crystals. This was equivalent to 1,000 Devour crystals. Just now, Yi Xian killed young master Yang Ling and seized his storage ring. He had already devoured the items in the ring, which were worth about 10 million supreme-grade crystals. Now, however, he had obtained another interspatial ring with great value. He was overjoyed. Immediately, he devoured more than half of the items in the storage ring, and the number of Devour crystals reached 3,500. In the end, what was left in the Devour space were materials for forging and refining elixirs, as well as some inner cores of dark beasts. There are still many martial arts. I'll collect them all and pass them on to others. Then, I'll dispose of them. Yi Xian seemed to see a trade route. Little brother Yi, come back to your senses and clear the rest of the dark beasts, Xianxia shouted. Yi Xian came back to his senses, then he exchanged for some recovery pills and threw them over to Xianxia. Senior, distribute these pills, they can greatly increase the efficiency of our work. Xianxia received the jade bottle with a dubious expression. He opened the bottle and immediately smelled a refreshing fragrance. He tried consuming one of the pills, and he immediately recovered 20% of his core energy. These are all concocted by me, just one pill is enough to fully restore my core energy, I still have a lot of them. Yi Xian threw a few more bottles over. Each bottle contained 10 pills, which was equivalent to 10 Devour crystals. Now that he was rich, he naturally had to take care of his teammates. Besides, he might need Xianxia's help later. Without hesitation, Xianxia quickly returned to the storage ring and distributed the pills to the others. Yi Xian followed behind him. After that, the group of men started attacking the green source giant with a group of attacks. Xianxia was the one who attracted the attention of the green source giant, while the rest of the men were attacking the green source giant's Dantian. Every single human had a high-ranked earthly item, that was why they were able to fight dark beasts who were at a higher cultivation level than them. So, this was a group attack. In less than half a minute, the green source giant fell to the ground with a loud bang. It's finally dead. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Right at this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, Little brother Yi, can you give me this dark beast's inner core? I can pay you 2 million high-ranked crystal stones. All right. Yi Xian immediately agreed. Another breakthrough, Xianxia was very generous. He took out 2 million high-grade crystal stones and completed the transaction. Yi Xian once again swallowed the high-grade crystal stones, increasing his strength once again. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly entered everyone's ears. All the people from Divine Land City had gathered here, including Zhou Yan and the other three. Then, who could it be? In the next moment, they knew that it was Elder Xia. His appearance made everyone's nerves tense up again. The old man walked out from the forest and asked in surprise, You killed Yuan Yibo? Xianxia walked to the front of the crowd and cupped his fists, however, that Yuan Yibo died in our hands. Elder Xia narrowed his eyes and paused for a moment. Do you know who I am? I know, Xia Hui from the Sun Hill City Lord's mansion, the right-hand man of the Sun Hill City Lord. Xianxia nodded. It's good that you know. Xia Hui paused for a moment, then said, Just now, who ambushed my young master? Hearing this question, Yi Xian's heart couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Xianxia said, Just now, all of us were gathered together. It's impossible to ambush young Master Yang Ling from so far away. Although he knew that the one who ambushed young Master Yang Ling was Yi Xian, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better to hide it. Xia Hui's eyes widened and fell on Yi Xian. He felt that he had never seen Yi Xian before, then said, Then, what about this kid? Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly released a burst of Dan essence. Small success Earth core stage? Xiahui instantly sensed it. Small success Earth core stage, even if it was a sneak attack on young Master Yang Ling, it would be impossible to succeed. This kid is only a small success Earth core stage, young Master can crush him with one hand. It seems that there are some other people secretly acting and ambushing young Master, Xiahui thought for a moment, then said, I have already sent the news back to Sunhill City. Our city lord will definitely be interested in this green source giant, so I hope that you can wait for the city lord to arrive. Wait for the city lord to arrive? What kind of joke is this? Your Excellency, I'm sorry, but I can't agree. Xianxia refused without thinking. If he could get his hands on this profound heavenly core, he might be able to break through to the profound heavenly core realm. It was impossible for him to give this core away. You dare to refuse? Xiahui glared at him. Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly and said, if the Yangling city lord came, I would be somewhat fearful. However, you are merely his dog. You alone want me to give up this green source giant? Dog? You're courting death. A powerful Dan essence suddenly gushed out of Xiahui's body. He was the second in command of Yangling City. How could he be humiliated like this? However, he was weak now. If he fought head-on, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. What a joke. Although the central state is not a country, there are rules set by the first city lord. The city lords of the upper three cities are not allowed to make a move against the people of the lower three cities if there is no enmity between them. Even if the city lord of Sun Ascent comes personally, I am not afraid. Xiahui said loudly. Of course, Xiahui knew about this rule. Right now, even if the city lord of Sun Ascent was here, he wouldn't dare to make a move against Xianxia. If he did, he would immediately be killed by the first city lord. The first city lord was the overlord of the central state, the overlord of the entire heavenly water continent. He wouldn't dare go against the first city lord. Perhaps other people didn't know about this, but someone like Xiahui knew that the first city lord was actually the pavilion master of the myriad pavilion. He was omniscient and omnipotent. Good, very good, I will personally report this to the city lord. I hope your attitude will still be as tough when the time comes. Farewell. Xiahui knew that if he continued to stay here, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, he left immediately. Looking at his back as he left, Yi Xian and Xianxia looked at each other and let out a sigh of relief. The city lords of the upper three cities were not allowed to make a move against the people of the lower three cities. However, Yi Xian was not from the central state. Besides, if the city lord of Sun Ascent found out that Yi Xian had ambushed young Master Yang Ling and caused him to go missing, he would definitely come here personally. Therefore, Xianxia gathered everyone together and secretly gave them a few words of advice. After that, they took a short break before they continued hunting. Right now, Yi Xian's strength had been recognized, and he was quite wealthy. He no longer needed the 10% of inner cores from the Xian beasts. Therefore, each of them killed their own inner cores and kept the inner cores for themselves. After a few hours of killing, all the green giants around the Heavenly Yuan sect were finally cleared out. But what shocked everyone in the Divine Land City was that even with so many people, their efficiency was still lower than Yi Xian and his group. After that, Yi Xian started counting the inner cores from the Xian beasts. He got 1 inner core from a mid-heavenly core warrior, 40 inner cores from a mid-heavenly core warrior, 200 inner cores from a mid-heavenly core warrior, 600 inner cores from a mid-heavenly core warrior, 1500 inner cores from a mid-heavenly core warrior, and as for the remaining 3000 inner cores from a mortal core warrior, they were all from a mortal core warrior. This number also shocked everyone. With all these inner cores, the Soaring Heaven Mansion could become a force that was even stronger than the Guangjin City. Don't forget, the Guangjin City was a city. Aside from the mayor's mansion, there were other families. As for the Soaring Heaven Mansion, it was a sect. However, all of these were killed by Yi Xian alone. If Zhou Yan and the other 3 were included, the number would be even greater. These thousands of green giants, just their corpses alone almost helped Yi Xian break through again. After that, Yi Xian devoured some more things. Ding, the host has broken through to the mid-heavenly core realm. In just one battle, he had broken through twice. Even he didn't expect this. Right at this moment, the people from the Divine Land City had gathered together with the people from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. They were recovering and discussing at the same time. Now that all those small green giants have been cleared out, what we need to do next is to deal with that green giant. Xianxia, who was the strongest among them, said. Grandfather, why did that green giant just sit there and watch us clear out those small green giants? Why didn't it do anything? Jing Miao asked curiously. Hearing this, Xianxia shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. Perhaps it's quietly absorbing that celestial green rock. Father, it has devoured the celestial green rock. Its strength might be stronger than an ordinary mid-heavenly core warrior. Can we really kill it? Jingyu asked doubtfully. We'll only know after we try. Don't tell me we should just give up and give it to the mayor? Xianxia asked. Target, Green Source Giant, a Strength Realm warrior could easily deal with 100 late heavenly core warriors. If he could break through to the Strength Realm, he might be able to dominate the entire heavenly water continent. Let's give it a try first. This Green Source Giant is a bit strange, let's take a look first. If it doesn't work, we'll discuss it with the mayor. Xianxia said. Everyone nodded their heads, then they went back to their own rooms. As for Yi Xian, he brought Zhou Yan and Lin Shi to the side. Supreme Elder, you guys don't have to participate this time. Just take these inner cores and go back. Yi Xian took out a storage ring. Zhou Yan checked it, and he was almost scared to death. These inner cores, you want to give them all to the Soaring Heaven Mansion? Of course it's not free, Supreme Elder, you know what I mean. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows in a wretched manner. You little bastard, name a price. Zhou Yan scolded angrily. Yi Xian had actually set a price a long time ago. If he swallowed the inner cores directly, the value would be too low. If he took them out, he could get double or triple the price. He still had a nascent heavenly core inner core, and that was worth a lot of money. Supreme Elder, how many crystal stones do you have? Yi Xian asked in a low voice. This? When you gave us a total of 100 million high-ranked crystal stones. Zhou Yan replied in a low voice as well. 10,000, Yi Xian was shocked as well. Young Master Yang Ling's storage ring only had a value of 10 million high-ranked crystal stones, and the mayor of Guangjin City had a value of 15 million high-ranked crystal stones. However, Zhou Yan's storage ring had 100 million high-ranked crystal stones. This was more than all the mayor's mansions in the Zhong province combined. With so many high-ranked crystal stones, wasn't Zhou Yan worried that he would suddenly die and let others take advantage of him? Supreme Elder, how many do you have? Yi Xian asked again. 80 million, you little brat, with so many high-ranked crystal stones, if word got out, the Soaring Heaven Mansion would definitely be destroyed. What are you going to do with them? Zhou Yan asked in a low voice. 80 million. Alright, 80 million it is. I'll take all of these inner cores. There are also a few tens of thousands of refined inner cores. Yi Xian giggled and said, Grand Elder, I'll tell you the truth. I'm cultivating a special skill, and I need to rely on crystal stones to increase my cultivation. How else do you think I was able to break through to the profound Earth Core realm? What? You've already broken through to the profound Earth Core realm? Lin Shi carefully sensed it, but he couldn't find anything. Yi Xian put away the concealment pearl on his body. This time, Lin Shi and Zhou Yan could feel that he was indeed at the profound Earth Core realm. This technique is very special. I've already spent countless crystals to break through to this point. Yi Xian said slowly. Although he couldn't tell anyone about the devouring system, he could fabricate an excuse for himself. Then, can you? Zhou Yan asked. Yi Xian shook his head, no, I still need a lot more. Although I can't break through, I can still increase my strength by a lot. Zhou Yan and Lin Shi were so shocked that they wanted to prostrate themselves on the ground. They looked at each other, and in the end they each took out 40 million crystal stones. A total of 80 million crystal stones. Grand Elder, take these inner cores and return to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. After the transaction, Yi Xian said. Alright, be careful. Zhou Yan nodded his head. Both of them were much weaker than Jing Yu, who was at the same cultivation level. They might not be of much use here. Oh right, Suijing and the others. Yi Xian suddenly said. Zhou Yan shook his head. No, when we came out, both of them were still in that state. Furthermore, they have already broken through to the profound earth core realm. Don't worry, when Yu is watching over them, nothing will happen to them. Profound earth core realm Yi Xian laughed at himself. He had spent so much to break through to the profound earth core realm, but Song Suijing and Judge Song had broken through from the initial mortal core realm to the profound earth core realm. This was a huge blow to his heart. But, Song Suijing was his fiancé, and Judge Song was his brother-in-law. The faster both of them improved, the happier he would be. Looks like I might be able to break through to the heavenly core realm, I can't fall behind. Yi Xian suddenly felt a surge of energy in his heart. He couldn't be defeated by his fiancé. In the end, Mo Ziyun and Yi Tianlang decided to leave as well. After that, they brought Lin Shuer and Zhou Yan back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. What Yi Xian and his group were going to face next was a profound earth core Xian beast, and it had an amazing defensive strength. Therefore, these profound earth core warriors could only watch from the side. After all, there was no way they could break through its defense. Little brother Yi, are you ready? Right at this moment, Xianxia walked over. Yes, we can leave at any time. Yi Xian nodded his head. His recovery speed was amazing, and in terms of physical strength, he didn't need to rest at all. In terms of core essence, he had the pills that were worth some core energy crystals, so he didn't need to rest either. If that's the case, let's go. Xianxia said in a serious manner. There were only 6 men who were going to challenge the Green Source Giant. Excluding Xianxia and Yi Xian, there were also 4 other heavenly core warriors, Xingyu. The 6 of them gathered together and jumped down from the cliff. After that, they started charging towards the Green Source Giant. Soon, they arrived at the old site of the Heavenly Yuan sect, which had been destroyed beyond recognition. I'm afraid this Green Source Giant has a digestive disorder because it swallowed that celestial bluestone. That's why it keeps spewing out smaller giants. Xianxia looked at the Green Source Giant that was more than 40 meters tall even though it was sitting on the ground. In fact, Yi Xian was thinking the same thing. The reason why the Green Source Giant didn't move was probably because it was digested. Therefore, this Green Source Giant's mobility was much weaker than before. But, they couldn't let their guard down just because of this. After all, this was a profound earth core Xian beast. When it gets up, you guys attack its dantian. I'll attract its attention. Xianxia said. Yes. Xingyu and the rest of the men replied. Yi Xian nodded his head as well. Right now, they were at least 4 to 5 kilometers away from the Green Source Giant. For them, it would only take them a dozen seconds to reach it. The 6 men made some preparations, then they followed behind Xianxia and charged towards the Green Source Giant. Yi Xian took out his high-ranked earth weapon bow. When facing a Xian beast like this, a bow was much more useful. Soon after, they arrived in front of the Green Source Giant. Go! Xianxia shouted out loudly. He instantly increased his speed and arrived at the Green Source Giant's feet. He swung his longsword and unleashed a powerful slash towards the Green Source Giant's feet. Crack! A crisp sound was heard, and the sword beam shattered in an instant. However, the Green Source Giant was unharmed. Xianxia was shocked. The longsword in his hand was a high-ranked earth weapon, and he was using a high-ranked earth rank martial skill. It was more than enough to slice an ordinary profound earth core Xian beast in half. A waste of effort at the same time, Yi Xian and the rest of the men had also launched their attacks towards the designated spot. All of their attacks landed on the giant's stomach, but just like Xianxia, they had no effect. Xingyu and the other 3 men were fine. But, even Yi Xian's 7-star chain had no effect. He had the bloodline of the venerable archer. It could increase the power of his archery skills by 30%. His attacks were much stronger than Xingyu and the others. Whoa, the Green Source Giant suddenly let out a deep roar, scaring all the men. But, it didn't move, it just sat there quietly. This Green Source Giant is really strange, it won't move no matter what. I wonder if it's looking down on us, or is it really trying to digest us? Yi Xian thought to himself as he continued attacking the same spot. Xianxia frowned as well, then he stepped back. The 6 of them attacked the green source giant's dantian together, but the giant's defense was too strong. They had been attacking it for half a minute, but nothing happened. This is terrifying. It must be the effect of the celestial green stone. It has increased its defense by a few levels. Perhaps even the mayor can't break this green source giant's defense. Xianxia couldn't help but say. Father, what should we do now? Xingyu asked. Let's try again. Xianxia was still unwilling to give up. They attacked for a while more, and after 2 minutes, all the pills were used up. But, the green source giant still didn't move, it was still unharmed. Looks like this green source giant is not fated to be with us. Xianxia had given up. Too bad, even if we can't get the celestial green stone, a profound core beast's inner core can help Father break through to the profound core realm. Xingyu shook his head helplessly. Fine, we got so many inner cores this time, it's not bad at all. Xianxia was easily satisfied. Although the inner cores they got in Divine Land City couldn't be compared to Yixian's, it wasn't much less. These inner cores were more than enough to increase the overall strength of the mayor's mansion by a few levels. But, they were still unwilling to give up, that's why they had to wait here. When the mayor of Yangling arrives, they might be able to do him a favor. Or, he could watch a joke. Sure enough, 1 day later, the Yangling city governor arrived on a rock. There were 4 people on top of the rock, including Elder Xia. When Xianxia and the others on the back of the cloud-soaring bird saw this, they said, Greetings, Yangling City Lord. The Yangling City Lord was a bald man, and his appearance was somewhat similar to that young Master Yangling standing on the rock's back. He turned his head and glanced at the green source giant. He snorted and said, You're overestimating yourselves. Do you think you can get a share of this green source giant? Elder Xia had already passed the message to him, so he didn't have a good impression of Xianxia and the others. Then this old man will wait and see. Xianxia smiled. Humph, watch. Yangling City Lord coldly snorted and jumped down with the 4 people behind him. These 4 men were all early heavenly core warriors. If they joined forces, they could even fight the mayor of Yangling City. In simple terms, they were the same as 2 late heavenly core warriors. The 5 men swooped down and soon arrived in front of the green source giant. They stared at it vigilantly. Let's go. Following the order from the Yangling City Lord, the other 4 men struck at the same time. Bang! 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 Attacks landed on the green source giant's dantian, producing a series of explosive sounds. On the other side, Yixian and the other 4 men on top of the cloud-soaring bird were gloating smiles on their faces. It looked like their guess was right. This green source giant's defense had exceeded the level of a Xian beast. Even the Yangling City Lord, who was a late heavenly core warrior, couldn't do anything to it. Half a minute later, the Yangling City Lord and the other 4 men stopped attacking. How is this possible? The Yangling City Lord was shocked. The other 4 men were the same. Their attacks could definitely kill a late heavenly core Xian beast, but they couldn't even break through the green source giant's defense. This was too fake. Just as I thought, this green source giant has refined the celestial blue rock, its defense is indestructible. The Yangling City Lord thought to himself. Lord, what should we do now? Old Xia asked. Continue. The Yangling City Lord didn't believe it. With his late heavenly core cultivation, he couldn't break through the Xian beast's defense. This was a huge loss of face. They continued attacking for a while, but it was still useless. Right now, their core energies were almost depleted. Damn it, we've wasted our energy. The Yangling City Lord cursed. Right at this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly came from the sky. Ha ha ha, Yangling City Lord, looks like you can't do it either. Without a doubt, the laughter came from the City Lord, Xianxia. Old man, shut up. The Yangling City Lord cursed. Xianxia continued laughing, what is it? Are you going to break the rule of being the #1 City Lord and attack me? Humph. The Yangling City Lord jumped back onto the rock and asked, where did my son go? Yangling City Lord, where did your son go? Why are you asking us? When Xia Hui was chasing after us, Did you think we could sneak attack young Master Yangling from a distance? Xianxia asked. The Yangling city lord went silent. Xia Hui had told him that Xianxia and the other 4 heavenly core warriors were being chased by him and a Guangjin city lord. They couldn't do anything to young Master Yangling. Therefore, the one who sneaked an attack on young Master Yangling was someone else. Could it be one of the other 2 upper 3 cities? The Yangling city lord thought to himself. Yangling city lord, even you can't break through the green source giant's defense, what are you going to do? Xianxia asked from 1,000 meters away. Humph. When the Yangling city lord heard this, he let out a cold snort and didn't respond. He estimated that even if all the late heavenly core warriors in the central province were gathered here, the result would be the same. Therefore, in the entire central province, only the mysterious city lord of the number 1 city lord could do this. The city lord of the number 1 city lord was also the pavilion master of the Myriad Pavilion. This man had a mysterious background, no one had ever seen him before. It was rumored that he had stepped into the 4th level of the spirit realm. Looks like I can only report this to the number 1 city lord. Perhaps the city lord will be interested in this. At that time I will be able to receive some rewards, this was the thought in the Yangling city lord's mind. However, right at this moment. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. Everyone present turned their heads to look, only to see that over 60 meters tall green source giant actually stand up. What's going on? It can move? Everyone was shocked. Why wasn't it here? Quick, back off. Xianxia hastily shouted as he quickly backed off. The mayor of Yangling did the same, he quickly backed off. But they were making a mountain out of a molehill. Perhaps it was because its butt was hurting, so it stood up and moved around. What's going on? It has been sitting there for so long, and this is the first time it has stood up. Something is going to happen. Yi Xian, who was sitting on the back of the cloud-soaring bird, furrowed his brows as well. He had a feeling that something big was going to happen soon, that's why he reminded Xianxia to fly further away. Xianxia also felt that it was better to be careful. After receiving those profound Earth Core warriors, he immediately backed off to a distance of 10,000 meters away. Roar! The green giant let out a deep roar once again. Everyone's nerves tensed up. Indeed, something big was going to happen. Don't tell me it's going to erupt again? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Every time this green giant erupted, a huge amount of Xian beasts would appear, and they were all worth a lot of money. But this time, he guessed wrong. After the profound heavenly core green giant let out a few deep roars, its body started trembling violently, as if it was going to erupt like a volcano. I think it's going to erupt again, let's go down. Yi Xian reminded everyone. Being on the ground was much safer than being in the air. After all, this cloud-soaring bird had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, so Yi Xian trusted his own legs. Everyone landed on the ground, then spread out and stood in different positions. They didn't want any accidents to happen if there were too many people. Boom! Indeed, after everyone stood in their positions, the green giant that was 10,000 meters away suddenly exploded. That's right, this time it exploded. The 60-meter-tall green giant's body split open, then it shot out into the air. Damn it, self-destruct? Yi Xian was shocked. Before he could react, countless rocks had been blasted into the sky. Even those who were standing 10,000 meters away would be affected by the explosion. Everyone be careful, be careful. Xianxia shouted with a gloomy expression. But at this moment, Yi Xian rushed out in an instant, running madly towards the green source giant. The green source giant's sudden outburst might have been due to its digestive system. Perhaps it had eaten too much, so there might still be remnants of the celestial blue stone in its body. At the very least, there would be a Xian beast's inner core. Thus, Yi Xian had to rush there before the Yangling city governor did. I'll swallow the great strength pill. Yi Xian immediately exchanged for an earth core great strength pill. His strength instantly doubled, and he threw a punch at one of the meteorites in the sky. But in the next moment, he was stunned. The countless meteorites that flew out began to disintegrate in the sky. Then, they turned into countless fist-sized burning stones that fell down, instantly setting the entire forest on fire. Yi Xian, who was running wildly, was accidentally hit by a rock. The rock immediately embedded itself into his thigh, and the green flames burned him painfully. Bang! Yi Xian's Dan essence gushed out from his body and sent the stone flying. Damn it, it's so powerful. He didn't dare let his guard down. If this rock hit his head would explode. Without hesitation, he undid the 8 desolate sword and unleashed the 8 desolate wind formation. 8 sharp blades started to fly around crazily, shattering the burning stones into pieces and opening up a 10-meter wide safe zone. However, the consumption of the 8 desolate wind formation was huge. Even Yi Xian, who was at his peak, could only maintain it for 5 seconds. Therefore, he had no choice but to eat a pill that cost 1 devour crystal while running wildly. He estimated that the huge explosion must have brought a huge hindrance to the others. Even the Yangling city governor, who was at the heavenly core realm, would need some time before he could arrive. Half a minute later, Yi Xian finally arrived at the location where the green source giant was. But, before he arrived, he sensed that someone else had arrived before him. Damn it, it must be the Yangling city governor, he got ahead of us. Yi Xian cursed out in anger. Right now, he still needed another 2 to 3 seconds before he could arrive at his destination. If he dared to come out from the forest, the Yangling city governor would probably attack him directly. When Yi Xian was at the minor earth core realm, he could already kill a warrior who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. Now that he had broken through to the heavenly core realm, killing a normal minor heavenly core warrior wasn't a problem for him. But, this Yangling city governor was at the heavenly core realm. If he fought him head-on, he would definitely be defeated within 10 rounds. Just as Yi Xian was hesitating whether he should go out or not, he heard the Yangling city governor shout out, "Why is there nothing?" Nothing? What was there nothing? Was it the celestial blue stone, or a Xian beast's inner core? Yi Xian approached the Yangling city governor with a surprised expression. He noticed that the Yangling city governor was wandering around like a mad dog. High-grade treasures like the celestial blue stone and Xian beast's inner core would emit energy, and any ordinary person would be able to sense it. Yi Xian also had the high-grade treasure hunting deer bloodline, so he had a strong sense for natural treasures. What's going on? Why is there no reaction from that area? Could it be that the celestial blue stone and Xian beast's inner core have erupted as well? Yi Xian furrowed his brows, then he turned around and left. He started wandering around the burning forest. He didn't have much hope, after all, the explosion of this green source giant was extremely powerful. Everything within a 10,000-meter radius had been destroyed. For ordinary people, it would be difficult for them to even take a single step forward. Even Yi Xian could barely walk through the forest. If I can find the celestial blue stone, perhaps I can use it to break through to the heavenly core realm. At that point of time, I'll be able to travel freely in the entire central province. Yi Xian thought to himself as he ran with all his might. Although the range of his treasure-hunting deer bloodline wasn't big, it was still around 1,000 meters. Things like Xian beast's inner core and the celestial blue stone, he could easily find them. Half a minute passed, but he still couldn't find anything. At the same time, all the trees around him were burned to ashes by the green flames, and his field of vision started to widen. Right at this moment. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. His treasure-hunting deer bloodline had finally reacted, and the reaction was very strong. 12 o'clock, 1,000 meters. He ran with all his might, and it only took him 2 to 3 seconds to cover a distance of 1,000 meters. 200 meters, 100 meters, 60 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. 2 seconds later, Yi Xian finally saw what the treasure looked like. It was a green stone. Celestial blue stone, a celestial blue stone the size of a baby's fist. Haha. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud in his mind. He immediately ran towards the celestial blue stone and put it away, then he said in his mind, "Absorb." However, what surprised him was that an unexpected notification sounded out from the system. Ding, absorption failed. What? Absorption failed? Yi Xian was startled. Why couldn't he absorb the celestial blue stone? Crisis. Yi Xian immersed his mind into the devouring space. He noticed that this celestial blue stone was different from the one he saw before. The celestial blue stone was dark green in color, and it was glowing with a faint green light. But this small celestial blue stone was slightly transparent. Could it be that this celestial blue stone has been digested halfway, and I can't devour it anymore? Yi Xian thought to himself, then he tried again. Ding, devouring failed. Damn it, forget it, let's find the inner core first. Yi Xian cursed, then he quickly flew away. He had found the celestial blue stone, but there was still the inner core. If he were to sell it, he would be able to sell it for at least 10 million, or even tens of millions of high-grade crystal stones. But, after searching for a while, there was no reaction from the treasure-hunting deer's bloodline. Right at this moment, the area within the Heavenly Yuan sect had been burned to the ground, and all the rocks that fell from the sky had turned into ashes. Yi Xian, did you find it? A voice came from afar. Yi Xian turned around, it was the Divine Prefecture Alliance's chief, Xianxia. Yi Xian pretended to helplessly shake his head, sigh, if I found it, I would have just left, why would I stay here, too bad, we didn't find the celestial blue stone or the inner core. Xianxia shook his head. Soon, all the men from the Divine Prefecture city gathered together, and so did the 5 men from the Sun Hill city. These men from the Divine Prefecture city had lost all hope, so they were preparing to leave. But right at this moment. Stop right there. A sudden shout caused all of them to tremble. Wasn't this the Sun Hill City Lord's voice? Sun Hill City Lord, what can I do for you? Xianxia turned around. Hand over your storage rings. The Sun Hill City Lord shouted coldly. What? Everyone on the back of the cloud-soaring bird were startled. Sun Hill City Lord, do you think one of us has found a treasure? Xianxia squinted his eyes. That's right, all of your storage rings, hand them over for me to check. The Sun Hill City Lord nodded his head. Cui Linjiang, aren't you going a bit too far? Xianxia shouted. Cui Linjiang was the real name of the Sun Hill City Lord. Too much? So what if it's too much? Old man, don't talk about the rule of the first city lord. Do you think that just because I can't attack, I can't do anything to you? Cui Linjiang's eyes were cold. Behind him were 4 early heavenly core warriors. On the other hand, there was only one person from Divine Land City. Xianxia's face darkened. Indeed, Sun Hill City was one of the 3 upper cities of the central state, and they were not allowed to make a move against the city lord of the Divine Prefecture city of the 3 lower cities. However, in the entire central state, only 3 people were subject to this restriction. Simply put, the 4 people behind Cui Linjiang could attack. Not good, this Cui Linjiang never thought of letting us go. Xianxia instantly reacted. Father, what should we do? Xingyu frowned. Xianxia thought quickly in his heart, but he could not think of any other way out. Now, they probably only had one way to go, and that was to obediently hand over the interspatial ring. However, there was no guarantee that Cui Linjiang would not kill them after taking them. After all, behind Xianxia's back was the Divine Land City. Once Xianxia was killed, the Divine Land City would become a city without a master. Looks like we have no choice but to die. Xingmiao, bring the others and leave this place. Xingyu, you ride the soaring cloud bird. I'll jump down and lure the other 2 away. Xianxia said in a low voice. This was their only way out. There was only one heavenly core rock from Sun Hill City. As long as Xianxia jumped down, the Sun Hill City would send at least 2 men to kill him. Cui Linjiang couldn't do it himself, therefore, there were only 2 early heavenly core warriors chasing after the soaring cloud bird. Yi Xian, Xingyu, and the other 3 men shouldn't have any problems facing 2 early heavenly core warriors. Looks like this is the only way. We'll split into 3 groups, at least we won't be caught in one fell swoop. We'll leave our lives to fate. Xingyu said. Little brother Yi, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Xianxia said with guilt. Senior, I feel like if we split into 3 groups, there's a fatal flaw. Yi Xian suddenly said. What? Xianxia was startled. Yi Xian said, the rule set by the first city lord is that the city lords of the upper 3 cities are not allowed to attack anyone from the mayor's mansion in the lower 3 cities, right? That's right. Xianxia nodded his head. Can the Sun Hill City Lord attack this soaring cloud bird? Yi Xian said slowly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. I don't know. But, that Cui Linjiang might not have thought of this, otherwise, he would have already attacked. Xianxia said with a gloomy expression. Splitting into 3 groups is too dangerous. Yi Xian didn't agree. He shook his head and said, I have a plan. Little brother Yi, please tell us. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Yi Xian said without hesitation, Senior, the 5 of you will hold off 2 of them, as for the other 2, leave them to me. What? Leave them to you? Xianxia and the others were shocked. That's right, Senior, you just need to hold off 1 or 2 of them. Or, we can go down there and have a bet. Let me kill one of them first, then everything will be simple. Yi Xian nodded his head and said. Little brother Yi, are you kidding me? You want to kill an early Heavenly Core warrior? Xianxia couldn't believe it. Senior, do you remember? I was only at the early Earth Core realm, but I helped you kill the Guangjin City Lord. Yesterday, I broke through again, and now I'm at the late Earth Core realm. I think with my current strength, I can kill an early Heavenly Core warrior. After saying that, Yi Xian purposely released his core energy and let these people feel it. Sure enough, he was at the late Earth Core realm, just like Xing Miao. Little brother Yi, are you sure you can do it? Although Yi Xian's strength was shocking, Xianxia still couldn't believe it. If it's that Xia Hui, I have 80% confidence that I can kill him. Yi Xian nodded his head and said. Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes lit up. If that's the case, as long as we can lure him out and have a fair fight, even if Xia Hui dies, that Cui Linjiang won't be able to use this as an excuse to attack us. Yi Xian nodded his head. The person he was most afraid of right now was that Cui Linjiang. As long as Cui Linjiang didn't attack, then everything would be easy. What he was afraid of was that Cui Linjiang would ignore the rules set by the first city lord. What are you guys whispering about? Are you going to hand it over or not? Cui Linjiang's voice sounded out. Just as Xianxia was about to speak, Yi Xian jumped down from the soaring cloud bird and landed on the ground. He said, Xia Hui, in this storage ring of mine, there are more than 10 million high-grade crystal stones worth of natural treasures. Do you dare to come down and fight me? Hearing this, all 5 men on the giant rock were startled. Killing Xia Hui, it's nothing, it's just a battle of life and death. As long as you kill him, his storage ring will be yours. If you die in his hands, then your interspatial ring will be his, Xianxia replied. What kind of joke is this? Xia Hui furrowed his brows. He knew that the opponent was planning something. Elder Xia, you go down there and kill that guy. Yang Lingmeier suddenly said. All right. Xia Hui nodded his head, then he jumped down from the rock. Young man, I don't know what you're trying to do, but I know that you'll be killed by my palm strike. Xia Hui stared at Yi Xian and said. Yi Xian let out an indifferent smile. He stabbed the Bahuang sword into the ground with one hand, and held an empty storage ring with the other. He said, I'm just looking for death, Senior, please grant me my wish. Fine, I'll grant you your wish. Without saying anything else, Xia Hui immediately dashed towards Yi Xian. He didn't even take out his weapon. Why would he need a weapon to deal with an Earth Core warrior like Yi Xian? In just 2 seconds, Xia Hui had crossed 1,000 meters and arrived in front of Yi Xian. He stared at the dumbstruck Yi Xian, then he reached out his claw and grabbed towards Yi Xian's throat. But right at this moment, Yi Xian reached out his hand with lightning speed and grabbed Xia Hui's wrist. At the same time, the Bahuang sword on the ground suddenly broke apart and flew towards Xia Hui. What? Xia Hui's eyes lit up. An Earth Core brat was actually able to catch up with his speed, and even managed to block his attack. This was impossible. In the next moment, he felt a cold sensation on his neck. His head was thrown into the air, and a stream of blood shot up into the sky. Instant kill, Yi Xian released a surge of Dan Qi, blocking the blood that was spurting out. Then, he took out Xia Hui's universe ring. With the bloodline of the treasure-hunting deer, he could see through everyone's belongings. All of Xia Hui's belongings should be in this storage ring. Looking at Xia Hui's dead body falling onto the ground, everyone was shocked and speechless. Killing a mid-heavenly core warrior with a single strike, besides Cui Linjiang, who else could do this? What is that? Everyone focused their eyes and discovered that there were 8 sharp blades floating around Yixian. What kind of martial art is that? How can one use their Jindan essence to control a sharp blade and kill Xiahui? Everyone was puzzled. However, it was a fact that Yixian had one-shot Xiahui. Damn it. What's the matter with this kid? Yangling City Lord could not help cursing. He wondered if he would have ended up the same as Xiahui if he had been there just now. Yixian reassembled the Bahuang sword and shouted, "Who else? Mother *Ker, this brat is too arrogant. No matter how he did it, I have to go and find out." A middle-aged man turned his head to look at the Sun Hill City Lord and said, "City Lord, let me go. Don't end up like Xiahui and be killed by that brat." Cui Linjiang nodded his head. He couldn't understand Yixian's technique either, that's why he wanted to see it again. "Don't worry, City Lord, I'll definitely kill that brat and avenge Senior Xia." After saying that, the middle-aged man jumped down onto the ground. Seeing this, Yixian's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Another man had come to die. There was a reason why he had one-shot Xiahui just now. It was because Xiahui didn't put him in his eyes. If it was someone else who had come, and Yixian had one-shot him, Xiahui would definitely be surprised and report this to Cui Linjiang. Then, Cui Linjiang would definitely suspect that Yixian had one-shot young Master Yangling and kept his body. But now that Xiahui was dead, he wasn't worried that Cui Linjiang would find out. This way, Cui Linjiang wouldn't have an excuse to kill him. Most importantly, he had secretly set up an echo formation on the ground just now. If this middle-aged man dared to step into this area, he would not be able to escape his fate of being one-shot. "Brat, I'm going to break your neck with my own hands and avenge Senior Xia." The middle-aged man shouted and rushed toward Yixian. However, he wasn't as stupid as Xiahui. Instead, he took out his weapon and used a large amount of Jindan to protect it to prevent any accidents from happening. When Yixian heard this, he just smiled indifferently. What revenge? He obviously wanted Xiahui's interspatial ring, right? That old man Xiahui's net worth is not bad. He has about 10 million top-grade crystals. I wonder how much you have. Yixian stood in place, quietly waiting for the other party to approach. The echo formation had a range of 50 meters. The moment the middle-aged man stepped in, Yixian condensed the Great Desolate Sword and swept it toward him. The middle-aged man's weapon was a long blade. He instinctively tried to block the attack, but he immediately felt a huge impact and was sent flying away. Just now, Yixian had secretly eaten a great strength pill, and it wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. If it was Yangling City's governor, Cui Linjiang, he might be able to withstand it, but the middle-aged man in front of him was only at the early heavenly core realm. Bang! When the middle-aged man was sent flying, the 8 Desolation Great Sword also exploded in an instant. The middle-aged man felt his head become heavy, as if his consciousness had fallen into an ice cave. He was frozen, and his mind was slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian disintegrated the Great Desolate Sword. Great Desolate Wind Formation, Heavenly Charge. 8 sharp blades formed into a sharp cone above the middle-aged man's head, then they suddenly pierced down. Slash! The middle-aged man's chest was cut open, but his corpse was still sent flying away. Yixian took a big step forward and took away the storage ring. Plop! The middle-aged man's corpse fell onto the ground, and it instantly fell into a pool of blood. Yixian had once again killed a nascent heavenly core warrior. The Yangling City Lord's eyes were wide open. The 4 nascent heavenly core warriors under his command were all very strong, and almost all of them could fight Xianxia high. However, with such strength, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yixian. This was out of his expectation. This guy killed 2 of my generals in a row. I think he is trying to weaken my strength. Right at this moment, the Yangling City Lord finally reacted. But, what he couldn't understand was why Yixian had such strength. His talent was comparable to Yang Chen, the leader of the 4 young masters of the Zhong province. "You two, go and kill him," the Yangling City Lord shouted. "Mayor, you," one of the men turned around in shock. "Ding Tao, you are the vice mayor of Yangling City. Although you and I have never become sworn brothers, you and I are like brothers. Do you understand what I mean?" The Yangling city lord squinted his eyes and said. When the man called Ding Tao heard this, his eyes lit up. Big brother, I understand. Those who were able to cultivate to this stage were no idiots. Ding Tao immediately understood Cui Linjiang's intention. Very good, you guys go. Remember, don't get within 100 meters of that guy. The Yangling city lord reminded them. Life on the line, damn brat, die. Ding Tao let out a loud shout, then he started sprinting towards Yixian. Not good. When Xianxia and the other men saw this, their expressions immediately changed. Xianxia even shouted out, help. They quickly jumped off the soaring cloud bird, preparing to intercept one of them and reduce Yixian's burden. However, Yixian didn't have a good expression either. He could still handle 2 early heavenly core warriors. What made him feel helpless was that Xianxia and the other men had fallen into his trap. Bang! Xianxia immediately attacked Ding Tao, and so did Xingyu and the other men. While Ding Tao and the other man were fighting back, Cui Linjiang, who was riding on the back of the rock, also had a murderous look in his eyes. Big brother, I'm injured. Right at this moment, Ding Tao, who was lying on the ground, suddenly shouted out. His shoulder had been grazed by a sword energy just now. Swoosh! Cui Linjiang immediately jumped off the rock and dashed towards Xianxia. Damn it, we fell into his trap. Only now did Xianxia realize what had happened, but it was too late. Yixian had a gloomy expression on his face. If this was the case, then he had no choice but to quickly reduce the enemy's numbers, then he could attack Cui Linjiang together. 8 Desolate Wind Formation, kill. He took a big step forward and arrived in front of Ding Tao, then he threw out a punch. Ding Tao was defending against Xianxia's attack just now, so he didn't notice that Yixian had arrived in front of him. Only when the latter threw out a punch did he try to block it with his hand. Bang! Yixian's punch landed on Ding Tao's shoulder, and at the same time, 8 sharp blades swept across Ding Tao's body. In an instant, Ding Tao was cut into pieces, and his storage ring was taken away by Yixian. What? Ding Tao was instantly killed as well? Cui Linjiang was shocked, but now, he had a perfect excuse. After killing Ding Tao, Yixian shouted out, Senior, I'll stop Cui Linjiang, you guys kill this man. This person referred to the other man who had come down with Ding Tao. You? How dare you stop me? Give me your life. Hearing this, Cui Linjiang was furious. Yixian had killed 3 of his subordinates in front of him. How could he not take revenge? Damn it. When Xianxia and the others heard this, they were very regretful. Why did they attack without thinking? Yixian clearly had the ability to take on 2 people at once. If they didn't make a move, then Cui Linjiang wouldn't be able to either. At this moment, Yixian had already activated the deadly wind array to its maximum. He took out pills to recover as he retreated. If he wanted to fight with Xianxia, he could only rely on the 8 Desolate Wind Slaughter formation. What the F***CK, crispy noodle snacks. Luckily, the Bahuang sword gets stronger when it encounters a strong opponent. Its current boost has already surpassed that of most high-grade earth-grade weapons, Yixian thought to himself. Clang! 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 Cui Linjiang held a long sword in his hand and directly charged into the wind-killing array of desolation, slashing away the sharp blades that were attacking him. His strength was not something that Ding Tao and the others could compare to. However, it wouldn't be so easy to stop him like this. Yixian was already operating at full power, but Cui Linjiang was blocking it very easily. In fact, it looked like he still had energy left. He gritted his teeth, took out an earth-grade longbow, and raised it to shoot. The deadly wind array of desolation consumed a lot of spiritual power. Yixian hadn't tried multitasking before. Now, he was going to try it out. Chain of 7 stars. Yixian raised his hand and shot out a series of arrows. Humph. Cui Linjiang also swept out a sword light, scattering the arrows in an instant. What a strong Jindan essence. Even venerable arrows boost can't make up for it. Yixian thought to himself, and shot out a few more chain of 7 stars arrows. However, his multitasking gave Cui Linjiang an opportunity. If you focus on these 8 blades, I really can't do anything to you. It's a pity that you gave yourself an opening. Cui Linjiang clearly felt that the speed of the 8 blades had decreased a lot. He took a big stride forward and closed the distance to within 20 meters. Yi Xian was also regretting his decision. He hurriedly put away his longbow and swallowed a pill. He had wanted to use up more of Cui Linjiang's Jingdan essence, but now it looked like he had done more harm than good. If attacking won't work, then I'll use another method. He thought to himself, and his hands began to form seals. In an instant, the surrounding air started to sizzle, and clouds of fog started to spread. Cui Linjiang was shocked again. He didn't expect Yi Xian to know spiritual arrays. This was going to be troublesome. This kid's Jingdan essence is so strong. It must be the effect of that pill. Now, with this spiritual array, my Jingdan essence might be depleted first. Cui Linjiang was a little hesitant. He wondered if he should just retreat and kill Xianxia and the others first. However, after hearing the angry shouts from behind, he gave up on the idea. "City Lord, save me," the man let out a tragic cry. He was besieged by Xianxia, Xingyu, and the other 3, and finally couldn't hold on anymore. Cui Linjiang turned around and saw his head thrown into the air. Blood splattered several meters high. "I can't let this go on. I have to end this quickly." Cui Linjiang suddenly made a decision. He activated a cultivation method, and the Jingdan essence in his body started to burn. His entire aura instantly skyrocketed by a few notches. What? Yi Xian sensed it and was immediately shocked. "Kid, you can be proud of yourself for forcing me to burn my Jingdan essence and use my trump card at the risk of dropping my cultivation level. Now, give me your life." After Cui Linjiang's aura skyrocketed, his speed also skyrocketed. He was originally more than 20 meters away from Yi Xian, but after he took a step, he was only 15 meters away. With another step, he swept directly in front of Yi Xian. "Kid, die." Cui Linjiang condensed a thick wave of Jingdan essence and slashed at Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian sensed great danger. He hurriedly retracted his 8 blades and formed a shield. Bang! The sword ray slashed the Octoterra shield, instantly sending it flying backward and crashing into Yi Xian. "Kid, you're finished." Cui Linjiang shot forward, determined to kill Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian could already smell the scent of death. He didn't expect Cui Linjiang to have such a trick up his sleeve. Everything happened so quickly that he couldn't even find anything useful in the devouring system. Now, there was only one way, and that was to use the exploding aperture technique. Explode all 7 apertures. "I'll do it." Yi Xian gritted his teeth and condensed his Jingdan essence on his 7 apertures. Poof, poof, poof. However, just as he was about to explode his 3rd aperture, a figure suddenly stepped into Yi Xian's sensing range. "Mini giant Cui Linjiang, stop!" A loud shout rang out. Cui Linjiang ignored it and continued to swing his sword. This time, he was determined to kill Yi Xian, so as to avoid future troubles. When the figure who stepped into Yi Xian saw that Cui Linjiang didn't intend to stop, it instantly crossed 1,000 meters and appeared in front of Yi Xian. Pa! His long sword was easily caught by a pair of hands, unable to move. "Who is it?" Cui Linjiang's eyes widened as he stared at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. In the next instant, his body trembled. He knew this person, the first main city's by-city lord, Xianxia. How could it be him? Cui Linjiang was extremely shocked. "City Lord Yang, what are you doing?" Xianxia squinted his eyes and loosened his grip. "Cui Linjiang, you can't attack anymore." "Why?" Cui Linjiang asked. "Sorry, this is the city lord's order, I just came out to stop him." Xianxia explained. "Humph, he killed my brother, the vice-city lord of Sun Hill City. I can't go against the first city lord's order, right?" After saying that, Cui Linjiang walked past Xianxia and attacked Yi Xian. However, his sword suddenly couldn't swing down, because the blade was caught by Xianxia's 2 fingers. "I said, you can't attack anymore, or else, I'll kill you on the spot." A murderous intent flashed across Xianxia's eyes. Suddenly, a mini flying dragon appeared around him. When he saw the mini flying dragon, Cui Linjiang was stunned, and he subconsciously cried out in surprise, "The strength of a flying dragon, you're in the physical strength realm?" Physical strength realm. This was the realm after the heavenly core realm, and it was also the first of the 4 spirit realms. The mini flying dragon flying around Yang Kai meant that Yang Kai had the strength of a flying dragon. A single punch from him was enough to blow Cui Linjiang apart. That's impossible, you. Cui Linjiang cried out in surprise. Cui Linjiang, are you trying to say that I was only at the late heavenly core realm last year? Yang Kai coldly snorted, could it be that you won't allow me to break through? Cui Linjiang withdrew his sword and took a few steps back. A strength warrior could easily kill 100 late heavenly core warriors. This was the perfect example of reaching the heavens in a single bound. Do you really think you'll be able to break through to the strength realm just by obtaining this nascent heavenly core? Yang Kai said, even if you cultivate your core essence to its peak, without a soul condensing stone, it's impossible for you to shatter your core and form a soul core and break through to the strength realm. Condensing soul stone? Cui Linjiang muttered to himself. This was the first time he had heard of this. Originally, he thought breaking through from the heavenly core realm to the strength realm was just a normal breakthrough, but he didn't expect that he would need something else. Enough, stop, if you continue, I'll kill you on the spot, Yang Kai said slowly. Cui Linjiang fell silent. Just now, he was only half a second away from killing Yi Xian, but Yang Kai had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Yi Xian was only at the late earthly core realm, but he already had such strength. If he broke through to the heavenly core realm, wouldn't he be able to threaten Cui Linjiang? A genius like this had to be killed in the cradle. But now, Yang Kai was here, and the mysterious First City Lord was watching. Cui Linjiang was afraid that he couldn't do anything. This Yang Kai was just following orders. Could it be that I was too early to kill him? Could it be that I had to wait until Ding Tao was dead? Cui Linjiang didn't understand the situation, but he had been warned twice by Yang Kai. If he attacked again, he would be the first one to die. Damn it, just you wait. Cui Linjiang cursed angrily, then he immediately summoned a ping and left in a hurry. Looking at Yang Kai's back as he left, Yi Xian, who had almost died, quickly cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your help." "No worries, I was just following orders, goodbye." After saying this, Yang Kai disappeared, not even leaving behind an afterimage. An expert in the strength realm was indeed extraordinary. After he left, Yi Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. This time, they were in danger again. "Little brother Yi, are you okay?" Xianxia and the others hurried over. "I'm fine," Yi Xian shook his head. "This old master is sorry, I fell into Cui Linjiang's trap and almost killed you," Xianxia said very guiltily. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Senior is too serious, at that time, Senior just wanted to help me. No matter what, this is all my fault. Take this interspatial ring as an apology." Xianxia handed over an interspatial ring, which belonged to the man they had just killed. Yi Xian didn't argue and directly accepted it. "Senior, that Cui Linjiang left in a hurry, maybe he is going to attack Guangjin City, you should go quickly," Yi Xian suddenly said. "Good, then little brother Yi, be careful, come to Divine Land City when you have time." Xianxia nodded and left with Xingyu and the others. Since the Guangjin City Lord was dead, a new city lord must be elected. In the rules of the central state, there was no rule that said a city lord couldn't own 2 main cities. Although the Guangjin City Lord's net worth was only 10 to 20 million high-quality crystal stones, his territory was even more enormous. At this time, the cloud-soaring bird also flew away, leaving only Yi Xian here. In his heart, there were still many doubts that had not been solved. For example, why did the green source giant self-destruct? Why couldn't he devour the transparent celestial blue stone? Why did the first city lord ask Cui Linjiang to stop? And so on. Ding, devouring failed. Yi Xian tried again, but the transparent celestial blue stone still couldn't be devoured. In desperation, Yi Xian could only move in the direction of Soaring Heaven Mansion. With his current speed, it would take him about a day to reach Soaring Heaven Mansion. On the way, he also poured the contents of the 4 interspatial rings into the devouring space, and then devoured the heavenly treasures that he didn't need. At this time, his devouring crystal stones had reached more than 18,000. However, he felt that there was still a long way to go before he could break through. However, just as he was about to devour the heavenly treasures, he suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. The forging materials that he had accumulated in the devouring space had disappeared without a trace. What's going on? I've stored so many forging materials, why are they all gone? Xian couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He sank his consciousness into the devouring space, and then, he was shocked to find that there was a small thing moving around in the devouring space. It was the transparent celestial blue stone. However, unlike before, this celestial blue stone had a pair of mini hands and feet, and it was a mini version of the green source giant. Damn, the green source giant? Xian was shocked. Rock Spirit Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xian grabbed the transparent green giant in his hand. Poof. 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 The mini giant realized that it was being held in Xian's hand. It immediately waved its two small stone arms and slapped the back of Xian's hand. You little guy, what are you? If I say you're alive, you can actually jump around in my devouring space. If I say you're dead, you can't be devoured. Xian looked at the little thing and suddenly thought of something. It was the nut wall in Plants vs. Zombies. However, it was a nut that was half eaten by zombies and had become moldy and green. The mini giant felt very uncomfortable being held in Xian's hand. It kept slapping the back of Xian's hand, trying to get Xian to put it down. You little thing, can you understand what I'm saying? Xian asked. The mini giant blinked its eyes, looked innocently at Xian, and then slightly nodded its head. Damn, I can understand you. Xian was shocked again. Only now did he recall the strange reaction of the green giant. Could it be that the green giant couldn't consume that much energy after devouring the celestial stone and was afraid that it would explode? So it exploded several times and gave birth to thousands of green giants. And this mini giant was mutated from the remaining celestial blue stone? Xian thought to himself. However, this was not important. What was important was that the mini giant must have swallowed all the forging materials. At that moment, Xian pinched the mini giant's foot and turned it upside down to see if it would spit out the items. After all, those forging materials were worth at least several million top-grade crystals. Pa! 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 The mini giant waved its arms wildly in the air and continued to look at Xian with innocent eyes. Xian could not bear to see it like this. At this moment, it suddenly bent its body and pushed Xian's fingers with its two small arms. Surprisingly, it managed to break free. Xian was stunned for a moment. He could only watch as the little guy fell head first into the soil. Then, the little thing crawled out of the soil by itself. After glancing at Xian, it turned around and ran. You want to run after eating my food? Xian dashed forward and caught it. He then exchanged for a small cage from the devouring space and threw it inside. The gap in the cage was just slightly smaller than the little thing. It couldn't get out, so it could only beat the cage continuously. Shut up, I'm wondering if I should kill you. Xian said in a low voice. This time, the little thing stopped making a fuss and just looked at Xian pitifully. To be honest, Xian had no idea what this little thing was. Both the storage ring and the devouring space could not store living things, but this little thing was actually able to jump around in the devouring space. It was really strange. Therefore, Xian decided to bring it back to the Great Elder. He threw the little thing into the devouring space and continued on his journey. After breaking through to the minor Earth Core realm, his speed was no longer something that ordinary Heavenly Core warriors could catch up with. Although Zhou Yan and the other four left first, Xian still caught up with them. After that, the six of them returned to the Soaring Heaven Mansion together. About a week later, they finally arrived at the Soaring Heaven Mansion. After arriving, Xian quickly left and headed towards the Soaring Heaven Mansion. If it wasn't because he was worried that something might happen to Zhou Yan and the others, he would have returned by himself. When he arrived at the Great Elder's place, he was shocked to find out that Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were still in that strange state. Could something have happened to them? It's been more than a month. Xian sensed that both siblings had broken through to the Heavenly Core realm. This really scared him. He had been fighting in the outside world for so long, and had almost lost his life many times, but he was only at the late Earth Core realm. But, this pair of siblings' cultivation speed was even faster than his, and this was really hard for him to accept. Luckily, he was able to convince himself with one reason, and that was that Song Suijing was his fiancée. Since Song Suijing was fine, Yi Xian went to look for the great elder, Lin Wenyue. Right at this moment, the bamboo forest was once again covered by an illusion formation. Without any other choice, Yi Xian shouted out loudly, "Great elder, Yi Xian wishes to see you." In less than a second, the illusion formation was removed by Lin Wenyue. Creak. The door of the wooden hut was opened, and a white-haired lady walked out. She looked at Yi Xian and said, "Don't worry, your fiancé will be fine." Yi Xian was startled. He didn't expect his thoughts to be seen through by someone. But this time, he didn't come here just because of Song Suijing. He looked at Lin Wenyue's calm expression and said, "Great elder, I wonder if you've seen this thing before." After saying that, he took out the beast trapping cage from his devouring space. But in the next moment, he was shocked to find that the beast trapping cage was open, and the little thing was not inside. His heart sank. He found that the little thing was once again stepping on all the natural treasures in his devouring space. F*CK, you bastard, come out. With a thought, Yi Xian grabbed the little thing and threw it into the beast trapping cage. After seeing the little thing, the great elder's eyes flickered and said, "This is a rock spirit, a type of strange beast. It's born from precious ores, but it's extremely rare." After hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and said, "Great elder, what's the use of this thing? This strange beast is a type of demonic beast. If it's nurtured well, it can grow into a profound beast in the future. It can even become a sacred beast that's comparable to a spirit realm 4th stage. Lin Wenyue explained. Sacred beast? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Isn't a wyvern a sacred beast? But great elder, the growth time of a profound beast seems to be very long. Yi Xian asked again. That's right, but this strange beast is different. This rock spirit mainly relies on ores and other forging materials. As long as it eats a lot, it can greatly increase its growth speed. Lin Wenyue said, "Since you have so many natural treasures, as long as you nurture it with all your strength, it can become a great help to you in the future." Hearing this, the little rock in the beast trapping cage blinked its eyes. It looked at Yi Xian as if it was saying, "Did you hear that? Hurry up and let me out." Yi Xian thought for a moment. But, how would he know if the little rock was an ingrate? Would it trample him to death when it became powerful in the future? Conclude a contract. This reminded Yi Xian that there were many mystical beasts in the devouring system. Found it. Slave contract, equal contract, symbiotic contract. Yi Xian immediately found a lot of things. He looked at Little Shirtu sneakily and revealed a crafty smile. Little Shirtu blinked his eyes and subconsciously took a few steps back. He suddenly had a bad premonition. "Great elder, I'll take my leave first." Yi Xian cupped his fist at Lin Wenyue and left. Lin Wenyue looked in front of her and quietly stood there for a while. Then, she returned to her small wooden house. "TSK, see if I don't kill you. How dare you eat my food and destroy my treasures?" After leaving the bamboo forest, Yi Xian carried a cage in his hand and cursed angrily. As for the little thing in the cage, it was running around the cage as if doomsday had arrived. Yi Xian quickly returned to his residence and closed the door behind him. He placed the cage on the bed and sat cross-legged in front of it. Come, let's try the low-level slave contract first." Yi Xian took out a sheepskin scroll and spread it on the bed. He began to mutter some words that were hard to understand. Inside the cage, Little Shirtu was startled and hastily stretched his hand out of the cage. Then, with a cracking sound, he actually opened the cage. Then, he quickly escaped. Yi Xian opened his eyes when he heard the sound. He was almost scared to death. This little guy actually escaped from prison again, right under his nose. However, this little thing was at most a demonic beast, not even a spirit beast. Yi Xian reached out and caught it. "I think it's better to make a high-grade cage for beasts," Yi Xian thought to himself as he took out a new cage. It was more exquisite than the previous one and was about the same size. He threw the little thing inside and closed the small iron door. "You can't open it now, right?" Yi Xian snickered. Only his elixir essence could open this cage. Unless he destroyed the cage, this little thing would not be able to escape. The little thing was running around inside, stretching out its two slender arms as if it was shouting, "Let me out." Xian ignored him and continued to chant his contract incantation. A few seconds later, a purple circle appeared on the parchment. Xian cut his finger and dripped his blood into the circle. "TSK, you're finished." Xian placed the beast trapping cage inside and continued chanting the incantation. The formation on the parchment expanded and enveloped the entire cage. Ding! Formation failed. A system notification suddenly rang in Xian's mind. What? Failed? Xian's eyes widened. He immediately reacted. Perhaps it was because Lil Thing's level was too high, so the level of the contract wasn't high enough. Intermediate servant contract. He spent some devour points to exchange for a new contract. 10 seconds later. Ding. Formation failed. Looks like it's still not enough. Advanced servant contract. Xian began his third attempt. This advanced servant contract cost him a total of 500 devour points. Ding. Formation failed. The same notification sounded again. Xian was stunned. Even the advanced servant contract didn't work. Could it be that he needed a top-tier one? Clap clap clap. Seeing Xian fail so many times, Lil Thing in the beast trapping cage excitedly slapped the bars. If it had a mouth, it would definitely laugh until its teeth fell out. Don't gloat over my misfortune. You're my prisoner now. You'd better obey me obediently. As long as you follow me, you'll have good food every day. What do you think? Xian began to coerce. Lil Thing shook its head, indicating that it didn't want anything but freedom. Here, I'll give you this intermediate earth weapon. Xian exchanged for an intermediate earth weapon, then opened the beast trapping cage. Although Lil Thing wanted to run, he could grab it back with just a stretch of his hand. He wasn't afraid that Lil Thing would run away. When Lil Thing saw the middle rank earth artifact, its eyes immediately lit up as it pounced on it. Then, a crack appeared under its big eyes, and it bit the blade. Damn, you have a mouth. Xian was shocked. While he was still in shock, Lil Thing actually swallowed the entire intermediate earth weapon. Damn, this is comparable to my sword devouring technique. Xian sighed, then asked, what do you think? As long as you follow me, you'll have these things to eat every day. Lil Thing closed its mouth, but still shook its head. Damn you, you ate my food and you still dare to refuse? Xian reached out and hung Lil Thing upside down. Lil Thing gestured. Xian was stunned, then said, you mean this isn't enough? Lil Thing nodded. Alright, try this. Xian exchanged for another high-grade earth artifact that was worth 5 devour crystals. Lil Thing swallowed the sword in a few seconds. What do you think? Xian asked again. Lil Thing still shook its head, then gestured again. What, you want 100? Xian was shocked. 100 upper earth weapons was worth 500 devouring crystals. Lil Thing meant that it had to eat that many a day. If it ate 500 devouring crystals a day, then it would eat 15,000 a month. No, 5. Xian began to bargain. Lil Thing also shook its head, then gestured again. 90. 10. 80. 15. 70. The two of them argued for a while, then finally settled on 30. 30 upper earth weapons a day was worth 150 devouring crystals. That would be 4,500 devouring crystals a month. In that case, Xian's devouring crystals would only be enough to feed Lil Thing for 3 months. F***ck, you're really asking for too much. Come on. Xian took out another intermediate contract. Ding. Contract failed. Damn, I'm going to waste another advanced contract. Xian painfully exchanged for another one. This time, he finally heard a system notification that was different from the others. Ding. Contract successful. Hearing this, Xian heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The contract had finally been successfully formed. Ding. Host has formed a slave contract with Rock Spirit. Please give it a name. It needs a name? Yi Xian was a little surprised, then asked, what name do you want it to be called? Lil Thing blinked its big eyes. It couldn't speak, so it could only wait for Yi Xian to name it. Lil Thing, Lil Thing, Lil Thing, Lil Foodie, Lil Rock, which one do you want? Yi Xian read them one by one. Lil Thing shook its head to express its dissatisfaction, then gestured again. Hey, you want a fancy name? Fine, let me think. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, Dan, Tainyo, Goshing, what do you think? Wei Zhentian, if you want to go higher, then Morong Erden, Huangfu Tiniu, and Xianyuan Goshing should be fine, right? Yi Xian said. Lil Thing still shook its head. Then Wei Zhentian, Optimus Prime, Jingpation? Potato, nut, tomato, potato. Yi Xian tried to name a few more names. This time, the little thing hesitated thoughtfully for a moment, and then gestured. What, you want the first one? That's too tasteless. Why don't you call it Iron Pillar? That's much easier to pronounce. Yi Xian blurted out. But who would have thought that Lil Thing would jump up and slap Yi Xian on the nose? F***ck, Wei Zhentian is Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian was helpless and quickly named Lil Thing. Ding, naming successful. Lil Thing, no, it should be called Wei Zhentian now. After successfully naming it, there was an additional attribute panel in Yi Xian's system. It was a column of items. Name, Wei Zhentian type, Rock Spirit current level, early stage True Spirit realm after eating so much, it's only at early stage True Spirit realm. What a scam. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. At this moment. Ding, the attribute panel has been activated. The Thousand Beasts Bloodline Advancement route has been updated. Hearing this, Yi Xian subconsciously switched to the Bloodline panel. Thousand Beasts Bloodline Advancement Route 1, Strength. Current level of advancement is 0. Every advancement increases the strength of both hands by 10%. Advancement Route 2, Agility. Current level of advancement is 1. Every advancement increases the movement speed by 10%. Advancement Route 3, Monster Growth Speed. Current level of advancement is 0. Every advancement increases the growth speed of monster by 10%. Advancement Route 4, Monster Attributes. Current level of advancement is 0. Every advancement increases the monster's attributes by 10%. Advancement Route 5, Monster Expansion. Current level of advancement is 0. Every advancement allows the taming of one more monster. There were 3 more advancement routes for the Thousand Beasts bloodline. Yi Xian's eyes almost popped out. He did not expect the Thousand Beasts bloodline to have such an effect. These advancement routes are not bad. Unfortunately, I did not encounter the Devourer beast again. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Then, he immersed his consciousness into the Devouring system again and directly selected a mystical beast growth plan that was worth 1,000 Devouring crystals. Here, eat this. It will help you grow faster. Yi Xian opened a packet of powder. Wei Zhentian doubtfully swallowed it. It sensed that there was no effect at all. Immediately, it reached out and asked for the remaining high-grade earthly tool. Alright, little foodie, take it. Yi Xian immediately exchanged for 29 high-grade earthly artifacts. This little thing had to eat 150 Devour crystals a day. If he didn't find a way to earn money, he would become poor. The little thing finished all the food in a few bites and then requested to return to the devouring space to rest. Yi Xian was also speechless, but this time, he directly put the little thing into his storage space. He had just exchanged for this monster space. As long as the monster space stayed inside, it would grow faster than outside. Now, the matter of the Heavenly Yuan sect had come to an end. After Imo Ziyun and the others returned to the Soaring Heaven Mansion, they organized the disciples and prepared to rebuild the Heavenly Yuan sect. This time, the Heavenly Yuan sect had obtained a lot of mystical beast cores. The entire sect's rank would probably increase by a lot. However, when it came to inner cores, the Soaring Heaven Mansion had a lot of them. It was enough to help all the mortal core disciples in the Soaring Heaven Mansion break through to the Earth core realm. The Heavenly Yuan sect was very busy, and so was the Soaring Heaven Mansion. However, Yi Xian was the one with the least amount of free time. Just a week after he returned, Grand Elder Zhou Yan took the time to look for him. Supreme Elder, why are you here? Yi Xian was playing with Wei Zhentian in the courtyard. When he saw Zhou Yan, he was a little surprised. This old man is here to tell you that Kai Jing and the others have come out of seclusion. Zhou Yan said straightforwardly. What? They have come out? Yi Xian was overjoyed when he heard this. The siblings had been in seclusion for so long, and they had finally come out. But they are still consolidating their cultivation, so they might need some time. Come with me. After Zhou Yan finished speaking, he led Yi Xian towards the soaring heaven peak. When Yi Xian arrived at the door of Zhou Yan's cultivation room, he was stunned. Right at this moment, one side of the cultivation room's door was frozen, and the other side was burning red. It looked very strange. While they are consolidating their cultivation, you shouldn't go in. The energy inside is very strange, I was almost blown away just now. You should wait for them to come out by themselves. Zhou Yan said in a somewhat ashamed manner. He was a heavenly core warrior, but he was almost blown away just because he opened a door. If this were to spread out, it would be a disgrace to his reputation. Alright. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't disturb them. Sigh. I'm ashamed, I still need a few more days before I can break through to the initial heavenly core realm, but they are already at the heavenly core realm as well. Zhou Yan said with a helpless expression. They are already at the heavenly core realm. After hearing what Zhou Yan said, Yi Xian also had a helpless expression on his face. He was only at the late earth core realm, but Song Suijing and Song Jiezhe were already at the heavenly core realm. But, this wasn't a bad thing, since the difference in strength wasn't too big, he would be able to bring Song Suijing with him in the future. Both men waited outside the door for half a day. After that, the cultivation room's door finally opened. Crack! The cultivation room's door opened, and two figures walked out from within. Yi Xian? Song Suijing, who had just come out from the special cultivation room, immediately saw Yi Xian. Without hesitation, she jumped into his arms. You've been cultivating for so long, you should be tired, right? Yi Xian gently stroked Song Suijing's hair. Have we been cultivating for a long time? Song Suijing asked in a surprised manner. It's been more than a month. Zhou Yan reminded her. It's been so long, Song Suijing turned around and looked at Song Jiezhe. She felt like only 1 or 2 days had passed. Alright, since you've come out from your secluded cultivation, it's time for me to enter secluded cultivation. After saying that, Zhou Yan entered another cultivation room. He had absorbed a lot of inner cores, and in a few more days, he would be able to break through to the minor heavenly core realm. Song Jiezhe sensed his strength, and he realized that his strength was a few hundred times stronger than before, and his physique had improved as well. He couldn't help but say, I thought the divine core realm was very strong, but I never expected that I would break through to the heavenly core realm so quickly. This is incredible. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly recalled something, then he asked, Oh right, big brother, are you going to use an axe as your weapon from now on? That's right, I've used other weapons before, but the axe is still the best. Besides, look at my body, do you think it's suitable for me to use a sword? Song Jiezhe nodded his head. If that's the case, I have a bloodline seed here, you can try it. Yi Xian took out a crystal-clear bloodline seed. This was the Axe King bloodline he had exchanged for on the spot, and it had the same effect as the Sword Emperor bloodline. This is... The brother and sister duo had come out of seclusion. I found this bloodline seed by accident, it was left behind by a senior who was proficient in axe skills. Yi Xian handed it over to Song Ju. When Judge Song heard about the bloodline seed, he was startled for 2 seconds. Haha, thank you, brother-in-law. Without thinking too much, he immediately swallowed the bloodline seed. A second later, his eyes opened wide, and he took out a long axe that was taller than him. This is amazing, I feel like this earth-shattering axe has become a part of my body, and I've learned a mid-ranked earth-rank martial skill. Judge Song held the long axe and practiced it. Without hesitation, Yi Xian exchanged for a high-ranked earth-rank long axe and said, Big brother, this is a high-ranked earth-rank weapon, the Flaming Sun Axe. Also, these are the high-ranked earth-rank martial skills I found, you can take them all. This, Judge Song couldn't wrap his head around this. It was fine if it was just a bloodline seed, but now there was even a high-grade Earth-level martial art and a high-grade Earth-level artifact. What had happened in the past month? Just what had happened? Judge Song, these are yours. After Yi Xian passed the items to Judge Song, he took out some other items. A normal high-grade earthly artifact was only worth 5 Devour crystals. However, the one he had just exchanged for was the best of the high-grade earthly artifacts. It was the closest to a celestial artifact. The axe and sword had cost him a total of 500 Devour crystals. Looks like a lot of things have happened in the past month. You need to tell me everything later. Song Suijing was still worried, but when she saw that Yi Xian was fine, she was relieved. Don't worry, there are still some good things. Yi Xian said with a smile on his face. He took out some more inner cores and said, both of you have broken through to the heavenly core realm. Here are some inner cores of early heavenly core realm inner cores. Cough. Both of us have just broken through. We need some time to consolidate our cultivation. If we want to absorb the inner cores, we need to wait for a while. Judge Song quickly said. It doesn't matter. Keep it for now. When the time comes, you can refine it on your own. Yi Xian divided the Xian beast inner core into 2 portions. That's good, then I won't disturb you. I'm going to try out my new weapon. Ju Song carried the flaming sun axe and excitedly left. As for Song Suijing, she followed Yi Xian back to her residence. The two sat in the courtyard, and Song Suijing began to talk about her experiences over the past month. You said you subdued a rock spirit. Where is it? Song Suijing asked curiously. Without another word, Yi Xian directly pulled Megatron out of the artifact space and said, this is the one. It swallowed so many of my things that I almost can't raise it anymore. Hey, why is it a kitten? Song Suijing was also surprised to see Shirling. When Yi Xian heard this, he shifted his gaze. In the next moment, he turned pale with fright. They saw a small green cat sitting cross-legged on the stone table, blinking its big eyes at the two of them. Damn, could it have evolved? Yi Xian hurriedly pulled out the artifact panel and found that Shirling, Megatron Jintian, was already at the peak of true profound realm and was about to become a profound beast. Meow, the green cat softly called out, then suddenly collapsed and reassembled in front of the two of them, turning into an elk. Damn, it's really a transformer. It can actually reassemble like the Bahuang sword. Yi Xian was shocked. If this was the case, then it might be able to turn into a rock in the future. At that time, he could sit and fly. Song Suijing looked at the mini elk with shining eyes and said, is it the rock spirit? How can it change back and forth? Can it turn into an arrowback pig? When the rock spirit heard this, it blinked and immediately transformed again. It really turned into an arrowback pig, but it was a mini version. So cute, what's its name? Song Suijing held the arrowback pig in the palm of her hand and asked curiously. Megatron. Yi Xian said awkwardly. This world didn't have any transformers, so he definitely hadn't heard of it. Then let's call it Little Tian. Little Tian, can you turn back into your original form? Song Suijing asked again. Then, the arrowback pig transformed again and returned to its original appearance of a nut that was bitten by a zombie. It had 2 thin arms and 2 thin legs. At this time, it suddenly stretched out its hand and faced Yi Xian. Damn, didn't I just give it to you this morning? What, performance fee? Yi Xian was speechless. This was really a foodie. He immediately took out 2 high-rank earthly artifacts and Megatron swallowed them in front of the two of them. It eats these? Song Suijing was almost scared to death. Those were 2 high-rank earthly artifacts. Yes, it eats 30 of them a day. Yi Xian nodded. 30 of them, earthly artifacts, Song Suijing rolled her eyes. 1 high-rank earthly artifact was enough to buy the entire Great Song dynasty. 30 of them were enough to buy the entire eastern region, or even the 4 major regions. Most importantly, this was Megatron's food fee for a day. You little thing, you're already a peak true profound realm spirit beast. If you break through again, you'll become a profound beast. But you won't always be this small, right? Yi Xian asked. Megatron shook its head, then it jumped to the ground and shattered into countless small powder. The next scene made Yi Xian and Song Suijing dumbstruck. they saw Megatron's small powder slowly expand. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of a soccer ball, then the size of a stone table. Yi Xian quickly added, "Let me see your biggest form." Megatron heard this and started to expand crazily. In the end, it condensed into a 10-meter-tall giant. The 10-meter-tall giant seemed to be a profound Earth core realm green source giant. "Can you turn into a rock and fly?" Yi Xian asked again. In the next moment, the green source giant disintegrated and turned into a rock with a wingspan of 10 meters. It flew a circle in the sky. Not bad. Its speed has already surpassed an ordinary soaring sky rock. If it grows one more time, it will become a profound beast. Yi Xian nodded satisfyingly. It seemed like he was really lucky this time. In just a week, Megatron almost broke through to the profound beast realm. If he was given a month, wouldn't he at least reach the Earth core realm? If he was given a year, wouldn't he be able to break through to the flying dragon realm? The rock spirit turned into a green rock and immediately attracted the attention of the other disciples. "What kind of spirit beast is that? A green rock? How come I've never heard of it before? I heard that it's a spirit beast that senior brother Yi tamed. I thought he was a green rock spirit just now. How did he turn into a rock? Let's just focus on our cultivation. Senior brother Yi can already kill heavenly core warriors, and we haven't even broken through to the Earth core realm yet. Let's go, let's go." A group of disciples were discussing among themselves. Trash that can't be raised currently. The structure of the soaring heaven mansion was going to change. The four manors might merge into one. After all, with so many inner cores, anyone would be able to break through to the divine core realm. However, right at this moment, suddenly, a figure arrived at the door. "Yi Xian, are you here?" A voice came from outside the door. When Yi Xian heard it, he was surprised, because it was the voice of the chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, Xing Miao. "Senior disciple Xing, please come in," Yi Xian shouted. Xing Miao hastily walked in from the outside. "Senior disciple Xing, how is Guangjin City?" Yi Xian hastily asked. He knew that the reason why Xing Miao came back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion was because of Guangjin City. Hearing this, Xing Miao shook his head and said, "Not good, that Cui Linjiang has returned to the central province, and soon, he will compete with us for the position of Guangjin City's mayor." "Senior disciple Xing, can the mayor of the upper three cities compete for the position?" Yi Xian was surprised. "No, Cui Linjiang is the mayor of Sun Hill City, he won't compete for the position, but his father will." Xing Miao shook his head and said, "Cui Linjiang's father?" Yi Xian was startled. Perhaps only a late heavenly core warrior could make Xing Miao fear him. After the mayor of Guangjin City died, the first city mayor sent someone to stay in the mayor's mansion. Anyone can apply to compete for the position of mayor. Right now, more than 10 early heavenly core warriors have applied, including those from the upper three cities. Besides Cui Linjiang, there is another late heavenly core warrior. Xing Miao started explaining to Yi Xian. 2 late heavenly core warriors? Yi Xian squinted his eyes. These were all the top warriors in the heavenly water continent. But, when he heard that more than 10 early heavenly core warriors had joined the competition, his eyes lit up. Originally, he thought whoever arrived at the mayor's mansion first would get the position, but he didn't expect that he would need to apply. Looking at this, he might be able to get some benefits. "Senior Marshal Brother Zheng, the purpose of your visit is?" Yi Xian asked again. "My grandfather wants your help. If we succeed in taking down Guangjin City, we will split the profits in half." Xing Miao said. "A 50-50 split would make it 50-50. The benefits of Guangjin City might not be high, but all the cities within Guangjin City's territory had to pay taxes to Guangjin City every year. Moreover, Yuan Yibo definitely had many private mines and treasure lands. If they were all mined, the value would be immeasurable." "Alright, I agree." Yi Xian nodded. At this moment, Song Suijing also hurriedly said, "I want to go too. And, ask your elder brother to join us as well. We can use this opportunity to gain some experience. I want to see how strong all of you are now after breaking through to the heavenly core realm." Yi Xian nodded his head. From the moment she entered the room, Xing Miao felt that Song Suijing was extraordinary. Now that she heard Yi Xian's words, she was stunned. Heavenly Core Realm, if that young master Yang Ling was in front of Song Suijing, he would be nothing more than an ant. Without hesitation, Song Suijing left and went to look for Adjudicator Song. The mayor's battle was about to begin, and they had to hurry to the central province. Very soon, Adjudicator Song also rushed over. He was worried about not having a place to gain experience. Xing Miao rode a soaring cloud bird here, so it only took them a day to travel from the soaring cloud mansion to the central province city. Right at this moment, Xing Shuahai and the other men were having a discussion in the main hall. When they saw Xing Miao and Yi Xian, they immediately stood up. "Little brother Yi, you're finally here." Xing Shuahai quickly walked over and greeted them. Yi Xian walked closer and found out that Jing Yu and another middle-aged man had both broken through to the early heavenly core realm. He immediately congratulated them. "Congratulations, seniors. This is all thanks to those refined pills you gave me. Too bad, there are only 7 days left until the mayor's battle, and I won't be able to break through to the late heavenly core realm in 7 days, Xing Shuahai shook his head. After that, he looked at Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song who were standing behind Yi Xian, then he asked, "These two are?" "This is my fiancé, Song Suijing, and this is my elder brother, Adjudicator Song. He should be able to fight with the early heavenly core warrior, and he will be joining the battle with me." Yi Xian introduced them to each other. "Haha, this old man thanks you." Xing Shuahai expressed his gratitude. "Senior, you're too kind." Song Suijing smiled. She was really happy, because this time, she could finally help Yi Xian. "Little brother Yi, why don't we go to the number 1 main city now?" Xing Shuahai asked again. "Alright." Yi Xian nodded his head. After that, they sat on the soaring cloud bird and headed towards the center of the central province city, the number 1 main city. Right at this moment, all the powerful warriors in the central province city had gathered there. A main city's mayor was extremely powerful, and it had attracted a huge amount of people, including some sects and families in the central province city, and even some lone warriors with extraordinary strength. Of course, some of them weren't here to fight for the position of mayor, they were here to gain benefits from the mayor battle. This time, it took the soaring cloud bird an entire day to arrive at the number 1 main city. The number 1 main city had a city wall that was over 10,000 meters long, and countless people lived within it. At the same time, there was a special rule, and that was that no birds or beasts were allowed to fly over the number 1 main city. Because of this rule, the soaring cloud bird could only land outside the number 1 main city. After that, Xing Shuahai led Yi Xian through the noisy streets and arrived at the mayor's mansion. "So this is the number 1 main city's mayor's mansion? That Yang Kai is a strength realm warrior, then the mayor of the number 1 main city should be at least at the strength realm, right?" Yi Xian murmured in his mind. It was very easy to apply for the mayor battle. Anyone could apply, even if they were at the true spirit realm. After the application was completed, Yi Xian and the other two received an identity token. After 6 days, they would gather at the designated location, and someone would escort them to the location of the mayor battle. On the way to the number 1 main city, Xing Shuahai explained the format of the mayor battle to Yi Xian and the other two, which was to compete for the city mayor's token. The number 1 city mayor would hide the Guangjin city's city mayor's token somewhere. As long as someone found this token and held it for a period of time, they would be the new city mayor. In addition, there were no restrictions on killing, and they could do as they pleased. However, just as Yi Xian and the others left the number 1 main city's mansion, they bumped into another group of people. The leader of this group was someone Yi Xian was familiar with. He was Sun Hill City's city mayor, Cui Linjiang. "Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road," Yi Xian subconsciously said. Cui Linjiang looked at Yi Xian and the others, then he coldly harumphed and said, "I let you live last time, and I thought you'd struggle to survive. I didn't expect you to come and help Divine Land City. In a few more days, you'll die." Right at this moment, an old man walked out from behind him and said, "He's the guy who killed 4 early heavenly core warriors from Sun Hill City? First main city father, that's him." Cui Linjiang nodded his head. "Fine, I'll remember that. When the time comes, I'll kill you myself." A killing intent flashed through the old man's eyes. He was Cui Linjiang's father, the old mayor of Sun Hill City, Chui Feng. Just as Xianxia and the others were about to retort, Song Suijing, who was standing next to Yi Xian, suddenly took a step forward and let out a cold snort. "Old man, don't rely on your old age, don't let Yi Xian break all your bones when the time comes." Seeing Yi Xian being ridiculed, of course she couldn't stand it anymore. "Little girl, you've got a big mouth. You better not fall into my hands, or else I'll make you wish you were dead." Chui Feng's eyes once again flashed with a ruthless expression. After that, he led the others and walked into the mayor's mansion in the first main city. This Chui family is really something. They even managed to recruit the 3 freaks of Secluded Mountain. Looks like they are determined to take over Guangjin City. Xianxia said. The 3 freaks of Secluded Mountain were the 3 masked men behind Chui Linjiang, and they were all at the early heavenly core realm. Xia Hui, Ding Tao, and the other 3 were all dead, and in just a few days, the Sun Hill City had recruited another 3 early heavenly core warriors, and they were all famous warriors in the central province. This had caused the Divine Land City to feel pressured. However, Yi Xian, who was standing there quietly, had a relaxed expression on his face. So what if they were 3 early heavenly core warriors? If he ran into them, they would all end up the same. After that, Xianxia and the others brought Yi Xian to their mansion in the first main city, so that Yi Xian could have a good rest. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Song Suijing and Judge Song continued to learn upper rank earth rank martial skills. They didn't have the devouring system, so they needed time to learn martial skills. However, with the bloodline of the Sword Emperor and their father, it was very easy for them to learn martial skills. Apart from the corresponding offensive martial skills, their understanding of other martial skills was very ordinary. At the same time, Yi Xian also took advantage of these few days to stroll around the first main city. He discovered that in the first main city's weapon shops, other than selling low-grade earth weapons, there wasn't even a mid-grade earth weapon, let alone a high-grade earth weapon. It seemed that the weapons in the first main city were all monopolized by the All Affairs Pavilion and given priority to those clans and sections. There were still a few days before the slot battle, so Yi Xian wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to improve his strength. Simply put, it was to make money. In the All Affairs Pavilion, as long as one could afford it, they could do all kinds of things. In addition to killing people and searching for people, there were also things to do. Yi Xian immediately went to look for him. The Myriad Pavilion in the number 1 main city was the largest in the entire central state. As soon as Yi Xian entered, a waiter led Yi Xian to a private room. "I need some forging materials. Medium and high-grade earth-tier materials. I need at least 10 million top-grade crystals. How many do you have?" Yi Xian got straight to the point. 10 million top-grade crystals. The waiter was stunned. Thinking that he had encountered a big order, he hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, please wait a moment." He left in a hurry. Not long after, he came back with another person. Yi Xian happened to see this person before. It was the first main city's vice city lord, Yang Kai. "HM? It's you?" After Yang Kai saw Yi Xian was more or less surprised. "Senior, we meet again." Yi Xian was also surprised. "You need a lot of forging materials?" Yang Kai also got straight to the point. "Yes, a lot," Yi Xian nodded. Yang Kai didn't talk nonsense and directly took out some forging materials, asking, "How many do you need?" "I'll take as many as you have," Yi Xian replied. He really had an infinite demand for forging materials. He only needed to think about it and he could succeed. As for the remaining materials, he could also give them to Wei Zhentian as snacks. "Okay, since you need a lot, I can give you according to the market price." Yang Kai directly calculated and then reported a number, 13 million top-quality crystal stones. Yi Xian took out this number of top-grade crystals and completed the transaction. "Also, City Lord Yang, do you also accept mid-rank or high-rank earth artifacts?" Yi Xian asked again. "Yes, mid-rank earth artifacts cost 600 top-grade crystals and high-rank earth artifacts cost 60,000. Of course, it depends on the quality." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and began to calculate a large amount of Yi Xian. "I see. Then I'll take my leave." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly left. Yang Kai looked at Yi Xian's departing back and muttered in his heart, I wonder why City Lord is so interested in this little brat. After leaving Myriad Pavilion, Yi Xian returned to his residence. With the 13 million top-grade crystals, he estimated that he could forge at least 300 high-rank earth artifacts and 20,000 mid-rank earth artifacts. If he sold them, he would make double the profit. Unfortunately, there were not many materials. He directly finished forging everything in a small alley and then returned to Myriad Pavilion. It just so happened that Yang Kai was in the hall. Little brother, do you need anything else? Yang Kai asked in surprise when he saw Yi Xian return. I brought a batch of high-rank earth artifacts, Yi Xian nodded. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly led Yi Xian to a side room. 300 high-rank earth artifacts, 20,000 mid-rank earth artifacts, high quality. Yang Kai was shocked. When he saw the name on the hilt of these earth artifacts, he exclaimed, Yi Xian? Oh, my family will always put my name on the artifacts after they are forged. Yi Xian hurriedly explained. If he told Yang Kai that he had forged so many earth artifacts in 1 minute, this strength realm master would definitely be shocked to death. I didn't expect that in addition to the 3 blacksmiths in the upper 3 cities, there would be another master. Okay, I'll buy all of these earth artifacts at the same price as before. Yang Kai directly took out 30 million top-quality crystal stones. Yi Xian accepted it with a smile and completed the transaction, earning a net profit of 17 million top-quality crystal stones and 30 million top-quality crystal stones cultivation base. After the transaction was completed, he said, City Lord Yang, I still need some things. What do you need? Just tell me, Yang Kai said. Celestial blue stone, dragon jade. Yi Xian said a lot of things at once. You want to forge a heaven artifact? Yang Kai instantly understood. And the elders of my family want to practice. In addition, they need a heaven-grade martial art. I wonder if Myriad Pavilion has any. Yi Xian nodded. We have a little celestial blue stone and dragon jade, but we don't have any other materials. As for heaven-grade martial arts, we don't have any. Yang Kai replied. At this time, Yi Xian realized that even if Myriad Pavilion had a heaven-grade martial art, he probably couldn't afford it. This was definitely not something that could be bought with a few thousand or 10,000 spirit stones. Then I also need some alchemy materials. The day before the competition this time, Yi Xian stayed in the Myriad Pavilion for half an hour. He had too many ways to earn money, so he could only choose some common materials to refine. A day later, he brought the pills to the Myriad Pavilion again. At the same time, he also took out some treasures he had exchanged for. Yang Kai had high hopes for these treasures, but unfortunately, there was a limit to how much they could be exchanged for. In the end, Yi Xian only earned 100 million top-quality crystal stones. Although it wasn't much, it still brought him one step closer to the heavenly core realm. However, if he wanted to become the city lord of Guangjin City, he would need to at least break through to the heavenly core realm. Therefore, he went to the Myriad Pavilion again the day before the city lord competition. This time, he wanted something different. He found Yang Kai. Yi Xian, what do you want this time? Yang Kai asked. This time, it's a bloodline seed I found in a senior's cave mansion. Yi Xian took out a crystal clear seed and handed it over to Yang Kai. A bloodline seed. When these 4 words entered Yang Kai's ears, it caused his body to tremble violently. With his current realm, he could condense everything he had learned into a bloodline seed, but the price he had to pay was that he would become an ordinary person. What are the effects of these bloodline seeds? Yang Kai asked. This bloodline seed can increase one's comprehension of sword-type martial arts by 10%, as well as increase one's strength by 10%. This one is of a higher grade, it can increase one's comprehension by 20%. Yi Xian handed over another bloodline seed. Hearing this, Yang Kai asked in shock, this isn't a martial arts seed? No, this is a special bloodline seed. City Lord Yang might not have heard of it before, but it does have such an effect. Yi Xian nodded. Yang Kai went silent. This was the first time he had seen this type of bloodline seed, so he couldn't help but be a little skeptical. If City Lord Yang doesn't believe me, you can find someone else. I can use this 10% bloodline seed as an experiment. Yi Xian endured the pain and said. No need, I'll experiment on my own. First, tell me, how much do you want for these 2 bloodline seeds? Xianxia suddenly asked. In fact, he was also a sword user. If he could increase the power of his sword skills by 20%, it would be a huge boost to his strength. City Lord Yang, how much do you think it is? Yi Xian asked in return. If it really has the effect you say it does, I think that this 10% crystal is worth at least 100 million top-quality crystal stones, and this 20% crystal is probably worth more than 300 million top-quality crystal stones, Xianxia estimated in his heart. Of course, this was the price on the Skywater continent. If it was the Bloodstone continent, it would be more than that. Sure. Yi Xian nodded. 400 million high-quality crystal stones was more than enough for him to break through to the heavenly core realm. In fact, he really didn't want to give away the bloodlines of the swordsman and swordsman. After all, he could give them to his friends in the future. Alright, then I'll test it out myself. Xianxia took Yi Xian and left. Arriving at the back of the myriad pavilion, he swallowed the sword master bloodline. Immediately after, 2 golden rays of light shot out from his eyes. Swoosh! Xianxia took out a long sword and slashed towards the sky. A warrior at his level had a deep understanding of his own martial arts. The power of this slash had indeed increased by 20% compared to before. Good stuff. Xianxia cried out in surprise. He turned around and asked, Yi Xian, if I swallow this 10% crystal stone, will it? No, it won't have any effect. Yi Xian shook his head. Apart from him, everyone could only have one bloodline. Although a sword master was the advanced version of a sword master, it still wouldn't work. Alright, then I'll keep this one for Chen. Xianxia kept the other bloodline seed, then he took out 400 million top-quality crystal stones and threw them to Yi Xian. When Yi Xian put away all the big treasure chests, his spirit shook. He could finally break through to the heavenly core realm. Yi Xian, do you have any more of these bloodline seeds? Xianxia asked hastily. I still have some. Yi Xian nodded. The reason why these bloodline seeds could be exchanged was because Yi Xian had fused with them before. In simple words, he couldn't exchange for bloodlines that hadn't been fused with before. Previously, when he gave Adjudicator Song the Axe King bloodline seed, he had already fused with the Axe King bloodline. For his brother-in-law, he had sacrificed a bloodline window. One had to know, with his current situation, he couldn't even afford a bloodline expansion window. When Xianxia heard this, he immediately brought Yi Xian to his residence in the Myriad Pavilion. 100 Beast Bloodline, Wind-Chasing Leopard Bloodline, 100 Flower Bloodline, Sagittarius Bloodline. Yi Xian told Xianxia the characteristics of these bloodlines one by one. This time, he was going to spend a lot of money. When Xianxia heard about the characteristics of these bloodlines, he was already thinking about how many top-quality crystal stones he would have to spend to buy them. However, he was also thinking that no matter how much he had to spend, he had to buy them all. If he sold them, he would definitely be able to get back what he had invested, and he would also be able to make a huge profit. This time, they talked for a full 2 hours. In the end, they decided on a price, 10 billion top-quality crystal stones. After reaching an agreement, Xianxia took out some purplish-black stones and said, these are soul-condensing stones. They are the currency used by Spirit Realm 4th stage powerhouses. One stone is equivalent to 100 million high-grade crystal stones. Here are 100 stones. Yi Xian took the soul-congealing stones and asked in confusion, why are these things used as currency? Because Spirit Realm experts need to use these soul-congealing stones to cultivate. Every time I refine one, my soul strength will increase by a bit, and my strength will also increase accordingly. Xianxia explained. Is that so? Yi Xian took a soul-congealing stone and put it into his devouring space, then started devouring it. According to the increase in core, he could tell that this soul-congealing stone was equivalent to 100 million top-quality crystal stones. Then, thank you, Mayor Yang. Yi Xian put away the remaining 99 soul-congealing stones. Before this, he was worried about where he could find soul-congealing stones, but he didn't expect them to be the currency used between Spirit Realm experts. If this was the case, Song Suijing and Judge Song wouldn't have to worry about being stuck at the late Heavenly Core Realm. Oh right, you're going to participate in the Guangjin City's City Lord battle tomorrow, right? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Yes. Yi Xian nodded his head. Then you better be careful. From what I know, the 3 old city lords of the upper 3 cities have all applied for the City Lord battle. Although they are restricted from fighting outside, they won't be restricted in the City Lord battle. Furthermore, there will be a large number of Heavenly Core warriors. Yang Kai reminded. Yi Xian thanked, I will. The 3 old city lords of the upper 3 cities, so what? Once he broke through to the Heavenly Core realm, all of them would be hung up and beaten. Island of Death. After leaving the Myriad Pavilion, Yi Xian returned to his own place. Song Suijing and Judge Song were still practicing their martial arts, while he locked himself in his room. He took out a soul-congealing stone and started devouring it. Devour. Ding, the host has broken through to the Heavenly Core realm. After he had devoured 5 soul-congealing stones, he finally heard the system's notification. Heavenly Core realm, he had finally broken through. Cui Feng, I hope you don't run into me, if not, you'll die a horrible death. Yi Xian murmured in his mind. He still remembered the way Cui Feng talked to Song Suijing a few days ago. As a man who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, how could he not take revenge? Slap, slap. Right after he broke through, Wei Zhentian, who was beside him, climbed onto his shoulder and kept patting him. What are you doing? You want to eat it too? Yi Xian took out a soul-congealing stone. Wei Zhentian nodded his head. I can't give this to you, I'm going to devour it myself. Wait a moment, Yi Xian devoured the rest of the soul-congealing stones. After calculating, he had devoured a total of 100 soul-congealing stones. Right now, he had more than 1 million soul-congealing stones. Then, he very generously exchanged 10,000 earthly weapons, which filled the entire room to the brim. When Wei Zhentian saw this, he immediately leapt towards them and started devouring them like crazy. Sigh. 100 soul-congealing stones, just a little more and I'll be able to break through to the initial Heavenly Core realm. Forget it, I'll wait until the mayor competition. Yi Xian shook his head. He estimated that if nothing unexpected happened, they would have no problem taking over Guangjin City. A day passed by in a flash. When the second day arrived, everyone in the Divine Land City had gathered. Yi Xian and the other 2 were among the crowd as well. After that, they headed towards the mayor's mansion. When they arrived in front of the mayor's mansion, they saw hundreds of people who were interested in Guangjin City. So many. All of them are at least at the Heavenly Core realm. I never expected there to be so many great warriors in the central province. Song Suijing couldn't help but sigh. There are a lot of experts from the 7 main cities. It seems that there are more than 200 people. Judge Song also felt the pressure. Xianxia also said helplessly, with so many people, it seems like there will be a bloody storm. Moreover, I'm afraid that the large group will be separated and carried out in small groups. Working in small groups? Yi Xian turned around. I remember that there was once a battle for the position of City Lord. At most, they would form a group of 3 and then be assigned to other places. If that's the case, we'll have to be separated, Xianxia explained. Oh, I see. Yi Xian nodded. If it was a group of 3, then he could guarantee that Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song would be by his side. Right at this moment, Xianxia suddenly saw some people in the crowd. He immediately whispered, besides Cui Feng from the Sun Hill City, the other 2 city lords from the upper 3 cities are here as well. This is really troublesome. Everyone followed his gaze, and they saw 2 old men. Both of them had ordinary looks, but they were both late Heavenly Core warriors, and they were only 1 step away from breaking through to the 4th stage of the spirit realm. Perhaps, if they could obtain some soul-condensing pills, they would be able to break through to the spirit realm. However, not many people knew that soul-condensing pills were required to break through to the 4th realm of the spirit realm from the Divine Core realm. They all thought that it was just a normal breakthrough. Yi Xian, who was quietly standing there, suddenly felt something strange. He turned his head to look and discovered that Cui Feng from Yangling City was looking at them. His old eyes were filled with viciousness. If the men from the Divine Land City and Sun Hill City were to bump into each other, a fight would definitely break out. Everyone waited for a while, then more and more people arrived. Finally, a cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking the sunlight. "Ah, look!" someone cried out in surprise. Everyone raised their heads and saw that it wasn't a cloud that was blocking the sunlight, it was a big guy. "It's the Vice City Lord's heavenly core blue moon bird." Someone immediately recognized it. Yi Xian raised his head as well. Now, he wasn't envious of those flying mounts, because he had one too. After eating 10,000 high-rank earth weapons, Wei Zhentian had broken through to the earth core realm. If Yi Xian wanted to, he could directly help Wei Zhentian break through to the heavenly core realm. However, there was a small rule in the mayor's competition: no Xian beasts were allowed to participate. "Everyone, get on my back!" a middle-aged man on the blue moon bird shouted out. While he was speaking, the blue moon bird slowly descended. "It's the Vice City Lord." After some people recognized him, they immediately jumped onto the back of the blue moon bird. In less than 10 seconds, more than 200 people had jumped onto the back of the bird. After that, Yang Kai checked everyone's identity, then ordered the blue moon bird to fly. "Vice City Lord, where are we going now?" someone asked curiously. Yang Kai slowly replied, "Out to sea." What? When these words came out, everyone on the back of the blue moon bird was shocked. Wasn't it taking place on land? After a day, they finally understood. It turned out that they were on an island near the heavenly water continent. None of them had ever been to this island before. However, some of them had heard of it before. Vice City Lord, don't tell me this is the Death Island?" someone asked timidly. "What? Death Island?" When they heard this name, many people immediately cried out in surprise. Yi Xian also asked Xianxia in surprise, "Senior, what is this Death Island?" Xianxia swallowed his saliva and said, "I thought this Death Island was just a legend. The reason why this island is called Death Island is because there is a saint beast on this island." "Saint beast?" Song Suijing was startled. "Then if we go up there, won't we just be sending ourselves to our deaths?" "I'm not sure either." Xianxia shook his head. At this moment, Yang Kai, who was standing on the head of the blue moon bird, suddenly turned his head and said, "Yes, this is the Death Island. In the middle of this island, there is a strength realm blue sea flood dragon. If any of you want to back out, you can say so now. If you suddenly change your mind, then you will have to swim back to the heavenly water continent by yourself." Everyone hesitated. This was a saint beast that could easily tear everyone here to pieces. However, they suddenly remembered that Vice City Lord Yang Kai didn't seem to be very fierce, so they thought that the blue sea flood dragon might be in a deep sleep. As long as they didn't make too much noise, it wouldn't be disturbed. Therefore, no one wanted to back out. Very good. Since no one wants to back out, then you can divide yourselves into groups. Each group can have a maximum of 3 people. After that, come and draw lots. When the time comes, I will put you on the island in order." Yang Kai said slowly. "Begin." 31. Yang Kai noted it down. There were more than 200 good people here, and there would definitely be some who were in groups of 2 or 1, but Yang Kai didn't care. Yi Xian and the others also walked over. Among them, Xianxia was in a group with his son, Xingyu, and the other 3 who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm were in another group. As for Yi Xian, he was in a group with Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Number 1? When Yi Xian saw the number on the piece of paper he had drawn, he couldn't help but feel speechless. "Yeah, our luck is really good," Song Suijing said with a smile. Although she was shocked that there was a saint beast on this island, as long as Yi Xian was here, even if there were 10 saint beasts on this island, she wouldn't be afraid. "Not bad, the first group to arrive on the island first, so you can go and find the City Lord's token first," Yang Kai said with a smile. Yi Xian let out a hollow laugh. Although he said so, who knew if they would be the first to die? After drawing their lots, they all retreated. Soon, everyone had finished drawing their lots. There were more than 100 groups out of the 210 people. Of course, some of the numbers were empty, because Yang Kai had prepared 200 lots. "That Chui Feng is number 99, he is a bit far from us," Yi Xian thought to himself. He had secretly noted down some people's numbers just now. Not only that, Xianxia's group was also quite far away, so they had to rely on themselves. While they were drawing lots, the island was getting bigger and bigger. Finally, the blue moon bird stopped 1,000 meters away from the island. Listen carefully to what I'm going to say next. Xianxia suddenly said in a loud voice, there aren't many rules in the city lord battle. First, originally, no Xian beasts are allowed to help, but since you're riding on my blue moon bird this time, this rule has been removed. Second, there are no restrictions on killing on this island. If anyone wants to leave, they can jump into the sea and swim back. Third, when someone finds the city lord's token, it will immediately release a purple light that soars into the sky. Moreover, it will release once every 10 minutes. As long as someone holds the city lord's token for 2 hours, he will be the new city lord of Guangjin City, and the contest will end there. Fourthly, there is a strength realm sacred beast, oceanic flood dragon, in the center of the island. I don't know if it is sleeping or not. So, if you don't want to die, it's best not to make too much of a commotion in the center of the island. That's all I have to say. Now, we'll proceed according to the order. If anyone wishes to forfeit, feel free to say so. I can send you back. After Xianxia finished speaking, he ordered the blue moon bird to approach the island. But at this moment, rumble. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the horizon. Everyone turned their heads and saw a flood dragon emerging from the depths of the sea. It flipped over and dived back into the sea. Immediately, there was an uproar. Rest assured, it's not the flood dragon on the island, but I can remind you that there are many profound beasts in this sea, so it's not too late for you to give up now, Xianxia reminded again. But still, no one said anything. So what if it was a profound beast? All those who came here were at least at the heavenly core realm. Besides, humans were so small, as long as they weren't injured, they wouldn't attract the attention of the profound beasts in the deep sea. The blue moon bird flew forward for a while. Xianxia looked at Yixian and the other two and said, Group number 1, I wish you all the best. Yixian nodded his head. After that, he jumped down with Song Suijing and the other two. It was only 100 meters in the air, it was a piece of cake for them. Xianxia, who was in the crowd, watched as Yixian and the other two left. He let out a sigh. He thought they were going to act together, but he didn't expect them to act in groups. At the same time, there was a figure who was looking at Yixian and the other two, but the look on his face was extremely vicious. He was the old city lord of Sun Hill City, Cui Feng. Little brat, don't let me see you again, or else I'll skin you alive and kill your wife in front of you. Bang! 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 On Death Island, 3 muffled sounds rang out. Yixian and the other two had successfully landed on the ground. After landing, Yixian raised his head and found that the blue moon bird had already flown into the distance. So this is Death Island? It's so ordinary, Song Suijing said with a relaxed expression. Little girl, don't be careless. There is a mysterious beast within 100 meters of us that has its eyes on us, Yixian said with a smile. Is that so? Then I'll make sure it doesn't return, Song Suijing giggled. She took out the high-rank earth artifact, Ice Moon Sword, and slashed in a certain direction. A light blue slash cut through the air. After cutting down 3 thick trees, it cut an earth core realm leopard in half. Not bad, so it was discovered long ago, Yixian nodded his head in satisfaction. Next to him, Judge Song also took out his 2-meter-long flaming sun axe and said, Younger brother-in-law, I don't think you're here just for the mayor's medallion, right? Yes, all those who came here to fight for the mayor's medallion are heavenly core warriors. Their combined value is more than all the territories in the lower 3 cities, Yixian nodded his head and said. Alright, I'm ready for a big fight. Judge Song shook his axe. Ever since he had merged with the Axe King's bloodline, his confidence had increased tremendously. He really wanted to find a heavenly core warrior and fight him. Without hesitation, the 3 of them started moving towards the direction where the blue moon bird had flown. Although this island was huge, there were more than 100 groups of people who were going to land. Therefore, if they kept moving towards the direction where the blue moon bird had flown, they might be able to find the second group. They moved with great speed. All the mysterious beasts that blocked their path were killed by Song Suijing and Judge Song. As for the corpses, they were all devoured by Xian. After walking for about 5 minutes, they finally found the second group. Xian, do you want to kill them? Judge Song asked. It's up to you whether you want to kill them or not. We're going to steal them anyway. Xian replied. In this world, if you don't kill someone, someone else will kill you. Let's just kill them. Where are they? Judge Song made his decision. This direction, about 1,000 meters away, there are 2 people. You can take one each. Xian pointed in a direction. Alright, sister, let's go. Judge Song took out his flaming sun axe and took the lead. Song Suijing quickly followed behind. In order to ensure their safety, Xian had to protect them from behind. A distance of 1,000 meters, for these 2 heavenly core siblings, it took them less than 2 seconds to cross. Just as the 2 men in front of them realized what was going on, they were ambushed. Heaven-shaking slash. Judge Song immediately rushed forward and slashed at one of the middle-aged men. Song Suijing followed closely behind and slashed with his sword. Ambush. Both men immediately reacted. Judge Song's opponent was an early heavenly core warrior, and he was using a huge blade. He quickly raised his blade. Clang. Experience. Although Judge Song had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, he was using a high-ranked earth-rank martial skill, and with the help of the Axe King's bloodline, this attack was not something an ordinary man could withstand. But, this middle-aged man was at the initial heavenly core realm, and he was a body refiner. His strength was above Judge Song's, and both men were evenly matched. Indeed, he is weaker in terms of physique. But, I'm not a pushover either. Overlord 36 slashes. Judge Song's eyes lit up, he raised the flaming sun axe and started slashing. On the other side, Song Suijing launched a sneak attack and killed the other heavenly core warrior in an instant. Right at this moment, she had already taken her opponent's storage ring. Brother, let me help you. Song Suijing held her long sword tightly and was about to step forward and help. No need, let me handle this myself. Judge Song replied. Stinking brat, you're really arrogant. You dare challenge me? You're courting death. When the middle-aged man saw his comrade being killed, he was extremely angry. He immediately turned his anger into strength and started fighting back. Both he and Judge Song were using large-sized weapons, and they were competing with each other in terms of strength. Although Judge Song's physique was weaker, and his cultivation level was lower, he had the 30% boost from the Axe King's bloodline, and the flaming sun axe in his hand was a high-ranked earth-rank weapon. Therefore, he was able to make up for the difference. Xian, who do you think will win? Brother or that guy? Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. Brother's Overlord 36 slashes is one of the best earth-rank martial skills. With the Axe King's bloodline, he has a strong understanding of this martial skill. I think that guy will at most be able to last until the 18th slash. Xian commented. Are you kidding me? When the middle-aged man heard this comment, he immediately shouted out loudly. But right at this moment, Judge Song's 18th slash landed. Crack. After a crisp sound, the middle-aged man was directly cleaved in half by the Overlord's 18 slashes. His high-rank earthly weapon was forcibly severed. Xian and Song Suijing were both stunned. To be able to cut a high-grade earthly tool in half, just how powerful was that? Xian had the myriad beast's bloodline. If he used the 8 desolate sword, he would be able to cut through a high-grade earthly weapon. However, Judge Song didn't have such a powerful physique. This is the Overlord's 36 slashes, it's an explosive martial skill. Combined with the flaming sun axe, that slash just now could have killed a green source giant at the early heavenly core realm. Xian thought to himself in his mind. In any case, Judge Song's strength was not bad. Brother is indeed powerful. If I were to face him, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to win, Song Suijing praised. Alas, it's a pity that my physique can't catch up with yours. I heard that the people of the central province have refined their physique for many years. Judge Song said helplessly. He took the other party's universe ring and threw it to Xian. Don't worry, I have a great strength pill here. Eating one can temporarily double your strength. Xian said with a smile. He took out a bottle of pills and threw it over to Judge Song. A mortal core great strength pill was worth 5 devour crystals. An earth core great strength pill was worth 10 times, which was 50 devour crystals. As for a heavenly core great strength pill, it was worth 500 devour crystals. This bottle of great strength pills was worth 5,000 devour crystals. But, Yi Xian was a tycoon right now. He had 1 million devour crystals for him to spend, so 5,000 devour crystals was nothing to him. I never expected to find such a good item. But, it's too boring to kill an opponent in an instant. I can't increase my strength, so I can only use it as a life-saving pill. Judge Song took the great strength pill and threw it into his universe ring. Of course. Yi Xian smiled. He took out the same bottle and gave it to Song Suijing. Besides that, he also exchanged some divine pills that could allow a heavenly core warrior to fully recover his core and gave them to both of them. In the fight just now, Judge Song had used up half of his core. Now that he had these recovery pills, he could finally go all out. After that, the three of them continued their journey, looking for the third group. Along the way, Yi Xian checked the 2 universe rings. The middle-aged man who was cut in half by Judge Song just now was the sect chief of a sect in the central province, and he was quite rich. After absorbing the divine pills, there were about 20 million devour crystals, which was equivalent to 2,000 devour crystals. After running for a while, they finally met the third group. This group also consisted of 2 people. In order to increase his strength, Judge Song suggested not to ambush them, but to fight them head-on. Yo, it's the first group. TSK, 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 I had my eyes on this little girl just now, and I was thinking of looking for you guys. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. Let me see, Io, she's still a virgin. Not bad, a good start. A lecherous middle-aged man stared at Song Suijing who was slowly walking towards him. Judge Song's face darkened. Little sister, I'll leave this guy to you. Song Suijing nodded her head. She wouldn't show any mercy to a man who coveted her beauty. Since both of you are interested in each other, let's do it. Right after the lecherous middle-aged man finished his words, Judge Song held the flaming sun axe in his hand and dashed forward. The battle only lasted for a second. Both men had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, and they couldn't withstand a single attack from the brother and sister duo. Both of them were instantly killed. Although all those who participated in the mayor's competition were at least heavenly core warriors, most of them had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. There were only 20 early heavenly core warriors, and 3 late heavenly core warriors. If those who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm were to encounter Judge Song and Song Suijing, they would be instantly killed. As for Yi Xian, he was following behind the 2 bodyguards like a big boss. A early heavenly core warrior's wealth ranged from 1 million to 5 million. There were many early heavenly core warriors, and almost all of them had more than 10 million high-quality crystals. In less than half an hour, Yi Xian had obtained nearly 10,000 high-quality crystals. However, right after Judge Song killed the 4th early heavenly core warrior, a purple beam suddenly soared into the sky. That's, the mayor's token has been found. Yi Xian raised his head and looked in a certain direction. The mayor's token has been found, that means everyone will gather there. This is a good opportunity. Song Suijing blinked her eyes and said. We have to go there. But, let's not fight for the mayor's token for now, we don't want to become everyone's target. Yi Xian nodded his head and said. Right after that, all of them started running towards the purple beam. At that time, a chaotic battle would definitely break out. Judge Song's blood was boiling. With Yi Xian here, Song Suijing would definitely be fine, and he could finally go all out. Almost everyone saw the purple beam soaring into the sky. Just like Yi Xian, they all started running towards the same direction. Laikong City's mayor, dead, during the early stages of the mayor competition, the 3 of them focused on training. The brother and sister duo kept fighting, and Yi Xian kept earning a huge amount of wealth. Right now, the mayor competition had reached its climax. Every group had bumped into other groups, and every time they bumped into each other, it would be a fierce fight. Because of this, their wealth was slowly gathering together, and it would enter Yi Xian's pocket. 10 minutes later, the purple light appeared once again. Yi Xian and the other two brothers stopped and looked around. They realized that the purple light was still some distance away from them. Right at this moment, three figures suddenly entered Yi Xian's sensing range. There are three men coming from behind us. One is at the early heavenly core realm, and the other two are at the early heavenly core realm. Yi Xian immediately said. Hearing this, Adjudicator Song and Song Suijing immediately turned around. They had already discussed this beforehand. Under this situation, the early heavenly core warrior would be given to Adjudicator Song, and the one at the early heavenly core realm would be given to Song Suijing. A second later, they heard the footsteps as well. Without hesitation, they charged towards the trio. Bang! Both parties immediately started fighting. Yi Xian, who was following closely behind Song Suijing, glanced at the initial heavenly core warrior. Xianxia had secretly told him that the initial heavenly core warrior was the city lord of Raging Sky City in the lower three cities, Lu Ming. Now is the Guangjin City lord battle. If this Lu Ming dies here, wouldn't there be another city lord battle held? Or will Laikong City be included in the mayor competition this time? Yi Xian was guessing in his mind. Right at this moment, the mayor of Laikong City, Lu Ming, recognized Yi Xian and the other two brothers. It's you guys? Lu Ming cried out in surprise. In the next moment, his expression changed, because Song Suijing had already killed two of his subordinates. Adjudicator Song also recognized Lu Ming. He turned around and asked, Yi Xian? Kill. Yi Xian answered without hesitation. All right. Judge Song didn't dare to act rashly and began to crazily attack. So what if he was an early heavenly core warrior? He had killed a lot of them. Damn it, we've always minded our own business, so why do you want to kill me? Lu Ming asked, gritting his teeth. Are you kidding me? If the three of us were at the Earth core realm, would you kill us? Yi Xian asked in return. If that's the case, then all of you can go to hell. Lu Ming shouted. His aura surged, and he actually burned his own Dan essence. Many heavenly core warriors knew how to ignite their core energy. It was a way to save their lives. However, the core essence that was burned could not be recovered. Instead, it had to be recultivated. In other words, after burning one's Jindan essence, it was possible for one's cultivation level to drop. Using this, one could gain a temporary boost. Judge Song had just unleashed the 9th slash, so its power wasn't that strong. Besides, Lu Ming was one of the strongest amongst all early heavenly core warriors, that's why it was hard to kill him. After pondering for a moment, Judge Song used his axe to force Lu Ming back and quickly swallowed a great strength pill. In an instant, his strength doubled. Let's fight to our heart's content. Judge Song roared out. In the middle of the battlefield, both men were using all their strength. Yi Xian, who was watching from the sidelines, was also nervous. A battle of this level, he had to be cautious. If the situation wasn't good, he would intervene. But, Judge Song didn't disappoint him. He successfully killed Lu Ming and only suffered some light injuries. Lai Sky City Lord, Lu Ming, dead. After Lu Ming died, Yi Xian took a big step forward and took the storage ring. It was really good, it was equivalent to more than 1,000 Devour crystals. However, not long after Lu Ming died, Yang Kai's voice sounded out from the sky. Lai Sky City Lord is dead. Lai Sky City will be the main city for the City Lord battle. This voice entered everyone's ears. Lai Sky City, Guangjin City, as long as they could get the City Lord token, they would become the City Lord of both cities. At this moment, everyone went crazy. Sure enough, I'm afraid they're going to kill until their eyes turn red. Yi Xian couldn't help but say. Hong long long. Just as his voice fell, a loud rumbling sound came from all directions. It seems that they're starting to fight to the death. Song Suijing said slowly after hearing these sounds. Yi Xian, when are you going to compete for the City Lord token? Judge Song asked. It's about time, we'll get the City Lord token and let them come to us one by one. Yi Xian replied. After a while, the purple light of the City Lord token appeared again. Immediately, the three of them rushed in that direction. This time, Yi Xian personally made a move and killed all those people he met. When they landed on the island, there were more than 200 people. but now, in less than an hour, there were only a few dozen people left. The wealth of 200 people was piled up on these people. Even if they couldn't get the City Lord token, some people could still make a lot of money. The City Lord token would light up once every 10 minutes, and it would light up for a minute each time. Yi Xian and the other two men rushed towards the purple light. They had a feeling that this time, the purple light didn't move. Someone must be fighting for it. Sure enough, when they arrived, they saw a few figures fighting at the edge of an underground cave. Damn, all the old city lords of the upper 3 cities are here. Yi Xian recognized him with a single glance. Right now, the City Lord token was in Cui Feng's hand, and the other 2 city lords were attacking him together. But, there were 3 masked warriors helping Cui Feng. They were the 3 monsters of Secluded Mountain who were recruited by Sun Hill City. 6 men were fighting fiercely. It was a spectacular scene, and no one dared to get close to them. Yi Xian knew that there must be a lot of people watching, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Yi Xian, what should we do? Judge Song couldn't help but ask. A late Heavenly Core warrior was not someone he could handle. Let them fight for it slowly, we'll go take care of the others. After saying that, Yi Xian took the lead and rushed out. He was ready to find trouble with the others. Just as he expected, there were a lot of people hiding in the woods around this open space. Although they were hiding, Yi Xian could clearly sense them. These people were all killed by Yi Xian with ease. On the other side, the 6 men were still fighting at the edge of the underground cave. Cui Feng was still holding the City Lord token, and loud rumbling sounds could be heard everywhere, even into the underground cave. But right at this moment. Not good, this underground cave is where the Azure Sea Serpent is hiding, let's go. Cui Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong. He quickly shouted out and rushed towards the woods. The other 2 city lords looked at each other. Their hearts trembled as well, but they still chased after Cui Feng. Suddenly, a huge figure came out from the underground cave. One of the 3 monsters didn't manage to dodge in time, and was grabbed by a huge claw, and instantly exploded. City Lord's command, it's a blue sea flood dragon. Someone in the forest cried out in alarm. They paused for a moment and then ran away. Yi Xian, who was in the forest, was also shocked. He had forgotten the name of this island. Death Island. Previously, Yang Kai said that there was a Strength Realm Blue Sea Flood Dragon at the center of Death Island. He also specifically reminded them not to make too much noise at the center of the island. Otherwise, they might wake up the Blue Sea Flood Dragon. There was no doubt that the battle between Cui Feng's group of 6 was too intense and attracted the Blue Sea Flood Dragon. There really is a saint beast. Judge Song was also shocked. Fortunately, the Sea Serpent Dragon was chasing after them with its back facing them. A Strength Realm Saint Beast. Even if the 3 city lords join forces, they won't be able to defeat it, right? Song Suijing looked worried because the city lord's command was in Cui Feng's hands and Cui Feng's group was being chased by the Blue Sea Flood Dragon. However, when Yi Xian saw this scene, his eyes suddenly bloomed with a strange light. He grabbed Wei Zhentian and said, "Little Tian, turn into a big bird." Wei Zhentian was a little confused. After hearing this, he reluctantly began to collapse and enlarge his body, turning into a large stone statue that could accommodate 3 people and flew into the sky. The previous city lord's battle didn't allow the assistance of Xian beasts, but this time, Yang Kai deliberately removed this restriction, so Yi Xian dared to release Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian, who had just entered the Earth Core realm, wasn't strong enough, but he could still fly. He carried Yi Xian's group of 3 and flew 500 meters up in the air. Along the way, the 3 saw a huge flood dragon chasing after the cultivators. Huh? That flood dragon didn't chase after Cui Feng and went after another person, Song Suijing said in surprise. Good, my chance has come. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he ordered, "Little Tian, fly 500 meters higher." The Azure Sea Serpent chased after someone else, while Cui Feng ran in the opposite direction, which happened to be Yi Xian's location. At that moment, Yi Xian directly jumped down. Then, he sped up and landed on the ground in 2 seconds. At the same time, he sensed an uninvited guest within the range of his senses. He quickly chased after him and stood in front of him. Chui Feng, who was holding the City Lord token, was also startled when he saw someone suddenly appear. However, when he saw the person's face clearly, his eyes widened in shock. "It's you?" Chui Feng shouted in shock. "That's right, it's me. Old man, hand over the City Lord's token if you know what's good for you, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse." Yi Xian cut straight to the point. What a sharp-tongued brat. "I didn't look for you, but you came to me yourself. Today, I will avenge the four of them." Chui Feng shouted angrily and charged towards Yi Xian with a long sword in hand. "TSK, you should count your grandson in, young Master Yang Ling." Yi Xian took out the 8 desolate sword and sneered. Chui Feng's mind trembled when he heard what Yi Xian said, and his body stopped moving for a brief moment. However, this flaw was exploited by Yi Xian. 8 desolate wind formation. The 8 desolate sword instantly broke apart and attacked Chui Feng from 8 different directions. Not good. Chui Feng's expression changed. He had heard about Yi Xian's ability before this, so he immediately swung his long sword and deflected all the sharp blades. In terms of overall strength, Chui Feng was actually stronger than Chui Linjiang. However, Yi Xian was no longer the same young man who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. He had broken through to the heavenly core realm. The 8 desolate sword would become stronger when facing a strong opponent. After Yi Xian broke through to the heavenly core realm, the 8 desolate wind formation and 8 desolate heavenly quake sword were the same. After just 2 rounds, Chui Feng couldn't hold on any longer. "No, this is impossible." Chui Feng shouted out loudly. But the 8 sharp blades didn't show any mercy. They slashed through his body with lightning speed and instantly cut him into pieces. Plop! Chui Feng's head fell onto the floor, and his eyes were wide open. After the head was cut off, the brain wouldn't die immediately, it would still be conscious for a period of time. Therefore, Chui Feng saw his own body being cut into pieces. What was the worst way to die? It wasn't to die without a complete corpse, it was to see his own body being cut into pieces like Chui Feng. Yi Xian walked over to Chui Feng and collected all his storage rings. After that, he poured all the items into his devouring dimension and started devouring them. Not bad, there are 6,000 devouring crystals. This old man has killed quite a lot of people. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction, then he picked up the ordinary-looking token. City Lord token. As long as I hold this token for an hour, I'll be the City Lord of Lai Sky City and Guangjin City. Yi Xian smiled. At this time, Wei Zhentian suddenly descended from the sky. "Ah, is this the City Lord token?" Song Suijing rushed over and took the token in her hand. Suddenly, the City Lord token emitted a purple light that soared into the sky. It turned out that the 10 minutes were up. "Yi Xian, what should we do next?" Adjudicator Song couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian directly replied, "Leave this place and wait for them to deliver themselves to us." Right now, he was the owner of the City Lord token. However, he didn't want to end it so quickly, so he thought of a way. As long as he threw the City Lord token to Song Suijing or Adjudicator Song after half an hour, the time would be refreshed. However, there was a price to pay. What if the purple light attracted the Azure Sea Serpent? Moreover, they still haven't seen Jing Shuahai and the others. If this continues, they may be in danger. In the end, Yi Xian decided to end this battle for the position of City Lord. He kept the City Lord token in his arms, then led Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song to the edge of the island. During this time, many people came to find them, but they were all killed by Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. "Well, we'll wait here for now. Wei Zhentian, you watch from above. If the Azure Sea Serpent comes in our direction, inform me. After this matter is settled, you will be rewarded." Yi Xian said. In the sky, Wei Zhentian's eyes lit up, and he quickly rose to the sky to investigate. There were continuous rumbling sounds in the distance, allowing him to accurately find the location of the Azure Sea Serpent. At this time, half an hour had passed since Yi Xian took the City Lord token. In this half an hour, his harvest was much more than before. He estimated that as long as he swallowed 1 or 200 million top-grade crystal stones, he would be able to break through to the small Earth core realm. However, at this time a few heavyweights finally came to find him. When Yi Xian saw their faces, he couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that you guys would get it. It was over. Yi Xian had seen this old man before. He was the city lord of the second-ranked city, Wild Goose City, Suhanhai. As for the two masked men, they were two of the three monsters of Secluded Mountain. Amazing. After seeing two of the three monsters of Secluded Mountain, Yi Xian couldn't help but praise them. The three monsters of Secluded Mountain were recruited by Cui Linjiang, but now, they were standing behind Su Hanhai, which meant they had switched sides. Young man, you've had the city lord's token for half an hour now, isn't it time for you to hand it over? Su Hanhai squinted his eyes and said. If I hand it over, can you spare our lives? Yi Xian smiled again. Su Hanhai replied coldly, no, I'll at most leave you with a complete corpse. If that's the case, then come and take it yourself. Yi Xian took out the city lord's token from his chest. You're courting death. When Su Hanhai saw the city lord's token, he immediately dashed towards it. More than 100 men had come here for this city lord's token, and even he had nearly died under the claws of the Azure Sea Serpent. If he could obtain this city lord's token, then his Su family would be able to control 3 main cities. At that point of time, his benefits would be multiplied. Besides, controlling 3 main cities in one family was something that had never happened before in the Zhong province. But, he had chosen the wrong target. Deadly wind formation. A violent wind suddenly appeared. While Su Hanhai was shocked, he was able to block the first round of attacks. But, when the second round arrived, just like Cui Feng, he was cut into countless pieces. The two masked men behind him reacted quickly as well. They immediately turned around and ran away. Trying to run? Yi Xian, who was standing on the same spot, narrowed his eyes, then he unleashed 8 sharp blades and killed the 2 men in an instant. Seeing the 3 men being killed by Yi Xian in an instant, Song Suijing, who was standing behind him, was shocked as well. With your current strength, you should be invincible amongst all divine core warriors, right? Yi Xian put away the 3 men's storage rings and said, but, I'm still far from being able to face that Azure Sea Serpent. He saw the Azure Sea Serpent just now. It was a saint beast at the strength realm. With his current strength, he was no match for it. What? Sea Serpent? Sea Serpent? Song Suijing immediately panicked when he heard this. Don't worry. After Yi Xian said that, he started to check the contents of the universe ring. He didn't care about anything else and directly swallowed everything inside. Ding, the host's broken 7, heavenly. Yi Xian couldn't help but smile when he heard the system's notification. What? Song Suijing seemed to have sensed something and carefully sensed it. 7 is, Serpent, the broken sea serpent treasure is for black gods goddess. Song Suijing was shocked. 5 seconds ago, Yi Xian had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, but now, 5 seconds later, he had broken through. What kind of freak was this? My method of breaking through is different from yours. Alright, let's wait here for half an hour. Yi Xian said. After that, all they had to do was wait here. Every 10 minutes, the mayor's token would shoot out a purple beam that soared into the sky, leading the others to this location. When these people saw the 3 young men, they would rush forward without any hesitation. But, all of them were killed by Song Suijing or Adjudicator Song. Just now, when Yi Xian and the other 2 men were watching from the sky, the Azure Sea Serpent was chasing after a late heavenly core warrior, who was also the last mayor of the upper 3 cities. Perhaps, he was killed by the Azure Sea Serpent's claws. In other words, there were no late heavenly core warriors on this island right now. Right now, 50 minutes had passed since Yi Xian took over the mayor's token, and the 5th purple beam had disappeared. I don't think anyone will dare to come here. They all think the mayor's token is in Cui Feng's hands. Song Suijing sat on the edge of the cliff and said while looking at the ocean in front of them. I think so. Yi Xian's mood was heavy. It had been a long time, but he still hadn't seen the 6 men from the Divine Land City. He was afraid that something bad had happened to them. But, he knew that Jing Shuahai wasn't dead. If not, this would be the battle of the 3 cities. Soon, the 10 minutes had passed. Then, Yang Kai's voice sounded out from the sky. The battle of the city lord's token is over. After hearing this voice, the remaining people on the island all smiled. Yi Xian raised his head and saw the blue moon bird slowly descending. He knew that the blue moon bird had always been above his head. After all, Yang Kai had to follow the mayor's token. Congratulations. Yang Kai stood on the blue moon bird's head and cupped his fist towards Yi Xian. Thank you, City Lord Yang. Yi Xian returned the gesture. After that, the three of them jumped onto the blue moon bird. Yang Kai rode on the blue moon bird and circled around the island, picking up everyone. The city lord of the divine land city, Xianxia, wasn't dead, and so was his son, Xingyu. Their harvest this time was pretty good, and Xianxia had even broken through to the late heavenly core realm. But the other three men were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps they had met with some mishap. In this battle of the city lord's token, a lot of people had died. Originally, there were more than 200 men, but now, there were less than 30 left. But, those who were left had a lot of harvests as well. Strange, what happened to Cui Feng and the other two men and the Azure Sea Flood Dragon? Someone asked curiously. They must have been killed by the Azure Sea Flood Dragon. That Azure Sea Flood Dragon is gone too, could it have returned to the underground cave? That's too scary, the Saint Beast is too strong, it killed one of the three monsters of Yu Mountain with just a claw. Luckily, it wasn't that fast, or else we would have been killed by half. The survivors were secretly rejoicing. Oh right, who got the city lord's token in the end? Finally, someone remembered this matter. At this moment, Yang Kai turned around and said, Yi Xian, from now on, you are the city lord of Guangjin City and Lai Sky City. When everyone heard this, they followed his gaze and looked at Yi Xian. What, he is the new city lord? He's so young, how did he get the city lord's token? Did he get lucky? Shoo, the two men next to him are both heavenly core warriors, even city lord Yang's son, Yang Chen, who is the leader of the Central State's 4 young masters, I think he's even stronger than them. So what? Does this mean that they know how to manage such a big territory? Hearing these people's discussion, Yi Xian smiled lightly and said, Thank you, City Lord Yang. Alright, there's no one here, let's go back. Yang Kai said and prepared to send Yi Xian and the others back to the first main city. However, right at this moment. City Lord Yang, please wait. Yi Xian suddenly called out. What's wrong? Challenging a Saint Beast alone, City Lord Yang, can I ask the blue moon bird to fly to the center of the island? I have some matters to attend to, Yi Xian replied. As soon as he said this, Song Suijing immediately cried out in alarm, Yi Xian, you. On the side, Adjudicator Song also reacted and his complexion changed. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Trust me, Yi Xian comforted. Although he said so, Song Suijing still looked at him with a worried expression. Yang Kai paused for a moment. He felt that something was wrong, and he had a guess in his heart. This little brat, could it be? Yang Kai thought to himself, then nodded, all right. Immediately, he ordered the blue moon bird to fly to the center of the island. After a while, they arrived above the cave. Is this the flood dragon's lair? A group of people poked their heads out of the cave. Senior Yang, please wait a moment. As Yi Xian spoke, he directly jumped down from a height of several hundred meters. Moreover, he jumped into the catacombs. Everyone was frightened, but in the next moment, they saw a pair of wings condense on Yi Xian's back. Let me see how powerful your Saint Beast is. Yi Xian was still falling. He directly took out the Bahuang sword and aimed it at the dark cavern to attack. Boom! 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 The sword slammed into the cave stone walls, knocking down countless of them. The group of people on the back of the blue moon bird were shocked. What is this brat doing? Is he trying to lure the sea flood dragon out? No, he's going to challenge the sea flood dragon alone. He's courting death, even the old city lord of the original city was killed by the sea flood dragon, what is he going to do? Everyone cast a strange look at Yi Xian. As far as they were concerned, Yi Xian was courting death. On the other side, Song Suijing and the others held their breaths and watched with worried expressions. Was it really possible for a divine core warrior to challenge a strength realm Saint Beast? At this moment, a huge fellow quickly crawled out of the catacombs. It was the Azure Sea Dragon. The Sea Serpent Dragon was enormous. It was at least 100 meters long from head to tail. Its body was covered with a layer of dark blue scales, and each scale was bigger than Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the sea-flood dragon and quickly retreated a few steps. He held the 8 desolate sword in one hand and looked at the sea-flood dragon vigilantly. Sure, this brat wants to challenge the sea-flood dragon alone. Everyone on the back of the blue moon bird was shocked. Kai Yang also watched with a dignified expression. He was already prepared to take action. Roar! The azure sea-flood dragon crawled out of the cave and roared at Yi Xian. The surging waves of air blew away a large portion of the forest behind Yi Xian. Right at this moment, the sea-flood dragon suddenly turned around and looked into Yang Kai's eyes. It had a feeling that Yi Xian was nothing to worry about, but there was an extremely powerful aura in the air. However, when Yi Xian faced the sea-flood dragon, the 10,000 beasts bloodline in his body started boiling. What a powerful pressure! If there was an Earth Core warrior here, I'm afraid he would be unable to move at all. Yi Xian thought to himself. This time, he really wanted to see how strong this sea-flood dragon was, because he needed a portion of dragon blood. Dragon blood, that's right, dragon blood. When he was in the Great Tang Dynasty, he broke through to the mortal core realm, and at the same time, he upgraded his bloodline to a high rank. After breaking through to the heavenly core realm, he discovered a problem. In order to upgrade his 10,000 beasts bloodline to a beast king bloodline, he didn't need a huge amount of blood essence, he needed 3 portions of dragon blood. Although the flood dragon had the word dragon in its name, Yi Xian didn't know if the flood dragon's blood counted as dragon blood. Therefore, he wanted to find out. If the flood dragon's blood counted as dragon blood, then he would be able to upgrade his 10,000 beasts bloodline to a beast king bloodline as soon as possible. Roar! The sea flood dragon let out a loud roar as it dashed towards Yi Xian. It stretched out its front claw, trying to crush Yi Xian. Although the strength realm holy beasts were very strong, Yi Xian had seen the speed of the azure sea flood dragon just now. He estimated that after breaking through to the minor heavenly core realm, he should be able to dodge this attack. I'm definitely not its match in terms of strength. That's why I can only rely on my speed. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he moved his body and dodged the claw attack. After that, he arrived below the sea flood dragon's abdomen. 8 desolate wind-killing formation, heavenly charge. The 8 desolate sword instantly broke apart and formed into a sharp cone, then it drilled towards the top of the sea flood dragon's head. Crack! There weren't any scales on the sea flood dragon's abdomen, but even so, Yi Xian's heavenly charge had no effect. As expected of a saint beast. Yi Xian thought to himself. Once again, he unleashed the heavenly charge and attacked the same spot. The sea flood dragon felt an itch in its abdomen, so it immediately turned around and grabbed Yi Xian with its claw. Swoosh! Yi Xian was extremely fast, his claw once again grabbed onto the sea flood dragon's afterimage. 8 desolate wind-killing formation, heavenly charge. Yi Xian once again unleashed his most powerful attack. After unleashing the heavenly charge 3 times, he still couldn't break through the sea flood dragon's defense. As for the Dan essence within Yi Xian's body, it was almost exhausted. He quickly swallowed a pill, and his core energy was instantly restored to its peak condition. After that, he continued attacking the sea flood dragon's abdomen. Right at this moment, those men on the back of the azure bird were so shocked that they couldn't say anything. They thought Yi Xian was just courting death, but they never expected that Yi Xian actually had the ability to fight a saint beast. The sea flood dragon was holding the life of a late heavenly core warrior. But, when they saw the bewildered expression on the sea flood dragon's face, they didn't know what to say. They just watched quietly. This guy's speed, although it can't compare to the physical strength realm, it has already surpassed any ordinary late heavenly core warrior. If he breaks through to the physical strength realm, then, Yang Kai was also thinking in his mind. Suddenly, there was a huge commotion below them. Yang Kai squinted his eyes and looked up, then he realized that the sea flood dragon had gone crazy. Yi Xian had been hiding under its abdomen and attacking it, and since it couldn't catch him, it was flying around in anger. TSK, luckily I have that 10% increase in movement speed, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to keep up with you. Yi Xian, who was underneath the sea flood dragon, murmured to himself. But, from the beginning until now, he had used the heavenly charge more than 10 times, and he was attacking the same spot. Even so, he still couldn't break through the sea flood dragon's skin. Looks like I have to wait until I break through to the late heavenly core realm. Yi Xian thought to himself. His current cultivation level was still too low, and if he broke through again, not only would his core energy increase, his 8 desolate sword and 2 other trump cards would also increase. The city lord, Yi Xian. Forget it, I'll forget about it this time. I'll come back after I break through. Yi Xian thought about it and decided to forget about it. Then, he escaped from the azure sea serpent's tail like a bolt of lightning and leaped into the cave. He instantly condensed a pair of wings and flew into the cave. The azure sea serpent paused for a moment before it began to chase around the cave. When Yang Kai saw this from above, he also ordered the blue moon bird to descend and catch Yi Xian. Roar. The azure sea serpent let out a roar. Its intelligence was no less than that of a human's. If it could speak, it would probably curse all 18 generations of Yi Xian's ancestors. Are you King toying with me? Yang Kai, who was standing on the back of the blue moon bird, exchanged a glance with the azure sea serpent, then ordered the blue moon bird to rise again. The azure sea serpent stared at them, wishing it could grow a pair of wings and chase after them. The blue moon bird rose into the sky and flew toward the heavenly water continent. After Yi Xian returned to the blue moon bird's back, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yang Kai was there. Otherwise, the azure sea serpent would have chased him all over the streets. I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly, Yang Kai looked at Yi Xian and couldn't help but say. Yi Xian heard this and grinned. More than half a month ago, he almost died at Cui Linjiang's hands. However, more than half a month later, he could actually fight against a Saint Beast-level azure sea serpent. This was truly shocking. At this moment, he also felt the expressions of the people on the back of the blue moon bird. Almost all of them were looking at him as if he was a monster. Yi Xian, you're too amazing. Song Suijing threw herself into Yi Xian's arms in front of so many people. Her little face was full of pride. She was showing everyone that she was Yi Xian's woman. What a pity. Yi Xian shook his head. That azure sea flood dragon was full of treasures. Dragon tendons were one of the materials for crafting heaven artifact bows and arrows. Dragon meat could increase a martial artist's physical strength. If dragon bones could be ground into powder, they could also be used as an alchemy material. In addition, there was also dragon skin, dragon claws, dragon whip, and so on. However, Yi Xian had made up his mind. He would kill this sea serpent dragon after breaking through. Although Kai Yang was surprised by Yi Xian's strength, for some reason, he didn't ask too much. Soon, the blue moon bird returned to the heavenly water continent and flew back to the first main city. Many forces had gathered in the first main city. They were all waiting for the arrival of the new city lord. They were all here to make connections. The blue moon bird slowly descended, and before it even touched the ground, someone asked loudly, City Lord Yang, who became the city lord of Guangjin City this time? That's right, who obtained the city lord token? Is it Yangling City's city lord Cui? Kai Yang stood on the head of the blue moon bird and turned to look at Yi Xian. The latter also understood and came forward. Then, Kai Yang replied, he is the new city lord of Guangjin City. At the same time, he is also the new city lord of Lai Sky City because the city lord of Lai Sky City, Lu Ming, died in the city lord battle. What? When these words spread, all the 1,000 people here were shocked. Cui Linjiang was also among them. When he didn't find his father on the back of the blue moon bird, his heart trembled. If he didn't come back, it meant that he died in the city lord battle. Impossible, my father is stronger than me. How could he be taken away by this little brat and even die? Cui Linjiang couldn't believe it. City Lord Yang, what about the 3 city lords? What about the others? Someone asked again. Kai Yang replied silently, they are all dead. Those who didn't come back all died over there. This answer left Cui Linjiang completely dumbfounded. Sure enough, my father has died. This time, the city lord battle was personally chosen by the first city lord, which is the Island of Death. Before the battle began, I gave them 2 chances to forfeit, but they didn't cherish it. Kai Yang shook his head. Impossible, my father can't have died, a middle-aged man jumped out. He was the city lord of Fallen Goose City, Su Hanhai's son. Kai Yang's face sank and a flying dragon condensed in an instant. He shouted, "So, are you questioning my words?" When the middle-aged man saw the flying dragon, he forced himself to swallow his words and hurriedly cupped his fists. "City Lord Yang, I'm sorry, Without waiting for him to speak, Yang Kai continued, "Alright, that's all for the City Lord battle. From now on, Yi Xian will be the City Lord of Guangjin City and Lai Sky City." The City Lord of the two main cities was the same person. This had happened before in the history of the Central State. However, this was the first time such a young City Lord had ever happened. No one had high hopes for Yi Xian, but, since Yi Xian was able to stand out from over 200 Heavenly Core warriors, he definitely had the strength. After that, Kai Yang left. After that, all the family representatives from all over the Central State came up to Yi Xian and gave him gifts, trying to establish a good relationship with him. Yi Xian hated these gifts the most, but surprisingly, Song Suijing liked them very much, so she was the one to receive the gifts. As for Cui Linjiang and the other two city lords, they left angrily. Cui Linjiang glared at Yi Xian with hatred. He had a few guesses before this, but he never thought it would be Yi Xian who took the city lord position. This meant that he couldn't attack Yi Xian. This matter had come to an end. Yi Xian had taken over Guangjin City and Lai Sky City, therefore, he had to go to these two cities and take over the city lord's mansion. Of course, before that, he gave Kai Yang a list of names. There were only two names on the list, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. From now on, the three city lords of the upper three cities couldn't attack Yi Xian and the other two. This was the rule set by the first city lord. If anyone violated this rule, they would be killed. Before leaving, Kai Yang gave Yi Xian a Heavenly Core mount, allowing him to travel to Guangjin City quickly. After the city lord of Guangjin City died, Kai Yang sent a group of strong warriors to occupy the city lord's mansion. When Yi Xian jumped down from the mount, an old man immediately came up to him. "Greetings, city lord, I am the pavilion master of Guangjin City's myriad pavilion, Song Heng. All those unrelated to this matter have been driven out of the city lord's mansion," the old man said directly. Wow, the news spread really fast. Song Suijing, who was standing behind Yi Xian, was surprised. "You must be from the city lord's mansion." "Hee, my myriad pavilion has a special communication method, that's why we were able to receive news so quickly," Song Heng said with a smile. In fact, Yi Xian didn't really want to be the city lord, he was only pulled over by Xianxia and the others. Originally, Xianxia thought they would be fighting for power, so he negotiated with Yi Xian to split it 50-50. But after going to Death Island, Xianxia completely forgot about it. Fall. After becoming the city lord, I can purchase forging and alchemy materials without restraint. I can also purchase them from other cities. No wonder there are so many people vying for the position of city lord. Yi Xian thought for a moment before following Song Heng in. Song Heng acted as the steward for the time being. He first brought Yi Xian and the other two to a hidden place in the city lord's mansion. According to him, Yi Xian and the other two knew that this was the treasury of the city lord's mansion. After the city lord of Guangjin City died, we immediately received orders to occupy the city lord's mansion. Therefore, everything in this treasury is still here. Song Heng explained. Although it was called a treasury, it was actually just a small room with more than 10 interspatial rings inside. Yi Xian checked the interspatial rings and poured everything into the devouring space. Not bad, not bad. Altogether, there are 50 million top-grade crystals. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. He couldn't ask for too much. After all, this was only Guangjin City and not Sunhill City. Yi Xian, now that you are the city lord, how are you going to manage it? Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian was stumped by this question. He loved to be a hands-off boss. Brother, are you interested? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head with a smile. You want me to be the Bi-City Lord? Forget it, I'm not interested. Judge Song shook his head. In that case, we can only return to the Soaring Heaven Mansion and ask for help. Yi Xian said helplessly. At this time, Song Heng suddenly said, City Lord, I can take care of it for a while. Okay, then help me collect some things, Yi Xian said and took out a pen and paper to write a lot of names. Then, he handed it to Song Heng and said, send this to all the major cities. I have also written down the price. Take as much as you can. First, take 50 million top-grade crystals. Although Song Heng was surprised, he didn't ask and left directly. After that, Yi Xian brought Song Suijing and adjudicator Song to Laikong City. He wondered how many materials he would be able to purchase from the territories of the two main cities. After settling things in Sky City, Yi Xian returned to Guangjin City. He had already sent people to the Soaring Sky Mansion to invite some of his senior and junior brothers who were good at management back. As for Song Suijing and Judge Song, they continued to cultivate. They originally thought that they would be able to close the gap between them and Yi Xian, but they didn't expect that the gap was still so far. Therefore, after taking a few Xian beast cores, they began to cultivate. I wonder, when they come out from their secluded cultivation, will they be at the initial Heavenly Core Realm, or the Profound Heavenly Core Realm? However, just as they began their closed-door cultivation, in the City Lord's mansion of Yangling City in the Central State. Damn it, even father has fallen, how is that kid still alive? The City Lord of Sun Hill City, Cui Linjiang, was cursing loudly in his own residence. Just now, he had gone to the Myriad Pavilion to investigate, and he found out that his father was really dead, and so was his son. But, when he tried to find out who killed Cui Feng and young Master Yang Ling, he found out that he would need an astronomical amount of supreme-grade crystals to find out. That was why he was so angry. After pondering for a while in his residence, he went out again. This time, he went to the Myriad Pavilion again. He went straight to the pavilion master of Yangling City's Myriad Pavilion and entrusted him with a task. City Lord Cui, are you sure you want to entrust me with the task of destroying the Soaring Sky Mansion? The pavilion master of Yangling City's Myriad Pavilion asked in surprise. Yes, how much do you need? Cui Linjiang nodded his head. I'll have to ask my superiors. After saying that, the pavilion master of Yangling City's Myriad Pavilion left. Not long after that, he came back and reported a number. 1 trillion supreme-grade crystals. This number almost scared Cui Linjiang to death. 1 trillion supreme-grade crystals? What a joke! As the city lord of Yangling City, one of the upper three cities, Cui Linjiang only had a little over 100 million supreme-grade crystals. But, to destroy the Soaring Sky Mansion, he needed 1 trillion. Are you kidding me? That Yi Xian is the city lord of two main cities, but the Soaring Sky Mansion doesn't even have a single Heavenly Core warrior. Are you sure you're not wrong? Cui Linjiang asked in surprise. Previously, there were 4 early Heavenly Core warriors in the Yangling City's mayor's mansion, but all of them died in the Heavenly Yuan sect. 3 of them were killed by Yi Xian himself. After that, he spent a huge amount of money to hire the 3 monsters of Secluded Mountain, but they all died on the Island of Death. After hearing about this, all the Heavenly Core warriors in his mansion left right away. That was why he didn't have anyone he could use right now. The price was given by my superiors, even I don't know why it's so high. But, I can give you a friendly reminder, the Supreme Elder and Sect Chief of the Soaring Sky Mansion have both broken through to the early Heavenly Core realm. The Pavilion Master of Yangling City's Myriad Pavilion said. They're just early Heavenly Core warriors. Cui Linjiang let out a cold snort. He didn't put them in his eyes, then he stood up and left. Since the Myriad Pavilion didn't want to do anything, then he would do it himself. After returning to the mayor's mansion, he summoned his rock and flew towards the Soaring Sky Mansion. He couldn't let this go. If he didn't get his revenge, he might even have an inner demon in his heart. Revenge. I want revenge. A few days later, he flew back to the Soaring Sky Mansion from Yangling City. It was nighttime. Cui Linjiang stood on the back of the rock and looked down at the brightly lit Soaring Sky Mansion. He was filled with anger. But, just as he was about to dive down and slaughter everyone in the Soaring Sky Mansion, he suddenly saw a figure flying up into the sky. What? Cui Linjiang was startled. He squinted his eyes and looked up. He found that there was indeed a figure about 100 meters in front of him. Could it be a profound beast? He made a guess in his mind, then he immediately unleashed a slash towards the figure in front of him. But, who would have thought that this slash, which was powerful enough to kill a heavenly core warrior, would suddenly deviate from its path and slash towards the left. But, the bright light from his core energy allowed him to clearly see what that figure was. A human? How could it be a human? Cui Linjiang was shocked. He saw that the figure in front of him was actually a human. Furthermore, it was a woman, a white-haired woman. In the next moment, he saw a white light flash in front of him. After that, he felt a cold sensation on his neck. Cui Linjiang's head was separated from his body, and his body fell onto the back of the rock. The rock let out a shrill cry and ran away in a panic. When Cui Linjiang's consciousness was fading away, there was still a question in his mind: who is this white-haired woman? At the same time, when Cui Linjiang died, the Myriad Pavilion Master in Yangling City also received a message. After he finished reading the message, his entire body went limp on the ground. Instant kill. The pavilion chief of the Myriad Pavilion personally sent a message. It must be something very important. The message stated that the pavilion chief of the Myriad Pavilion should immediately lead his men and occupy the mayor's mansion, because the mayor of Sun Hill City, Cui Linjiang, was dead. Gulp, the pavilion chief of the Myriad Pavilion swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was as if he knew something, but he only paused for a second, then immediately left the mansion. The next day, all the Myriad Pavilions in the central province received the same message. The mayor of Sun Hill City had died, and in half a month, the mayor's battle for the position of mayor would begin. The entire central province was shaken. Previously, in Guangjin City, the mayor of Lai Sky City had died in an accident. Now, even the mayor of one of the upper three cities was dead. What was going on? At the same time, Yi Xian, who was in Guangjin City, had also received the news from Songheng. Fuck, what happened to that Cui Linjiang? Daddy hasn't done anything yet. Why did you die yourself? Yi Xian couldn't help but curse out loud. Cui Linjiang was the mayor of one of the upper three cities, and he was the mayor of one of the lower three cities. Under normal circumstances, Cui Linjiang wasn't allowed to attack him. But, he could take the initiative to attack Cui Linjiang. But, who would have thought that Cui Linjiang would die before he could attack? What was going on? Fine, since Cui Linjiang is dead, I'm sure the other two main cities are interested in Sun Hill City as well. When the time comes, I'll kill them as well. Then, with this thought in mind, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. It looked like 5 of the 7 main cities in the central province would fall into his hands. At that time, he would gather all the territories in the 5 main cities to purchase materials, and breaking through to the late heavenly core realm would only be a matter of time. During this half a month, the central province was extremely peaceful. After learning from what happened on the Island of Death, there were only 2 men who came to participate in the battle for the mayor's position. One was the mayor of Wild Goose City, Su Ji, and the other was the mayor of Bamboo Thriving City, Mo Jingyuan. Both of them were late heavenly core warriors. When Yi Xian heard the news, a cunning expression appeared on his face. Sure enough, the mayor of these 2 main cities couldn't sit still. Half a month later, Yi Xian arrived at the first main city on time. This time, because there were not many people participating in the battle for the position of city lord, it was changed to an arena battle. The arena was right outside the first main city's city lord manor. Today, countless people flooded into the number 1 main city. 3 city lords fighting over Sun Hill City was something that had never happened before. Most of them were actually here to meet one person, and that was Yi Xian. The news of Yi Xian's battle with the Saint Beast, the Azure Sea Flood Dragon, had already spread throughout the entire central continent. Therefore, today, these people were all here to see if Yi Xian was as powerful as the rumors said. At this moment, outside the city lord manor, Yi Xian was already standing below the arena. Song Suijing and Judge Song were still in seclusion, so he came alone. Su Ji and Mo Jingyuan were already waiting in the other 2 corners of the arena. When the time was up, Kai Yang immediately appeared and landed in the middle of the stage. I think everyone is clear that today is the battle for the position of City Lord of Sun Hill City. However, there are only 3 people participating in this battle, so one person will have a bye. Kai Yang stood in the middle of the arena and spoke. But at this moment, someone suddenly jumped into the arena. Everyone's attention shifted to this person. City Lord Yang, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Let me fight the 2 of them alone. It's much simpler. The person who came up to the stage and spouted nonsense was naturally Yi Xian. As soon as he appeared, he immediately became the center of attention. Crazy enough, there were already many girls screaming outside the arena. They heard that Yi Xian only had one fiancé. And they felt that a powerhouse like Yi Xian would have no problem marrying 8 or 10 of them back home. Therefore, these girls were all here to familiarize themselves with Yi Xian. Who knows, when Yi Xian inadvertently glanced at them, he might take a fancy to one of them. However, when Su Ji and Mo Jingyuan heard this, they also jumped into the arena angrily. Arrogant brat, let me see if you're as strong as the rumors say. That's right. Since you asked for it, I'll fulfill your wish. The 2 hypocritical city lords went up to the arena. Anyway, this was Yi Xian's request, so what was wrong with them agreeing? After all, this was related to a main city's territory. No, it was related to 3. If Yi Xian were to die in this arena battle, then his Guanjin City and Lai Kongqing City would become ownerless cities. Although Su Ji and Mo Jingyuan didn't have anything to say, after they looked at each other, they came to the same decision at the same time: kill Yi Xian, then determine the winner and loser. It would be best to kill the other party as well. Kai Yan had seen Yi Xian's strength before, and he didn't just hear about it. So, he immediately nodded and said, okay, since City Lord Yi has said so, how can I not agree? In the next battle, City Lord Yi will fight City Lord Su and City Lord Mo at the same time. If City Lord Yi wins, then City Lord Yi will obtain Sun Hill City. If City Lord Yi loses, then City Lord Su and City Lord Mo will fight it out. In this arena battle, if you fall out of the arena, you will lose. There are no restrictions on life or death. Other than that, there are no other rules. After Kai Yan finished speaking, he directly jumped out. He looked at the 3 people in the arena and continued, if you're ready, then you can begin. Hearing this, Su Ji and Mo Jingyuan also looked at each other and took out a long sword one after another. Then, they rushed towards Yi Xian. The arena wasn't very big, only 200 meters, but the material was not ordinary. It could withstand the 3 people's torment. Yi Xian looked at the 2 people rushing towards him, one on the left and one on the right. He also took out his 8 desolate sword unhurriedly. Kacha. The 8 desolate sword shattered, turning into 8 sharp blades that pierced through the air. For a master of this level, a distance of 200 meters was a matter of the blink of an eye. After Yi Xian broke through, the range of the 8 desolate wind slaughter array was expanded to 100 meters. He stood quietly in place. He didn't separate the 8 blades, but directly controlled them to attack the same person. This person was Fallen Goose City Lord, Su Ji. So fast. Just as Su Ji reacted, the 8 blades had already swept in front of him. Then, in an instant, his neck was cut off. Before he died, there was only one question in his mind. Why me? Su Ji's death happened in an instant. Mo Jingyuan didn't have time to react. He was rushing towards Yi Xian. However, just as he rushed in front of Yi Xian, he felt a chill on his neck. It turned out that after the 8 blades killed Su Ji, they had turned back and killed him as well. This scene happened in just half a second. The audience outside the arena didn't see it clearly. When they reacted, they saw 2 pools of blood on the arena and 2 headless corpses. Instant kill. Yi Xian had just killed 2 late Heavenly Core warriors in an instant. The Saint Beasts attack Sai. I'm still not familiar with the 8 desolate wind killing array. I can only kill 1 person before returning. Yi Xian said helplessly. During this period of time, he had been constantly improving, but he still couldn't split the 8 blades into 8 parts and attack 8 enemies. City Lord Yi wins. Below the arena, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then announced. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a victorious smile. Since Su Ji and Mo Jingyuan were both killed by him, then Wild Goose City and Wild Goose City should belong to him. Bang! The people outside the arena also reacted. Countless people were screaming and cheering. Yi Xian's strength had shocked everyone. Yang Kai let out a wry smile and jumped onto the arena. Soon after, the people outside the arena quieted down. Ladies and gentlemen, now that City Lord Su and City Lord Mo are dead, their main cities will now belong to City Lord Yi. Yang Kai said generously. He didn't have any interest in these main cities. After all, every city had its own myriad pavilion. Even if Xian took all 6 main cities in the central province, he would still be the number 2 man in the central province. After hearing Yang Kai's words, the crowd cheered again. Xian alone had 5 main cities. This had never happened before in the history of the central province. As for Xian, he was also immersed in his own fantasy. It looked like breaking through to the late heavenly core realm was just around the corner. However, right at this exciting moment, a man suddenly jumped onto the arena and landed next to Yang Kai, then whispered something in his ear. After that, Yang Kai's expression changed. What happened? What happened? City Lord Yang's expression doesn't look so good. It must be something bad, the onlookers were all guessing. Xian was also curious. What could have happened that made Yang Kai, who was in the strength realm, look like he had eaten a durian? Xian, come with me. After Yang Kai said that, he immediately called his mount, the blue moon bird, and jumped onto it. Xian was very surprised. After putting away Su Ji and Mo Jingyuan's universe rings, he followed Yang Kai. Hearing Yang Kai's order, the blue moon bird flew towards the north. Everyone below the arena looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what was going on. City Lord Yang, what happened? On the back of the blue moon bird, Xian couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Yang Kai paused for a moment before replying, that azure sea serpent dragon suddenly swam to heavenly water continent and is wreaking havoc. What? Xian's sea flood dragon? Was it coming for revenge? Yang Lord Yang was with the blue wind? Is with the heavens god continent I must have angered it before. Xian said guiltily. The island of death was in the sea to the north of the heavenly water continent. Previously, they had ridden the blue moon bird to cross the hundreds of empires in the northern region. It's not that simple this time. This sea dragon brought another sea dragon with it. Yang Kai shook his head. Another sea dragon? Is it also a saint beast? Xian was shocked. Yes, it's a golden black sea dragon. Its defensive power is stronger than the sea dragons. I'm afraid I can't deal with both of them alone, so I can only ask for your help, Yang Kai said solemnly. Xian was also helpless. He hadn't broken through yet, so he was afraid he couldn't deal with the sea dragon. Then, was this information revealed by the first city lord? Xian asked curiously. Yes, the city lord told me. Now that the 2 sea dragons have crossed half of the northern territory, we will meet them soon, Yang Kai nodded. Then why doesn't the first city lord do it himself? Xian asked again. Yang Kai shook his head, I'm not very sure. The city lord is too mysterious. Even I haven't seen him before. He knows everything about the heavenly water continent. Every city has his doppelganger, which is a puppet, but no one knows where his real body is. So mysterious. Xian couldn't help but feel curious about this mysterious first city lord. Alright, I'm afraid we'll meet those 2 sea dragons soon. That golden black sea dragon has a strong defensive power, you hold it back for now, I'll go and deal with the sea dragon. Once I'm done, I'll give you one of its corpses. Saint beasts have saint beast souls in their bodies, and it's very helpful for breaking through to the spirit realm from the late heavenly core realm. If you can get it, you'll be able to save a lot of time in your cultivation. Yang Kai said. Saint beast soul, Xian's eyes lit up. Perhaps he could break through to the late heavenly core realm ahead of time. They flew for a while. Alright, we're about to meet them, get ready to fight. Right after Yang Kai's words left his mouth, a loud rumbling sound came from the horizon. 2 saint beast flood dragons had finally appeared. One was the sea dragon that Xian fought before, and the other was a flood dragon with a golden armor. When the 2 flood dragons saw Xian and Yang Kai, they immediately let out a roar and charged towards them. Go! Yang Kai let out a shout and jumped off the blue moon bird, landing on the ground in an instant. Xian followed closely behind him and jumped off the blue moon bird. The original plan was to let Xian stall the golden black flood dragon while Yang Kai dealt with the sea dragon. After that, they would slowly kill the golden black flood dragon. After that, Yang Kai would let Xian choose a corpse. For the saint beast soul, let's fight. Yi Xian summoned his 8 desolate sword and charged towards the golden black flood dragon. The CC dragon had long been annoyed by Yang Kai, so it waved its dragon claws and attacked. When they were in the sky just now, Yi Xian saw that this golden black flood dragon's speed was about the same as the CC dragon's. Furthermore, he was stronger than he was half a month ago, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to stall the CC dragon, as long as he could maintain his aggro. The two sides exchanged blows in an instant. Yi Xian began to dodge the golden black flood dragon's attacks with all his might, occasionally turning his head to take a look. Yang Kai was a strength realm master and had the strength of 1 dragon, while the CC dragon was a saint beast and also had the strength of 1 dragon. However, Yang Kai was a human after all, so he was much more agile than a saint beast. Every punch he threw was enough to cause the CC dragon great pain. Amazing, he can beat back the CC dragon with a single punch. If I break through to the strength realm and integrate with the Beast King's bloodline, I wonder how strong I will be. Yi Xian was very envious, but he was still 2 realms away from the strength realm, so he had to deal with these 2 flood dragons first. Although Yang Kai was a strength realm master, he didn't have a good weapon. If he used a high-rank earth artifact to attack, it would probably break after a few stabs, so Yang Kai had been using his fists. The 8 desolate sword in Yi Xian's hand would improve with the wielder's realm, so he really wanted to lend it to Yang Kai. He estimated that if Yang Kai held the 8 desolate sword, it would be equivalent to holding a heaven artifact. At that time, it would be much easier to kill the CC dragon. Great Elder? Pong. 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 In the distance, Yang Kai was fighting the blue sea dragon. The golden sea dragon had been successfully enraged by Yi Xian. It roared at the sky and kept waving its claws in an attempt to grab Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was as agile as a loach. It couldn't catch him. Roar. At that moment, the golden sea dragon roared loudly. It abandoned Yi Xian and rushed toward Yang Kai. Not good. Yi Xian's face sank. His aggro had decreased. It would be too dangerous if the golden sea dragon and the blue sea dragon joined forces. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hurriedly chased after him. His mission was to stall the dark gold flood dragon. If he allowed the dark gold flood dragon to meet up with the azure sea flood dragon, then he would have failed in his duty. If you want to go over, you'll have to get through me first. Yi Xian suddenly leaped high. The 8 desolate sword instantly shattered and turned into a sharp awl that pierced toward the golden sea dragon's eyes. Clang. The golden sea dragon closed its eyes. The heavenly sword drilled into its eyelids. Hoo-hoo. It clawed at the air, but it still missed. This was just a delaying tactic. If the golden sea dragon wanted to help the blue sea dragon, Yi Xian definitely couldn't do anything about it. However, the golden sea dragon was determined to help. Yi Xian really couldn't do anything about it. City Lord Yang, be careful. Yi Xian hurriedly shouted. In the distance, Yang Kai instantly understood when he heard the rumbling sound approaching him. His face was extremely gloomy. If the 2 sea dragons joined forces, he was afraid that he would have to retreat. However, the first city lord had asked him to deal with these 2 sea dragons. If he didn't stop them, the central state would be in danger. What should I do? Yang Kai was thinking quickly, but he couldn't think of a solution. So, he could only try to kill the blue sea dragon with the 2 sea dragons joining forces. Although it was dangerous, it was the only way. Yi Xian was also helpless. He had been invited to help, but now he was screwed in less than half a minute. He was now wondering if he should lend the 8 desolate sword to Yang Kai. However, just as the 2 serpents were about to work together, a streak of white light suddenly flashed past. It swept past the golden black serpent's head, and the oceanic serpent dragon did the same. Yi Xian and Yang Kai were stunned for a moment, then they watched as the heads of the 2 flood dragons ruthlessly smashed onto the floor. Zzz. The head was instantly chopped off, and dragon blood spurted out. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He hurriedly took out a bottle to collect some of the flood dragon's blood. He took both the azure sea flood dragon blood and the dark gold flood dragon blood. City Lord? At this time, Kai Yang suddenly shouted in shock. Yi Xian also subconsciously turned his head and saw a figure standing in the air, A spirit realm expert, however, because this person was in a position where the sun was behind him, even Xian could not see his face clearly. The first city lord is actually a spirit realm expert? Heavens! Xian was shocked. He had only seen one spirit realm expert before, and that was the middle-aged man who turned the injured wyvern into ashes in the Great Tang Dynasty. The other one was the first city lord. Of course, these two people could be the same person. The figure in the sky began to slowly descend. Xian and Kai Yang's attention was focused on him. However, when the figure descended to 100 meters away from them, the two of them saw his face clearly. A woman? Kai Yang was shocked. Xian also cried out in surprise because he was very familiar with this woman. Great Elder? That's right, the woman who stood in the air and killed the oceanic serpent dragon and the dark gold flood dragon was the Great Elder of Soaring Heaven Mansion, Lin Wenyue. Xian never would have thought that Lin Wenyue was actually a spirit realm expert. The latter had so many wyverns flying around her. At this moment, Xian was stunned, he didn't count the number of wyverns. Lin Wenyue slowly descended from the sky. She looked at Xian and lightly said, "Collect the corpses." Oh, when Xian heard this, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He then happily collected the corpses of the oceanic serpent dragon and the dark gold flood dragon. These were the benefits given to him by the Great Elder. He was really surprised and happy. He never thought that the Soaring Heaven Mansion, which didn't even have a heavenly core warrior, would actually have a spirit realm expert living in seclusion. This was simply unbelievable. Kai Yang was already a spirit realm expert, he naturally understood the difference between the spirit realm and spirit realm. He timidly looked at Lin Wenyue and said, "Greetings, City Lord." Lin Wenyue looked at him and said, "You can go back first." Yes. Kai Yang didn't dare to have any objections. He immediately summoned the blue moon bird and left. At this moment, Xian had also collected the two flood dragon corpses. He jogged over to Lin Wenyue and said in shock, "Great Elder, I know you have a lot of questions, but I can tell you this first. My current realm was forcefully raised by your father." Lin Wenyue said directly. Father? Xian was shocked once again. Forcefully raised her realm to the spirit realm? What realm was Xichong at? Alright, let's go back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Lin Wenyue took a step forward and grabbed onto Xian's shoulder. Then, she soared into the sky and flew towards the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Xian was scared half to death. He could only feel a strong wind blowing in front of him, it was so strong that it almost broke his bones. This strong wind was so strong that he couldn't even open his eyes. But he knew that the speed at which Lin Wenyue was carrying him was much faster than Kai Yang's speed on land. And by the time he reacted, he had already returned to the bamboo forest of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Damn, it took less than 10 minutes to fly from the Northern Territory to the Soaring Heaven Mansion in the Eastern Territory. Am I sitting on a rocket? Xian was already shocked. This speed was too fast. Lin Wenyue directly landed in front of the wooden house with Xian. There was still an illusion array in the bamboo forest. Xian could only see the countless orange red bamboos. Xian looked at Lin Wenyue sitting on the stone bench and asked in surprise, "Great Elder, what's going on?" I'll explain it simply. I wasn't originally the city lord of the #1 main city in the central state, but Senior Shin Tu Lai left the Heavenly Water Continent with your father, so I took over his position. After Lin Wenyue finished speaking, she took out a round mirror and said, "This is the myriad mirror left behind by that senior. As long as it's something that happens in the central state, I can see it through this mirror." When she finished speaking, an image appeared in the round mirror. Two people appeared in the mirror. One was Song Sui Jing, and the other was Adjudicator Song. They were cultivating in seclusion. This, Xian was stunned. No wonder the myriad pavilion was omniscient. It turned out that this was the case. Chapter 327 Subterranean Palace. There is a huge formation under the Heavenly Water Continent, and this mirror of all things is the foundation of the formation, so I can understand everything through it. At the same time, it can help me predict some things, such as the invasion of the Heavenly Water Continent by the two flood dragons. Lin Wenyue explained. I see. Xian nodded slightly. This simple introduction had solved many of his doubts. No wonder Lin Wenyu didn't leave the bamboo forest for so many years. It was because she needed to take care of the entire heavenly water continent. It seemed that Cui Linjiang had not violated any rules back in the heavenly Yuan sect, but because Lin Wenyu saw that he was in trouble, she asked Cui Linjiang to help. Then Grand Elder, your appearance this time is because, Yi Xian asked curiously. Lin Wenyu slowly said, your father has already left the heavenly water continent. Previously, I said that once you break through to the spirit stage 4, I will tell you the method to leave the heavenly water continent. You're only at the early heavenly core realm, but you already have the ability to fight with a saint beast. Therefore, I think if you break through again, you'll be able to kill a saint beast with the strength of one dragon. So you're saying that I can leave the heavenly water continent without breaking through to the 4th spirit stage? Yi Xian said in astonishment. Realm does not represent strength. If you make another breakthrough, you will have the ability to pass through the deep-sea underground palace and head to the Blood Cliff continent, Lin Wenyu said. Deep-sea palace, this was the first time Yi Xian had heard of this term. What kind of place is the deep-sea underground palace? Can't you ride a Xian beast and fly to the Blood Cliff continent? Yi Xian asked again. Previously, he had wanted to do this, but at that time, his strength was too weak. Moreover, he did not know where the Blood Rock continent was, so he did not try. Between the Heavenly Water continent and the Bloodstone continent is the chaotic astral ocean. Even a spirit stage powerhouse would die if they recklessly enter it. If the Heavenly Water continent wants to go to the Bloodstone continent, we have to pass through this deep-sea underground palace. Furthermore, this deep-sea underground palace is the most dangerous place in the Heavenly Water continent. There are plenty of sacred beasts inside. That's why I asked you to look for me after you break through to the 4th stage of the spirit stage. Lin Wenyu explained. Deep-sea underground palace, Yi Xian said, Lin Wenyu, the heavenly water continent. Lin Wenyu nodded, that's right, but it was your father who brought that senior through. That senior once tried it himself, but he didn't succeed and was forced to retreat. At that time, he already had the strength of 2 dragons. 2 dragons' strength. Yi Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. As far as he knew, Yang Kai only possessed the strength of 1 dragon and had just broken through to the strength realm. Yang S's Yang Yang's too. If even such a mighty warrior couldn't pass the test, how was he going to do it when he was an early heavenly core warrior? Lin Yi Xian's Yang. Yi Yang, he, Yang, or even Yez's. Was. The 1st stage of the spirit stage is the gravity realm, the 2nd stage is the aura realm, the 3rd stage is the essence realm, and the 4th stage is the spirit realm. According to what I know, your father was already at the spirit realm. Lin Wenyu had a strange expression on her face. That's impossible, how could the heavenly water continent give birth to a spirit realm warrior? Yi Xian said in disbelief. In the center of the heavenly water continent, the central province, there were only a few peak heavenly core warriors. After breaking through to the peak heavenly core realm, one would enter the strength realm, then the spirit realm, then the soul essence realm, and finally the divine soul realm. How could there be such a huge gap between the 2 realms? I'm not too sure either. Before you were born, your father had already passed through the deep-sea underground palace. After you were born, he returned. I heard that he was severely injured, and his strength had regressed. He spent a few years to recover and return to his peak. After that, he left with that senior. Lin Wenyu shook her head. Yi Xian tried to sort out the story by himself. When Yi Chong returned from the Bloodstone continent with him as a baby, he met the previous First City Lord. After that, this senior asked Yi Chong to take him away from the heavenly water continent. But, Yi Chong was severely injured at that time, so he needed a few years to recover. As for why Yi Chong was so strong, perhaps it was because he had encountered some kind of opportunity. If that's the case, then my mother should be from the Bloodstone continent. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. He asked again, then, Great Elder, do you know who the senior who saved me in the Tang dynasty was? Lin Wenyu shook her head helplessly when she heard this. I've tried to investigate that person, but the myriad mirror didn't show anything. This means that he isn't a native of the heavenly water continent. He must have passed through the deep-sea underground palace from the Bloodstone continent. Also, according to that person's skills, he should be at least a spirit realm warrior. Spirit realm. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. The heavenly water continent was such a remote place, and there were actually 2 spirit realm warriors. This was unbelievable. But, he also understood that the middle-aged man must have known Yi Chong. If not, he wouldn't have come to such a remote place like the heavenly water continent. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he asked again, "Then, what should I do now?" "Break through, then go to the deep-sea underground palace. Although you might not be able to pass through it in one go, you can still gain some experience. With your talent, it shouldn't be difficult for you to pass through it," Lin Wenyue said with a firm look in her eyes. Yi Xian paused for a moment. He was currently at the minor heavenly core realm, and if he devoured the 2 flood dragon corpses, he might be able to break through to the late heavenly core realm. But, he knew that he wasn't far from the deep-sea underground palace. "Then, Great Sect Elder, do you have any heaven-ranked martial arts here?" Yi Xian tried to ask. "No, there might be some in the deep-sea underground palace. There is a formation in the deep-sea underground palace that prevents me from entering, and it seems like it was built by a Soul Essence Realm warrior. Only those who are at the Soul Essence Realm or below can enter." Lin Wenyue shook her head. He had only learned a high-ranked Earth-ranked martial art. Alright, Yi Xian felt helpless. There must be a lot of good things in the deep-sea underground palace, and if Lin Wenyue could enter, then he would be rich. "You can continue to improve your cultivation. Come find me when you want to enter the deep-sea underground palace. Also, your fiancée and her brother have a very special physique. I think they will be able to break through to the late heavenly core realm soon. At that time, both of you can enter the deep-sea underground palace together." After Lin Wenyue finished speaking, she waved her hand. After that, the scenery in front of Yi Xian instantly changed, and he appeared at the entrance of a bamboo forest. "Damn, even if you don't have a heaven-ranked martial art, you can at least give me some soul-congealing stones." Guan Yulan had gone missing. Forget it, forget it. Let's do it ourselves. Let's return to the central province and take over the 3 main cities. Yi Xian shook his head, then he grabbed Wei Zhentian and brought him out. "Little Tian, let's go back to the central province." Yi Xian was brought away by Yang Kai after the battle for the position of mayor. But, after Su Ji and Mo Jingyuan died, Lin Wenyue immediately notified the Myriad Pavilion and took over the 2 main cities' mayor palaces. While flying back to the central province, Yi Xian used the devouring space to dismember the 2 flood dragons. Dragon tendons, dragon skin, dragon flesh, dragon bones, dragon claws, and dragon penis were all separated. The reason why he didn't devour them directly was because the dragon meat could improve a warrior's physique. It wasn't very useful to him, but it would be a great help to Song Suijing and Judge Song. As for the Saint Beast souls of the 2 flood dragons, he kept them. Once Song Suijing and Judge Song broke through to the late heavenly core realm, they might be useful. Perhaps, they would be useful to him as well. Soon, he returned to the central province and took over the 3 upper cities. He then ordered his subordinates to collect an unlimited amount of forging materials. Mid and high-rank earth tools were monopolized in the central province. Once they were forged, they would be taken over by the Myriad Pavilion and given to other families. Therefore, it would be difficult for a rogue cultivator to obtain them. There were 7 main cities in the central province, and more than 100 big cities. Yi Xian's order to purchase had spread across the entire central province. Right after he returned to Guangjin City, Song Heng brought him a huge amount of forging materials. He immediately forged these materials into mid or high-rank earth tools, then gave them to the Myriad Pavilion. In just the blink of an eye, he had earned a few tens of millions of high-rank crystal stones. He was getting closer and closer to the late heavenly core realm. Song Suijing and Judge Song had broken through to the early heavenly core realm, and it wouldn't be long before they broke through to the late heavenly core realm. At that time, all 3 late heavenly core warriors would go to that deep-sea underground palace. Soon, half a month had passed. In the past half a month, Yi Xian had spent countless top-grade crystals to buy materials. He had bought almost all the materials in the central province. He had lost count of how many mid-rank and high-rank earth weapons he had crafted. In any case, even a mortal core junior would have a high-rank earth weapon. Because of this, he was only one step away from the late heavenly core realm. At the same time, in just half a month's time, Xianxia had helped Wei Zhentian break through to the late heavenly core realm, and he had spent 500,000 Devour crystals. Wei Zhentian was only one step away from breaking through to the strength realm and becoming a saint beast. Half a month later, Song Suijing and Judge Song came out from their secluded cultivation. They had both broken through to the late heavenly core realm. But, there was still a long way to go before he could break through to the late heavenly core realm. If a late heavenly core warrior wanted to break through to the physical strength realm, he would have to first cultivate his core essence to its limit, then break his core and form his soul. Song Suijing and Judge Song had just broken through, and there was still a long way to go before they could break their core essence. Therefore, Yi Xian gave Wei Zhentian the 2 dragon strength saint beast souls for the time being. After Wei Zhentian swallowed them, he started absorbing them in his storage space. Once he finished, he should be able to break through to the saint beast realm. After Song Suijing and Judge Song broke through, they went back into secluded cultivation and started absorbing the dragon meat. After that, Yi Xian broke through to the late heavenly core realm 1 week after they went into secluded cultivation. His overall strength had once again increased by another level. Right now, he estimated that he could fight an ocean flood dragon alone, and he could even kill it. After some time, Song Suijing and Judge Song had also finished absorbing a huge amount of dragon meat, and had increased their physiques to the limit. The duo's overall strength was many times stronger than before. If they joined forces, perhaps they would be able to fight Yi Xian. The trio's overall strength had surpassed the divine core realm. All they needed to do was to prepare themselves, and they would be able to explore the deep-sea underground palace. However, since the new year was approaching, they decided to wait until then before they set off. Right now, not only had the name Yi Xian spread across the entire Zhong province, it had even spread across the 4 major regions. However, this was only spread between the dynasties. A small kingdom like the Profound Sun Empire still didn't know about Yi Xian's achievements. Every time Yi Xian returned to the Profound Sun Empire, he would always think of one person, Guan Yulan, who was brought out by the sect chief of the Shattered Cloud sect. But, until now, Guan Yulan hadn't returned to the Shattered Cloud sect. Therefore, Yi Xian decided that after the new year, he would go to Lin Wenyue and use the all-knowing mirror to find out more about her. This year was a happy year. Song Qing and the others knew that Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were going to leave with Yi Xian. Therefore, they decided to let Yi Xian and Song Suijing get engaged on the new year. Besides that, Xueqingqing's engagement with Yi Xian was cancelled on the same day. This was her own decision. Yi Xian was too far away from her. She felt that only Song Suijing was qualified to be Yi Xian's partner, and only she could accompany Yi Xian. After the new year, Yi Xian finally turned 18 years old. The next day, he brought Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song back to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Outside the bamboo forest in the Soaring Heaven Mansion. "You two wait here for a moment," Yi Xian said to the siblings. "Okay, you go in." Song Suijing nodded obediently. She also knew that the Grand Elder only saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian walked into the bamboo forest. Immediately after, the illusion array within the bamboo forest was broken. However, the 2 siblings at the entrance still couldn't see the small house in the forest. "You're here." The door of the small house opened and the white-haired Lin Wenyue walked out. "Grand Elder, I'm ready, but before that, I want to ask you to help me investigate a person," Yi Xian respectfully said. "Who?" Lin Wenyue asked in surprise. "Her name is Guan Yulan, a friend of mine in the Shattering Cloud sect. However, she went out to train and hasn't returned yet, so," Yi Xian replied. Lin Wenyue didn't ask further and directly took out the all-knowing mirror. However, after waiting for a while, there was no reaction. This? Yi Xian's heart trembled. The all-knowing mirror has no reaction. It seems that she either left the heavenly water continent or... Lin Wenyue slightly frowned. "Dead?" Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and asked, "Grand Elder, can you investigate more specifically?" "Yes." Lin Wenyue nodded. This time, the all-knowing mirror finally showed an image. The all-knowing mirror showed a large rock with 3 people on its back. One of them was Guan Yulan. Her expression was calm without the slightest fluctuation. Her eyes were dull and no one knew what she was thinking. As for Qingyu, she was quietly lying behind her. As for the other 2 people, one was a middle-aged man and the other was a white-haired old woman. As for the middle-aged man, Yi Xian had seen a portrait before. It was the sect master of the Shattering Cloud sect. Entering the deep-sea underground palace. At this moment, the scene suddenly changed. The rock that the 3 of them were riding on flew above an island. Then, it passed by the island. Its speed was so fast that it surpassed Yi Xian's and even Lin Wenyue's reactions. Death Island? Yi Xian exclaimed. The place that the rock passed by was the location of the City Lord battle, Death Island. The cave in the ground was the Azure Sea Serpent's lair. Lin Wenyue was also extremely shocked. She checked again and a date appeared. When Yi Xian saw the date, he immediately reacted and said, "This is the 2nd day after she left the Shattering Cloud sect." He didn't understand. He remembered that he was still on his way to South Forest City to participate in the Imperial Capital Tournament. But at this time, Guan Yulan was riding on a rock that was even stronger than Lin Wenyue and passed by Death Island. "I'm afraid that your friend has encountered some trouble." Lin Wenyue finally spoke. "Great Elder, what's going on?" Yi Xian asked in shock. "In my opinion, that little girl was bewitched by a strange method. As for that old woman, she's probably not simple. I'm guessing that she should be a spirit stage expert." Lin Wenyue guessed. Spirit stage, another spirit stage expert. There were actually 3 spirit stage experts in the small heavenly water continent. Then why did the old woman take her away? And why did she go to Death Island? Yi Xian asked again. "I'm not too sure about this. Perhaps, that little girl has some sort of special constitution." Lin Wenyue paused for a moment, then said, "Our heavenly water continent can only be considered as a small island. The old woman is probably from the islands around the heavenly water continent. She accidentally passed by the heavenly water continent and found your friend. Because her realm was too high, the omniscient mirror couldn't capture her. Also, the entrance to the deep-sea underground palace is on Death Island, which is the Azure Sea Serpent's lair." "What?" Yi Xian's eyes widened. "The entrance to the deep-sea underground palace was the sea dragon's lair? There's a limit to this omniscient mirror. At most, you can only see what's on Death Island. You won't be able to see anything beyond that. Therefore, you'll have to investigate this matter yourself." Lin Wenyue put away the omniscient mirror. Yi Xian nodded. Although this was bad news, it was still good news that Guan Yulan was still alive. "Then, Great Elder, do you know if there are any islands nearby?" Yi Xian asked again. Lin Wenyue shook her head, "I'm not sure. I only know that the deep-sea underground palace leads to the Blood Cliff continent. If you don't have a map of the sea, you'll get lost in the sea. You better give up on this idea." "I won't do anything stupid," Yi Xian said indifferently. Just now, Lin Wenyue said that the old woman was at least a spirit stage expert. With his ability, it was impossible for him to bring Guan Yulan back. "If you're prepared, then go to Death Island by yourself. Here's a map of the deep-sea underground palace. You must keep it well. The deep-sea underground palace is a huge maze. There's only one way to reach the Blood Cliff continent. Don't get lost in there." As Lin Wenyue spoke, she took out a letter and handed it to Yi Xian. "If you see your father, help me pass this letter to him." Also, before he went to the Blood Cliff continent, he only left behind 2 words, Imperial Palace. "Imperial Palace?" "I got it." Yi Xian directly put the letter into the devouring space. This Imperial Palace was definitely a force in the Blood Cliff continent. Then, he left and headed to the central region. He had already handed over the 5 main cities of the central region to Jiangyu, Jianglu, and the others. At the same time, Zhou Yan and Lin Shi had also established a new Soaring Heaven Mansion in the central region. With the help of the Great Elder, the Soaring Heaven Mansion would definitely become the #1 sect in the Heavenly Water continent. Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were already prepared to enter the deep-sea underground palace. When they found out that the entrance to the deep-sea underground palace was at Death Island, they were shocked. They sat on Wei Zhentian and flew directly above Death Island. Now that the overlord of this place was dead, the number of profound beasts on the island had increased. Let's go down, Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Then, they began to slowly descend. This underground cavern was about 400 to 500 meters high. It was extremely dark. Yi Xian directly exchanged for a large number of night pearls and madly threw them down. Soon, the entire dark underground cavern was lit up. The entrance is there. Song Suijing pointed in a direction with her slender fingers. Yi Xian and adjudicator Song Suijing looked in that direction. Sure enough, there was an entrance that was as tall as 2 people. This was a place that the Azure Sea Serpent couldn't enter. After seeing that there was no threat below, Wei Zhentian quickly descended. Yi Xian and the other 2 jumped to the ground. After Wei Zhentian sent the 3 of them to the ground, it shrunk into a nut and jumped on Yi Xian's shoulder. Let's go, Yi Xian said and led the way into the entrance. The entrance was still very dark and led to the underground. However, Yi Xian had already explored this passage with his supersonic bat bloodline. After walking for about half an hour, they finally saw a golden light in front of them. They quickened their pace and saw a golden door. Deep Sea Underground Palace. Song Suijing read out the words on a stone tablet. This Deep Sea Underground Palace was built by a Soul Essence Realm Senior. The interior is complex and intertwined. Without a map, one would get lost inside. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he walked forward and pushed open the door. Just as he pushed open the golden door slightly, he felt that his hand had reached into a strange place. Water? Yi Xian was startled. Aya, why isn't the water flowing out? Song Suijing approached in astonishment and also put her hand in. It's so strange. My sleeves aren't wet. Adjudicator Song couldn't help but say. However, Yi Xian's complexion didn't look so good. This should be a formation. I reckon that if we enter it, our speed will decrease, Yi Xian said and went in. He felt that even without the blade fish's underwater breathing effect, he would be fine. Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song also went in. Sure enough, they can breathe in this special water, but their speed did decrease. After all, there is resistance. Of course, this is only for her and Adjudicator Song. Yi Xian has the bloodline of the blade fish, so he isn't restricted in the water. It's amazing. Look at the ceiling. Song Suijing looked up and said. Yi Xian looked up and found that the ceiling was transparent. They could see the fish swimming above. Not only that, they also saw a crab swimming in. It seems that the threat of this deep sea underground palace comes from the saint beasts in the sea, Yi Xian said slowly. The 3 of them walked into the deep sea underground palace. At the same time, the door behind them closed. Although it is said to be at the bottom of the sea, the formation above emitted light, so the passage was not much different from the outside. Yi Xian's first impression of the deep sea underground palace was that of an aquarium. However, the floating seaweed under the corner of the passage made Yi Xian understand that this is the deep sea underground palace. Yi Xian, there are 3 paths here. Which one should we go? Song Suijing looked around and asked. Yi Xian pointed to the first path and replied, if we encounter a fork in the road, we just need to go west. Although it is difficult to distinguish east and west at the bottom of the sea, he has a compass in his hand and won't get lost. Chapter 330 Hunting a Saint Beast. However, an hour after they entered the deep-sea underground palace, they finally encountered a powerful creature. What's wrong? Song Suijing asked in surprise while holding her ice crystal sword. There's a big guy in the corner, I feel it, Yi Xian slowly replied. His supersonic bat bloodline could sense that this creature was an octopus, and his myriad beast bloodline could tell that it was a saint beast. Song Suijing also looked forward and saw several tentacles stretching out from the corner. Aya, I hate these things the most. Song Suijing couldn't help but shrink behind Yi Xian. Multi-legged creatures such as octopuses, crabs, centipedes, and even caterpillars are creepy, especially large ones. That's good, let me do it. Song Suijing raised her axe and directly rushed over. You wait here, I'll also go and take a look, Yi Xian said and followed. The map Lin Wenyue gave him indicated that in the first part of the underwater palace, there would be at most one dragon-strength saint beast. Starting from the middle part, there would be 2 or even 3 dragon-strength saint beasts. As for the second part, it was the same as the first part, at most 1 dragon strength. The heavenly water continent was very far from the bloodstone continent. Even an expert with 3 dragon strength would need more than a month to pass through the underwater palace. Therefore, it was still a long way to go. Yi Xian and Song Suijing rushed over. The latter raised the flaming sun axe and chopped at one of the tentacles, but he couldn't cut it. So tough, take another one of my axe. Song Suijing shouted and raised the flaming sun axe with all her strength. Rip! An octopus tentacle was cut off and fell to the ground. Yi Xian also took a step forward and slashed down with his 8 Desolations greatsword. Rip! The second octopus tentacle was cut off. However, what shocked the two was that the octopus tentacle that Song Suijing just cut off grew back. What a strong recovery ability! Yi Xian was stunned. A new octopus tentacle had grown on the spot. This recovery ability was quite impressive. However, Yi Xian still went over out of curiosity. He was prepared to devour the octopus tentacle to see how much it was worth. At this moment, a change occurred. The 2 severed octopus tentacles suddenly began to twist, and then turned into a pillow-sized octopus. Ah, that's disgusting. Song Suijing, who had appeared out of nowhere, subconsciously took a step back. Damn, it can actually split apart. Go to hell. Yi Xian was also shocked. He swung his sword again and cut the little octopus in half. This time, the octopus did not split again. Damn it. It's just like a flower vase. It doesn't even have a single devouring point. Looks like I'll have to devour it whole. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He turned his head and said, I'll go take care of this big one. All right. Judge Song nodded. Then, Yi Xian directly rushed out. He did not attack the tentacles. He was going to find trouble with the main body directly. He turned a corner and found a big white octopus attached to a wall. He took a closer look and found that the tentacles were more than 20 meters long. It was obvious how big the big white octopus was. The big white octopus also saw Yi Xian. It immediately retracted its tentacles and swung them at Yi Xian. Its attack speed was even faster than that of the azure sea serpent. Bam! The tentacles hit the floor, causing the ground to tremble. In order to prevent it from splitting into smaller octopus, Yi Xian directly chose to dodge and rushed straight over. All in all, there were 4 tentacles attacking him. Fortunately, he had the 8 barren wind formation. He could use the 8 sharp blades to shake off the tentacles. In an instant, he arrived in front of the octopus's big head, ready to give it a fatal blow. But at this moment... Gurgle! Gurgle! The big octopus's brain suddenly spat out a stream of purplish-black ink from its round mouth. Yi Xian hurriedly dodged. The ink hit nothing and turned the wall black. Sizzle! A strange sound entered Yi Xian's ears. He turned his head and found that the stones and seaweed in the corner had been corroded. This world is full of strange things. An octopus can actually spit out poisonous ink. But you deserve to die. How dare you scare my fiancé? Yi Xian roared in his heart. The 8 sharp blades instantly formed a sharp cone and began to spin at high speed. 8 barren wind formation, sky rush, boom, the octopus's big head was instantly penetrated. It is said that octopuses have 3 hearts. Watch how I stab you into a sieve. Yi Xian didn't let his guard down. He continued his attack and created a few big holes in the octopus's head. He even broke the ink sac, causing purple-black ink to spill out. The big octopus didn't want to die just like that. Before it died, it recalled all of its tentacles and spat out a huge amount of ink, painting the entire area black. But before that, Yi Xian had already left the area. What a strong poison. I wonder if my myriad flower bloodline can withstand it, Yi Xian retreated to the corner and couldn't help but say. After the big octopus died, he collected its corpse and began devouring it. The Saint Beast's corpse is really good. It's equivalent to 3 soul condensing stones. Yi Xian thought to himself. He then returned to where he was and said, it's a Saint Beast's soul. But, since your heavenly core hasn't shattered yet, I'll take it first. In order for a heavenly core warrior to break through to the fourth realm of the spirit realm, he had to first cultivate his core essence to its limit, then shatter his core and form his soul. But, this brother and sister duo had just broken through, so they didn't need to use it yet. Take it. Song Suijing nodded her head. After that, Yi Xian immediately devoured the corpse, increasing his devouring crystal essence by 100,000, which was equivalent to 10 soul condensing stones. He estimated that after killing a few hundred more saint beasts, he would be able to break through to the strength realm. The Azure Sea Flood Dragon's blood and the Dark Gold Flood Dragon's blood are both dragon's blood, that's why I still need one more. I wonder if there are any more flood dragons in this underground palace. If there are, once I break through to the strength realm, I'll be able to upgrade my myriad beast bloodline to Beast King bloodline. Yi Xian thought to himself. After that, they continued their journey. There were quite a lot of profound beasts along the way. Although they weren't as valuable as the saint beasts, they could still accumulate. In just one day, Yi Xian had gained 10% of his experience points. If he had another 10 days, he should be able to break through to the limit of the heavenly core realm. At that point of time, he would be able to break through to the strength realm with 10 different beast souls. There was no day or night in the underground palace. Yi Xian and the other two didn't travel quickly. They just sat down and rested when they had nothing to do. Song Suijing and Judge Song entered the yin and yang state to cultivate, and Yi Xian was guarding them. First encounter with the sea race today is the 7th day since they entered the deep sea palace. As usual, they are heading west. The number of saint beasts they have killed has reached 30. As for the Shan beasts, they are already too many to count. Aya, this deep sea palace is too boring. Why are there so many creatures with legs? I can't even fight properly. Song Suijing said with an unhappy expression. She was of the same level as Song Ju, and her strength wasn't much different. However, Song Ju had killed countless profound beasts in the past 3 days, and she had also killed quite a few saint beasts with Yi Xian. As for her, she hadn't killed a single saint beast. Don't worry, next time we meet a saint turtle, I will let you have it. Judge Song comforted. Brother, you are doing this on purpose. How can I break through such a strong defense? Song Suijing said with dissatisfaction. Judge Song said with a smile, then let brother-in-law break the turtle shell and let you have it. After hearing this, Yi Xian was slightly helpless. Among the saint beasts they have encountered in the past few days, the turtle they encountered yesterday was the most difficult to deal with. That turtle shell is so hard that he had to take more than 30 pills to break it open. The three began to chat. But at this time, Yi Xian's face suddenly froze. What's wrong? Song Suijing asked curiously. Something is coming towards us. They are not big, but there are 3 of them. Yi Xian took out the Bahuang sword. Let me do it, I am bored to death. Song Suijing hurriedly stood up. 3 Shan beasts is not a problem for her. However, when she saw the 3 creatures that had turned the corner, her body couldn't help but tremble. What is this? Fuck. Yi Xian was also shocked. What did he see? Of these 3 creatures, the 2 on the left and the one in the middle is a big crab. What's even more strange is that the 2 prawns are holding 2 rods in their hands, while the big crab is holding 2 sledgehammers in its 2 pincers. What the hell? Is this a TV drama? After seeing the appearance of these 3 creatures, Song Suijing blurted out, Sea tribe? Yo, there are actually 3 humans here. How strange, a relatively fat prawn said. Strange, strange, how many years has it been since we met a human? Another skinny prawn said. Holy sh*t, it can speak? When Yi Xian heard the 2 sharp voices, he was shocked. It was one thing for prawn and crab to be able to walk on 2 legs, it was one thing for them to be able to wield weapons, but how could they speak? Yi Xian, they are members of the sea race, a race that lives at the bottom of the sea. Saijua Song hurriedly reminded. Then why is it here? The map doesn't say anything about it. Yi Xian felt helpless. At this time, the giant crab with the twin hammers said, Humans, why have you intruded into our territory? Your territory? Yi Xian frowned. This deep-sea underground palace is your territory? Nonsense, our sea dragon clan has occupied this deep-sea underground palace for several years. The giant crab coldly shouted. When it opened its mouth, it spat out a lot of foam, which made Xian feel a little nauseous. A giant crab actually spoke in human language. This was too strange. I heard that this deep-sea underground palace was built by a Soul Essence Realm senior. Moreover, we only want to pass through this deep-sea underground palace to reach the Blood Cliff continent. Xian politely said. The only way to the Blood Cliff continent has been blocked by our sea dragon clan. Go back to where you came from. The giant crab coldly said. Blocked? After Xian and the other two heard this, they looked at each other. The map indicated that there was only one way to reach the Blood Cliff continent, but now, this road was blocked by the sea tribe. How could this be? Can we pass through? Xian asked again. No, stop talking nonsense and go back. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking the agreement with the humans. The giant crab directly refused. Agreement? Xian narrowed his eyes and said, if that's the case, then let me see the strength of the sea tribe. What shameless boasting. You dare to challenge our captain? You're courting death. The fat prawn coldly snorted. That's right. Captain's hammer can smash the shell of an ironback tortoise. The skinny prawn also echoed. After hearing this, Xian's face sank to the extreme. The ironback tortoise was the tortoise saint beast he had killed the day before. However, the giant crab's hammer was able to shatter the shell of the ironback tortoise. If that attack had landed on him, he would have been turned into minced meat. Xian, Song Suijing immediately showed a worried expression. It's fine. Don't worry. Xian comforted. He estimated that this giant crab only had the strength of one dragon. Moreover, he also had the bloodline of the blade fish. In the deep-sea underground palace, his speed did not decrease like Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. As long as he was fast enough, he wouldn't be hit. Immediately, he walked out with the Bahuang sword in hand. The giant crab saw Xian coming out and shouted, "Good courage. Our sea tribe has an agreement with the human race. If we meet in the sea, we can't attack the human race first. However, since you want to challenge me, then I won't be restricted by this agreement. I will say the ugly words first. I, Meng San, will not show mercy. If you are smashed to death by me, then you can only blame yourself for overestimating yourself. Come at me." Xian coldly said. In his heart, he thought, what's the point of using the human race's surname? Very well, as you wish. The giant crab called Meng San walked out. Captain, smash him to death with one hammer. Yes, smash him to death with one hammer. Let him know the power of our sea tribe. The fat and skinny prawns shouted. Just as they finished speaking, the human and crab on the battlefield began to move. Bam! 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 Meng San's crab legs, which were not thinner than a human's thigh, quickly stomped on the ground and rushed towards Xian with his hammer. From his weapon, it could be seen that he was the same as Adjudicator Song. He focused on strength, so he was lacking in speed. After seeing his speed, Xian sneered in his heart. Sure enough, his speed was not fast, about the same as the Azure Sea Flood Dragon. Since that is the case, then become my punching bag. Xian slightly raised the corner of his mouth and instantly burst out with full speed. The Bahuang sword also disintegrated and swept towards Meng San. Humans have many tricks up their sleeves. Meng San coldly snorted and swung his hammer, knocking away the 8 sharp blades one by one. Although his speed was slower, his attack speed was much faster than Xian. In the blink of an eye, the 8 blades were knocked away. Then, Meng San took advantage of this opportunity to rush towards Xian. However, Xian stood in place without moving and maintained his smile. Super impact, Captain, watch out, the 2 shrimps shouted. Meng San, who was running wildly, was startled. Then, he felt a jolt behind him. Something had slammed into him. Whoosh whoosh. He struck out with his hammer and smashed Tian Chongpa into pieces. What a tough weapon, Meng San muttered to himself. He turned around and continued charging at Xian. Boom! His hammer smashed into the ground, causing it to tremble. However, Yi Xian had already dodged. Deadly wind formation of the 8 Baron, Skybreak. Yi Xian once again controlled the 8 sharp blades to form a cone and drilled it into Meng San's back. Meng San shuddered. He shouted, "Kid, my defense is no weaker than the ironback tortoises. Your attack can't do anything to me. Retreat obediently. We just started fighting. Can you cut the crap?" Yi Xian's cold voice rang out. "Fine, since you want to die, I'll send you on your way." Meng San turned around angrily. He sent Skybreak flying again and charged at Yi Xian. In terms of strength, Yi Xian was definitely not his match. However, in terms of speed, Yi Xian was at least 30% faster than him. This battle was actually a one-sided beating. However, Meng San's defense was indeed strong. Yi Xian's few attempts at breaking through were unable to break through his shell. "Looks like I can only use this method of attrition," Yi Xian muttered to himself. After all, his Jindan essence was almost infinite. If Meng San's carapace defense was 100, then Yi Xian felt that as long as he could hit 100 to 99, he would continue. The battle had already lasted for half a minute. In that half a minute, Yi Xian had been running left and right. Meng San could not catch up to him at all. As for Meng San's shell, a faint crack had appeared on it. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and everyone's expression changed. Yi Xian revealed a gratified smile. He had finally broken through. The carapace on Meng San's back was shattered. If this continued, Meng San would definitely die in his hands. How is this possible? This human brat actually shattered the captain's shell? I must have misheard. The 2 prawns couldn't believe it. Even Meng San felt the same way. He felt that Yi Xian's attacks were very ordinary. He only felt a slight tremor every time and did not feel anything. But what he didn't know was that Yi Xian was only able to break through his defense by attacking the same spot every time. Meng San was so shocked that he retreated backwards. He said in astonishment, "I admit that you are very strong. If you had forcefully passed me, I wouldn't have been able to catch up to you. However, I'm afraid your 2 companions won't make it, right?" Yi Xian also stopped his attacks and calmly looked at Meng San. Indeed, if the 3 of them had forcefully passed through, then Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song would definitely have been stopped. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "But I have already broken through your defense. If we continue to fight, then you will die in my hands." At that time, wouldn't I have passed? Correct. If we continue to fight, then I would indeed have died in your hands. Meng San nodded in agreement and said, "But have you ever thought that I am only a small team leader and only have the strength of 1 dragon? Above me, there are captains with 2 dragon strength. Above the captains, there are commanders and generals. The only way to the Bloodstone continent has been blocked by the king of my clan. What do you think your chances of passing through are?" This question stumped Yi Xian. Captains, commanders, and generals. Above the generals, there was the king of the Sea Dragon clan. This strength was at least 5 dragons. If he tried to force his way through, it would be impossible for him to pass through, let alone bring along Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. It seems that I will have to increase my strength a bit more before going through. Yi Xian thought to himself. Have you thought it through? If you have, then go back. Meng San said indifferently. To be honest, he was still afraid of death. Yi Xian stood there quietly and pondered. "Yi Xian, what should we do?" Song Suijing walked to his side and asked. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. In the past few years after Yi Cheng left, the Deep Sea Palace was occupied by the sea race, and the only way to pass through was blocked. If one were to fly to the Bloodstone continent with a flying mount, they would have to pass through the chaotic astral ocean, where even spirit stage powerhouses could fall. Could it be that I can only kill some saint beasts and force my way through after breaking through? Yi Xian hesitated. His dantian was almost at its limit. When the time came, he would be able to break through to the strength stage after swallowing 10 different beast souls. However, that was only the strength of 1 dragon. It might be possible to deal with the Sea Dragon clan's captain, but not the commander, let alone the king. Moreover, there were countless experts in the Sea Dragon clan. If he were to force his way through, he would definitely die. You brat, what are you thinking about? The captain spared your life, so you should cherish it. That's right. Quickly retreat. We still need to collect the deep-sea blue algae. The fat and thin prawns were shrieking again in a sharp voice. It seems that we can only retreat first. Anyway, there are still 2 or 3 dragon saint beasts in the middle. It's too dangerous for the 3 of us to go. Yi Xian had already made a decision. It seems that you have thought it through. Let's go. Meng San looked at Yi Xian and said. However, just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound rang out, and the entire deep-sea palace began to tremble. What's going on? Yi Xian and the others were very surprised. However, Meng San and the others understood the reason. Not good. Senior Tianjing is angry again. Stay calm. Meng San shouted. His whole body shrunk into the shell. The other 2 prawns were scared half to death. They hurriedly threw away the prawns in their hands and grabbed Meng San's pincers tightly. Yi Xian and the other 2 also turned pale with fright. They hurriedly gathered together, and when Yi Xian turned his head to look, he saw a powerful impact instantly blast over. Bang! The 3 of them instantly endured the impact. Yi Xian's feet were firmly planted on the ground. He roared in his heart, what's going on? What a strong impact. This father's nose is going to be crooked. Song Suijing and Song Saijue were also holding his arms tightly, one on each side. As for Meng San and the other 2 prawns, they were already blown away by the impact. The impact had already arrived for 1 second. Yi Xian held on with one hand tightly holding Song Suijing's hand. He must not let go. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the impact had already passed for 3 seconds, but the worst was yet to come. Boom! An even stronger impact came and instantly disintegrated Yi Xian's strength. The 3 of them were blown away. Not good. Lost Yi Xian, Song Suijing opened her eyes wide as she watched Yi Xian and herself getting farther and farther away. No. Yi Xian clenched his teeth and was ready to follow the shockwave, but at this time, he encountered a crossroad. He and the 2 siblings were directly rushed into different passages. The first shockwave lasted for 3 seconds, while the second shockwave lasted for half a minute. It's not over yet. There was a third wave of air that lasted for a full 5 minutes. This time, it's troublesome. Bang! Yi Xian fiercely slammed into a wall, almost breaking his bones, but at this time, he didn't care about this. After safely landing on the ground, he quickly rushed out, ready to go back the way he came. However, it has been 5 minutes since he separated from Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. In these 5 minutes, he was at least hundreds of thousands of meters away. And in this deep sea, it won't be easy to find the 2. Damn it, what the hell is that? Yi Xian cursed as he hurried along. His curses echoed throughout the passageway. Before the shockwave, Meng San said a sentence, Senior Heavenly Whale is angry. It seems that these 3 shockwaves were caused by this Senior Heavenly Whale. Motherf asterisk cur, if I meet you, I will definitely send you flying. Yi Xian continued to curse. He was separated from Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. If the 2 siblings were together, it would be fine. Under the situation where the 2 joined hands, it would be more than enough to deal with the sacred beast. Yi Xian was afraid that the 2 siblings would also be separated. If Song Suijing encountered the sacred beast alone, it would be very dangerous. No, I must find them. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart. He rushed back at full speed. However, he himself was rushed through dozens of crossroads. It was easier said than done to find Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. It took him a minute to find the location of the impact, and then he followed his memory. This time, he didn't look at the map. He searched blindly and shouted angrily. Unfortunately, after searching for half an hour, he still couldn't find any clues. Furthermore, even he himself was lost. Damn it! Yi Xian was so angry that he was trembling. The 3 waves of impact just now were like a pipe being unblocked, blowing away everything in this area. There were hundreds of forks in the road, and it took him 5 minutes to rush through them. The road he was on was still fine, as there weren't many Xian beasts or holy beasts, but the same couldn't be said for the other roads. He calmed down and thought for a moment, then began to search again. However, after searching for an hour, he finally encountered the second group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. However, he had not seen it yet. He had only sensed it. He quickly rushed over. Before he even got close, he heard a series of discussions. It's really terrifying. Senior Tianjing is angry again. Today is the third time, right? There's no other way. Senior Tianjing was attacked by the evil shark clan's Cyclops python some time ago. Its tail was bitten off, and it's still corroding. If it can't be suppressed, it won't be long before Senior Tianjing turns into a pool of stagnant water. Senior Tianjing is our guardian holy beast. If it dies, our sea dragon clan will definitely be swallowed by the evil shark clan. Let's hurry up and collect the deep-sea blue-green algae. This deep-sea blue-green algae can suppress the poison in Senior Tianjing's tail. Their voices echoed throughout the passage. Yi Xian listened from the corner. He thought that this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals might have encountered Song Suijing and Song Saijue. However, just as he was about to go out and ask, he heard other voices. Hey, Meng Lu, you guys are here too. Meng Wu, why are you here? Don't mention it. Senior Tianjing rushed to this area just now. I just met the great captain. The great captain caught 2 humans who offended him and is going to take them back to the Dragon Palace. Oh? Humans? Why are humans in the deep-sea underground palace? I don't know. I heard that these 2 humans want to go to the Blood Rock continent. Are you kidding me? Go to the Blood Rock continent? Don't you know that the middle section of the deep-sea underground palace has been occupied by the evil shark clan? Even Senior Tianjing isn't sure that he can pass through the middle section. How can a few humans do it? The 2 groups of shrimp soldiers and crab generals chatted. Yi Xian, who was eavesdropping in the corner, suddenly trembled. There are only 3 humans in the deep-sea underground palace. One is himself, and the other 2 are naturally Song Suijing and Song Saijue. Therefore, the 2 humans captured by the great captain are Song Suijing and Song Saijue. The merfolk and humans have an agreement. They can't take the initiative to attack, but this is under normal circumstances. If there is a special situation, they can still take action. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. He started to panic as well. Although the 2 siblings were being escorted back to the Dragon Palace, what if they were imprisoned or even executed when they arrived at the Dragon Palace? No, I must save them. Yi Xian made a decision in his heart and directly rushed out. There is movement. The 2 big crabs reacted and immediately turned around. Huh? Why is it another human? The big crab named Meng Wu said in surprise. It seems that he is in cahoots with those 2 humans. Meng Lu said. Yi Xian looked at them and directly asked, Gentlemen, we accidentally entered the deep-sea underground palace. The 2 humans you are talking about are my companions. Can you please let them go? Let them go? Meng Wu and Meng Lu looked at each other. The former immediately said, What a joke, those 2 offended our great captain. We are going to take them back to the Dragon Palace to be interrogated. How can we let them go? Since you are in cahoots with them, then let us capture you. Meng Lu added. Let us capture him, what kind of joke is this? If Yi Xian were to let them capture him and take him back to the Dragon Palace like Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song, they would be finished. Where did your great captain go? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Meng Wu. Why, do you want to catch up with our great captain? Let's not talk about his strength first. Do you think you can surpass us? Meng Wu instantly understood Yi Xian's intention. Since you are so confident, why are you afraid that I will know? Yi Xian grinned. His face was full of ridicule. No matter how strong you are, I will not tell you unless you can defeat us. Meng Wu clenched the sledgehammer in his hand. Yi Xian had a map of the deep-sea underground palace in his hand. However, he was running around looking for Song Suijing and lost his way. The Sea Tribe was the only way to reach the middle section of the deep-sea underground palace. As long as he could determine his current location, he would be able to find the Dragon Palace. However, it seemed that he had to deal with the 2 big crabs and the 4 big prawns. 1 dragon's strength. Fine, since you don't want to tell me, I'll beat you until you tell me. Yi Xian's aura instantly soared. The 8 desolate sword in his hand shattered into pieces and turned into 8 sharp blades as they flew towards Meng Wu. 6th brother, don't do anything, he is mine. Meng Wu shouted out loudly. He grabbed 2 huge hammers with his pincers and charged towards Yi Xian. Meng Wu was the same as Meng San, they both had the strength of 1 dragon. That was why Yi Xian wasn't that hard to deal with. After all, they couldn't touch him, right? After fighting for half a minute, a crisp sound was heard. It was the sound of a crack appearing on Meng Wu's defensive shell. What an agile guy. Meng Wu, let me help you. Meng Lu shouted out loudly as he charged towards Yi Xian. Facing 2 warriors with the strength of 1 dragon, even Yi Xian felt pressured. Luckily, he had a 10% increase in movement speed, or else he wouldn't be able to deal with them. A figure was moving around in the middle of the battle. Meng Wu and Meng Lu couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's speed, so they could only attack randomly. After some time, they started to feel weak, because Yi Xian had shattered Meng Lu's shell as well. If they continued fighting, Meng Wu and Meng Lu would definitely die in his hands. Damn it, how can this guy be so fast in the water? He's just a late heavenly core warrior. Meng Wu said with regret. He had a feeling that if he was hit a few more times, his life would be in danger. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped attacking. Brat, we don't need your pity. Meng Wu said angrily. Yi Xian stood not far away and looked at him. There is an agreement between the ocean tribe and the humans. I don't want to kill you, I just want to find my 2 companions. Humph, if you want to find them, we won't tell you. Meng Wu coldly harumphed. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. A killing intent flashed through his eyes. Are you really courting death? So what? We, the ocean tribe, are not afraid of death. Meng Wu shouted out with a deep voice. He was prepared to fight to the death. Meng Lu was the same. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he instantly attacked. This time, he was filled with killing intent. Gotcha. Tian Chongpa then slammed into Meng Wu's back. At this time, a small hole had been drilled into Meng Wu's shell. There were countless cracks around the hole. Die. Meng V went mad. He waved his pincers with all his might, but he could not hit Yi Xian. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. After 3 crisp sounds, the shell on Meng Wu's back shattered. Not good. Seeing Yi Xian rush towards Meng Wu, Meng Lu also rushed over with his sledgehammer. However, the 8 blades were very agile. After being scattered, they quickly reassembled. Die. Yi Xian widened his eyes and immediately used Heaven Break. This time, the sharp ball pierced through Meng Wu's body and came out from the front. Plop, Meng Wu's head was crushed and his body fell to the ground. Human, you deserve to die. Meng Lu went mad and rushed towards Yi Xian. Not only that, the 4 prawns also shouted that they wanted to kill Yi Xian. Killing 1 is killing 10 is also killing. Since you have already killed, then all of you should die. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he attacked again. A few seconds later, Meng Lu's shell was also broken and the Bahuang sword pierced through his body. As for the 4 prawns, they were cut into pieces by the Bahuang sword. I didn't want to be your enemy, but you are courting death. Yi Xian coldly snorted and went over to collect the corpses and weapons. Moreover, he found 6 human interspatial rings. Devour. He first devoured the weapons of the 6 people and found that all of them were of high quality, comparable to Adjudicator Song's Flaming Sun Axe. Then, he tried again, and found out that he could actually devour the corpses of the Sea Clan. Since they can be devoured, they should be a type of beast. But, they can even use interspatial rings. This Sea Clan is quite strange. Yi Xian thought to himself and decided to devour all 6 corpses. Not enough, however, there were still many good things in the interspatial rings of the 6 Sea Tribe members. Haha, as expected, there are so many Saint Beast corpses and Saint Beast souls, devour them all. Yi Xian directly devoured all the items in the interspatial rings. Ding, the host has broken through to the heavenly core realm. Do you wish to break your core? Yes. After Yi Xian answered in his mind, a crisp sound was heard. The mortal core, earth core, and heaven core in his dantian had all shattered. In an instant, his cultivation returned to zero, and all the core energies in his body were gone. After breaking the core, it was time to condense the soul. Normally, when a warrior condensed his soul, he would need a lot of soul-condensing stones and Saint Beast souls. This was a very dangerous stage, as the warrior would lose all his cultivation base, and he would need someone to protect him. When it came to the soul-condensing stage, a warrior with good talent might only need a single soul-condensing stone, but there were also those who couldn't condense their soul-condensing stone even after consuming hundreds of them. But, the devouring system had clearly stated that he only needed 10 different Saint Beast souls. Not to mention the ones that Yi Xian had collected himself, there were more than 30 Saint Beast souls in the interspatial rings alone. When Yi Xian had finished devouring 10 different Saint Beast souls, the long-awaited system notification finally sounded out. Ding, the host has broken through to the physical strength realm, you now possess the strength of one dragon. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. He had finally broken through to the physical strength realm. Although his physique was strong before, it was still too weak when compared to the strength of one dragon. He wondered how many dragons of strength he would gain if he upgraded his myriad beasts bloodline to the Beast King bloodline. Moreover, after breaking through, the Dan essence in his body would directly transform into true Qi, making him even stronger. Now that he had the strength of one dragon, his physique was at least 3 times stronger than before, and his speed had also increased by 3 times. Moreover, the Bahuang sword's enhancement was getting stronger and stronger. He estimated that it had reached the level of a low-grade celestial artifact. But then, he encountered another problem. He didn't know where he was now, and didn't know which path the leader had taken. In the deep-sea maze, there was only one path that led to the blood granite continent. The rest of the paths were all crisscrossing, forming a huge maze. So, he just needed to find the location of the Dragon Palace, and then intercept the leader before he returned to the Dragon Palace. As for how to find the Dragon Palace of the Sea Dragon clan, that would depend on luck. After all, the path to the west was a dead end. There was no time to lose, and he immediately set off. After breaking through, his speed had already far surpassed that of ordinary holy beasts, and he could definitely contend with the strength of 2 dragons. Even if he encountered that captain, he would still have the strength to fight. Battle leader. At this time it had already been half an hour since Yi Xian killed Meng 5 and Meng 6. During this half an hour, he was still running around and had encountered quite a few Saint Beasts and shrimp soldiers and crab generals. However, these shrimp soldiers were very tight-lipped. They would rather die than reveal the location of the Dragon Palace. Just as Yi Xian was thinking about whether or not to surrender and let these shrimp soldiers and crab generals bring him to the Dragon Palace, he finally encountered a different creature. With the help of his supersonic bat bloodline, Yi Xian could sense that this was a half-human, half-snake creature. It had no legs, and its lower body was that of a snake. Its upper body was that of a human, but it was a little strange. It wasn't wearing any clothes, and its back was bare. In its hand, it was holding a crescent blade. Looks like you're the Sea Tribe's captain. Let me meet you. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and dashed forward. When he saw this half-human, half-snake creature, he was startled. Wasn't this a Naga siren? Naga siren, they had appeared in many games, and Yi Xian was no stranger to them. But too bad, this Naga siren was a male. What was exposed wasn't its chest, but its chest. Human? The Naga siren was surprised when it saw Yi Xian. You Sea Tribe kidnapped 2 of my companions, where are they now? Yi Xian took out the 8 desolate sword and asked in a cold voice. But unexpectedly, after the Naga siren heard what Yi Xian said, it showed a gloating expression. So those 2 humans had companions. Humph, I was the one who captured them just now, but now, they have been taken away by the commander. What? Commander? Yi Xian's entire body trembled. Among the sea dragons, apart from the ordinary shrimp soldiers who were at the heavenly core realm, the crab generals were all captains who had the strength of 1 dragon. Above the captains were captains who had the strength of 2 dragons, which was this Naga siren. In Yi Xian's estimation, a commander was a powerful sea tribe member who possessed the strength of 3 or even 4 dragons. He hadn't fought with this Naga siren yet, so he didn't know how strong this captain was. If he couldn't even deal with this Naga siren, then he would definitely be chopped to death by the leader of the Sea Dragon clan. Haha, human, I can see the fear in your eyes. The Naga siren laughed, and the scales on her body trembled, sparkling in the light. Although I am afraid, I am not afraid of you. Where did they go? Yi Xian asked in a cold tone. What? You still want to chase after him? Hee, I reckon that our commander has already arrived at the Dragon Palace. Right, our Sea Dragon clan's princess loves to raise animals the most. Your 2 companions should be directly offered to the princess by our commander. The Naga siren said with a gloating smile, right, next, I will capture you and offer you to the princess. After hearing his words, Yi Xian's expression sank to the bottom of the valley. Song Suijing and Song Saijue were actually going to be treated like slaves. How could that be? Tell me the whereabouts of the commander, and I will spare your life. Yi Xian's eyes surged with killing intent. What kind of joke is this? The Naga siren's eyes suddenly widened. Her snake body instantly slithered and swept towards Yi Xian. So fast, Yi Xian's heart trembled. It seemed that this captain had some ability. Her speed was actually catching up with him. However, if he couldn't even break through the captain, then how could he rescue Song Suijing and Judge Song? How could he go to the Blood Cliff continent? Kill! Yi Xian clenched his Bahuang sword and rushed forward. This Naga siren had the strength of 2 dragons. With a single slash, it could probably shatter the shell of the giant crab. Therefore, it was impossible for Yi Xian to face her head-on. Bahuang sword, release. Bahuang wind killing array. 8 sharp blades instantly unfolded and swept towards the Naga siren. Humph, insignificant skill. The Naga siren didn't care at all. She waved her long sword and shook off the 8 sharp blades. However, this was of no use. Bahuang wind killing array, 2nd layer. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The 8 blades that were rotating at high speed suddenly started to rotate, forming 8 small awls. The first layer of Bahuang wind killing array was to use sharp blades to cut, and the second layer was the same as Tian Chang's. This was what Yi Xian learned after breaking through to the strength realm. Not only that, there was also an advanced version of Bahuang Heavenly Shaking Sword, called Bahuang Dragon Slaying Sword. However, it needed to be soaked in the blood of a wyvern to activate it. Huh? The contempt on the Naga siren's face disappeared quietly and was replaced by a dignified expression. He didn't expect that a mere human could have such strength. You're too naive to think that you can defeat me like this. Wave-breaking sword technique. The Naga siren waved her arms and a strange energy gushed out and attached to the long sword. Not only did the attack power increase, but the speed of her attack also increased. Clang! 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 The sound of weapons colliding rang in the passage. Yi Xian frowned. He didn't expect that the sea race would have martial arts. However, it was no wonder that they didn't have true qi or dantian core. How could they use the interspatial ring? However, he had a large number of devouring crystals. A pill that could instantly restore all the true qi of an expert was just a drop in the ocean for him. Although he couldn't resist the Naga siren, he could still engage in a battle of attrition. What a pity. I should have found the blood of a sacred beast Jiao Dragon. Then, I could directly upgrade my 1000 beasts bloodline to Beast King bloodline. My strength would skyrocket. Yi Xian was in a dilemma. He had been in the Deep Sea Palace for some time, but he still hadn't encountered a Jiao Dragon. He still lacked the blood of a Jiao Dragon. There were different and special requirements to upgrade the Sword Emperor bloodline and other bloodlines to the highest level. It wasn't something that he could accomplish now. He began to hesitate. Now, he was fighting with the captain of the Naga siren. If he couldn't even win against the Naga siren, it would be impossible for him to win against the commander-level sea race. It was even more impossible to save Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. He was unwilling to accept this, at this moment. Yi Xian suddenly felt something and immediately opened his eyes wide. He found that Wei Zhentian, who was in the interspatial ring, had a breakthrough at this moment. Sacred beast, one dragon's strength. Come out, Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian instantly summoned Wei Zhentian. Even if Wei Zhentian had a breakthrough, his body was still only the size of a palm. After he appeared, he was stunned for a moment. Don't look, kill. Beast King bloodline, Wei Zhentian nodded. It had only been a few months since it was born, but it had already reached the level of a holy beast. Yi Xian had contributed a lot to this. In addition, Yi Xian was its master. Now that it needed its power, it would naturally help. In an instant, Wei Zhentian began to collapse and then reassemble. This time, it was not a cute rabbit or a kitten, but a 3-meter-tall stone giant with a big stone sword in its hand. Bang! Wei Zhentian's sword slashed the ground, and the entire tunnel shook violently. The power of this sword could probably split the shell of a big crab. So strong. You deserve to be trained by me. Kill. Yi Xian was overjoyed and activated the second level of the 8 Barren Wind Formation. The second level of the 8 Barren Wind Formation was very difficult to deal with. Even if the Naga Siren used martial arts, it could only protect itself. Now that Wei Zhentian was an enemy, the pressure on him immediately increased. Damn it! What is this thing? The Naga Siren clenched his teeth and held on. He had to block the 8 sharp balls coming from all directions while dodging Wei Zhentian's sword attack. He could not go on like this. Therefore, he wanted to retreat. While blocking, he retreated and looked for an opportunity to escape. You want to run? Yi Xian saw through the Naga Siren's intention and immediately shouted, Little Tian, use your full strength. Wei Zhentian understood and changed again. This time, 2 pairs of arms grew out from his back. 3 big swords were slashed at the Naga Siren. What the hell is this thing? The Naga Siren was shocked and immediately raised his long sword above his head. However, when the 3 big swords fell, they suddenly changed. The tip of the sword extended and formed a barb. Rip! The 3 sharp barbs pierced through the scales of the Naga Siren and pierced into his body. Good chance. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The 8 sharp balls took advantage of this opportunity and directly drilled into the Naga Siren's body. Rip! The green blood gushed out of the Naga Siren's body, and its screams echoed throughout the tunnel. Little Tian, give him a fatal blow. Yi Xian shouted. The 8 blades pierced into the Naga Siren's body. Not only could they cause damage to the Naga Siren, but they could also restrict its movements. Hearing that, Wei Zhentian withdrew the 3 swords and condensed a pole. No, this was a pole. Wei Zhentian held the pole with 3 hands and threw it with all his might. Swish! In an instant, it pierced through the space of tens of meters and pierced into the chest of the Naga Siren. The Naga Siren looked down in disbelief. This is impossible. After spitting out these words, he closed his eyes and died. 8 sharp blades flew out of his body. Without support, his corpse fell limply to the ground. Who? After seeing the death of the Naga Siren, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he still had the ability to kill an expert with the strength of 2 dragons. Wei Zhentian also changed back, but he looked like he was about to collapse. Okay, these weapons are all yours. Yi Xian directly took out the weapons of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Thank you for your hard work. Go back and rest. Yi Xian continued. He also understood that every time Wei Zhentian fought, it would need to replenish itself. Moreover, it would need to rest for a period of time. This was different from other saint beasts. Wei Zhentian returned to the physical space. Yi Xian quickly stepped forward and kept the weapons, corpse, and the interspatial ring of the Naga Siren. He wanted to see what good things were in the interspatial ring of the Naga Siren. However, when he immersed his consciousness into the interspatial ring and checked it, he was pleasantly surprised. A flood dragon's corpse. It's a flood dragon's corpse. There's actually a flood dragon's corpse in this ring. Yi Xian was surprised and happy at the same time. He had never seen this flood dragon before. In other words, this flood dragon was not the Azure Sea flood dragon or the black gold flood dragon. His blood would be distinguished by the devouring system. Haha, the heavens are helping me. Yi Xian laughed 3 times and dissected the flood dragon corpse. The 3rd portion of dragon blood was obtained. This meant that he could upgrade the Thousand Beasts bloodline to the Beast King bloodline. Ding! The host has obtained the Beast King bloodline. The current level can be merged. Do you wish to merge? Yes. Yi Xian replied in his heart. In the next moment, he felt an endless amount of energy surging out of his body. There were even noises in his ears. The roar of a tiger, the roar of a lion, the roar of a flood dragon, all kinds of beast roars entered his ears. Ding! The host has successfully merged with the Beast King bloodline. Yi Xian quickly checked and found that the Beast King bloodline had many abilities. First, the attack power of non-human beasts was increased. Second, the benefits of devouring beast corpses were increased. Other than that, he also obtained a skill, Beast King Rampage. After using Beast King Rampage, he could temporarily increase his strength by 30%. As expected of a top-notch bloodline. It's so powerful. Yi Xian could not help but exclaim. He clenched his fists tightly. Then, 3 mini flying dragons rose up. The strength of 3 dragons, he felt it and found that the strength in his golden dantian had increased significantly. Although it only increased my strength by 2 dragons, it's enough for me to reach the Dragon Palace. If I use Beast King Rampage, my strength will be close to the strength of 4 dragons. At this moment, he could not help but feel a surge of confidence that he had never felt before. His heart sank again. He found that there were 3 more advancement paths for the Beast King bloodline. Beast King bloodline, Advancement Path 1, Strength. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the strength of both hands by 10%. Advancement Path 2, Agility. Current advancement is 1. Every advancement will increase the movement speed by 10%. Advancement Path 3, Beast Growth Speed. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the growth speed of Beast by 10%. Advancement Path 4, Beast Attributes. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will increase the attributes of all beasts by 10%. Advancement Path 5, Beast Expansion. Current advancement is 0. Every advancement will allow 1 more beast to be tamed. Advancement Path 6, Beast King Deterrence. Current advancement is 1. Every advancement will increase the attack power of beasts by 10%. Advancement Path 7, Devouring Benefits. Current advancement is 1. Every advancement will increase the devouring benefits of beast corpses by 10%. Advancement Path 8, Beast King Rampage. Current advancement is 3. Every advancement will increase the strength of the beasts by 10%. Fortunately, after upgrading the Thousand Beasts bloodline to the Beast King bloodline, the 10% agility advancement did not return to 0. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Dragon Palace. This Naga Siren is the captain who caught the 2 of them. It seems that I didn't find the wrong way. Chase. Yi Xian immediately rushed out. With the power of 3 dragons, his speed was at least 10 times faster than before. He didn't dare to delay any longer because the Naga Siren said that the commander of the Sea Folk might have already arrived at the Dragon Palace. However, with his current strength, even if the commander had returned to the Dragon Palace, he would still break in. Somewhere in the deep sea underground palace, there was a huge palace. At this time, 3 figures appeared outside the walls of these huge palaces. Open the door. A 6-armed Naga Siren carrying 2 humans yelled from below. The sea race guards on the city walls poked their heads out to take a look and immediately said, Commander Lei has returned. Open the city gates. The special gate was opened, and the 6-armed Naga Siren walked in. The 2 humans in his hands were Song Suijing and Song Jueyuan, who were separated from Yi Xian. However, they had already fainted. Welcome back, Commander Lei. A group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals shouted respectfully. Commander Lei twisted his body and walked in. This was the palace of the Sea Dragon clan, and Commander Lei was a pivotal figure in the Sea Dragon clan. A group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals looked at his back and whispered. Hey, isn't Commander Lei going back to his residence? Look, doesn't Commander Lei look like a human? It's really, I know, Commander Lei must have gone to see the king and wanted to hand these 2 humans over to the king. Haha, Her Royal Highness has one more sex toy. TSK, TSK. Who knows, Commander Lei might become the princess's husband in no time at all. However, not long after Commander Lei entered, a figure suddenly flashed in the distance. That's the Dragon Palace? Yi Xian looked at the huge wall thousands of meters away and couldn't help but mutter. He didn't expect that there would be such a building in the deep-sea palace. Previously, he had tried to destroy the walls of the tunnel. Even though he had the strength of 3 dragons, he was unable to leave a mark on the walls. How was this palace built? At this time, the gate of Dragon Palace was closed. If he had come a little earlier, he might have been able to see Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Unfortunately, he was still a little late. Damn it, they must have been caught inside. Yi Xian blamed himself in his heart. If he had known earlier, he would have come down to investigate. Why did he drag Song Suijing and Judge Song into this mess? Looks like I can only use one method. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian dashed out of the maze. The group of prawn soldiers and crab generals saw him from afar and immediately gathered on the city wall. Human? Why is there another human? A Naga siren walked up to the city wall and shouted, "Human, how did you get here?" Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to him. He rushed to the bottom of the city gate and punched it. Bang! A huge sound spread out. This Naga siren was just a captain. It was useless for Yi Xian to talk to him. He had to cause a big commotion. At least a commander had to come. What a strong power! Quickly inform Commander Wu that there is an enemy attack. The Naga siren immediately shouted. Bang! 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 Yi Xian punched the city gate again and again. Every time he punched, the city wall would tremble. This city gate is really hard. It can actually withstand the attack of my strength of 3 dragons. Unfortunately, there is a formation on the city wall. Only by breaking the gate can I enter. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Suddenly, he retreated and took out his Bahuang sword. Bahuang wind-killing formation. The 8 blades rotated at high speed and then drilled into the same place in an orderly manner. The 8 blades were constantly alternating and attacking. It was much more effective than Yi Xian's fist. In less than a few seconds, a crack appeared on the city gate. Human, you are courting death. Stop. This city gate is specially made. If you break it, how are we going to defend against the Saint Beasts? The group of shrimp soldiers on the city wall hurriedly shouted. Yi Xian also stopped and shouted, "Your commander has captured 2 of my companions. If you don't want me to break the city gate, then hand them over." Sure enough, this human is the companion of Commander Lei's 2 captives. Ah, Commander Wu is here. Open the city gate. Along with a resounding shout, the city gate opened, and a 6-armed sea demon walked out. Human, why are you attacking the Sea Dragon clan? The 6-armed siren said in a deep voice. Then I have to ask you. Why did you capture my 2 companions? Yi Xian replied coldly. Companions? Human? Commander Wu also turned his head in surprise and looked at a Naga siren. Just now, Commander Lei captured 2 humans. The Naga siren said. Human, since Commander Lei has captured them, then there must be a reason. But you are causing a ruckus here. You don't put my Sea Dragon clan in your eyes. Commander Wu glared and took out 6 large blades. Yi Xian looked at him expressionlessly and said, if that's the case, then I won't say much. I will let you know that you have provoked the wrong person. Xiao, in an instant, Yi Xian rushed out and slashed with the 8 Desolation Greatsword. Clang! Commander Wu stretched out 2 hands to block, but in the next moment, his expression froze because he found that 2 hands were not enough to block Yi Xian. He immediately used 2 more hands to block. As for the remaining 2 hands, they slashed towards Yi Xian from afar. Damn it, are you bullying me because I don't have enough hands? Yi Xian's eyes flashed and suddenly detonated the 8 Desolation Greatsword. Wang! Commander Wu was shocked, but when he found that the sound attack had no effect on him, he twisted his body and rushed toward Yi Xian. Sure enough, the 8 Desolation Heaven-Shaking Sword is useless against a Strength Realm expert. Yi Xian said in his heart as he dodged the 2 slashes. Since that was the case, then he would meet force with force. He retrieved the 8 swords and reassembled the 8 Desolation Greatsword, then rushed out. Although both of them did not have Tian realm martial arts and both of them had the strength of 3 dragons, Yi Xian had the Beast King bloodline in his body, which increased the attack power of beasts by 10%. Moreover, he had a 10% increase in movement speed. Even if the opponent had 6 arms, he was not afraid at all. The 6-armed siren did not expect Yi Xian to be so difficult to deal with. After a few rounds, he felt some pressure. Chapter 338 New York Prince of the Sea, Despicable Human, Taste This Move, Whirlwind Clouds. At this time, the 6-armed sea demon's entire body suddenly began to rotate. The 6 large blades slashed out one after another as he rotated. Not only that, but his movement speed also increased by a lot. Not good, quickly close the city gates. The group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, as well as the captain-level Naga sirens, hastily retreated. In an instant, the 6-armed sea demon formed a tornado, continuously slashing out wind blades, and at the same time, pulling in the surrounding things. A hard rock was pulled over, and in an instant, it was shredded into powder. You do have some skills. Seeing this, Yi Xian hurriedly turned around, dodging the wind blades as he tried to get out of the traction circle. However, the tornado was able to chase after him. It seems that this is the only way. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and some of the Saint Beast corpses in the devouring space instantly disappeared. Shortly after, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. 4 wyverns soared into the sky. This meant that Yi Xian's current strength was equivalent to the strength of 4 dragons. Beast King Rampage, originally, he only had the strength of 3 dragons. Logically speaking, after using Beast King Rampage, he would not be able to reach 4 dragons. However, his constitution was actually not only the power of 3 dragons. Instead, it was between 3 and 4 dragons. Therefore, after using Beast King Rampage, his strength reached 4 dragon strength. Charge. After his physique sword, Yi Xian took out the 8 Desolation Greatsword again. He wielded the 8 Desolation Greatsword, which was condensed from true energy, and swung it at Commander Wu. Pung. 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 The 8 Desolation Greatsword shattered the countless wind blades and swept into the tornado. What? The 6-armed sea demon was startled. When he saw the 4 flying dragons emerging from Yi Xian's body, he knew that something was wrong. However, Yi Xian's attack speed was too fast, and he couldn't stop the whirlwind at all. Therefore, he could only face it head-on. However, with the gap of 1 dragon, Commander Wu was directly sent flying by the sword. After spurting out a mouthful of blood, he crashed into the city wall. Fortunately, his 3 dragons' strength physique was only 1 dragon's difference from Yi Xian's. Otherwise, this strike would definitely have cut him in half. Hand them over and I'll spare your life. Yi Xian walked over coldly. Although he had already killed quite a number of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, the news had not spread. At this moment, he was outside the Dragon Palace. If he killed Commander Wu, things would get out of hand. Don't be so arrogant. You only possess the strength of 4 dragons, that's all. You still can't fight against our Sea Dragon clan. Captain Wu crawled up while clutching his bleeding chest. Cut the crap. If you don't want to die, then hand him over. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. Impossible. Commander Wu said firmly. Then, do you want to die? Yi Xian was also enraged. Now that he was in front of the Dragon Palace, if he still couldn't rescue Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song, then he might as well fight to the death. If you have the guts, then come and kill me. Commander Wu said with a fearless expression. Good. Yi Xian coldly shouted. Suddenly, 4 dragons flew out from his body. They carried the Great Desolate Sword and directly charged towards Commander Wu. He didn't want to kill people in the Dragon Palace and didn't want to make things worse. However, there was no way out now. He could only kill Commander Wu and then break through the Dragon Palace's gate and rush in. Die. Yi Xian rushed in front of Commander Wu and then slashed down with his sword. However, at this moment, the Dragon Palace's gate suddenly cracked open and a figure flashed out from it. Pung. The Great Desolate Sword was blocked by this figure. Who is it? Yi Xian squinted his eyes and in the next moment, his face turned pale. It turned out to be a human, a man holding a long sword. A human? Yi Xian subconsciously shouted and put away the great desolate sword in surprise. No, I am from the Sea clan. I just used a special method to transform my legs into human legs. The man smiled and shook his head. Then who are you? Yi Xian asked curiously. Just now, he accurately saw 4 dragons flying out from the man's body. In other words, this man had the strength of 4 dragons. This man was probably not an ordinary member of the Sea clan. The man continued to smile and said, Yui, the prince of the Sea Dragon clan. Prince? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the main character had finally arrived. So, you're here to take care of me on his behalf? Yi Xian asked cautiously. Hearing this, Yui shook his head and said, No, the Sea clan and the humans have an agreement. Moreover, my Sea Dragon clan's ancestors also had some relations with the humans. Therefore, I won't do anything to you. If that's the case, then bring out my 2 companions. Yi Xian wouldn't believe him so easily. Companions? Yui turned his head and looked at the 6-armed sea demon. Your Highness, Commander Lei brought 2 humans back. It seems that he wants to present them to the princess. Commander Wu hurriedly explained. Nonsense. Yui angrily rebuked, this Lei Ming is really rebellious. Doesn't he know that my Sea Dragon clan's bloodline has human blood? After he finished speaking, he turned to Yi Xian and cupped his fists. Sorry, this is a misunderstanding. Please follow me. Follow you? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes again. This Yi's performance was a little out of his expectations. At this time, Yi Xian had 2 guesses in his heart. First, this Yui didn't have any intentions. It was true that he had human blood in his body. He didn't want to be enemies with him. Second, this Yui had already set a trap in the Dragon Palace. However, according to Yi Xian's own feelings, he felt that Yui wasn't hostile. After all, this Yui had the strength of 4 dragons. There must be other experts in the Dragon Palace. If they wanted to catch him, there was no need to set a trap. Okay, I will follow you. Yi Xian finally made such a decision. How can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? If he didn't go in, was he going to wait for the other party to send Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song out? Thank you for your trust. Please follow me. Yui politely extended his hand and gestured Yi Xian to go in. This sea race has some human etiquette. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart. He stepped in, but he didn't put away the Bahuang sword in his hand. Yui also smiled and walked in front of Yi Xian. While leading the way, he asked, May I know your name? Yi Xian. Yi Xian directly replied. It's just a name, it doesn't matter. Brother Yi has the strength of 4 dragons at such a young age. The heavenly water continent is really full of talents. Yui said with a smile. When Yi Xian heard the words heavenly water continent, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, Have you been to the heavenly water continent? Scared but not in danger, Yi Xian was also helpless. He had heard of beasts and demons, but he had never heard of a human and a flood dragon having offspring. Yui seemed to have seen through Yi Xian's doubts. He smiled and said, Haha, sire, don't think too much. My Sea Dragon clan's ancestor had eaten a transformation grass, so she could transform into a human form. When she was training in the human world, she fell in love with a man, so. Transformation grass, a heavenly treasure that can transform a saint beast into a human form. After hearing Yu Yi's explanation, Yi Xian also understood. If both of them were humans, then it would make sense. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this. What he cared about was the safety of Song Suijing and Song Saijue. Yui seemed to be very good at reading humans' expression. After seeing Yi Xian's expression, he smiled and said, Brother Yi, don't worry. Although my little sister likes to collect all kinds of creatures, she would never treat humans as sex objects. But that Lei Ming. He paused for a moment and didn't continue. Yi Xian didn't ask any more and followed him to the residence of the Sea Dragon clan's princess. Let's see Song Suijing first. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at a large palace with luxurious decorations. Before they reached the entrance, they saw all kinds of mystical beasts and saint beasts chained on pillars. There were dozens of them. Flood dragon again. Yi Xian's eyes popped out. There were 6 flood dragons in the cage, and all of them were saint beasts. After fusing with the Beast King bloodline, he learned a skill, which was the Beast King's rampage that he used just now. The Beast King's rampage required a condition, and that was the corpse of a saint beast. Moreover, different realms required different levels of saint beast corpses. In any case, a large number of saint beast corpses were required every time. These are my little sister's sex objects. She likes to catch saint beasts. Yui introduced. Oh. Yi Xian's mood was a little complicated. If he saw his fiancé and brother-in-law being chained up here, he would probably go berserk in an instant. At this moment, they suddenly saw a figure walking out of the palace. His expression was not very good, as if he had been wronged. Hee, as expected. Yui grinned. Although this Lei Ming is strong, his brain isn't good. With this kind of IQ, he wants to compete for the position of general of my Sea Dragon clan? When the ashen-faced Commander Lei saw Yui, he was startled. Then, he respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Your Highness. I don't need you to ask about my matters. Let's go." As Yui spoke, he directly led Yi Xian into the palace. Lei Ming's face was gloomy. There were only a few people in Dragon Palace who could transform into human form. Therefore, Yi Xian was a human. Yui led Yi Xian into the palace. As soon as they entered, they heard voices. After hearing this, the large rock in Yi Xian's heart also fell. Song Suijing and Song Saijue were both fine. "Brother, why are you here? Hey, is it another human?" A clear and beautiful voice sounded out. Yi Xian focused his eyes and discovered that a petite voice had flown over. It was a girl around 15 years old. Her appearance was not much different from a human's. Her face was white and delicate, but her ears were the ears of the sea race. Yi Xian. After this little girl, 2 figures rushed over. One of them threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. It was Song Suijing. "It's good that you are okay." Yi Xian gently patted Song Suijing's back and breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Yi, these are your 2 companions." "I'm sorry, it was a misunderstanding." "You were frightened," Yui said guiltily. "Your Highness is too serious." "Thank you for your help." Yi Xian cupped his fists gratefully. "It was a misunderstanding. My Sea Dragon clan moved here and this is the first time I saw a human. I hope you can forgive us." Yui also cupped his fists. At this time, the little girl exclaimed, "Brother, that Lei Ming is getting more and more perverted. He even caught Judge Song Suijing and Judge Song Suijing. He wants to use them as my sex toys. Did he do it on purpose? I'm not very clear about it, but our Sea Dragon clan has been around for 1,000 years, and Lei Ming is a 6-armed sea monster, so he's not one of us, so it's understandable that he forgot." Yui replied, and at the same time introduced, "This is my younger sister, you man brother, why are you still helping Lei Ming? He is ugly and annoying. He comes to me for no reason. Can't you restrict his access?" The little girl said with some dissatisfaction. "We'll see when the time comes." Yui had a headache. Commander Lei Ming Lei was a 6-armed sea demon of the sea race, while he was a flood dragon. More importantly, Lei Ming's father was a general in their clan. He was in charge of protecting the Sea Dragon clan. In other words, the military power of the Sea Dragon clan was in the hands of General Lei. Therefore, he didn't want to make things too awkward. "Forget it. After a while, I will be able to transform into a human. At that time, I will go to the mainland and get rid of Lei Lushou." Yu Man pouted. When Yui heard this, he hurriedly said, "No, you are still in the spirit condensation realm. You haven't even reached the physical strength realm. How can you go to the shore?" "Wait until I transform," Yu Man said. Then, she turned her head and said, "Big brother Judge, can you take me with you when the time comes?" Judge Song scratched his head. He didn't know what to say. "Alright, the heavenly water continent isn't that big of a deal. After you condense your physical strength, I will take you there." Yui thought for a moment and nodded in the end. "Who said that I want to go to the heavenly water continent? If Big Brother Judge wants to go to the Blood Cliff continent, then so do I," Yu Man immediately corrected him. What kind of joke is that? The route to the Blood Cliff continent is currently occupied by the vicious shark clan. Even Father and Senior Tianjing aren't confident that they can pass through. How can you pass through? Yui frowned. Wu, Yuman obediently shut her mouth. She was also clear about the difference between the Sea Dragon clan and the vicious shark clan. After thinking for a moment, she turned her head and said, "Then, Big Brother Judge, can you take me to the Heavenly Water Continent?" Judge Song nodded, "Sure." Yuman had saved their lives, so it was only right that they repay her. When Yui saw this, he couldn't help but exchange a glance with Yi Xian. This doesn't feel right. This young lady, why do I feel that she isn't close to Judge Song, but instead to brother-in-law? Could it be that she has taken a fancy to brother-in-law? Yi Xian thought. Seeing the devourer beast again, don't think too much about it, it's not me anyway, Yi Xian thought to himself. Since it was just a misunderstanding, there was no need for him to be so hostile towards Yui. After all, these two siblings were his saviors. After chatting for a while, Yi Xian also understood that Yui and Yuman were flood dragons, not nagas or sea demons. At this time, Yi Xian remembered that he had killed some shrimp soldiers and crab generals, so he immediately apologized to Yui. Sigh, there's no other way, but my Sea Dragon clan's forces are indeed lacking. After some time, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist the vicious shark clan. Yui shook his head helplessly. I heard that the road to the Blood Cliff continent has been occupied by the vicious shark clan, and no one can pass through it? Yi Xian turned and asked. Yes, the vicious shark clan occupies the middle section of the deep-sea underground palace. If you want to go to the Blood Cliff continent, you have to pass through the vicious shark clan. The difference between my Sea Dragon clan's forces and the vicious shark clan's forces is too big. My imperial father only has the strength of 5 dragons, and Senior Tianjing only has the strength of 6 dragons. The vicious shark clan has an expert with the strength of 6 dragons, and a cyclops with the strength of 7 dragons. We are not their opponents at all, so we can only move around the front section of the deep-sea underground palace, not daring to go to the middle section. Yui shook his head repeatedly. Senior Tianjing is. Adjudicator Song couldn't help asking. The reason why they came to this dragon palace was because they were blown away by the shockwave. Senior Tianjing is a sky whale flood dragon. It was once the mount of my sea dragon ancestor. After my sea dragon ancestor passed away, it was responsible for guarding my Sea Dragon clan, Yuman explained. However, some time ago, when Senior Tianjing left the deep-sea underground palace, it was suddenly attacked by the vicious shark clan Cyclops python. Its tail was bitten off, and the Cyclops python also left poison in its body, causing Senior Tianjing's body to corrode bit by bit, causing unbearable pain, Yui added. After hearing this, Yi Xian also understood where the shockwave came from. By the way, can Senior Tianjing leave the deep-sea underground palace? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Yes, both of our clans can enter and leave the deep-sea underground palace. Then, before Yi Xian could finish, Yui interrupted, that won't do. Right now, the sea isn't very peaceful. A large number of saint beasts are hunting the Oceanids. For example, in the sky above the deep-sea underground palace, there are several saint beasts with the strength of 10 dragons roaming around. There are also countless saint beasts. The strength of 10 dragons, when Yi Xian and the other two heard this, they couldn't help but gulp. A sacred beast with the strength of 10 dragons was enough to annihilate the Sea Dragon clan and the vicious shark clan. It seemed that the Sea Dragon clan and the evil shark clan had entered the deep-sea underground palace in order to avoid the pursuit of these saint beasts. If he wanted to go to the Blood Rock continent, he would have to go through the deep-sea underground palace. Brother Yi, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we have no other choice. Yui shook his head helplessly. Yi Xian fell silent. Seeing the strange atmosphere, Yuman hurriedly pulled Adjudicator Song's arm and said, Big Brother Adjudicator, why don't I take you to see my body? Oh, okay. Adjudicator Song nodded. Yi Xian and Song Suijing looked at each other and immediately followed her. If the deep-sea underground palace was really like this, then they could only return to the Sky Water continent and discuss countermeasures with the Great Elder. They would like to see if the Great Elder could take them around the chaotic astral ocean and reach the Blood Rock continent. Big Brother Adjudicator, look, these are my body. Yuman pulled adjudicator song out and began to introduce the sacred beasts and spirit beasts that were tied up outside the palace. However, at this time, Yi Xian, who was casually browsing, suddenly found an extraordinary sacred beast. When Yi Xian saw the symbol on the sacred beast, his body slightly trembled. It was a giant blue crab. Its body was almost the size of a tank. However, on the shell of this giant crab, there was a familiar circular symbol that looked like déjà vu devouring beast. What's wrong? Song Suijing was surprised. Devouring beast, it's the symbol of the devouring beast, my god. Yi Xian's heart trembled, he hurriedly pointed to the giant crab and asked, Your Highness, what sacred beast is this? Yuman turned around and looked at Yi Xian's hand, she shook her head and said, I'm not very clear, big brother, I remember that you caught it, right? Yes, I caught it, but I don't know what sacred beast it is, it only has the strength of 2 dragons. Yui nodded. Then, can you give this sacred beast to me? Yi Xian asked again. This is a devouring beast, if he can devour this corpse, he can at least obtain 1 advancement point, at that time, he can strengthen his Beast King bloodline. Yui turned his head to look at Yuman, the latter immediately nodded, yes, this sacred beast's behavior is very strange, as if it can't understand human language, its intelligence is too low, I don't like it very much. Then, thank you, Your Highness. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, he suddenly took out the Bahuang sword and directly attacked. Bahuang wind-killing formation. 8 sharp blades rotated at high speed, piercing towards the giant crab. Kacha! The giant crab's shell was pierced, and it died instantly. Then, Yi Xian quickly kept the corpse and devoured it. Ding, the host has devoured a devouring beast's corpse, obtained 1 advancement point. Indeed, this giant crab is a devouring beast. Haha, I can advance again. Yi Xian laughed in his heart, this means that he can increase his strength again. The Beast King bloodline has a total of 8 advancement paths, they are Strength, Agility, Beast King Growth Speed, Beast King Attribute, Beast King Expansion, Beast King Deterrence, Devouring Benefits, and Beast King Rage. In the world of martial arts, only speed is unbeatable, Yi Xian likes strength and speed the most. Now, he has the strength of 3 dragons, if he increases his strength, it will be equivalent to increasing his strength by 0. 3 dragons. If he advances to agility, it will increase his strength by 20%. The Beast King Rage skill is also very overpowered, if it advances again, it will increase his strength by 40%. However, the amount of sacred beast corpses required for Beast King Rage will increase every time it is used, and every time it advances, the amount of sacred beast corpses required will also increase. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, it is best not to use Beast King Rage. I've decided, advance to agility. Ding, advancement successful, the current Beast King bloodline agility has advanced to 2. After hearing the system notification, Yi Xian could not help but smile. Although his strength needs to increase, but when he has the strength of 3 dragons, the increase in strength is not much. Vicious Shark Attack. Although advanced strength is good, don't forget that humans can also use agility martial arts. The increase in speed from advanced strength is much better than using agility martial arts without advanced agility. Therefore, under the current situation, it is better to advance agility. The scene of Yi Xian killing the devouring beast was seen by several people, and they showed a strange expression. At this time, Yui couldn't help but ask, Brother Yi, do you know what kind of saint beast that is? It is called a devouring beast. Its corpse is useful to me. This devouring beast has a strange circular pattern on its body. I don't know if your highness has seen it before? Yi Xian asked. No, I caught it in the deep sea underground palace. As for the circular pattern, I didn't pay attention to it. Yui shook his head. Yi Xian felt that it was a pity, but his luck is not bad. He actually encountered another devouring beast. He was fantasizing that if there were 8 or 10 devouring beasts, his strength would skyrocket. Who knows, he might be able to beat up 7 or 8 dragon experts. Devouring beast? What a strange name. Yui was stunned. No, devouring beast is just a general name. The devouring beast I encountered before was just an Earth Core realm snake. Yi Xian added. Yui nodded, I see. Then I will tell the others to pay more attention. Thank you, Your Highness. Yi Xian quickly expressed his gratitude. Then, Yu Man continued to bring Judge Song and the other two to visit her collection. However, at this time, a six-armed sea demon suddenly rushed over. Your Highness, not good, something big has happened. This six-armed sea demon was Commander Wu, who was beaten up by Yi Xian. At this time, he hurriedly rushed over and shouted. What happened? Yui frowned and asked. This is the first time he saw Commander Wu so anxious. It seems that something has happened. Commander Wu turned around and quickly said, Your Highness, I just received news that the Vicious Shark Clan has brought experts to kill us. What? The Vicious Shark Clan? Yui cried out in alarm. Damn it, Royal Father went to Senior Heavenly Whale's place. What should we do? Commander Wu said, Your Highness, the Vicious Shark Clan only sent 2 generals this time. 2 4-dragon strength generals? Since that's the case, why don't you quickly go and inform General Lei? Yui hurriedly said. This, Commander Wu paused and replied, I can't find General Lei. Damn it, why can't we find him at this critical juncture? Yui cursed. Brother, what do we do now? Yu Man asked worriedly. Yui replied with a calm face, I can only control the dragon protecting Great Array. It shouldn't be a problem to block the 2 vicious shark generals. The Great Dragon Protection Array was the Dragon Palace's life-saving straw. If it was controlled by Yui, who had the strength of 4 dragons, then it would be enough to defend against an expert with the strength of 5 dragons. If it was a Dragon King with the strength of 5 dragons, then he would be able to resist an expert with 6 or even 7 dragons. It was also because of this Guardian Dragon Array that they had not been slaughtered by the Vicious Shark Clan. After that, Yui led a group of people and rushed to the Dragon Palace's city gate. Yi Xian had arrived at the other side of the city gate, and this side of the city gate faced the Vicious Shark Clan, which was the middle section of the deep-sea underground palace. At this time, the Vicious Shark Clan had not arrived yet. Brother Yi, I'm really sorry. I haven't even set up a banquet to welcome you, but this actually happened. Yui stood on the city wall and said helplessly. Those 2 vicious shark generals only have the strength of 4 dragons. Why didn't they go out together to kill them? Yi Xian asked in surprise. That won't do. Yui shook his head. He took out a white ball and said, I have to stay here to maintain the Guardian Dragon formation. If I go out, no one will be able to maintain the Guardian Dragon formation. At that time, the Vicious Shark Clan will definitely attack. Is this the dragon protecting Great Array? Yi Xian stood in front of the city wall and pointed at the strange energy barrier in front of him. When he bombarded the city gate before, he saw this array, so he gave up on jumping over the city wall. Yes, this pseudo-dragon pearl can control the dragon protecting Great Array. As long as the Vicious Shark King or that one-eyed giant python doesn't come, the Vicious Shark Clan won't be able to attack. Yui nodded. Yi Xian asked in surprise, if that's the case, then why is the Vicious Shark Clan still attacking? Isn't this a waste of effort? Perhaps, they came to inquire about the location of the real dragon pearl. Yui said slowly. The real dragon pearl? Yi Xian murmured. Yes, the real dragon pearl is the foundation of this dragon protecting Great Array. This dragon pearl was condensed from the death of my Sea Dragon Clan's ancestor. The Vicious Shark Clan has been eyeing it for a long time. If the Vicious Shark King obtains the dragon pearl, he might be able to break through and increase his strength by 2 or 3 dragons. Yui said. 2 or 3 dragons? Hearing this, Yi Xian and the others were stunned. Wasn't this a bit too amazing? Since that's the case, why doesn't your imperial father refine it himself? That way, he would have the strength to fight against the Vicious Shark Clan. Yi Xian asked doubtfully. But this dragon pearl only exists in legends. Even I don't know if this dragon pearl really exists. Yui shook his head helplessly and said, this is just a story my imperial father told me when I was young. If it doesn't, then this dragon protecting Great Array. Yi Xian asked with a frown. Yes, this dragon protecting Great Array is proof. A few years ago, when we moved to the deep-sea underground palace, we moved the dragon protecting Great Array here. So I guess this dragon pearl should be in my imperial father's hands. However, my imperial father denies the existence of this dragon pearl. Yui also didn't understand. At this time, a series of loud noises came from another passage connected to the Dragon Palace. After a while, terrifying monsters rushed out from the passage. Vicious Shark Clan. Yi Xian glanced at them and found that the Vicious Shark Clan was a shark. Although they didn't have feet and relied on their tails to move, they had 2 thick arms and a row of sharp fins on their back. As for their weapon, it was a trident. One by one, the vicious sharks drilled out of the passage. There were more than 100 of them. Then, 2 3-meter-tall vicious sharks walked in front of the formation. "Your Highness, long time no see?" A white vicious shark wearing armor opened its mouth and laughed. "It's actually the black-white double demons." Yuyi's face sank. The other vicious black shark suddenly took out a large claw and threw it into its mouth. While chewing, it said, "Your Sea Dragon Clan shrimp soldiers and crab generals are the best. They taste really good." End of chapter 341. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.